At 10 o'clock in the evening, her husband had yet to return home. He must have gone to his mistress' place and would not be back for dinner. Shi Yan cleared away the cold dishes from the dining table. Just as she was about to head upstairs to iron his clothes for the next day, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, she found a WeChat message from her husband. Grandfather wishes to see us have a child before he passes. Prepare yourself, I will be home in half an hour. Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she trembled with excitement. 3 years prior, her husband had been compelled to marry her due to his grandfather's grave illness. Yet, he harbored no affection for her. On the day they obtained their marriage certificate, he coerced her into signing a divorce agreement and a facade of a marriage pact, demanding that they pretend to be a loving couple until his grandfather's death, after which she would move out. He declared that he would never love her, nor would he ever touch her. He had someone else in his heart and intended to remain faithful to that person. If she found it unbearable to endure loneliness, she was free to seek companionship elsewhere, as long as his grandfather remained oblivious. She had initially believed that her marriage to him would remain like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Little did she know he had come to the conclusion that they should have a child. Shi Yan hurried to take a shower, donned a seductive nightgown, spritzed on a sweet fragrance, and turned on the ambient lights in the bedroom. She meticulously prepared for their first night together. However, when he returned, he brought another man into the bedroom. In her astonishment, he pushed the stranger toward the bed and coldly stated, "From now on, you will sleep with him. Whenever you conceive, he will leave." Shi Yan's heart plummeted at the revelation, her disbelief directed at the man before her. "You want me to conceive with another man?" Qin Xiuhan's voice was icy. "What other option do you think exists? Surely, you don't believe I would personally bear your child? Do not harbor such delusions. I made it clear on our wedding day that I would never lay a hand on you. My body and heart belong to Ru Yan, and you are unworthy of them." Shi Yan's heart sank to the depths of despair. She should not have held any hopes for him. Her expectations had resulted in nothing but humiliation. "But grandfather wishes to see our child. If he discovers..." Qin Xiuhan interrupted her coldly. "All you need to do is become pregnant and allow grandfather to witness the process from conception to birth. I will handle the paternity test to ensure no discrepancies arise." Shi Yan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Qin Xiuhan, growing impatient, urged, "Stop wasting time, let's begin." The man bowed slightly to Shi Yan and prepared to proceed. Perhaps it was true that true resignation does not involve loud protests, for Shi Yan found herself astonishingly composed. "Is it not sufficient for me to bear the child of anyone but you? Very well. I shall find a way to conceive a child on my own, but I shall not accept the men you arrange for me. I will seek them out myself. If you refuse, I shall not cooperate with you." Seeking out men on her own at least allowed her to retain a semblance of dignity. Qin Xiuhan's cold gaze lingered on her for several moments. Observing her calm demeanor, he felt an inexplicable irritation, as if something had shifted, leaving him uneasy. After a considerable pause, he declared, "I shall grant you 3 months if you are not pregnant within that time. I will arrange a different man for you each day until you conceive." With that cold and cruel pronouncement, he departed with the man. Shi Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly. His heartlessness transformed her unrequited love into a blemish she could not present. He could choose not to love her, but he should not demean her. This relationship no longer warranted her perseverance. Shi Yan ventured to a renowned establishment within the industry. As she imbibed to the point of haziness, she noticed a tall man in work attire glancing around as he passed her by. She reached out to grasp his arm and, buoyed by her inebriation, suggested, "It's chilly tonight. Would you care to warm up with a beauty at 36.5 degrees? The man appeared momentarily speechless, studying her for a few seconds before slowly responding, "Do you recognize me?" Shi Yan drunkenly shook her head. "It's not important. I'm not interested in your name. I simply wish to know what you call yourself." Xiao Chenyin smirked, lifting her in a princess carry. "Do not regret this." In the dimly lit room, a lingering, intoxicating atmosphere enveloped them. It was not until the first light of dawn filtered through the curtain's crevice that Shi Yan halted the man's intentions. "Is this where you draw the line? Have you forgotten the bold proclamations of last night?" Xiao Chenyin teased in a low voice. Shi Yan, her breaths unsteady, replied, "Last night, I was short-sighted, seeking only a fleeting pleasure. Now, I believe sustainable development offers greater value. We have all the time in the world. Her delicate hand rose to gently trace his sharply defined features, her fingertips gliding down his neck and over his firm chest. This man, in both appearance and physique, was of the highest echelon. Why not accompany me? I shall provide you with 100,000 each month. What do you say? Xiao Chenyin narrowed his eyes, the depths of his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Are you proposing to keep me? Shi Yan corrected him. One might also phrase it as rescuing a wayward youth. You seek money. I seek allure. We are a perfect match. Are we not? Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. What leads you to believe I am in need of money? Shi Yan replied with certainty. If you weren't in financial straits, why would you be working as a young master at the club? Xiao Chenyin fell silent. Last night, in an effort to evade pursuers, he had carelessly donned a garment he found in a dressing room. Unaware, it was the uniform of the club's young master. Observing the stunning woman before him, he smirked and retorted, Do you truly believe I am worth merely 100,000 a month? Shi Yan scrutinized his face for a few moments and stated, With that visage, 100,000 is indeed insufficient. How about this? I shall raise it to 300,000 a month. 300,000 is not too shabby besides. My looks and physique are not lacking. It would not be a disservice to you to share a bed with me. Xiao Chenyin's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he savored the lingering allure of their encounter. With a hint of intrigue, he declared, 1 million a month, not a penny less. Shi Yan pondered his face for a moment and replied, 1 million is excessive. I cannot provide an answer at this moment. Let us become friends first, and I shall give you a response within a day. After departing from the hotel, Shi Yan drove to the Dingxin Group. In the president's office, Qin Xiuhan emanated an air of frostiness. Upon seeing Shi Yan enter, a displeased expression crossed his face. What brings you here? Did I not warn you against coming to the company? Shi Yan seated herself opposite him and calmly stated, Transfer 6 million to my account, and I shall take my leave. Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow. What do you need such a sum for? Shi Yan answered, I have taken a liking to a man, and I wish to support him for 3 months at 200,000 a month. She, as an intermediary, merely sought to earn a modest profit. Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened. I am your husband, not your father. Is it not presumptuous to ask your husband for money to support another man? Shi Yan retorted confidently. You refuse to touch me and insist I conceive alone. Lacking the ability for parthenogenesis, I must seek another man to fulfill the role that ought to belong to you, and naturally, you shall bear the expense. If you refuse to finance my pursuit of another man, I shall have no choice but to exploit you as my husband for free. A look of disgust crossed Qin Xiuhan's face. Stop dreaming. My marriage to you was merely to appease grandfather. I do not harbor any affection for you. My heart belongs solely to Ru Yan. Shi Yan shrugged indifferently. I care not for whom you hold affection. While I may lack the means to win your heart, I possess ample strength and methods to claim your body. Besides, with grandfather as my ally, should I enlist his help, do you suppose he would force you to share a bed with me? Qin Xiuhan's countenance darkened ominously, veins bulging on his forehead. You are quite adept at feigning innocence. I had no idea you possessed such a sharp tongue. Shi Yan teased. In the past, I admired you, treating you as a deity. Now that my feelings have waned, you have become a mere nuisance in my eyes. There is no need for me to continue flattering you. From now on, I shall confront you with this attitude. You had best acclimate swiftly, or else endure it. Qin Xiuhan's face darkened with anger. Why do you seem possessed today? Shi Yan rapped on the table, urging him, Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up. Will you pay with money or with your body? Qin Xiuhan scoffed. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me into sharing a bed with you? Give up on that notion. Both my heart and body belong solely to Ru Yan. You shall not have me. He manipulated his computer, and Shi Yan's phone buzzed with a notification of 6 million entering her account. She glanced at the alert and then looked up at Qin Xiuhan. Your affection for Ru Yan, your willingness to remain chaste for her, stemmed from the fact that she saved you 10 years ago, and you promised to repay her with your life, didn't you? In truth, it was I who saved you a decade ago. Enough. Qin Xiuhan coldly interrupted her. You have claimed Ru Yan's credit more than once. I have warned you not to test my limits again. Shi Yan retorted. I have not claimed her achievements. I truly saved you. Qin Xiuhan replied indifferently. Though my consciousness was hazy at that time, I could not see her face nor remember her voice, but I distinctly recall the clothes she wore. I had someone investigate, and the outfit I saw belonged to Ruyan. Shi Yan explained, "That was because after I saved you, she took advantage of my exhaustion and forced me to change clothes with her." Qin Xiuhan, irritated, interrupted, "Do you take me for a fool? Such a feeble excusito, you think I would believe it? I warn you once more. If you dare to claim Ruyan's credit again, I will not spare you." Observing his obstinate demeanor, Shi Yan found herself devoid of the desire to continue her explanation. She possessed no evidence, yet her words were rooted in truth. Over the past years, she had recounted the reality to him on multiple occasions, but he had never believed her. He only acknowledged the outfit he had vaguely remembered. One might think that it was that very garment that had saved him. If you ever uncover the truth in the future, do not blame me for not upholding my promise to you. I have made an effort. It is you who has rejected me." With those parting words, Shi Yan turned and exited the office. A tremor coursed through Qin Xiuhan's heart, a wave of inexplicable agitation swelling within him as though something had slipped from his grasp. He stared blankly at the documents before him for a moment before picking up the phone to call his assistant, Qin Zhua. Investigate Shi Yan's activities from last night, find out who she spent the night with. Qin Zhua was swift in his actions, reporting back within the hour. "President Qin, according to my findings, the young madam left at 11 last night, heading alone to the Heatwave bar. The bar surveillance was compromised for a period, so we cannot ascertain her activities there, nor can we determine when she left due to similar issues with nearby surveillance. This morning at 9, she departed alone from the hotel adjacent to the bar and came directly to the office." The agitation within Qin Xiuhan dissipated in an instant. It seemed she was alone last night. She did not seek out a man. Her remarks were merely a ploy to attract my attention in another way. He mused, "She certainly plays the game of feigned indifference well, but alas, I have no interest in her. Such tactics hold no sway over me." He remained oblivious to his own awkward psychology. It was he who insisted that Shi Yan find a way to conceive, even going so far as to personally bring a man home, seeking to compel her to engage with a stranger. Yet, when Shi Yan genuinely contemplated the idea of keeping a man for herself, he felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Upon learning that she had spent the previous night alone, he unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Xiuhan remarked, "By the way, my stomach feels a bit unsettled. Could you brew a cup of herbal tea for me?" Qin Zhua replied, "The tea bags have been used up. They are always prepared and delivered by the young mistress herself. Since she hasn't sent any today, I will call her to inquire." Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow and halted him. "Wait, don't contact her. When has she ever forgotten something like this? She must be doing it on purpose. They'll have you reach out to her for a sense of presence. It's just a cup of tea, whether I drink it or not is inconsequential," he said, akin to her presence insignificant in its absence. "Understood." Qin Zhua refrained from saying more, pouring a glass of hot water before tending to other matters. However, Qin Xiuhan's frown deepened, the burning pain in his stomach rendering his complexion pale, his body slick with cold sweat, and his hands weak and trembling. Ultimately, he had to ask Qin Zhua to fetch him some antacids. Upon entering the car, Shi Yan dialed Xiao Chenyin's number. "Let's meet. He'll send you the address of my private villa. Bring your luggage, you'll stay there during our collaboration." The man's lazy, teasing voice came through the phone. "Is the craving that intense? It's barely been 3 hours, and you're already wanting more?" Shi Yan's lips twitched. "I merely intend to give you the money and arrange a place for you to stay. We will meet there from now on. If we keep going to hotels, our purely transactional relationship may attract unwelcome attention." Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly. "You have a point. I'm still at the hotel from last night. Why don't you come pick me up?" After ending the call, Shi Yan drove to the hotel where they had stayed. Upon arrival, she found no one waiting and stepped out to scan her surroundings. Just as she was about to call, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her, exuding an undeniable, commanding presence. Looking up, she found a strikingly handsome man, standing approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall before her. "Is there something you need?" she asked, her brow furrowed in a detached manner. Xiao Chenyin, with a hint of smirk, responded, "What's the matter? Do you not recognize me once I'm dressed?" Hearing that familiar voice, Shi Yan realized he was indeed the man from the previous evening. The room had remained dimly lit from last night until this morning. She had only glimpsed his face in the shadows, not paying close attention. which explained her failure to recognize him. His words drew curious glances from those around them. Shi Yan's face flushed crimson. Could you lower your voice? Is this truly appropriate? She entered the car first. Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly and followed suit. Shi Yan drove him to a villa bestowed upon her by Grandpa Qin at the time of their wedding. This morning, we only discussed the price but not the specific requirements. Allow me to elaborate briefly now. Shi Yan sat down in front of the sofa and said, First, I expect your availability to be primarily in the evenings, allowing you the freedom to engage in activities during the day. Therefore, please refrain from scheduling any engagements at night to ensure you are at my beck and call when needed. Second, during our dealings, I require that you cease all interactions with other clients. I do not wish to share my investment with others. Third, you must not sever our arrangement for the sake of more lucrative offers from other wealthy patrons. You are to await my signal before entertaining other clients. Fourth, no photographs or videos are to be taken, nor is our relationship to be disclosed to outsiders. Fifth, neither party is permitted to investigate the other's affairs. Essentially, these are my stipulations. Feel free to voice any objections. Xiao Chenyin casually took a seat beside her, exuding a relaxed demeanor. I cannot guarantee my availability at all times. I have other commitments that may require me to work late or travel. It is unlikely that I will be free every evening. Shi Yan was taken aback. Aren't you exclusively engaged in this line of work? Xiao Chenyin replied, This is merely a part-time endeavor. I have other responsibilities during the day. Shi Yan inquired, Isn't $1 million a month sufficient for you to resign from your day job? Xiao Chenyin responded, That amount only compensates for my evening obligations. My daytime work commands a different rate, one you cannot afford. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer losses should I be unable to meet you due to work commitments. I will arrange for double the compensation at another time. After contemplating, Shi Yan concluded that the impact would be minimal and nodded. Very well. Let us proceed as agreed. Please send me your account number so I can remit a portion of the payment. There's no rush. Xiao Chenyin suddenly leaned closer, his voice rich and enticing. I will be traveling for business tomorrow, so while I am free now, let us arrange for several advance payments. Shi Yan's lips twitched. That is unnecessary. I am not so desperate as to require daily meetings. Xiao Chenyin grasped her hand and placed it on his firm abdomen. From the moment we met, your gaze has not strayed from me. Are you truly uninterested? The solid sensation beneath her hand caused her heart to race involuntarily. However, her thoughts were not on his words, but rather on a question that lingered. Muscles are typically soft when relaxed, yet the abdomen beneath her palm was rigid and brimming with strength. Was he intentionally tensing his muscles? Ha ha, she couldn't suppress her laughter. What is so amusing? Xiao Chenyin asked, perplexed. Shi Yan, her cheeks flushed with laughter, replied, Muscles are soft in a relaxed state, yet your abdomen is so hard. Are you subtly exerting yourself? All right, enough of that. It is nice to see you invest thought into this, she chuckled. Xiao Chenyin's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Is hardness truly what you desire? Chapter 3. Marital Solitude. Shi Yan felt her cheeks flush. What nonsense are you speaking? I was referring to muscle. Xiao Chenyin replied, a smirk playing on his lips. What I said is indeed the same. While the expressions differ, the pronunciation remains identical. I trust you share a similar fondness. Shi Yan. Before she could respond, he captured her lips with a kiss. Initially, it was gentle and tentative, but upon sensing her lack of resistance and her subtle cooperation, he deepened the kiss. At their tender age, their ardor naturally transcended mere passionate kisses. In no time, the living room was enveloped in the fragrance of spring. It was only when an abrupt ringtone pierced the atmosphere that Shi Yan regained her composure. She contemplated ending the call, but upon seeing the word husband flashing on the screen, she snapped to attention. Don't move. I need to take this call. Qin Xiuhan never called her unless there was a pressing matter at hand. Xiao Chenyin noticed the word husband on her phone, and his demeanor instantly shifted to a frigid state. You're married? While nudging him with her foot, Shi Yan replied, We'll discuss that later. I need to answer this call. Qin Xiuhan's displeased voice emerged from the phone. Where have you gone? Why aren't you home? Shi Yan retorted. Didn't you always wish to maintain distance from me? My absence should bring you joy. Qin Xiuhan scoffed. Do you think I'm contacting you out of longing? Don't be delusional. If it weren't for Grandpa, I wouldn't bother. Have you forgotten today is the day to visit him? Realization dawned upon her. It was Friday, the designated day to pay respects to her grandfather. Typically, she and Qin Xiuhan resided in their marital home, returning to the old residence every Friday evening and departing by Sunday afternoon. I'm currently occupied. You should return home first. I'll drive to the old residence later and explain everything to Grandpa myself. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred, causing her voice to take on a peculiar tone. What are you doing? Why does your voice sound so strange? Qin Xiuhan inquired, bewildered. With a calm expression, Shi Yan replied, I am endeavoring for the continuation of life. Qin Xiuhan retorted with a cold laugh. Do you think I would feel jealous just because you say that intentionally? Stop employing such petty tricks to garner my attention. I remain unfazed and unfold. Don't assume I haven't watched Japanese prank shows. You must be standing on a vibrating platform while taking my call. Shi Yan shot back. Have you seen the renowned Japanese film The Sleeping Husband? You would be perfectly cast as the husband who slumbers from start to finish. You. Shi Yan, unwilling to endure further banter, abruptly ended the call. She intended to confront Xiao Chenyin, but he seized her chin and demanded, explain. What is the nature of your husband? If you are indeed married, then there is no need for us to continue. I refuse to be a mere experiment in your relationship. Shi Yan replied, though I am married, I am, in essence, single within this marriage. Xiao Chenyin's lips twitched slightly. The profundity of the Chinese language never ceased to amaze him, especially how it could evolve into such obscure terminology unbeknownst to him. Shi Yan, uninterested in his teasing, assured him that there would be no scandal involving a mistress. On the day of her wedding, she and her husband had signed a divorce agreement, and he was quite supportive of her seeking companionship elsewhere. In fact, he seemed more anxious than she was, fearing that she might develop feelings for him. As he had heard during their earlier conversation, she was not at all concerned about her husband discovering her affairs. He, too, had his own affairs. Should he dare to confront her, she would retaliate by exposing his indiscretions, ensuring that she would not be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow, finally letting go of the fact that she was married, and leaned down to kiss her. Shi Yan turned her head to avoid his lips and gently pushed him away, urging him to hurry up as she needed to return to join her elders for dinner. After a hasty conclusion to their encounter, she quickly rinsed off in the bathroom before driving towards the Qin family's ancestral home. Qin Xiuhan awaited her at the manor's entrance. Shi Yan exited the car, handed the keys to the bodyguard, and walked alongside Qin Xiuhan into the estate. He cast a disdainful glance at her steady stride, scoffing quietly. She had claimed to be looking for men the previous night and earlier, yet now her deceit lay bare. Unaware of his internal musings, but sensing his mocking laughter, Shi Yan felt as though he were afflicted with some ailment and distanced herself from him. Inside the ancestral home, Gao Yajin stared sternly at the servants arranging the dishes. Qin Xiuhan appeared somewhat constrained, politely greeting, Mother, we are back. Shi Yan followed suit, perfunctorily calling out Mother while standing expressionless beside him. Gao Yajin shot a piercing glance in their direction, her expression rigid. Are you not also wearing a stern face? I'm merely emulating you, Shi Yan remarked coolly. Gao Yajin retorted with a cold laugh. Did your husband die too? Shi Yan was rendered speechless. This overbearing mother-in-law seemed to believe that the world owed her something, launching indiscriminate attacks, even against her own son. Mind your words. Yan Yan's husband is Xiao Han. Are you not cursing him? A frail voice interjected suddenly. Old Master Qin, supported by the butler, descended the stairs. Gao Yajin glanced at him and sarcastically replied, You have more than one grandson. What is wrong with me scolding one? Oh, I had forgotten. Your other grandson is already deceased, along with your son and his mistress. How fortunate you are to have a living grandson. When you pass, you'll still have one in the afterlife. Doesn't that make you feel that living is quite pleasant and dying not so bad? No matter where you go, you have a grandson waiting for you. Old Master Qin's lips trembled violently, unable to utter a single word. Shi Yan looked at him and felt a pang of sympathy. At his age, he was still being ridiculed like a child. Yet, she could also comprehend Gao Yajin's resentment, stemming from the debts owed to her by the Qin family. Chapter 4. Do not behave like a wretched woman, desiring everything a decade ago. Qin Xiuhan. While accompanying his mistress and their illegitimate child on an outing, inadvertently stumbled upon several esteemed professors, crucial to the nation's advancement, being threatened by spies. As a valiant veteran, Qin Xiuhan resolutely intervened, shouldering a spy laden with explosives. In a harrowing choice between his mistress and their child, and a cadre of experts, he chose to carry the spy towards his beloved and their offspring, ultimately leading to their tragic demise in a catastrophic explosion. In the aftermath, Qin Xiuhan was posthumously honored as a martyr, and Gao Yajin became the widow of the fallen hero. This title weighed heavily upon her like an invisible chastity arch, forbidding her from smiling in public, donning vibrant attire, indulging in luxury, savoring sumptuous meals, traveling freely, dining with friends, or embarking on new romantic ventures. The slightest deviation would invite scorn, branding her as a heartless harlot, as if to say, your husband sacrificed for the nation for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and so forth. And you begin to seek joy, to safeguard familial interests. The Qin family constrained Gao Yajin's actions and concealed the existence of Qin Xiuhan's mistress and their child from public knowledge. As long as Gao Yajin remained enveloped in sorrow, online supporters would bolster the family's business. Remarkably, following Qin Xiuhan's death, the Qin family's fortunes flourished, while Gao Yajin stood as the sole victim of this arrangement. Strangely enough, despite Qin Xiuhan having a son and a father, shortly after his demise, they frequented upscale venues, engaging in laughter and merriment, yet faced no reproach. Instead, people remarked that Qin Xiuhan would surely find solace in witnessing their resilience and zest for life. Conversely, Gao Yajin was imprisoned in her grief, compelled to uphold her fidelity to Qin Xiuhan. Failure to do so would result in vilification and a boycott of the Qin family's business. Consequently, Gao Yajin seldom ventured outside, her outings dwindling to a mere handful each year. Her temperament soured, her resentment capable of sustaining 10 malevolent spirits. The Qin family endured her wrath in silence. As dinner was prepared, the family gathered around the table. Nearing the end of the meal, the elder patriarch abruptly inquired, Yan, you and Xiaohan have been married for 3 years without a child. Is it your desire to remain childless, or is there an issue with Xiaohan? Previously, the elder had broached the topic solely with Qin Xiuhan, never addressing it with Shi Yan. Now, seizing the moment with them both present, he posed the question directly. Coughing slightly, Shi Yan was caught off guard by the elder's bluntness, nearly choking on her food. The elder continued, if there is indeed a problem with Xiaohan, then he must seek medical treatment promptly. I wish to see a grandchild before I depart this world. Shi Yan hastily replied, Grandfather, please do not say such things. You shall surely live to a ripe old age. The elder shook his head, dismissing such platitudes. Speak honestly to me. Before I take my last breath, will I see a child belonging to you and Xiuhan? Gao Yajin interjected with a scoff. Why are you asking, Shi Yan? That question should be directed to your precious grandson. The flowers in our home bear no fruit. Perhaps the blooms outside are already flourishing, hiding surprises just like your deceased son did. Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened instantly. Mother, do not speak nonsense in front of grandfather. Gao Yajin retorted coldly. You know very well whether I am speaking nonsense or not. With a loud thud, the old man slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Xiaohan, is there someone outside? Qin Xiuhan lowered his gaze, unwilling to admit the truth, yet reluctant to lie. Instead, he discreetly nudged Shi Yan under the table with his foot. Shi Yan set down her utensils. Grandfather, please do not overthink. We will have children. The reason we have not had any until now is that we were concerned about having the energy to care for you. Now that you wish to hold a great-grandchild, we shall make every effort. The old man's eyes brightened, and he gently patted Shi Yan's hand in appreciation. Good child, do not blame your grandfather for pushing you. It is all for your own good. Shi Yan nodded softly. I understand, grandfather. After dinner, Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan strolled through the estate, feigning intimacy for the old man's benefit. After a while, Lu Ruyan called Qin Xiuhan. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruyan, her words caused Qin Xiuhan to soften his tone, reassuring her. Do not worry, I will not share a bed with Shi Yan. I promise to keep myself for you, and I shall keep my word. Although grandfather is anxious for us to have children, He is merely pressuring me with words. Do not think too much. He would never drug me. He continued, all right, stop crying. I will come find you immediately after we leave the old residence on Sunday. Listening to this, Shi Yan felt a pang of discomfort and intended to walk ahead. Just then, Gao Yajin suddenly appeared, her face stern as she approached Qin Xiuhan. Before he could react, she snatched his phone from him. Whether by accident or intention, the phone was inadvertently set to speaker mode, and Lu Ruyan's tender, aggrieved voice echoed through the device. Whoa, darling, I miss you so much. It's been 3 months since we last met. After finally finishing a film, I cannot see you right away. I think of you at night until I cannot sleep. I long for your embrace. Gao Yajin scoffed. The sun is still shining. And you are here acting provocatively. Are you trying to hide from the sunlight? She added disdainfully. Do you think Qin Xiuhan is your husband? Calling out like that in public? Initially, Lu Ruyan did not comprehend the meaning behind the previous statement, but upon hearing Gao Yajin's next words, she realized she was being insulted in a crude manner. Anger and grievance welled up within her. Aunt, we are both women. How can you use such vile words to insult me? Why must women make things difficult for one another? Gao Yajin replied with a cold smile. I speak plainly to people and ghosts alike. If you are shameless enough to engage in such disgraceful acts, why should I refrain from speaking the truth? Enraged, Lu Ruyan gasped for breath and hung up the phone in tears. Qin Xiuhan, dark-faced, snatched the phone back. Mother, why are you insulting Ruyan? She is sensitive, unlike Shi Yan, who has a thick skin and remains unbothered by insults. What if Ruyan takes it to heart? Gao Yajin retorted mockingly. Can someone with such thin skin really be a mistress? Qin Xiuhan expressed his displeasure. Ruyan is not a mistress. Gao Yajin retorted. If she is not a mistress, then who qualifies as one? Is your lawful wife, Shi Yan, who shares the same marriage certificate with you, a mistress? Qin Xiuhan frowned. The one I have always wished to marry is Ruyan. It was only due to my grandfather's pressure that I wed Shi Yan. I have already informed you about my relationship with Ruyan when you discovered it. Why do you still label her a mistress? Gao Yajin scoffed coldly. Regardless of your reasons for marrying Shi Yan, she remains your wife. Any woman involved with you aside from her is a mistress. Do not speak of pressures. If you made a choice under duress, then you must accept the consequences. In the realm of adulthood, not everything unfolds as one desires. With gain comes loss. You should either have stood firm against it all, disregarding your grandfather's fate, or chosen Shi Yan and lived contentedly, forsaking any external entanglements. Do not behave like a wanton, desiring both sides. Chapter 5. A frustrating encounter. Qin Xiuhan was seething with anger, his complexion alternating between shades of black and red. I can't explain it to you. In any case, this is my affair, so mind your own business. He briskly departed, dialing a number on his phone, eager to placate Lu Ruyan. Gao Yajin cast a glance at Shi Yan, who nervously swallowed. If you scold them, you can't scold me, either. Gao Yajin, exasperated, retorted. You possess both beauty and figure, with advantages surpassing Lu Ruyan, not to mention the old man as your ally. How is it that you still lose to that vixen? What on earth happened? Shi Yan touched her head, replying feebly. I tried being good to him, attempting to cultivate feelings, but he wouldn't give me a chance. I was helpless. Gao Yajin countered. If flattery fails, then resort to seduction. If seduction doesn't work, then take a more forceful approach. Have you heard of love blossoming over time? Spend 3 years together, and I refuse to believe he'd still look at you with vacant eyes. Shi Yan, while your words may be crude, they hold a grain of truth, yet they are still rather harsh. Your lack of ambition irritates me. You are not a fragile maiden. Why feign demureness? Wasn't it you who threw me 3 meters away with a shoulder throw on our first encounter? Why not channel that energy towards your husband? All that vigor is wasted on cooking. Can't you simply take the initiative? Gao Yajin scolded vehemently as she turned to leave. Shi Yan wore a disgruntled expression. If she didn't harbor feelings for Qin Xiuhan, she might indeed take the initiative, but therein lay the problem. She wished to win his heart and, subsequently, his body. She wandered the garden for over an hour before returning home. Until bedtime, Qin Xiuhan had yet to return, presumably still trying to soothe Lu Ruyan. The next morning, upon awakening, Shi Yan found Qin Xiuhan impeccably dressed, seated by the window. Upon hearing her stir, he turned and urged, Hurry up and get ready. Soon, we shall visit Grandpa, and you will express your desire to travel with me. Shi Yan looked at him. Are you taking Lu Ruyin on a trip? Do you need me to provide cover for you two? Qin Xiuhan, with an air of entitlement, replied, Why ask if you already know? If it weren't for you, Ruyin wouldn't be in this predicament. Now, I'm accompanying her to unwind, and you bear the responsibility to assist in covering for us. Shi Yan, disinterested in the argument, replied coolly, I'm not going. Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened. Have you forgotten the contract we signed? Shi Yan responded, I remember. It states that I must unconditionally make Grandpa happy. Did you, last night, in your efforts to please Lu Ruyin, mistakenly recognize her as Grandpa? Qin Xiuhan's face turned a sickly shade of green. Shi Yan teased, If you truly acknowledged her as Grandpa, I could help you win her over. Qin Xiuhan took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. I'll offer you 100,000 a day to accompany us. Shi Yan, not going. Qin Xiuhan, 150,000. Shi Yan, not going. Qin Xiuhan, 200,000. Shi Yan, not going. Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened further, his voice nearly a growl. 300,000 a day. Shi Yan observed his expression and reluctantly said, All right, for grandfather's sake, I will pretend that I am merely taking the dog for a walk. She discerned that this was the final line for Qin Xiuhan. Should she refuse further, he might very well abandon the proposition. Although she was averse to encountering Lu Ruyin, the prospect of 300,000 a day was an enticing offer, and she would be mad to turn her back on such wealth. She was not one to disdain money as if it were mere dirt. Shi Yan proactively approached her grandfather to discuss her travel plans. Qin Xiuhan dedicated 2 days to organizing the affairs of the company for the upcoming fortnight, and on the third day, he and Shi Yan boarded a private jet to the Bear Country. Upon landing, they took a car that had come to fetch them from the airport. Shi Yan initially assumed they were headed to a hotel, yet the vehicle ultimately halted in front of a bar. Although puzzled, she refrained from inquiring further. Entering a private room within the bar, they found a gathering of over a dozen individuals, both men and women. Among them were 5 or 6 of Qin Xiuhan's friends from home, including Lu Ruyin. In her homeland, Lu Ruyin was a moderately well-known 3rd or 4th-tier celebrity who had arrived in Bear Country 2 days prior to avoid being photographed. She was a person who relished in ostentation, deliberately orchestrating for Qin Xiuhan to invite several domestic friends to witness their affection, thus gratifying her vanity. The remainder were unfamiliar faces, likely acquaintances who had developed connections in this locale, some of whom were foreign. My dear, you have finally arrived. I have missed you so much. Upon seeing Qin Xiuhan, Lu Ruyin immediately rose and leapt into his embrace. Qin Xiuhan, not accustomed to public displays of affection, gently patted her back before softly pushing her away. You seem slimmer than last time. Has filming been arduous? Lu Ruyin replied with a smile. It has been a bit tiring, but I wish to be closer to you. When we go public, I want to say I am unworthy of you. I am striving for you, so I do not feel tired at all. Qin Xiuhan felt a mix of emotions, both touched and pained. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions. In my heart, I am the one unworthy of you. Had it not been for you, I would not be who I am today. You saved my life. How could you ever be unworthy of me? Lu Ruyin playfully responded. Perhaps this is fate arranged by the heavens, that I must save my own husband. She then turned to Shi Yan. What do you think? She positioned herself just right to display a provocative expression meant solely for Shi Yan. Shi Yan nodded. You are right. That is why he has become my husband. What is destined by the heavens cannot be taken away by your schemes. His eyes may be blind, but heaven's sight is clear. Lu Ruyin's expression shifted abruptly, a flicker of panic emerging in her eyes. She quickly reddened, her voice tinged with grievance. I know you are envious that Xiuhan favors me, but you must not slander me out of jealousy. Shi Yan retorted with sarcasm. What do I have to envy? Envy your lack of beauty, your loose demeanor, and your thunderous toots? Lu Ruyin, overcome with emotion, wept as she buried her face in Qin Xiuhan's chest. Darling, look at her. Enough. Qin Xiuhan's voice cut through the air like ice, his expression dark as stormy waters. How many more times must you cause a scene before you cease? Do not presume that your words can alter the truth. We are all too aware of the reality from those years past. Shi Yan, with an expression of disdain, pinched her ear and whispered, "Lower your voice. I am timid and fear the barking of dogs." You. Qin Xiuhan was visibly enraged. His friend, Shun Qing, hastily interjected, "Cold brother, sister-in-law, do not waste your emotions on such individuals. It is not worth it. You are well aware of her past. Those who emerge from such backgrounds typically possess low character and quality. Engaging in quarrels with such people only diminishes your own stature." Lu Rian's follower, Wang Tiantian, added, "She merely had the fortune of catching the old Master Qin's eye, deceiving him into allowing her to marry Cold Brother. Otherwise, with her kind, even ordinary men would shy away from marrying her." Shi Yan cast a languid glance at the two, stating, "Since you are aware of my past, it would be wise to silence yourselves. Dealing with you both would be a mere trifle." Wang Tiantian, her face a mask of mockery and disdain, retorted, "Huh? This is truly laughable. You, a vulgar performer in the realm of provocative entertainment, what could you possibly use to deal with us? Will you incapacitate us as you do your opponents in the arena, using your bosom?" Chapter 6. Why bother? Her laughter erupted in the private room among those who understood Chinese, their gazes toward Shi Yan dripping with disdain and lewdness. Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow, a sense of displeasure washing over him. After all, Shi Yan was his wife. Even if he held no affection for her, it was not for outsiders to humiliate her. To insult her was tantamount to belittling him. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Ruyan nestled closer into his embrace, her expression one of feigned innocence. Qin Xiuhan swallowed his words. Shi Yan's scornful retort towards Lu Ruyan was not unwarranted. A lesson was in order. A sharp crack echoed through the room as her palm met Wang Tiantian's cheek, abruptly silencing the laughter. The crowd turned in astonishment to Shi Yan, who had just struck Wang Tiantian down. The latter, stunned by the blow, lay on the floor, momentarily dazed. Shi Yan surveyed the room with an indifferent glance, her voice devoid of emotion. Even in a performance match, not everyone could participate. I possess the prowess to render someone unconscious with my bosom and the skill to strike down with my hand. Should you doubt this, feel free to test me. A hush enveloped the room, her commanding presence silencing any challengers. No one dared to meet her gaze, let alone provoke her. With a cold scoff, she remarked, "Even a performer like me is not to be trifled with. You dare only to slander me with your words. It is no wonder you find companionship with Lu Ruyan. It appears that refuse naturally congregates." With that, she turned to leave, unwilling to linger amongst such company. Arriving at the bar counter, she ordered a bottle of vodka, seeking solace in solitude, yet the turmoil within her remained unassuaged. Her discontent stemmed not merely from being exposed in a performance match, but from the haunting memories that motivated her to partake in such battles. 8 years prior, her grandfather's family business had succumbed to a catastrophic financial collapse, resulting in insurmountable debts in the wake of the stock market crash. Following the bankruptcy proceedings, the other shareholders and responsible parties fled abroad, leaving her family to shoulder the entire burden. Her uncle was imprisoned, while her grandmother, unable to endure the shock, passed away on the spot. Aside from her uncle, the Shi family of 11 was held captive by creditors who, perceiving the Shi family as a spent force incapable of repaying their debts, subjected them to humiliation and abuse. Her mother, too, fell victim to this fate, tragically plummeting from a hotel balcony in a manner most disgraceful, her life extinguished before the public eye. When she arrived at the scene, her mother lay amidst a pool of blood, draped in a suit jacket that preserved her dignity in death. It was only later, upon reviewing the hotel surveillance footage, that she learned the jacket had been placed upon her mother by Qin Xiuhan, who had also ensured the onlookers were dispersed and that all recordings were deleted. The flicker of kindness she felt in that moment of despair expanded within her heart throughout the ensuing dark days. After attending to her mother's funeral, she sought to save her grandfather and the rest of her family by entering the WWV, a fighting arena notorious for its sensationalism, where stringent standards of physical appearance and allure were paramount. Shi Yan possesses a striking beauty, an alluring figure, and a fair complexion. embodying the aesthetic favored by certain eccentric wealthy individuals from the West, thus gaining entry with relative ease. In the exhibition matches, she is required to don revealing attire and engage in combat with poses that evoke provocative imagery. In addition to the women's competitions, she has also participated in mixed-gender events. Her past is indeed marred by ignominy, yet she harbors no regrets. For it is only within this realm that she can secure a monthly prize exceeding $1 million. Although such earnings would hardly suffice to clear her extensive debts, they might alleviate some burden on her creditors, sparing her beloved grandfather from torment. Shi Yan has been part of WWV for 5 years. 3 years ago, Elder Qin approached her, revealing that he had once wronged her grandmother in his youth. With her grandmother now deceased, he sought to atone for his past transgressions. Elder Qin had been the first love of her grandmother, yet he had, in a cruel twist of fate, appropriated the death compensation meant for her grandmother's father and comrades to establish his own ventures, leaving her grandmother with a trail of ruin that nearly claimed her life. Perhaps feeling the weight of age and the fear of retribution, Elder Qin endeavored to seek out her grandmother, aiming to rectify his past misdeeds. Unfortunately, with her passing, he was left to seek reconciliation with Shi Yan instead. However, Elder Qin is an exceedingly selfish man. He would not allow the Qin family's wealth to flow into the hands of outsiders. Thus, he insisted that Shi Yan marry Qin Xiuhan as a condition for extending assistance to her family. Shi Yan acquiesced. Following their marriage, Elder Qin generously provided a lump sum of 1 billion, alongside various orders from the Dingxin Group to help settle the family's debts with private creditors. However, the family's substantial debts to the bank remained a daunting challenge. The amount owed was so vast that even the Qin family could not fully repay it, obliging them to merely cover the interest monthly. As Shi Yan downed a full glass of wine, her mind raced. Elder Qin's lifespan was uncertain, and upon his demise, her family would once again face peril. She must secure a means for her family's survival before it is too late. When she approached Elder Qin about the prospect of traveling, he stipulated that as long as she bore a child for the Qin family, he would allocate a portion of Dingxing's shares in his will to her. Otherwise, her name would be omitted entirely. In his view, once she had a child, the wealth he bestowed upon her would ultimately benefit her offspring, ensuring the Qin family's legacy remained intact. Thus, it became imperative for her to conceive, even if the child were not Qin Xiuhan's. Presenting her pregnancy to Elder Qin would suffice. With Qin Xiuhan as a dutiful grandson, the child's lineage would remain undisclosed until after Elder Qin's passing, at which point the will would be effective, rendering the child's identity less consequential. Miss, are you alone? Judging by your features, I presume you are from Huahua? Would you care to join me for a drink? Shi Yan turned her head to see a flamboyantly dressed young man with dyed, yellow hair leaning against the bar, scrutinizing her with the predatory gaze of one assessing his prey. Upon noticing her gaze, he raised his hand to sweep his hair back from his forehead, striking what he believed to be a handsome pose, and took a moment to cast her a flirtatious glance. Shi Yan averted her eyes and replied coolly, "Not interested. Keep your distance." However, the blonde-haired individual did not retreat. Rather, he moved closer to her. "Don't be such a downer. Encountering a fellow countryman abroad is a rare opportunity. Let us have some fun together." Seeing that Shi Yan ignored him, he seemed to be filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Regarding her with a contemptuous look as he scanned her from head to toe, he leered and said, "You can't possibly look down on your fellow Chinese, hoping to attract foreign men instead, can you? TSK, Chinese girls are truly cheap. It's one thing to admire foreign cultures, but to specifically seek out men abroad is rather pathetic. Even lustful animals do not stoop as low as you so-called fairies. No wonder foreigners label Chinese girls as easy. Such rumors do not arise from nowhere. It is women like you who tarnish the image of Chinese individuals and subject us to discrimination abroad." Chapter 7. What your husband has, you should have. Shi Yan cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking that he was incomparable. Back home, he was unwanted, and even abroad, he remained undesirable, resorting to harassing local women instead. When women venture abroad, it is akin to delivering goods to their doorstep, while his incessant harassment abroad amounted to nothing more than disgrace. The women he spoke of at least did not resort to coercion or insults. It was he The one who disturbed women across the globe, who tarnished the image of his nation and committed offenses. Just moments ago, she had witnessed this yellow-haired man attempting to flirt with foreign girls, only to be rebuffed, prompting him to approach her instead. Such a person deserved no semblance of respect. The yellow-haired man, infuriated and humiliated, shouted, "How can you women even compare yourselves to us men? When we men sleep with foreign women, it is for the glory of our country. When you women do the same, it is simply debasing." He continued, "The more women a man sleeps with, the more valuable he becomes. Conversely, the more men a woman sleeps with, the cheaper she is. Why do you have to compare with us?" Shi Yan nodded. "Indeed, there is no comparison. As someone who thinks with my mind, I have no need to compare myself with one who thinks solely with his genitals. Such a comparison would be beneath me." She scrutinized him with a sardonic gaze, making it evident that the only source of his pride was a mere appendage between his legs. Had he possessed any genuine ability, good looks, height, or physique, he would not need to tout his conquests as a badge of honor. "Shut your mouth. Just shut up." The yellow-haired man, visibly agitated, turned crimson with rage. She regarded him with an air of indifference, as if observing a contemptible lowlife, utterly dismissing him. This was outrageous. Only by disregarding the other could one remain unfazed by their provocations. The yellow-haired man, increasingly incensed, advanced toward her. Shi Yan warned, "Do not approach. It could be perilous." With a cold smirk, he retorted, "It is too late to be afraid. I may not match your verbal sparring, but I could easily overpower you with a single hand. Women like you have become so accustomed to being coddled by sycophants that you no longer recognize your place. Today, I shall show you the might of a real man." At that moment, in the middle booth on the second floor, a group of men raised their glasses and stood, offering a toast to the man seated at the center. Their eyes radiated admiration and reverence. Even seated, the man exuded an imposing aura that caused those nearby to instinctively hunch slightly. He lifted his hand, his long fingers delicately grasping the wine glass, lazily sipping from it. As his gaze wandered, it inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure on the first floor. A grotesque and lecherous man was brandishing his fist at her. The man's expression darkened, an uncontrollable wave of danger emanating from him, causing those around him to shudder, fearing they had unwittingly erred. Some had already prepared to apologize and beg for mercy. Before they could utter a word, the man abruptly rose, his athletic form gracefully vaulting over the sofa. Just as he grasped the railing, intending to save time by jumping down, an unexpected commotion below halted his actions, a smirk curving his lips. A piercing scream echoed through the bustling bar, yet it failed to capture any attention amidst the revelry. Only a few nearby witnesses heard the commotion. However, shrouded in dim light, they failed to discern the unfolding events and continued to expend their excess energy on the dance floor. The blonde was sent sprawling by a swift kick for Shi Yan, landing awkwardly on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Terror flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Shi Yan. Disbelief etched across his face. This woman appeared feeble. How could she possess such strength? Shi Yan shrugged, her tone tinged with resignation as she remarked, "I did warn you. It's quite perilous." The blonde's chest heaved with rage, completely oblivious to the fact that the true danger lay within himself. Shi Yan instructed the bartender to summon assistance for the blonde, advising him to seek compensation from those in room 1. Afterward, she purchased a pack of cigarettes and a lighter at the bar before stepping outside. Approaching a nearby trash can, she lit a cigarette. Just as she brought it to her lips, a hand reached out from behind her, snatching the cigarette away, extinguishing it on the trash can, and discarding it with seamless grace. "Smoking is detrimental to your health. If you're feeling indulgent, I could offer you a kiss instead," a low, languid voice suggested, reminiscent of a vintage wine, intoxicating and rich, sending shivers from her ears to her limbs. Shi Yan trembled slightly and turned to face the source of the voice. The tall figure of a man loomed before her, requiring her to take a step back and tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. To her astonishment, it was her charming suitor, Xiao Chenyin. "What brings you here?" she inquired. He smirked, his mood evidently buoyant. "I'm on a business trip. What about you?" Shi Yan replied candidly. "My husband brought his beloved here for a getaway, and I'm merely playing decoy. How pitiable, Xiao Chenyin remarked, raising an eyebrow, his languid tone failing to mask his amusement. What your husband possesses, you shouldn't be deprived of. Come, allow me to entertain you. Shi Yan shot him a glance. You're not my beloved. Though I may not be your beloved, I certainly am your intimate companion, which is nearly the same. Shi Yan, who prided herself on her boldness, felt an unexpected flush at the words of this man, whose intentions were far from innocent. Xiao Chenyin draped his arm around her shoulder, guiding her forward. Let us go. I'll show you something delightful. 5 minutes later, Shi Yan stood in the hotel room, her expression inscrutable. Didn't you promise to take me somewhere fun? What is this place for? Xiao Chenyin tilted her chin, his fingertips grazing her delicate, pale cheek. His sultry voice was laced with temptation. After days apart, do you not wish to indulge in my company? Am I no longer entertaining? Or have you grown fond of another man in my absence? The heated breath and suggestive tone thickened the air with tension. Shi Yan found Xiao Chenyin's charm irresistible. She wrapped her arms around his neck, rising slightly on her toes. The remnants of alcohol lingered on her breath, mingling with the intoxicating atmosphere, leaving her slightly dizzy. By the time her senses regained clarity, they had somehow found themselves on the bed. Shi Yan pressed him down, her cheeks flushed as she declared, I want to be your intimate companion. Chapter 8. She is in the shower. Xiao Chenyin could not help but chuckle softly. He had assumed her silence was a sign of indifference. Yet it turned out she had been discreetly harboring her feelings all along. Upon hearing his laughter, Shi Yan suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Xiao Chenyin seemed to sense her embarrassment and teasingly remarked, Didn't you say you wanted to be close? Why have you gone quiet? Shi Yan felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. It felt rather strange after 3 days of not being candid with one another. I shall take a shower to compose myself, she declared. Without waiting for his response, she swiftly dismounted the bed and made her way to the bathroom. In the private room of the bar, it took a while for everyone to regain their senses after Shi Yan's departure. Wang Tiantian, who had been knocked to the ground, came to her senses, covering her face as she cried and complained. Ruyun, you must stand up for me. I am your friend. And that wretched Shi Yan struck me before you. She has shown you no respect, and this is a matter of pride. My being hit is trivial, but her disrespect towards you is not. You cannot let this go unpunished. Although Shun Tan had not been struck, he felt a loss of face and sought to incite Qin Xiuhan to take action against Shi Yan, fanning the flames further. Indeed, sister-in-law, you are the rightful girlfriend of Han Ge. What is Shi Yan to dare slap you? If you endure this, she will surely become increasingly audacious in her bullying. With reddened eyes, Lu Riyun turned to Qin Xiuhan, her voice trembling as she spoke. Darling, if Shi Yan merely insulted or hit me, I could endure the humiliation for your sake. However, she has laid hands on my friend, and I cannot allow my friend to suffer in vain. If my friend is bullied because of me, and I do not seek justice for her, how can I maintain my standing in our circle? They will think I lack loyalty, and no one will wish to befriend me. Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you intend to do? Lu Riyun replied, My demands are not excessive. All I ask is for her to return and sincerely apologize to my friend in person. Naturally, the manner of her apology should be determined by my friend. Qin Xiuhan nodded in agreement. Her actions warranted a proper apology. I shall call her back immediately. He took out his phone and dialed Shi Yan's number. Lu Riyun discreetly glanced at Wang Tiantian, signaling her intent. Wang Tiantian understood Lu Riyun's meaning and nodded resolutely, determined to humiliate Shi Yan thoroughly and compel that wretched girl to kneel and apologize. After dialing twice, Qin Xiuhan finally reached her. As soon as the call connected, he impatiently demanded, Where have you gone? Why are you only answering now? I give you 5 minutes to return immediately. Any delay will be at your own risk. There was silence on the other end. Qin Xiuhan's tone grew increasingly irritable. Do you hear me? Return to the private room at once and apologize to Ruyun and her friend. You have already upset her while she is on vacation to unwind. If you cannot make amends, I will not easily forgive you. On the other end of the line, a languid, magnetic voice belonging to a man, laced with a hint of mockery, informed him that she had gone to take a shower and that he would relay his words to her upon her return. Qin Xiuhan was momentarily stunned. A wave of inexplicable fury and anxiety surged within him, prompting him to blurt out 3 questions in rapid succession. Who are you? How is my wife's phone in your possession? Where are you? Yet, the other party remained silent and abruptly hung up. When he attempted to call back, Shi Yan's phone had already been turned off. Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened, enveloped by a violent rage and an unsettling chill, as he strode purposefully towards the exit. Husband, where are you going? Lu Rian quickly interposed herself before him, attempting to halt his departure. Qin Xiuhan pushed her aside and continued on his way, stating, I have matters to attend to. You can entertain them for now. Lu Rian stumbled back, her face pale as she gazed at Qin Xiuhan's retreating figure, trembling with anger. Had he truly abandoned her to seek out Shi Yan, nearly knocking her over in the process? Was he, perhaps, in love with Shi Yan? In the hotel room, after completing her shower, Shi Yan emerged clad in a bathrobe. She dimmed the main light, leaving only the ambient lighting. Despite having shared several intimate moments, they were still not entirely familiar with one another. Seeing each other too clearly could induce embarrassment, so it was more comfortable to maintain a certain obscurity. Did I leave my phone on the bed? I think I heard it ring just now. Xiao Chenyin replied, Yes, it was just a nuisance call. I took care of it for you. Please bear with me. I'll take a shower as well. Shi Yan's lips twitched slightly. How desperate must she appear in his eyes? Xiao Chenyin was quick, emerging from the bathroom in less than 5 minutes. Without further ado, Shi Yan pulled him onto the bed. Just then, a series of urgent and forceful knocks resounded at the door, as if someone were intent on breaking it down. A cacophony of voices followed. Speaking in Russian, words Shi Yan could not comprehend. She halted her actions, a frown of displeasure creasing her brow. What's going on? Xiao Chenyin gently patted her back, reassuring her, It's nothing. The police are conducting a room check. I'll go see. He propped himself up, carefully lowering Shi Yan from his lap. After donning his bathrobe, he approached the door and opened it. A contingent of uniformed police officers stood before him, a considerable number at that. The leading officer produced identification and stated, We have received a report that illegal activities are taking place here. Please cooperate with our investigation. Xiao Chenyin replied, You have the wrong place. My girlfriend and I are merely staying here together, and there is no unlawful conduct. The officer continued, Very well. Please assist us in verifying your relationship. Kindly present your identification and inform us of your girlfriend's name. My identification is in the room. I will retrieve it, Xiao Chenyin responded. The officer insisted, We have female officers present. Let them enter to check and ask your girlfriend a few questions. 2 female officers followed him into the room. In truth, as soon as Xiao Chenyin opened the door, the police noticed his East Asian features and proceeded to conduct their inquiries in English. Shi Yan understood, her expression somewhat awkward. She was unaware of the name of the gentleman beside her. However, she could feign ignorance of English to evade the situation. Yet in the next moment, a rather clumsy Chinese voice resonated in her ear. Madam, is this gentleman your boyfriend? What is his name? Additionally, please present your identification for us to verify your identity. Thank you for your cooperation. Shi Yan, is the prevalence of Chinese so high? How can a foreigner speak Chinese? This is a disaster. 2 people truly in love are about to be apprehended simply because they cannot recall each other's names. Chapter 9. The young master of the warlord family inside the Federal Police Bureau, Shi Yan, sat despondently in a chair, her expression one of profound annoyance. It was utterly absurd. She had evaded capture in a country with stringent laws, yet in a relatively open foreign land, she found herself apprehended. Beside her, Xiao Chenyin wore a similarly grim countenance, an aura of dark menace enveloping him. Since their acquaintance, he had consistently exuded a languidly carefree demeanor. Though his words could be somewhat irksome, he appeared to possess a rather amiable temperament. This was the first time she had witnessed him in a state of anger. However, it was understandable. No one would feel elated when brought to a police station. At that moment, a low voice emanated from the man beside her. Do you not recognize me? Shi Yan turned to him, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you particularly famous? Xiao Chenyin's expression flickered between light and dark. So, you chose me not because I look familiar, but merely due to my handsome appearance and good physique? Shi Yan's perplexity deepened. Then what else could it be? Who would seek to financially support a man they barely knew? Wait, why do I think you look familiar? Have we met before? We have not. Xiao Chenyin averted his gaze, his face dark as coal. Shi Yan remarked. I thought so too. Although my memory isn't particularly sharp, someone with your striking looks would certainly be memorable if we had crossed paths. A cold laugh escaped Xiao Chenyin's lips. As their conversation unfolded, dozens of jeeps arrived outside the police station, interspersed with a few armed vehicles, effectively encircling the precinct. A group of armed individuals disembarked from the vehicles, storming into the station with an aggressive air. Initially, the police personnel assumed a disturbance was afoot and prepared to call for reinforcements to disperse the raucous crowd. However, upon seeing the individuals emerging from the vehicles, the officers were struck with terror, their legs trembling in fear. These were members of the Austin family. The Austin family was a notorious warlord dynasty, with extensive influence throughout Eastern Europe. Their reach surpassed even that of the federal military. In regions under Austin control, although government institutions existed, they operated at the behest of the family. The local police station had maintained a decorous demeanor, never clashing with members of the Austin family. Thus, the sudden siege was bewildering. Some of the newly recruited young officers were paralyzed by fear, their legs unable to support them. The veteran officers, though internally panicked, managed to maintain a semblance of composure and hurriedly sought out the chief. Upon learning that the station was surrounded by the Austin family, the chief nearly stumbled in shock, but quickly rushed outside. As he reached the entrance, a contingent approached, led by a young officer. Sir, you have brought such a large contingent to the police station. What is the matter? If the Austin family requires assistance from the Federal Police Bureau, we will do our utmost to help. The chief inquired with a beaming smile and utmost politeness. However, before he could finish, the leading young officer kicked him away with force. Remarkably, the chief did not react with anger. Instead, as he picked himself up, he beamed with admiration, exclaiming, Sir, your leg strength is impressive. No wonder you are among the elite of the Austin military. The young officer bellowed with fury. Cease your flattery. How audacious of your federal police to dare abduct a member of the Austin family. Are you declaring war against us? The director, his legs trembling, collapsed onto the ground, desperately retorting, We have not captured anyone from the Austin family, my lord. Surely, there's been a mistake. Thud. The young officer delivered another kick. Do you doubt the intelligence capabilities of the Austin family? The director felt utterly despondent. With the situation escalating, it was clear that they could not be mistaken. The Austin family's intelligence network was infallible. Enraged, the director pondered who among them had the audacity to apprehend a member of the Austin family. Capturing the president's son would be preferable to such an affront. In the observation room, Xiao Chenyin discerned the commotion outside and surmised the circumstances. Swiftly, he maneuvered his hands, freeing himself from the restraints. Shi Yan, astonished, gazed at him. Xiao Chenyin stated, I shall see what transpires. Approaching the door, he hesitated, returned, and leaned close to whisper in her ear, My name is Xiao Chenyin, do not forget it. He then playfully nipped her earlobe before rising to depart. Ouch! Shi Yan gasped, a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she glared at his retreating figure. There were surveillance cameras in the room. How shameless of him. Xiao Chenyin. She murmured his name, pondering that she had never heard of such a name before. Dismissing it, she focused solely on her goal of becoming pregnant, disregarding all else. Upon exiting the observation room, Xiao Chenyin encountered several bruised agents from the federal police, who meekly led the way, trailed by a cadre of armed men from the Austin family. At the center was his direct subordinate, Major Levitt. Upon spotting Xiao Chenyin, Levitt's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward, ready to speak. However, a mere glance from Xiao Chenyin rendered Levitt as compliant as a quail, swallowing his words. Only when they reached the entrance of the police station did Xiao Chenyin halt. Observing the multitude of armed troops and vehicles outside, his expression darkened further. Immediately withdraw, he commanded. Inform the director that once I depart, the individuals inside are to be released. Additionally, warn them that tonight's events must remain confidential, including the identity and appearance of the person apprehended alongside me. Should her identity be disclosed, I shall lead a team to turn St. Petersburg into ruins. Levitt saluted, understood. Young master. Xiao Chenyin entered a vehicle. Under such circumstances, his departure was imperative. His whereabouts had been compromised, and it was evident that false information had been disseminated to mislead Levitt. Otherwise, Levitt would not have recklessly brought so many to encircle the federal police. He needed to return and conduct a thorough investigation. Shi Yan found the police in the Black Bear Nation to be exceptionally considerate. Shortly after Xiao Chenyin's departure, the officers began presenting her with an array of delectable foods. Her handcuffs were removed, and she was seated on a plush sofa. The police had summoned a pianist, allowing her to enjoy her meal while listening to music. Even the chief personally came to apologize to her, had it not been for her timely assistance. He might have knelt in contrition. When inquiring about the reason, he merely stated it was to express regret for their wrongful apprehension of an individual. As Shi Yan dined alone for a while, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Assuming it was Xiao Chenyin returning, she looked up and said, "Where have you been? Come join me for a bite. The food here is quite delightful, but who are you?" Upon lifting her gaze and recognizing the newcomer, Shi Yan's expression darkened instantaneously, her previously cheerful tone turning frigid. Qin Xiuhan wore an even more dismal countenance, responding with a cold smirk. "Who did you think it was?" Chapter 10. She remains unyielding. Shi Yan paid him no heed, lowering her head to continue her meal. Qin Xiu, with a countenance as cold as ice, stepped forward and firmly seized Shi Yan's wrist, demanding in a harsh tone, "Answer me. Who was that man you were with tonight?" Shi Yan effortlessly twisted her wrist free from his grasp. "Whom I choose to be with is of no concern to you. You should mind your own business." Qin Xiu's face turned a deep shade of anger. "How can you be so shameless? As soon as you arrive abroad, you eagerly seek out a stranger to share a room with? If I hadn't called the police in time, would you have placed a green hat upon my head?" Shi Yan cast a nonchalant glance at him. "And so, what should I do to be considered virtuous? Should I obediently accept your arrangements, allowing you to send a different man to my bed each night? Is that what counts as propriety?" Qin Xiu pressed his lips tightly together, his expression shifting from blue to red. "Don't act as if I have wronged you. Make no mistake, it was you who insisted I seek out other men. Even without that request, should I wish to find someone now, it wouldn't be a betrayal, considering you've adorned me with 3 years of infidelity. If I were to reciprocate, it would merely be a matter of fairness." After a brief pause, Shi Yan continued with a smirk. "Your sudden outrage over my seeking companionship could not possibly mean that you have developed feelings for me?" Qin Xiu retorted with disdain, "Do not flatter yourself. The only one I love is Liu Yan, and I could never harbor feelings for you." Shi Yan inquired, "Then why are you so enraged upon learning of my pursuits?" Qin Xiu's gaze flickered momentarily before he quickly conjured a justification. "I intended to bring you to apologize to Liu Yan and her friends. You have wronged Liu Yan, and until you mend things with her, you shall not enjoy yourself." He convinced himself that his fury at Shi Yan's actions stemmed from Liu Yan's distress, believing she deserved no pleasure. Shi Yan scoffed. "When have I ever bullied Liu Yan? As for her friend, it was she who provoked me first. I merely retaliated. Why should I apologize?" Qin Xiu insisted. "Liu Yan is upset because of you, and that is your fault. Wang Tian is Liu Yan's friend. Your attack on her disrespects Liu Yan, effectively slapping her in the face. Thus, you must apologize. I recognize your sharp tongue, but I am not here to debate. I am commanding you. You will return to the bar with me immediately and sincerely apologize to Liu Yan. Whatever she requests of you, you shall comply until her anger subsides." Shi Yan rolled her eyes. "No, Liu Yan is your beloved. If you wish to placate her, you may do so yourself. I am under no obligation to assist you." Qin Xiu regarded her coldly. "If you refuse to apologize, starting next month, I will halt the payments on the Shi family's bank debts. Think carefully before you respond." With a conviction that Shi Yan would acquiesce, he turned and walked away. Shi Yan clenched her fists tightly, her expression dark as stormy waters. Qin Xiu had indeed found her vulnerable spot, threatening her through the Shi family's affairs. Shi Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within her, and rose to follow. Qin Xiuhan, hearing the footsteps behind him, curled his lips in disdain. She remained as she always was, utterly devoid of principle for the sake of money. The journey was silent. Upon returning to the private room of the bar, Lu Ruyan was ensconced on the sofa, surrounded by others, her eyes swollen and red, as if she had just cried. Upon seeing Qin Xiuhan and Shi Yan enter, Lu Ruyan lowered her gaze in sorrow, tears welling up once more. Noticing the distress of his beloved, Qin Xiuhan immediately approached, while the others discreetly made way. He sat beside Lu Ruyan, wrapped his arm around her, and gently inquired, "Why are you crying? Who has wronged you?" Lu Ruyan pushed him away, her voice a soft, choked whimper, as though she were sulking. "Leave me alone. I don't want your concern. You abandoned me to seek Shi Yan, so go play with her and don't mind me." Boohoo. Qin Xiuhan recognized that his earlier haste to find Shi Yan had inadvertently hurt her, and he apologized. "I was eager to bring her back to apologize to you, and left without explaining properly. It was my fault that you felt wronged. I have brought her back now. Let her apologize to you first, and later I will take you to buy a bag as my penance." Lu Ruyan instantly brightened, burying her face in his chest, wrapping her arms around him. "I knew my husband wouldn't abandon me. You went to find her to apologize to me. Thank you, my dear husband. It's wonderful to have you." Qin Xiuhan wore a smile of indulgence. He glanced at Shi Yan, only to find her expression devoid of emotion, which inexplicably stirred feelings of annoyance within him. The irritation crystallized into an impatient tone. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Ruyan." Then, turning to Lu Ruyan, his voice softened. "Ruyan, express how you wish her to apologize. With me here, she will dare not refuse any of your demands." Lu Ruyan, with an air of generosity, replied, "I have no demands. Her sincere apology will suffice. However, she must apologize to Tian, as she struck her." Qin Xiuhan nodded. "Very well." Wang Tian looked down at Shi Yan with an air of arrogance. "Come here now, kneel and apologize to me, and use your tongue to clean my shoes. You knocked me down earlier, and my shoes got dirty. You must take responsibility for cleaning them." "I'm not trying to be difficult." Lu Ruyan secretly smirked. "Shi Yan, you should comply with Tian's request. It's not unreasonable. If she truly wanted to pursue this matter, your actions could lead to serious consequences." Wang Tian wore a smug expression. "I am only letting you off lightly for Ruyan's sake. Merely kneeling and licking my shoes is already a favor. Don't think you could take advantage of this." Qin Xiuhan fixed his gaze intently on Shi Yan, thinking perhaps he could assist her if she would only speak up. However, Shi Yan did not cast even a glance his way. With an expressionless demeanor, she stepped forward and seized both Lu Ruyan's and Wang Tian's hair. With a resounding thud, their heads collided. The two individuals were suddenly engulfed in dizziness, unable to think clearly. "Do you enjoy bowing so much? Allow me to facilitate your fervor." Bang, bang. Bang. Shi Yan seized their hair and forcibly made their heads collide several times. When she finally released them, they collapsed onto the ground, their expressions vacant and devoid of life, yet they did not lose consciousness. Shi Yan was still mindful, her strength perfectly calibrated, leaving them dazed but unharmed. "Is there anyone else who wishes to bow? While I am still here, I shall extend my benevolence and assist you in your bowing as I did for them." All present averted their gazes from her, not daring to breathe. With a cold laugh, Shi Yan turned to leave. Qin Xiuhan shouted angrily, "Come back here. I summoned you to apologize, yet you have escalated the situation by injuring Ruyan. Did you think my previous words were mere jest? If you dare to leave, I will ensure that your grandfather's entire family reunites in prison next month." Chapter 11. A night of vigil. Shi Yan came to a halt, turning to face him with an indifferent gaze. "If you truly intend to pursue this course of action, I shall have no choice but to seek my grandfather's assistance." Qin Xiuhan clenched his fists, his expression as dark as stormy waters. "No wonder you have grown so brazen of late. It appears you have learned to wield your connections as a weapon. Do you not contemplate the repercussions that will ensue when your influence wanes?" Shi Yan shrugged nonchalantly. "The future can be addressed in due time. For now, I possess the means to assert myself." With that, she disregarded them and departed from the bar. Alone on the foreign streets, Shi Yan's thoughts were tumultuous. Though Qin Xiuhan's words were harsh, they resonated with undeniable truth. Once the elder Qin passes, the Qin family will fall under Qin Xiuhan's dominion. He need not lift a finger. Simply halting his support for the Shi family would suffice. The Shi family would soon find themselves unable to meet their monthly bank obligations, leading to their inevitable reunion in prison. Yet, she knew that even if she endeavored to curry favor with Qin Xiuhan, as long as Lu Ruyin remained, she would surely resort to tears and tantrums to persuade him to withdraw his aid from the Shi family. The only avenue left was to conceive a child. If she could become pregnant before the elder Qin's demise, ensuring her name is inscribed in his will alongside a portion of the Sheng Group's shares, she would secure financial independence and safeguard the Shi family's future. Having control over her own resources was far more reliable than depending on others. With this thought igniting a sense of urgency within her, Shi Yan felt a flicker of anxiety. She was uncertain how much longer the elder Qin could endure. She needed to conceive without delay. Calculating the timing, she realized her ovulation period would commence in 2 days, spanning a critical 10-day window that coincided perfectly with her journey. No matter the cost, she must conceive within this time frame. Choosing not to contact Qin Xiuhan, she refrained from inquiring about the hotel he had originally booked, instead opting for a hotel of her own choosing. To avoid disturbances, she silenced her phone. The following morning, upon awakening, she discovered an overwhelming number of missed calls, over 100, all from Qin Xiuhan. Just as she began to sift through her notifications, his call came through again. "What unspeakable deeds have you engaged in last night? Why have you been ignoring my calls? Are you once more entangled with some other man? Open the door." His furious voice reverberated painfully in her ears. Shi Yan distanced the phone from her, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why did he demand she open the door? Was he truly waiting outside her room? How could he possibly know which hotel she had chosen and her room number? If he had indeed located her, would he really be so principled as to call rather than pound on her door? Rubbing her disheveled hair, she tossed her phone aside, leisurely preparing herself before finally making her way to the door. As she opened it, she was met with the sight of Qin Xiuhan, his expression dark and foreboding. Standing at the threshold, the intensity of his piercing gaze sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. Beside him stood Lu Ruyin, her demeanor filled with sorrow, fists clenched tightly, her knuckles pale with tension. Before the two of them stood 4 security guards clad in hotel uniforms, wielding electric batons and shields, forming an impenetrable barrier at the entrance. It became evident that the guards were obstructing the way, which explained his sudden politeness. Qin Xiuhan remained silent, intent on pushing past the guards to enter the room. Yet the guards stood their ground, resolutely blocking the doorway. "Madam, do you know this gentleman?" One of the guards inquired politely in English. "He used a marriage certificate to check your reservation last night, but when he requested us to open the door for him, we noticed his demeanor with the lady beside him was quite intimate, resembling that of a married couple. We had suspicions about his identity and asked him to confirm it by calling you. He was unable to do so, hence we prevented him from disturbing you. May I ask if you recognize him?" "Thank you for your efforts. He is indeed my husband. Please allow him to enter," Shi Yan replied. The guards exchanged sympathetic glances. Qin Xiuhan, with a grim expression, forcefully pushed past the guards and strode into the room. He began to search the surroundings, rummaging through the bathroom and the wardrobe, before approaching the bedside to lift the covers for a glimpse of the bed's condition. Noticing the pristine sheets, his gloomy expression softened slightly. "What are you searching for?" Shi Yan inquired, frowning. "I lost a watch last night," Qin Xiuhan replied coldly. "I'm checking to see if you took it." Shi Yan, with a hint of amusement, asked, "How valuable is this watch that you would call me over 100 times and stand guard at the door all night?" Qin Xiuhan, unfazed, stated, "It is a watch given to me by Ruyin. Though not expensive, its sentiment is invaluable to me." Shi Yan found the conversation tedious, scoffing as she grabbed her bag and began to exit. "Oh, then take your time searching. Where are you going?" Qin Xiuhan grasped her arm. Shi Yan shrugged off his grip, irritated. "I will go wherever I please. It is none of your concern. You should go and keep Ruyin company." Qin Xiuhan sneered. "Are you off to find a man on the side?" Shi Yan retorted, "Even if I were going to seek out aliens, that is my affair. So mind your own business." Qin Xiuhan clenched his teeth, reminding her, "Do not forget, you are my companion hired at 300,000 a day. If you do not accompany me, you will not receive a single penny." Shi Yan halted her steps. "First, Transfer yesterday's payment to me. Without hesitation, Qin Xiuhan transferred 500,000 to her right before her eyes. Be a bit more obedient. Avoid provoking my anger, and I shall grant you more. Thank you, boss. With the sudden influx of 500,000, Shi Yan's spirits lifted immensely. Thankfully, she had received a few scoldings the previous night. Otherwise, she would have felt uneasy about accepting the money. However, while Shi Yan reveled in her newfound joy, Lu Ruyin was on the verge of fury. Qin Xiuhan had given such a substantial sum to Shi Yan, while she received not a single cent. When Lu Ruyin first aligned herself with Qin Xiuhan, she had deliberately portrayed a disdain for money to prevent him from thinking she was after his wealth. When Qin Xiuhan first offered her money, she feigned offense, symbolically declining it, hoping to earn his respect. Little did she know, Qin Xiuhan would simply refuse to give her anything. Since then, in order to spare her from humiliation, Qin Xiuhan refrained from mentioning financial assistance, opting instead to bestow upon her various gifts. However, as she regarded money with disdain, the items he purchased were merely commonplace luxuries rather than the epitome of opulence. Lu Ruyin was nearing the brink of exasperation. While others graciously declined when receiving red envelopes during the new year, she found it perplexing that when Qin Xiuhan offered her money, her customary modesty was disregarded, leading to an actual refusal. It was one thing to withhold funds from her, but why bestow such a significant sum upon Shi Yan? Those funds were intended to be jointly owned by her and Qin Xiuhan as a married couple. How could it be permitted for that wretched Shi Yan to benefit? Darling, if you cannot find your watch, let us forget about it and go out. I shall purchase a new one for you. Lu Ruyin suppressed her fury and gracefully approached Qin Xiuhan, intertwining her arm with his in a gesture of claiming her territory. In truth, Qin Xiuhan had not lost his watch. It was merely an excuse to investigate whether there were any unsavory men in Shi Yan's abode. Lu Ruyin intended to exploit this pretext to lure Qin Xiuhan out, while also indulging in a shopping spree of her own. Lacking liquid assets, she resolved to acquire several luxury items and discreetly sell them later to exchange for cash. This had been her modus operandi for many years. Chapter 12. She endured profound anguish, receiving nothing but cold, hard cash. It was then that Qin Xiuhan noticed Lu Ruyin. Reflecting on how she had stayed by his side throughout the night while he had ignored her, a flicker of guilt stirred within him, particularly since she had not uttered a word of complaint and had even aided him in weaving a falsehood, providing him a means of escape. His remorse deepened. Qin Xiuhan opened his arms and gently embraced her. All right, let us head out. However, there is no need to purchase a watch. Instead, I shall buy you some clothes, shoes, and bags. I have noticed that your attire has been worn for quite some time. Lu Ruyin, ever considerate, replied, My clothes are still wearable. There is no need for new ones. I wish to save you some money, especially since Shi Yan demands material possessions. You spend a considerable sum on her each month, and I do not wish for you to overspend. Qin Xiuhan, filled with tenderness, responded, I understand your indifference towards money, but purchasing gifts for you is my way of expressing my affection. I hope you will not decline. Eventually, Lu Ruyin reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, since you insist. It would be impolite for me to refuse further. I shall heed your wishes. Qin Xiuhan smiled gently. Lu Ruyin, her eyes sparkling, softly suggested, Darling, let us invite Shi Yan to join us. It is not safe for her to be alone. She would feel more secure with us. After all, what joy is there in displaying affection without an audience? I want her to witness the love you bestow upon me. Agreed, Qin Xiuhan concurred, as it would prevent Shi Yan from being left alone in the hotel, where she might clandestinely seek out other men. Shi Yan, surprised, looked at them and inquired, Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? You stood guard all night, yet you still have the energy to go shopping? Lu Ruyin, linking her arm with Qin Xiuhan's, beamed with happiness. As long as I am with my husband, I am invigorated. This is the power of love. You wouldn't understand being unloved, would you, dear husband? Indeed, Qin Xiuhan nodded in agreement. Shi Yan shrugged, acknowledging that if they wished to endure fatigue, it was their prerogative. After all, it did not affect her. Upon arriving at the entrance of the affluent shopping district, Lu Ruyin's friend from back home were also present. She said, Darling, my friends have accompanied me to unwind. and I felt it would be inconsiderate to leave them behind, so I texted them to come along. You aren't upset, are you? Qin Xiuhan, with a doting smile, reassured her, of course not. Your happiness is all that matters. Lu Ruoyan nestled contentedly in his embrace. Her friends quickly began to flatter them. Mr. Qin truly dotes on Ruoyan. I envy her immensely. If only I had a man who cherished me so, I would willingly embrace death. Ruoyan's excellence and noble character are why Mr. Qin loves and pampers her. We cannot compare ourselves to her. Indeed, unlike some, whose poor character and moral decay render them unworthy. Even if they resorted to manipulative means to marry Mr. Qin, he would never hold affection for them. He only loves kind, innocent girls like Ruoyan. It was clear who their veiled remarks targeted. Shi Yan refrained from rebuttal, earning 300,000 a day as a companion. She did not mind indulging in a few flattering comments to please Lu Ruoyan. After all, the staggering price of 300,000 per day was attained solely due to Lu Ruoyan's presence. Had it not been for her intention to travel, such earnings would have remained elusive. Observing Shi Yan's indifference, Lu Ruoyan felt a surge of frustration, yet found herself unable to express it, ultimately linking arms with Qin Xiuhan as they entered the shopping mall. In an attempt to showcase her own frugality and integrity, Lu Ruoyan deliberately wandered towards ordinary shops. However, her friends relentlessly guided her towards high-end boutiques, insisting that only expensive attire would befit her. With no choice but to comply, Lu Ruoyan was led along. Upon entering a store, she noticed last year's discounted garments and turned to Qin Xiuhan, playfully pouting. Darling, my friends have graciously accompanied me today. I would feel remiss if I didn't express my gratitude with a few gifts. Shall we buy each of them a discounted piece? Qin Xiuhan responded gently. You may decide such matters. As I mentioned earlier, your happiness is what matters most. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, Thank you, darling. My love for you grows ever deeper. Her friends rejoiced, showering her with compliments. The discounted items still commenced at 6 figures. Even last year's styles exuded an air of prestige when worn. They merrily began selecting their favorites. Lu Ruoyan continued to playfully beseech Qin Xiuhan. Darling, I'm unsure which outfit suits me best. Could you assist me in choosing? Nodding, Qin Xiuhan meticulously examined each garment. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruoyan approached Shi Yan, who stood alone, devoid of any onlookers. She abandoned her pretense, sarcastically remarking, Qin Xiuhan has never gifted you anything, has he? How pitiable you are. Even after your unscrupulous marriage to him, not a single present has graced your hands. Shi Yan replied with a smile that barely concealed her disdain. Indeed, I envy you. He lavishes you with outfits and accessories worth thousands, occasionally bestowing gifts that reach 6 figures. You are truly fortunate. He has never offered me such luxuries. Instead, he uses cold, hard cash to humiliate me, sums ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. It is unbearable. Lu Ruoyan, incensed, felt her face flush and her breath catch in her throat, nearly choking on her indignation. Daring not to escalate the situation, she stormed off in search of several more garments to vent her frustrations. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenyin had arrived early at the family-owned shopping mall for an inspection. The Austin family not only stood as the foremost military dynasty in Eastern Europe, but also as a leading financial conglomerate, wielding significant influence over the region's economic landscape. Each affluent commercial district belonged to their empire. After assessing the state of the marketplace, Xiao Chenyin intended to move on to the next area when he spotted a familiar figure in the opposite high-end women's fashion store. Amidst a throng of shoppers, engaged in selecting garments, one girl stood isolated, occasionally receiving taunting glances from onlookers. Xiao Chenyin halted, a palpable shift in his demeanor as his aura darkened. The mall's director, drenched in cold sweat, frantically reviewed his recent reports, desperate to identify any misstep. Xiao Chenyin commanded Major Levitt, who was discreetly accompanying him, to arrange for someone to investigate the women's clothing store across the street and ascertain the situation within. Following his gaze, Levitt noticed that Xiao was fixated on a particular girl and quickly understood his intent, promptly setting out to gather information. Before long, he returned with the pertinent details. Young master, the individuals in the store are all together, However, the beautiful young lady by the door seems to have some animosity towards another rather pretentious woman. The rest are friends of this pretentious woman, who intends to gift each of them an article of clothing, excluding the lovely lady. Xiao Chenyin began to piece together the scenario. The pretentious woman was likely the beloved of Shi Yan's husband. Casting a glance into the store, he observed a man and a woman conversing intimately, their backs turned to him, obscuring their faces. He refrained from waiting for them to turn around or sending someone to take a photograph. He had promised Shi Yan that he would not pry into their affairs unless by chance, and he would not deliberately seek out information. After whispering a few instructions, he cast a lingering look at Shi Yan's silhouette before departing for the next venue. Inside the store, the manager, who was personally attending to Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan, suddenly received a phone call. After concluding the call, she urgently summoned all the staff and approached Shi Yan, brimming with excitement as she exclaimed in English, "Madam, congratulations. You are the first customer to enter our store with your left foot today, triggering our store's super hidden grand prize. You may select any items within the store, with no limits on quantity or price. Feel free to choose anything that catches your eye." Chapter 13. How is she so fortunate? Shi Yan was utterly bewildered. She had done nothing, yet had won a prize. The others were equally astonished. After the initial shock, feelings of jealousy and anger surged forth. What right did Shi Yan have to win? Among so many people, why was it her who struck luck? While others were dismissed for entering the company with their left foot, she had won a grand prize simply by stepping into the store with hers. It was utterly absurd. How infuriating. Why indeed she entered with her left foot first? She had walked ahead of Shi Yan, and had she entered with her left foot first, the prize would have been hers. The most enraged of all was Lu Ruyan. Moments ago, she had generously gifted others, deliberately leaving Shi Yan out in order to humiliate her. Now, however, Shi Yan had won, able to select anything in the store without restriction. Lu Ruyan felt as though she had become a mere clown, her face burning as if she had been publicly slapped multiple times. She approached the store manager, biting her lip in discontent, questioning how someone who hadn't made a purchase could be considered a customer and thus eligible for the prize. "This will dishearten true customers," she exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. The manager, unperturbed, replied, "Every store has its own regulations. Our policy states that as long as a person enters the store, regardless of purchase, they're considered a potential customer. Potential customers are still customers." Lu Ruyan retorted defiantly, "I also enter with my left foot, and I entered before her. According to your rules, that grand prize should belong to me. If you doubt me, check the surveillance footage." Unbeknownst to her, she had no recollection of which foot she had used to enter. Shi Yan had been the last to arrive, and with so many people entering before her, she was convinced that at least one person must have entered with their left foot. No one should benefit at Shi Yan's expense. She refused to allow Shi Yan to overshadow her. The manager maintained a steady smile. "I neglected to mention the complete rules. The prize is for customers who are 168 centimeters tall, have approximately 60 centimeters long hair, wear a white top and black pants, and entered with their left foot." The crowd fell silent. What difference is there between this and directly stuffing money into Shi Yan's pockets? They thought. These criteria seemed tailor-made for her. It was blatantly unfair. These conditions were evidently designed for her, to the detriment of other customers. Lu Ruyan fumed. The manager chuckled. "These are the rules set by our esteemed owner. It is truly a coincidence. Perhaps this lady is favored by luck, perfectly aligning with our owner's specifications." Lu Ruyan stamped her foot in frustration. "This store is intolerable. I refuse to shop here any longer. Let us go to another store, dear husband. I refuse to contribute to such an unscrupulous establishment." She spoke to Qin Xiuhan in English, purposely loud enough for the manager to hear, hoping to witness her desperate attempts to retain her. Yet, the manager remained unfazed, gesturing towards the door. "Very well, if you choose not to purchase here, this lady will have even more options to choose from and can indulge to her heart's content." Lu Ruyan's face flushed with alternating shades of blue and red as she exited the store, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The others, witnessing her distress, hastily followed suit. Qin Xiuhan stepped out as well, and as Lu Ruyin clasped his hand, she halted at the entrance, her voice trembling with emotion. Darling, did you not promise Shi Yan 300,000 a day to keep her company? What sort of companionship is it if she does not accompany us at every moment? You must summon her to join us now. Even if we cannot nullify Shi Yan's prize, she should be too preoccupied to make choices. Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow, finding her suggestion somewhat despicable. Yet, upon seeing the redness around her eyes, his heart ached for her. He turned to Shi Yan with a stern expression. You will come with us immediately. Do not waste any time. Shi Yan frowned slightly. The store manager, adept at reading the atmosphere, promptly inquired, Madam, are you in a hurry to leave? You may leave me your phone number, and I can send you photographs of all the items, allowing you to select online. Once you've made your choices, I shall arrange for delivery. Shi Yan smiled graciously. Thank you, that sounds perfect. She provided her number and exited the store, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ruyin, her expression enigmatic. With a belly full of indignation, Lu Ruyin stormed into the next shop. Her spirit to flaunt her purchases diminished. She dove headlong into a shopping spree, determined to vent her frustrations. Throughout the day, Qin Xiuhan accompanied her without a hint of complaint, hoping to alleviate her ire. By evening, as they departed the mall, her entourage was laden with shopping bags, all testament to Lu Ruyin's triumphs. With a sense of superiority, she cast her gaze towards Shi Yan. What does it matter that you were fortunate enough to win a prize? You can only select a few garments, while my husband has gifted me clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry, none of which you possess, I presume? As her words lingered in the air, a man in a suit hurried over, breathless as he addressed Shi Yan. Madam, congratulations. You have won our mall's hidden grand prize. For every amount your companions spent here today, you will receive an equivalent cash reward. The total is 15 million, and you may collect it within a month, either online or at a designated bank. After that, this check will become void. He placed an envelope into Shi Yan's hands. Wait, what? Shi Yan was taken aback, as were the others, their eyes wide with disbelief. What had she done to earn yet another prize? They had all been together, and she had not participated in any lottery. Wang Tian seethed with jealousy, her teeth clenched in indignation. How is this fair? The manager replied with a smile. Our boss monitored the lottery through surveillance and happened to select her without requiring her to participate herself. Wang Tian was incensed. What kind of nonsensical rule is this? She spent not a single penny in the mall, yet has won twice, and such a substantial prize at that. By what right? Lu Ruyin, too, was on the verge of madness. The slight easing of her frustrations through shopping evaporated upon witnessing Shi Yan's unexpected stroke of luck. Observing Shi Yan receiving such an enormous sum, she felt even more distressed than when she had incurred a loss. She gazed at the manager with a lingering melancholy and, suppressing her anger, remarked, My expenditures today do not amount to 15 million. Surely, there has been a miscalculation. Please verify this matter promptly and reclaim the excess, lest you bear the cost yourself. She feigned concern for the laborers, yet her true intention was to prevent Shi Yan from obtaining such a windfall. Even if returning the reward proved impossible, any reduction in Shi Yan's gain would suffice. In her quest to maintain a favorable image in Qin Xiuhan's eyes, she had exercised considerable restraint while shopping. Despite her emotional lapse today, leading her to overspend somewhat, it certainly did not reach 15 million. She had roughly calculated her expenditures to be around 5 million. The additional 10 million must be reclaimed from Shi Yan. She could not allow Shi Yan to benefit in any way. Chapter 14. Finally aware of fear, the manager, with a smile, elucidated. That is due to our boss utilizing an inflation voucher for this lady, resulting in a tripling of the amount, making it 15 million. We have not erred in our accounting. This lady can confidently take away 15 million without needing to return a single cent. The crowd was taken aback. Is there truly such a thing as an inflation voucher? Is this akin to placing an order on Meituan? Regardless of the futile attempts by others to intervene, the money ultimately found its way, intact, into Shi Yan's hands. With the task accomplished, the manager departed with a cheerful demeanor. After enduring a day of torment, Lu Ruyin finally broke down, tears streaming as she collapsed into Qin Xiuhan's embrace. Although she suffered no loss, the fact that Shi Yan was rewarded proved difficult for her to accept. Her friends immediately turned their collective ire toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan, you are utterly excessive. Why do you choose to humiliate Ru Yan? She bears no grudge against you for taking her husband, graciously coexisting with you. Why must you be so petty and deliberately embarrass her in public? To bully someone as kind-hearted as Ru Yan is truly malicious. You, a venomous woman, shall surely face retribution. Shi Yan retorted with scorn, I comprehend your eagerness to defend your master, but this is human society, where matters must be substantiated by evidence, not mere mindless barking. The loudest barker does not necessarily hold the truth. Wang Tian, her face flushed with indignation, recognized that arguing with Shi Yan would yield no results. She turned to Qin Xiuhan, expressing her fury. Qin Xiao, look at how Shi Yan has bullied Ru Yan to tears and remains so brazen. You must stand up for Ru Yan, otherwise she will undoubtedly continue to torment her. Though Ru Yan remained silent, her sobs in Qin Xiuhan's embrace grew more pitiful. Qin Xiuhan, his expression darkening, directed his gaze at Shi Yan, commanding, You must apologize to Ru Yan this instant. Shi Yan, bemused, queried, We have been together all day, and I have not bullied her in the slightest. Why should I apologize? Without allowing her a rebuttal, Qin Xiuhan asserted, Even if you have not bullied her, she has cried due to the distress you caused her. Thus, you owe her an apology. His purpose for this outing was to uplift Ru Yan's spirits, and Shi Yan's actions had only exacerbated her melancholy, rendering her culpable. Shi Yan replied, Her tears stem from her pettiness and jealousy of my good fortune. She cannot bear to see me thrive, and that is her issue, not mine. Are you suffering from a lapse in judgment, or has the Qin family's upbringing failed you? To the extent that you would demand an apology from someone who has committed no wrongdoing, forcing them to appease a narrow-minded individual? Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened further. Shi Yan continued, Very well. If you insist on my apology, let us conduct a live broadcast to inform everyone that Ru Yan is envious of my winnings, attempting to return the prize on my behalf, only for me to ultimately claim it, which incited her tears. It is my fault for winning and provoking the jealousy of the benevolent and understanding Miss Ru Yan. I apologize for inciting her envy. Does that suffice? Her declaration left the faces of all present darkened with disbelief. Ru Yan, agitated, flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation, felt as though she had been publicly stripped bare, overwhelmed by her embarrassment. Husband, she has slandered me. I harbor no jealousy towards her. Ru Yan lamented. However, upon hearing Shi Yan's words, Qin Xiuhan felt a sense of shame, realizing that pressuring her to apologize was somewhat unreasonable. He acknowledged that his insistence was a form of petty tyranny. Wang Tian, fiercely protective of her friend, immediately interjected with a scathing rebuke. You wretched woman. Do not defame Ru Yan. She is the young mistress of the Qin family. Whatever sum she desires, young Master Qin will grant her. How could she possibly envy you for winning those trifling prizes? I advise you to hastily apologize to Ru Yan. Otherwise, once she marries young Master Qin, you shall face dire consequences. With a sharp slap, Shi Yan struck her across the face. You dare hit me? By what right do you strike me? Wang Tian, nearly beside herself with rage, was bloodshot in the eyes. Shi Yan calmly flexed her knuckles, pondering the weight of her status as the young mistress of the Qin family. If that title holds such power, then I shall wield it, she declared. Turning to Qin Xiuhan, Wang Tian has repeatedly shouted at me and insulted me. I wonder if, as the young mistress of the Qin family, I possess the authority to terminate all collaborations between the Qin family and the Wang family? Before Qin Xiuhan could respond, Ru Yan could not help but mock. Tian is my friend. As long as I am present, my husband will not touch the Wang family, and in the future, I will facilitate deeper collaborations. Wang Tian let out an exaggerated laugh. Huh, you crack me up? So what if you are the young mistress of the Qin family? Young Master Qin does not favor you. You are merely an ornament. Qin Xiuhan responded coolly. Corporate partnerships involve numerous complexities. They cannot be easily dissolved. Furthermore, Wang Tian's outbursts are merely in defense of Ru Yan, and it is commendable that Ru Yan stands up for her friends. I will not allow you to sever Ru Yan's bond with a true friend. Wang Tian wore a smug expression, asserting, "The title of young mistress of the Qin family is not universally effective. Without young Master Qin's endorsement, you are less than a beggar." Shi Yan remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm as she retrieved her phone and scrolled through her contacts to find her grandfather's number, dialing it. "I shall inquire with grandfather to see if he recognizes me." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Qin Xiuhan, snatch your phone away. How childish. Are you really going to tell grandfather? Just then, the call connected. The speakerphone was activated, and the voice of old Master Qin resonated through the device. "Yan, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Is Xiaohan bullying you?" Due to the time difference between their countries, it was evening there, while it was already the early hours of the morning back home. Shi Yan's tone grew somber as she mumbled, "Yes, he is doing this because..." Qin Xiuhan gripped her arm tightly, hissing through clenched teeth, "I implore you, do not mention this to grandfather. If he learns of Ru Yan's existence, he might take action against her. He could not afford to take such a risk. Furthermore, given my grandfather's frail health, should he become aware of Ru Yan's situation, the distress might prove fatal, rendering me the unwitting architect of his demise." A playful smile graced Shi Yan's face as her tone shifted. "In his eagerness for you to cradle a great-grandchild soon, he forbade me from indulging in leisure. And even abroad, I remained confined to the hotel. How vexing. Grandfather, do speak to him on my behalf." Her tone bore a hint of playful reproach, reminiscent of devoted couples seeking counsel from their elders. "Ha, that rascal has finally taken to serious matters." Qin Lousy chuckled heartily. "You've toiled enough. When you return, I shall assist you in reprimanding him. For now, enjoy your time there without haste. Return only when you've thoroughly relished your adventures." After conversing with the elderly gentleman for a spell, Shi Yan ended the call. "Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Immediately contact your assistant and have him commence arrangements." Shi Yan teased as she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiuhan. "Qin Xiao, I implore you to spare the Wang family." Wang Tian, now in a state of panic, pleaded with an expression of sheer terror. Should the Dingshan group sever all ties with the Wang family, other companies would presume they had incurred Dingsheng's heir, thus halting any further collaboration. Moreover, the Wang family's revival had stemmed from their previous partnership with Dingshan Group. If this collaboration were to be rescinded, bankruptcy would undoubtedly follow. "Lu Yan, please intercede with Qin Xiao on my behalf. The Wang family cannot endure without the support of Dingshan Group." Ru Yan, with a tone of distress, implored, "Darling, Tian is my dearest friend. Could you not, for my sake, refrain from terminating the partnership with the Wang family? If my friend suffers due to the turmoil within my family, and I am powerless to assist, I fear I shall lose the very foundation of friendship." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Qin Xiuhan's voice turned somber. "This is a promise I made to Shi Yan. I cannot be unfaithful to my word. Otherwise, should she enlist my grandfather's intervention, it would not merely be a cessation of cooperation. My grandfather dotes on Shi Yan excessively. If he were to discover Wang Tian's disparagement of her, it would be nearly impossible for the Wang family to show their faces in the capital again, including yours. If he were to learn of your existence, you too would be in peril. I cannot allow you to be embroiled in danger." Ru Yan's complexion drained of color, her heart swelling with envy and wrath. Why should Shi Yan be so fortunate, basking in the elder's favor? Like a shadow, she lingered beside Qin Xiuhan, ever concealed, only able to flaunt her status before a select few friends, yet ultimately unable to safeguard even them. Her dignity utterly shattered. How could she possibly retain her standing in social circles after such humiliation? Qin Xiuhan, already retrieving his phone, contacted his assistant back home to facilitate matters regarding the Wang family's collaboration. Wang Tian, trembling with fear, knelt before Shi Yan, clutching her pant leg in desperate supplication. "Shi Yan, I apologize. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my family. If my father discovers that our loss of partnership with Dingsheng stems from my indiscretion, he will not hesitate to end my life. Why must women complicate matters for one another? Is it not the current trend for girls to support girls?" We are all women. You cannot engage in petty rivalry with me. Such rivalry is despicable and unworthy of attention. It deserves condemnation. Please, spare me this ordeal. I implore you. Shi Yan shook her off and replied calmly, I apologize, but I am not a woman of fleeting trends. I am of a traditional ilk. I repay grievances with grievances and kindness with kindness, addressing only matters of loyalty and animosity, irrespective of gender. Chapter 15, She was that girl from years ago. Lu Ruyan's other friends wore expressions of trepidation. They were all relieved that they had not rushed in like Wang Tian. Otherwise, they too would have suffered the consequences. They assumed that Shi Yan would not receive Qin Xiuhan's affection and would not dare to retaliate against her tormentors. To their astonishment, she displayed remarkable resolve, directly approaching old Master Qin to lodge a complaint, even using his authority to intimidate Qin Xiuhan. Did she not fear the potential for double retribution after old Master Qin's passing? But that was a matter for another day. At least for now, Shi Yan was invincible. She possessed the ability to obliterate those who bullied her. Ruyan, I suddenly remembered that I have a matter of great importance back home that requires my urgent attention. I shall hasten back tonight and cannot remain here to keep you company. Please enjoy your time with young Master Qin. One of them stated, feigning urgency. I received a call this morning informing me that my grandmother is ill and I must return to see her. My family is also urging me to come back. I promise to spend time with you next time. They hastily concocted an excuse and left in a flurry, not forgetting to take Wang Tian with them. Lu Ruyan trembled with anger, yet could only watch helplessly as they departed. Once they were far away, she turned to Shi Yan, who was gleefully opening an envelope and extracting a check from within. Lu Ruyan's fury intensified, and she ran away in tears. Qin Xiuhan hurried after her. Ruyan, do not run so fast. Be careful not to fall, he called out. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud thud, and Lu Ruyan stumbled, landing ungracefully. Qin Xiuhan rushed to help her up, concern etched on his face. Are you hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Lu Ruyan, biting her lip in distress, did not respond but glared at Shi Yan, who was grinning widely. What are you laughing at? Is my fall amusing to you? She demanded angrily. Shi Yan replied, My teeth felt a bit warm, and I needed to cool them off. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly, vowing that once old Master Qin passed away, she would make Shi Yan's life a living hell and ensure the Shi family faced ruin. The grievances she endured today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Shi Yan would not be able to flaunt her arrogance for much longer. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rage, Lu Ruyan turned to Qin Xiuhan, her voice a mix of hurt and determination. Darling, I do not wish to see her. Please tell her to stop following us. I only want to nestle quietly in your embrace to heal. Qin Xiuhan nodded. All right, I will heed your wishes. He cast a cold glance at Shi Yan. Leave immediately. Do not obstruct Ruyan's view. Shi Yan, understanding the situation, turned without a word and departed. She settled down at a nearby CF and, following the instructions in the envelope, withdrew 15 million into her bank account. Due to the international banking process, it took a little time. Only when she received a notification of the deposit did she finally believe that this was no prank or dream. She had truly won 15 million, unexpectedly and without warning. Subsequently, she contacted the manager of a luxury clothing store, inquiring whether she could select a few items for cash. She did not lack for clothes. Rather, she was in dire need of money, though she was not favored by Qin Xiuhan. In order to create an illusion of their affectionate relationship for her grandfather, each quarter, Qin Xiuhan would have his assistant arrange for her to receive new clothing, shoes, and bags from various prestigious brands. Through text messages, Shi Yan conveyed her thoughts to the store manager, who promptly replied, Of course, I will begin tallying the amounts now. Please send me your card number, and once I have completed the calculations, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. Shi Yan replied, I haven't even started selecting yet. The store manager reassured her, No worries, I will compile the total for all items in the store. Shi Yan was taken aback. What occasion is the store celebrating to warrant such a grand event? It feels as though the entire store is being gifted to me. She was once again astounded. Meanwhile, after the store manager completed the tally, He reported the amount along with Shi Yan's card number to the director, who then contacted Lai White, who personally relayed the information to Xiao Chenyin. Upon seeing the sum exceeding 10 million, Xiao Chenyin directly transferred 50 million. Lai White could not help but inquire, "Young master, what is your relationship with that young lady? Why do you treat her so exceptionally?" Xiao Chenyin replied with a smile, "It's a mutually beneficial arrangement." Lai White chuckled, "You are 27 now. It is time to engage with women. Otherwise, the Grand Master might question your sexual orientation. He has tested me several times, asking if you and I are in a secret romance, explaining your disinterest in women, and warning me to take care of my own affairs lest I jeopardize you. Although the young master is currently merely supporting a woman, engaging with her is a promising beginning, and later on, finding a suitable heiress to marry would not be too late." Xiao Chenyin clarified, "It is not I who supports her, but rather she supports me." "What?" Lai White exclaimed in disbelief. "This is quite the reversal. Given your status, even a president from another nation would not qualify to be supported by you. But wait, if you're the one being supported, why do you still pay your benefactor?" Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow at him, noting his improvement in Chinese, now even utilizing idioms. Lai White bashfully scratched his head. "Please do not mock me, young master. Since I began following you, I have been learning Chinese. But there are too few people around me who speak it, hence my slow progress." Xiao Chenyin redirected the topic, stating, "If she receives money, she will be happy, and I have given it to her." Lai White's face lit up with anticipation. "Young master, I would be happy to receive money as well." Xiao Chenyin, with a smirk, cautioned, "There's a Chinese idiom that says excessive joy leads to sorrow. I fear something may happen, so do not be too pleased." Lai White replied, "I'm still quite curious about what makes that young lady so special that you would agree to be supported by her. So many women have sought your favor, yet you have never glanced their way." Xiao Chenyin's lips curled into a smile, his deep-set eyes sparkling with mirth. "Do you remember the girl from Skull Island 15 years ago?" Lai White, without a moment's hesitation, responded, "I can never forget her. She left us on a desolate island, even leaving behind a pile of excrement for us, forcing us to subsist on our own waste. To this day, I still dream of her earnest expression when she uttered that line. She truly intended for us to consume filth. 15 years have elapsed, yet the shock within me remains unabated. Although she did rescue us at that time, my gratitude diminished the moment those words escaped her lips." Chapter 16 Enchanted Half to Death. 15 years ago, Xiao Chenyin and Levitt found themselves stranded on Skull Island, which had been transformed into a refuge for displaced persons. The island was not solely populated by refugees. It also harbored numerous criminals evading justice, alongside the impoverished from various nations. In a bid to maintain the island's appearance, the government corralled the vagrants onto this desolate isle. Devoid of water, electricity, and internet connectivity, the island lacked any means of escape, with the authorities sporadically airdropping minimal rations. Yet perhaps driven by a perverse sense of amusement, the food provided was scarcely sufficient for 1/10 of the inhabitants, resulting in frequent brawls and daily fatalities, with the deceased often resorted to as sustenance. After their arrival, Xiao Chenyin's enemies seemed to have traced him to this forsaken place, initiating bombings that wreaked havoc upon the island. Injured and incapacitated, they were unable to seek refuge. In this harrowing moment of desperation, a filthy little girl emerged, leading them to a cavern for shelter. The cave sloped steeply downward, extending over 100 meters beneath the ground. They later learned that the girl had excavated this refuge over 5 years, Novelli dreaming of escaping the hellish island. Once the bombings ceased, they emerged from the cavern to find the island in ruins, scorched and barren, with all flora and fauna reduced to ash and the soil stained crimson. The stench of decay permeated the air as the bodies of the island's inhabitants lay dismembered, already decomposing in the summer heat. Remaining on this cursed island was no longer an option. Even without the threat of further bombardment, the fetid odors and toxins would soon breed disease, or they would succumb to starvation and thirst. At that time, Levitt had concealed a piece of bread, intending to share it among the three of them. However, upon seeing the bread, the girl snatched it away to consume it alone. Once finished, she proceeded to relieve herself, stating, Dividing one piece of bread among three will leave us all unsatisfied. It is better for me, the only uninjured one, to restore my strength and seek help outside. I left you something, though. I just excreted a lump over there. You may alternate consuming it to survive. One eats first, then relieves themselves, and the other follows suit. This cycle should sustain you for some time. If I manage to escape, I will report your plight. With that, she dragged a piece of wood into the sea and paddled away, leaving Levitt and Xiao Chenyin in stunned silence, grappling with the outrageousness of her words. When they finally regained their composure, the girl had drifted far from sight, leaving only the remnants of her excrement behind. Levitt, pulled from his reverie, wore an expression of incredulity. After a moment, he seemed to grasp something, his shock evident as he asked, "Young master, you cannot be suggesting that the woman who supports you is that peculiar girl from all those years ago? How is that even possible? How could she have traversed thousands of miles of ocean? Though she was 9 years old at the time, her petite stature rendered her comparable to a 5 or 6-year-old child. How could such a small frame possess the strength to swim such a distance? Ultimately, it was the Austen family who discovered and rescued them. It was not the girl who summoned help. Consequently, they believed that the girl perished at sea. The young master even erected a gravestone for her, placing an anonymous plaque in the home to honor her memory. Little did they know she was still alive. Young master, could it be that you have mistaken her identity? He felt that the likelihood of the young master being mistaken was greater than the possibility of the girl still being alive. Xiao Chenyin firmly declared, "There is no chance of being mistaken. Even if she were reduced to ashes, I would recognize her." Levitt, somewhat agitated, inquired, "Young master, may I meet her? I did not see her face today at the mall. Although her behavior was somewhat abstract, she had saved my life, and I wish to express my gratitude in person." Xiao Chenyin replied gravely, "She does not remember me, and it is even less likely that she would recall you. What transpired back then was not a pleasant affair. Refrain from mentioning it in her presence, lest it evoke painful memories." Levitt suggested, "If I do not meet her face to face, could I at least glimpse my benefactor from afar? After all, what if I inadvertently cross paths with her in the future and do not recognize her?" Xiao Chenyin nodded, permitting Levitt to accompany him on the next outing to catch a distant sight of her. At that moment, Xiao Chenyin received a message from his agent. At XX o'clock, the target is separated from others, wandering alone on XX Street. Upon leaving the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Xiao Chenyin had arranged for 2 trusted agents to shadow Shi Yan around the clock to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Although he had ordered the concealment of his connection to Shi Yan, he feared that news of her existence might leak to his adversaries, prompting them to take action against her. Thus, he arranged for her covert protection. The agents reported Shi Yan's movements every hour. Upon seeing that Shi Yan had finally separated from others, Xiao Chenyin immediately set aside his current tasks and prepared to approach her. Shi Yan was taken aback when the manager of the luxury store contacted her, offering 50 million. Staring at the long string of zeros in the text notification, she felt as though she were in a dream, the sensation utterly surreal. Elated, she resolved to reward herself generously. She spent 100 euros at a roadside shop for a delicate green dress, then visited a beauty salon for a voluminous hairstyle and full makeup. She had always cherished beauty, yet the burden of substantial debt had preoccupied her thoughts, leaving little room for self-adornment. Today, this unexpected windfall felt like unearned income, and she finally permitted herself to indulge a little. "My goodness, you are stunning, like an angel descended from heaven." The salon owner personally assisted Shi Yan in her makeup and styling, lavishing compliments for a full 10 minutes, causing Shi Yan to blush with embarrassment. She hastily paid and exited the salon. At this moment, Xiao Chenyin had arrived in the vicinity. He glanced around but failed to spot that familiar figure. He sent a text message to his agent. "Where is she?" The agent replied, "She is just 20 meters ahead of you. The one in the green dress with slightly curled hair." Xiao Chenyin looked up, and his heart instantly skipped a beat, as if the bustling world had narrowed down to just her silhouette. Just then, he heard Levitt's tone, devoid of subtlety, remarking, "Didn't the young master say you would recognize her even if she turned to ashes? Is she south so close, and you still didn't recognize her?" Having to ask the agent instead, Xiao Chenyin restrained the fervor in his gaze and calmly replied, I would recognize her if she were ashes, but not if she is made up. The difference between Shi Yan bare face and her made-up appearance was not exceedingly vast. She merely appeared more exquisite and stunning. However, due to her sudden change in attire and style, he instinctively sought the image he had seen that morning, hence his failure to recognize her. Levitt was left speechless. Xiao Chenyin lifted his foot, preparing to approach her, but suddenly halted, instructing Levitt, find me a stylist to make me look more handsome. She has completely captivated me. I must regain my footing and enchant her in return. Levitt's lips twitched, observing the young master's lack of composure. Chapter 17. You look tempting today. Shi Yan wandered the streets for over an hour, acquiring a few local trinkets to take back home as gifts. As mealtime approached, she intended to find a place to dine. Suddenly, a tall figure materialized before her. The unexpectedness of his presence left her no time to react, and she collided with him, her body instinctively toppling backward. Just as she was about to fall, a hand encircled her waist, pulling her forward into a robust embrace. The heat radiated through the thin fabric, and a subtle scent of fresh grass lingered at her nose, causing her heart to skip a beat. Regaining her composure, she attempted to extricate herself from his hold, yet the man's arm, as unyielding as steel, firmly secured her delicate frame within his strong grasp. Pressing her hands against his chest, she exerted force, but to no avail. A flicker of annoyance sparked within her as she looked up, only for her irritation to evaporate upon encountering his familiar, handsome visage. No matter how many times she beheld that face, its allure never ceased to captivate her. Today, he appeared even more dashing than before, his hair slicked back, exuding a refreshing neatness. His brows seemed to have been groomed, enhancing his spirited and imposing demeanor. Every detail was familiar, yet more refined than ever. He wore a white shirt, the fabric light and soft, allowing her to distinctly feel the muscular contours beneath it through her palm. Is it pleasant to touch? His voice, laced with amusement, resonated from above. Not bad, she replied. Since her desire had been uncovered, she figured she might as well indulge in the thrill, particularly since she was the one financing this little adventure, though she had yet to pay him. But that was beside the point. The crux of the matter was that she could not bear the label of a lecher without having engaged in any lecherous deeds. Her hand lingered on his chest for but a moment before it ascended, resting gently on his cheek. Since they were abroad, it seemed only fitting to adhere to local customs. What customs? Xiao Chenyin inquired, a hint of confusion in his expression. The custom of kissing often, she declared, rising onto her toes and wrapping her arms around his neck, urging him to lower his head slightly. Her lips met his in a fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. After parting, her lips brushed against his left ear as she whispered, You look quite delectable today. Accompany me tonight. Her warm breath against his ear sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Shi Yan swiftly withdrew from his embrace, chuckling lightly, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. With that, she strode ahead. Xiao Chenyin quickly followed, seizing her hand and intertwining their fingers one by one. Shi Yan cast a glance at their clasped hands before looking up at him. With an expression of nonchalance, he remarked that it was crowded and that holding hands would prevent them from getting lost. Shi Yan said nothing in response. They had already crossed boundaries far more intimate than mere hand-holding. She chose a hot pot restaurant. Xiao Chenyin seemed less hungry, mostly serving her while eating little himself. Feeling slightly awkward dining alone, Shi Yan alternated between feeding herself and offering him a bite. A smile danced in Xiao Chenyin's eyes, reflecting his exceptionally good mood. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, Qin Xiuhan and Liu Rian strolled by, hand in hand, outside the establishment. By chance, Qin Xiuhan's gaze swept through the interior, and he was abruptly captivated by a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was Shi Yan. She had donned a new outfit and adorned herself with makeup, radiating beauty akin to that of a celestial being descended to earth. For a fleeting moment, Qin Xiuhan was entranced. In the next instant, he witnessed Shi Yan delicately offering a piece of meat to the man seated across from her, who accepted it with ease. Indulging in the morsel, she had fed him. Shi Yan smiled at him, then deftly produced a tissue to wipe his mouth. Qin Xiuhan was taken aback by this scene, a surge of inexplicable anger swelling within him. How could Shi Yan truly seek companionship outside? How dare she? Darling, why aren't you leaving? Lu Rian implored, vigorously shaking his arm. Despite her repeated calls, Qin Xiuhan seemed oblivious, lost in his thoughts, and she resorted to shaking him more forcefully in an attempt to draw his attention. Finally, Qin Xiuhan snapped back to reality, yanking his arm away with a brusque motion and striding toward the entrance of the restaurant. By the time he entered, Shi Yan and her companion had already settled the bill and exited through a different door. Without hesitation, he pursued them. However, the throngs of people outside obscured his view, and he was unable to locate Shi Yan amidst the sea of heads. Fury coursed through Qin Xiuhan as he clenched his fist and struck the nearby glass door with unrestrained force. Darling, Lu Rian had just caught up, but before she could approach, he unleashed a powerful punch against the glass door, shattering it with a resounding crash. Shards of glass cascaded down, one of which grazed Lu Rian's arm, causing blood to flow. She clutched her bleeding wound, trembling in pain. Qin Xiuhan, intent on diving into the crowd to search for Shi Yan, was halted as Lu Rian grasped his hand, tears streaming down her face. Darling, who are you searching for? My arm is hurt. Do you not care? Turning to see her injury, he furrowed his brow in a conflicted expression. How'd you get hurt? Can't you take a taxi to the hospital yourself? You can handle the glass door situation. I'll reimburse you when I return. As he spoke, he attempted to push past her, his mind solely focused on catching Shi Yan in the act. Lu Rian gazed at him in disbelief. What are you saying? I'm injured, and you expect me to go to the hospital alone while you deal with compensation? Who exactly did you see? Is finding that person more important than taking me to the hospital? Qin Xiuhan's eyes remained fixed on the crowd, searching for her, and without a moment's thought, he replied, I saw Shi Yan. I need to ask her something. The man from earlier had been facing away, leaving Qin Xiuhan unaware of the identity of the man involved. Since the first false report that led to the police apprehending Shi Yan, every subsequent attempt to seek their assistance in locating her had been met with refusal and warnings against further false reports. Thus, he realized that finding Shi Yan was now solely his responsibility. Lu Rian trembled with indignation. So in your eyes, Shi Yan holds more importance than I do? Very well. Go find her. Do not concern yourself with my wounds. Let them bleed endlessly. I do not feel the pain, for my heart aches far more. She released Qin Xiuhan's hand, tears streaming down her face with greater ferocity. Qin Xiuhan was suddenly jolted back to reality. He turned to look at Lu Rian, her visage marred by tears, an expression of deep remorse etched upon his face. I am truly sorry. I lost my composure just now. You are, without a doubt, the most important person to me. I shall take you to the hospital immediately. Lu Rian averted her gaze, remaining silent as her tears continued to fall. Qin Xiuhan compensated for the shattered glass before hailing a cab, personally escorting Lu Rian to the hospital. During their journey, he incessantly attempted to call Shi Yan, yet no one answered on the other end. Lu Rian, glancing sideways, witnessed Qin Xiuhan repeatedly dialing Shi Yan's number, her teeth clenched in frustration. It's Shi Yan again. What sort of enchantment has she cast upon Qin Xiuhan that he suddenly shows such concern for her? Chapter 18. Having severed ties with him. I find myself with a child. In a hotel room, the mobile phone lying on the bed incessantly rang, yet no one paid it any heed. At a critical moment, Xiao Chenyin released her lips, gasping for breath, and said, Wait a moment, I need to grab a condom. Shi Yan replied, There is no need for that. I am infertile. Xiao Chenyin's body froze. Infertile? It made sense, considering the hardships she had endured in her youth, which could have compromised her health. The phone continued to ring without interruption, but still, no one acknowledged it. It was not until morning that she finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered it was already afternoon. Xiao Chenyin had vacated the hotel, leaving behind a set of new clothing on the bedside. Upon trying them on, she found them to fit impeccably, even down to the intimate garments. How did Xiao Chenyin discern her clothing size? Had he measured her while she slept? Imagining that scene made her cheeks flush with warmth. After dressing, Shi Yan sought out her mobile phone. Xiao Chenyin had thoughtfully charged it and set it to silent mode. Upon unlocking the device, she was greeted by a staggering number of missed calls, all from Qin Xiuhan, who had also inundated her with messages inquiring about her whereabouts. Xiao Chenyin had sent her a message as well, indicating he had to leave for an urgent matter and asking her to text him once she awoke. As he wished to keep her company, Shi Yan chose not to respond to Xiao Chenyin. Once she had arranged herself, she departed the hotel and returned to her previous lodging. Upon discovering her choice of accommodation, Qin Xiuhan had also relocated there, arranging for their belongings to be transferred. Using her room key, Shi Yan entered her quarters, only to find Qin Xiuhan sitting on the sofa, exuding an icy demeanor. Upon noticing her, he leapt to his feet, storming towards her, fuming. "Were you last night? Why did you ignore my calls? Were you cavorting with some other man? Don't deny it. I saw you dining with him, feeding him as well." Shi Yan replied coolly, "You must have been mistaken." Qin Xiuhan's expression hardened. Could it be that he had indeed misidentified her? Perhaps the individual he had seen merely bore a resemblance to her? His fury diminished slightly. Shi Yan continued earnestly, "We dined on hot pot last night, not barbecue. The hot pot restaurant was quite delightful. You should take Lu Ri in there to try it." Qin Xiuhan's face darkened immediately. Was it truly necessary to correct such trivial details with such gravity? "So, you did indeed spend the night with another man?" Shi Yan, displeased, retorted. "Do not speak of him so disparagingly. He is not merely some random man. He is a handsome figure, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, with long legs and an eight-pack. Moreover, he possesses impeccable gentlemanly manners." Qin Xiuhan's face turned ashen with rage. "You abandon your husband for another man and speak so defiantly. Do you even know how to spell shame?" Shi Yan frowned. "What madness is this? Was it not you who encouraged me to seek out another man? When I found one, I even asked you for money to support him. Have you forgotten so quickly? And do you believe you have the right to criticize me? Before I ventured out in search of another man, you and Lu Ri had already indulged in shamelessness for several years. Not only are you devoid of shame, but you also exhibit an unreasonable demeanor. You resemble a savage." Qin Xiuhan's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. "I merely spoke in jest. Who granted you permission to seek another man? You are to sever all ties with him immediately and must never meet him again." Since that fateful day, Shi Yan ceased to revolve around him. Previously, she would prepare his clothes each morning, have breakfast ready in advance, deliver lunch to his office, and ensure that dinner awaited his return. She would even concoct a soothing tea for his stomach, which Qin's would brew for him daily at the company. Yet now, she has completely detached herself from him. He feigned indifference to her absence, maintaining a semblance of normalcy, but in truth, he felt as if his life had spiraled into chaos. Meals became increasingly unpalatable, and he experienced a persistent discomfort in his stomach. At times, he would find himself donning mismatched socks. When Shi Yan was devotedly attending to him, he perceived her influence on his life as negligible, merely a source of annoyance. However, her withdrawal rendered his existence a tangled mess. Although he had assistants to manage certain tasks, their efforts paled in comparison to Shi Yan's meticulous care. The chefs at five-star hotels could not replicate the flavors she effortlessly crafted to please his palate. The garments he wore, bereft of her attentive ironing and care, lost their comfort. Furthermore, the tea that once nurtured his stomach and provided tranquility had vanished, leaving his emotions perpetually on edge. Over the past 3 years, Shi Yan had infiltrated his life like a slow-acting poison, proving to be highly addictive. He yearned for a return to the past, growing increasingly exasperated with his recent emotional volatility. "How can I conceive and bear a child after severing ties with you? Have you forgotten about your grandfather?" Shi Yan gazed at him in astonishment. Qin Xiuhan pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed in concentration. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke as if making a monumental sacrifice. "I can give you a child." A shattering sound resonated from behind him. Turning to look, he saw Lu Ri standing at the doorway, her face ashen, a shattered glass cup at her feet, with tea leaves and water strewn across the floor. Lu Ri gazed at Qin Xiuhan in disbelief, tears cascading down her cheeks. "You intend to have a child with her. You promised me that you would not touch her, yet now you wish to father a child with her." How can you face me? How can you uphold our vows? You mentioned that your stomach was unwell and desired the soothing tea. So I contacted friends back home to seek an experienced herbalist for the recipe, traversing this foreign land to find a clinic that could assist you. I spent over 5 hours gathering the ingredients and brewing the tea for you. And yet, how do you repay my efforts? While I was preoccupied with your needs, you contemplated having a child with another woman. Qin Xiuhan, do you truly believe you are deserving of my loyalty? Chapter 19. She had no chance with a flustered expression. Qin Xiuhan immediately pushed aside Shi Yan and hastily approached Lu Ruyan, who was weeping as she ran away. Ruyan, please let me explain, he called out, pursuing her swiftly. He soon caught up with Lu Ruyan, embracing her from behind. Ruyan, do not be agitated. Allow me to clarify, it is not as you perceive. Lu Ruyan sobbed uncontrollably. I heard with my own ears that you want to have a child with her. Is there any doubt left? She continued, her voice breaking. You have betrayed the promise between us. I do not want you anymore. Let me go. Allow me to leave. Despite her struggles, they were feeble, akin to a delicate flower swaying in the wind. Qin Xiuhan tightened his embrace, declaring, I shall not let you go. You are to be my future wife, and I will never allow you to leave my side. Lu Ruyan, in a state of desolation, questioned, then why do you wish to have a child with Shi Yan? Have you developed feelings for her? Absolutely not. I could never harbor feelings for her. Qin Xiuhan replied without hesitation. Having a child with her was my grandfather's wish. His health is deteriorating, and he expressed a desire to see me and Shi Yan have a child before he departs. Lu Ruyan choked on her words. But I do not want you to touch her. If you do, you will no longer belong solely to me. She has always bullied me. I do not wish to share you with her. Qin Xiuhan reassured her, I will not touch her. What I meant by having her bear a child is for her to undergo in vitro fertilization. Lu Ruyan's emotions finally stabilized as she gazed at him through tear-laden eyes. You truly want to touch her? Qin Xiuhan earnestly assured her, of course not. If I had intended to be with her, I would have done so long ago. Over the past 3 years, I have spent 2 nights a week in the same room with her, yet I have never entertained any thoughts of her. She holds no interest for me in any regard. Lu Ruyan broke into a smile, burying her face in his chest. Darling, you must consult me before making any significant decisions in the future. Otherwise, I will spiral into wild imaginings. You are so remarkable, and Shi Yan is always coveting you. I worry you may be tempted by her. Qin Xiuhan replied reassuringly, do not fret. She will not have that opportunity. In an effort to comfort Lu Ruyan, Qin Xiuhan discovered that there was an auction happening that evening. He resolved to take her along to see it, intending to purchase some items for her as a means of atonement. He even invited Shi Yan to accompany them. After Shi Yan had overshadowed Lu Ruyan during a recent shopping trip, he aimed to help Lu Ruyan regain her dignity at the auction. This auction did not feature any lottery activities. It was purely a contest of wealth and prestige. No matter how fortunate Shi Yan might be, she could not eclipse Lu Ruyan's presence. Upon arriving at the auction venue and completing asset verification, they were permitted entry. The event was quite prestigious, requiring participants to possess liquid assets exceeding 10 billion. Typically, one needed total assets of over 100 billion to qualify. Lu Ruyan, holding her bidding paddle, walked in blissfully, intertwining her arm with Qin Xiuhan's, while Shi Yan trailed behind them like a mere attendant. Once seated, Lu Ruyan observed numerous foreign faces surrounding them. Excitedly, she spotted several familiar figures from the wealthy elite rankings, and she eagerly snapped a few photographs with her phone, capturing moments with those affluent individuals. She seized a moment to capture a photograph while Shi Yan yawned, her mouth wide open. Subsequently, she shared these images on Weibo, captioning, traveling and enjoying a vacation, and also taking a look at the auction house with friends. It wasn't long before fans began to respond. Wow, I think I've spotted a few of the top 50 millionaires. It's incredible that Ruyan is at the same auction house as these affluent individuals. I specifically checked the Twitter accounts of those millionaires, and guess what I found? The auction they attended has an entry threshold of 1 billion in liquid assets. Ruyan is undoubtedly a wealthy beauty. Ruyan is absolutely stunning. In comparison to the girl next to her in the third photo, it's a juxtaposition of a fairy and a commoner. Of course, the fairy refers to our Ru Yin. Why do I feel like Ru Yin deliberately took a picture when that girl was making an awkward face? Is it because that young lady is too beautiful to capture in her usual form, fearing she might be overshadowed? I also think Ru Yin is rather calculating. That girl was yawning, mouth agape, eyes rolling, and she captured that moment to share online, allowing fans to belittle her, which is quite unethical. To the haters above, beautiful people remain beautiful regardless of the situation. The fact that that girl got caught in an unflattering photo indicates her own lack of beauty. How can we blame Ru Yin? Our Ru Yin is gaining popularity. With so many detractors, she must be doing something right. Ru Yin glanced at her fans' reactions, her vanity significantly satiated, finally feeling a sense of vindication. Soon, hashtags like Lu Yin Wealthy Beauty and Entertainment and Lu Yin in Frame with Millionaires surged to trending topics. Her follower count was rapidly increasing, surpassing the growth she experienced when filming a drama. Nowadays, people are enamored with the persona of the affluent and glamorous. Those who come from humble beginnings or suddenly acquire wealth are often met with disdain. Conversely, the second-generation rich evoke a sense of grandeur in fans, who feel a sense of pride in following someone of elevated status, perceiving themselves as superior. Since her debut, Ru Yin had cultivated an image of a wealthy beauty. However, due to her previous attire, with the most expensive items only costing around 100,000, she was often mocked as a faux wealthy beauty. Today, she finally felt a sense of triumph. The auction commenced, beginning with antiques and artworks that were unsuitable for gifting to Ru Yin, prompting Qin Xiuhan to refrain from bidding. It was only when a string of emerald bracelets graced the stage that he prepared to bid. Qin Xiuhan glanced at Ru Yin's hand and remarked, "This bracelet would complement you beautifully. I'll bid on it for you." Ru Yin replied, "That's too expensive. The starting bid is 1 million. I don't want you to spend so much." Qin Xiuhan inquired, "Do you like it?" Ru Yin bit her lip. She did like it, but it was far too costly. Qin Xiuhan declared, "As long as you like it, spending any amount is worthwhile." Ru Yin maintained an expression of reluctance to let him overspend, though internally she was overjoyed. However, drawing from her past experiences, she hesitated to advise him against placing a bid, fearing that her counsel might actually dissuade him. The bracelet attracted little competition, ultimately being secured for 20 million. It was only upon successfully acquiring the item that Ru Yin felt a sense of relief. Casting a glance at the side where Shi Yan stood, she deliberately remarked, "Darling, why not bid on something for Shi Yan? After all, she joined us. It would be rather unfortunate if she returned empty-handed." Qin Xiu coldly retorted, "Do not concern yourself with her. The items here are far from inexpensive, and she is not worthy." Ru Yin smirked subtly, casting a provocative glance at Shi Yan. Chapter 20. The gift worth 10 billion. Shi Yan remained indifferent to their presence, her gaze wandering aimlessly to the items on the auction stage. Next up was the final piece of the auction, a pink diamond necklace unearthed from the ruins beneath the depths of Atlantis. The discoverer of this exquisite necklace claimed that the area surrounding its origin teemed with vibrant fish and lush vegetation, as if the gems themselves released an energy that nourished the local fauna. Speculation arose that this pink diamond had been infused with power by the great deity Poseidon, enhancing the wearer's aura and bestowing them with fortune. The pink diamond, a symbol of love, promised that those who swore their devotion before it would cherish a lifetime of happiness together. As the bidding commenced with a starting price of 100 million, and increments of 1 million thereafter, the rarity of the pink diamond was undeniable. Even a modest pink diamond ring commanded a 9-figure value. This necklace, featuring a prominent central diamond accompanied by numerous smaller diamonds for adornment, was reasonably priced at its initial bid. While the tale surrounding it might be apocryphal, the authenticity of the pink diamond was beyond doubt. After all, items presented for affluent bidders could not possibly be forgeries. Qin Xiuhan found himself intrigued by the necklace. In fact, he had heard whispers of its legend long ago, tales of its purported divine powers and the good fortune it could bestow. Business people often harbor superstitions, and he was no exception when it came to acquiring items believed to bring luck. Thus, he too entered the fray, and the price swiftly soared to 1 billion. However, he soon withdrew from the bidding, Lacking control over his company and constrained by limited funds, he could not afford such extravagance. Lu Ruyin felt a pang of disappointment. She yearned to possess that necklace. Not only was it stunning and meaningful, but it was also a unique masterpiece, far more precious than most museum collections. If she were to acquire it, she would undoubtedly become a figure of envy among women worldwide. Alas, Qin Xiuhan had yet to formally take the reins of the Dingxin group and lacked the audacity to spend lavishly. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew intense, with the price rapidly escalating to 50 billion. The wealthiest bidder raised the ante to 60 billion, and a hush fell over the crowd. At that moment, a bodyguard on the second floor raised a placard, 70 billion. The attendees realized, to their surprise, that someone was indeed present on the second floor. They looked up, catching only a glimpse of a bodyguard at the railing, with a bamboo curtain behind him obscuring the figure of a man languidly seated within, a drink in hand. Whether coffee or liquor remained a mystery. The leading bidder pressed on, 75 billion. From above came the swift response, 80 billion. The wealthy contender continued, 90 billion. The answer echoed from upstairs, 100 billion. The responses from the upper level were rapid and decisive, betraying no hesitation. The foremost bidder recognized that the individual above possessed both the financial means and the resolve to claim the pink diamond necklace. In the realm of the Black Bear Nation, only someone with such stature could garner special treatment at an auction, allowing him to deduce the identity of his mysterious opponent. Even though he is the wealthiest individual on the rich list, he would not dare to offend a member of that family. The family's financial resources and influence are beyond his comparison. They simply choose not to participate in such rankings. In reality, there are numerous individuals globally who possess greater wealth than he does. Yet some engage in dubious enterprises and prefer to remain inconspicuous, thus opting out of the leaderboard. As no one else placed a bid, the necklace was successfully acquired by the enigmatic figure upstairs. With the auction concluded, the organizers prepared a lavish banquet in the hall, inviting all participants to partake. Shi Yan attended the feast alongside Qin Xiuhan and others. The banquet was replete with exquisite delicacies, and Shi Yan indulged in a culinary adventure. Lu Ruyin busied herself capturing moments with her camera, while Qin Xiuhan sought to forge valuable connections. Although the Qin family is the wealthiest in the capital, they only rank in the middle tier on the global scale. Moreover, the Qin family has been eager to expand their overseas ventures and establish rapport with affluent individuals abroad, which may prove beneficial for future business endeavors. Lu Ruyin, adorned with a jade bracelet, snapped numerous photographs, including a few with prominent figures at the banquet, and even stealthily captured an unflattering candid of Shi Yan, who was engrossed in her meal, which she promptly shared on Weibo. I couldn't resist this bracelet. It complements my outfit perfectly. Although 20 million is quite a sum, happiness is priceless. Unfortunately, my dear sister is facing hard times and can't afford such luxuries. I initially intended to buy her a piece, but I feared it might hurt her pride. I suppose treating her to a sumptuous meal is a worthy consolation. Upon the release of this Weibo post, fans erupted in excitement, propelling several topics to trending status. Oh my gosh, Ruyin is incredibly wealthy. 20 million, just like that. Who will dare question her status as a true affluent beauty now? I have never witnessed such an upscale banquet. Thank you, Ruyin, for broadening my horizons. Ruyin is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. She doesn't shy away from her less fortunate friends and brings them into high-end gatherings to enjoy lavish feasts. Meeting such friends in life is truly a blessing. Seriously, why does she always capture her friend at such unflattering angles? Is she really a friend or a foe? I suspect Lu Ruyin does this intentionally. That young lady, although caught in an unflattering light, has a great figure, flawless skin, and certainly possesses beauty. Perhaps Lu Ruyin is envious and deliberately portrays her this way. Some people shouldn't assume others are as malicious as they are. Ruyin's candid shots are unintentional. If one is not attractive enough, it's no fault of the camera. Beautiful people always look good. Only true friends would share unflattering photos. Let us not stir discord here. With Ruyin's beauty and wealth, why would she envy someone who is down on their luck? Haters, stop trying to create drama. After gaining some online attention, Lu Ruyin couldn't resist flaunting her success before Shi Yan. She raised her hand, showcasing the bracelet, and exclaimed, "Isn't it stunning? It cost 20 million, 5 million more than the 15 million you won yesterday. You've never worn such opulent jewelry in your life, have you? Rest assured, you shall never have the opportunity to wear it in the latter half of your life. After your divorce from Xiuhan, you won't be able to afford even a piece of jewelry worth 2,000. The grievances I endured yesterday in the mall have finally been released at this moment." Lu Ruyin felt a sense of exhilarating relief throughout her body. Shi Yan, with a dismissive nod, replied, "Yes, yes, you're impressive. You're remarkable. Now, do hurry along and let me eat in peace." Lu Ruyin scoffed. "Humph, you feign indifference on the surface, yet I can tell you are seething with jealousy inside. Aren't you?" At that moment, a well-organized procession entered the banquet hall. For bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses flanked either side, while the one in the center, dressed similarly, carried a beautifully crafted black box in his hands. The appearance of this entourage instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, for they were simply too ostentatious. As they approached Shi Yan and Lu Ruyin under the gaze of the crowd, the individual holding the box spoke in English. "Esteemed lady, my young master has commissioned me to present you with a gift. He believes that exquisite treasures should be bestowed upon splendid individuals to truly reflect their worth." As he finished speaking, he opened the box to reveal a breathtaking pink diamond necklace, valued at an astronomical 1 billion. Observing it up close, the necklace radiated even more beauty, shimmering under the lights with an otherworldly brilliance, as if pulsating with a subtle energy. Lu Ruyin, overwhelmed with excitement, clutched her heart. Her voice trembling, Is it truly for me? Please convey my gratitude to your young master." She eagerly extended her hand, unable to contain her desire to grasp the necklace. Chapter 21. A great embarrassment. Levitt moved the box aside. Lu Ruyin's hand froze in midair, her expression somewhat stiff. "What do you mean by this? Wasn't it supposed to be a gift for me? Why are you withholding it? Are you planning to keep it for yourself?" Levitt replied, "It is not intended for you, but rather for the lovely lady beside you. You are not beautiful, so please do not take it personally." Lu Ruyin, blushing with shame, trembled with anger. This individual was clearly trying to humiliate her. He had deliberately faced her, leading her to believe the gift was meant for her, only to declare it a misunderstanding, thereby intending to embarrass her. Yet, considering the distinguished identity of the person behind him, she dared not unleash her fury upon him. Instead, she cast a fierce glare at Shi Yan. At that moment, Shi Yan appeared somewhat bewildered. "A gift for me? Yes, please accept the heartfelt intention of my young master." "Who is your young master? Why would he bestow such a precious gift upon me?" "My young master is currently unwilling to disclose his identity. You need not concern yourself with who he is. Simply accept the gift." He mentioned that during a business call, the other party was initially resistant to his terms, but upon seeing you, they immediately changed their stance. He believes you have brought him luck, hence the gift to express his gratitude. Shi Yan found this utterly absurd. Such a frivolous reason? "Please, you must accept this gift. My young master warned that if I failed to deliver it, he would have me executed. Consider it a means to save my life." Shi Yan felt as though she had been placed on a moral pedestal. To refuse would be tantamount to witnessing a life lost without offering assistance. Just then, Lu Ruyin discreetly brought Qin Xiuhan over. Qin Xiuhan stated in a low voice, "She is my wife and is not suited to accept such an extravagant gift from your young master. Kindly take the gift back to him and convey that I appreciate his kindness on behalf of my wife. If he wishes to provide a contact number, I shall personally express my gratitude to him another day." Lu Ruyin chimed in, "Indeed, how can a married woman accept gifts from other men? Once married, one must uphold the virtues of matrimony and refrain from entanglements with others." Levitt chuckled. "So in Huaxia, once a woman is married, she cannot even make her own decisions regarding a gift? Is this marriage or the purchase of a slave?" The faces of Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyin darkened. Levitt glanced at the hands Lu Ruyin and Qin Xiuhan were entwined with and continued, "If this beautiful married lady cannot accept gifts from other men, does that mean this morally questionable gentleman can flirt with other women in front of his wife?" bringing a mistress before the legitimate wife. Perhaps this morally questionable gentleman should tend to his own affairs before concerning himself with others. Qin Xiuhan's face turned a deep shade of anger as he withdrew his hand from Lu Ruyan's grasp, exuding an icy aura. Levitt turned to Shi Yan, smiling. "Lovely lady, are you now willing to accept this gift?" Qin Xiuhan threatened Shi Yan in Chinese. "Shi Yan, do not accept it. If you desire a gift, I can purchase one for you." Shi Yan initially hesitated to accept the gift, fearing potential traps that might lie in wait. She found it hard to believe the man's earlier assertion. No one would bestow 100 billion worth of gifts without reason, regardless of their wealth. Even in dire financial straits, she would not dare to accept such an extravagant offering. Yet, spurred on by Qin Xiuhan's provocations, she momentarily lost her rationality, intent on opposing him. "Please thank your young master for me," she said with a smile as she accepted the necklace. Levitt exhaled in relief, expressing gratitude for her willingness to accept the gift from his young master, assuring her he would be delighted. With that, Levitt and his entourage departed, leaving the room in stunned silence. Everyone gazed at Shi Yan in disbelief, pondering the extravagant generosity of the enigmatic young master. A piece of jewelry purchased for 100 billion, given so freely, such audacity was unparalleled, even among the world's wealthiest. After a considerable pause, the atmosphere gradually returned to its previous vibrancy, but conversations shifted to speculations about the identity of this mysterious benefactor and their relationship with Shi Yan. No one could fathom that someone would offer such a lavish gift to a woman they had merely glanced at. Perhaps there was an intimate connection between them. A wealthy individual shared a photograph on Twitter, recounting the incident with astonishment and admiration. However, those who posted were legally astute, ensuring no faces were captured. Even those that might have displayed faces were meticulously obscured. This event caused a sensation online, quickly reverberating back home, igniting a considerable uproar. "How much? Did necklace really auction for 100 billion? I will compete with you wealthy folks. Who is this magnate so affluent that even the world's richest are in awe? 100 billion diamonds given away so casually? I refuse to believe they have no connection. They must have a profound relationship. Even if they were connected, gifting 100 billion is astonishing. My boyfriend considers me materialistic for receiving a gift worth 100. By the way, have you noticed that the lady who received the lavish gift bears a striking resemblance to the one in the two photos posted by Lu Ruyan, who had a grotesque expression? Not merely similar, they are identical. She is undoubtedly the one Lu Ruyan purposely photographed unflatteringly. How laughable! Lu Ruyan intentionally took ugly photos to elevate herself, while this woman received gifts far more valuable than hers. What is the comparison? The former received a gift, while Lu Ruyan earned her own. They're not the same. Do not compare a woman who accepts gifts to the self-sufficient Lu Ruyan. She is unworthy. One wonders what charm that unattractive woman possesses to warrant such an extravagant gift from a magnate. Subsequently, several images from abroad circulated, showcasing affluent individuals responding to netizens' inquiries in the comments. In one exchange, someone asked if the recipient of the gift was exceptionally beautiful. The wealthy individual replied, "She is the most beautiful in the entire room. She is the most stunning Eastern woman I have ever encountered." Some fans of Lu Ruyan have crossed the wall to mock. That woman can only receive gifts from others. She is merely a gold digger, nothing to envy. We must rely on ourselves, just like the representative of Chinese women, Lu Ruyan, who takes pride in the items she purchases with her own money. Accompanying this statement was a photograph of Lu Ruyan adorned with a bracelet. A wealthy individual responded, "There are indeed many remarkable women present, but the one depicted in your image does not belong among them. As far as I know, the bracelet you shared was purchased by a gentleman, who is the husband of the lady that received a lavish gift of 100 billion in jewels. I personally heard that gentleman declare that the young lady is his wife. It was Lu Ruyan who attempted to persuade him to decline that gift on behalf of his wife, but ultimately, her efforts were in vain." Chapter 22. Cast aside, once more the domestic trending topics have once again erupted. Lu Ruyan knows three. Lu Ruyan deliberately slandering the wife, who is a sugar daddy, the most arrogant mistress in history. So it turns out Lu Ruyan is the mistress? Her bracelet was given to her, by someone else's husband, and she deceitfully claimed it was her own, even going so far as to portray the original wife in an unflattering light to elevate herself. How disgraceful! My moral compass is shattered. The mistress is brazenly flaunting herself before the original wife. This is utterly outrageous. The original wife is truly unfortunate. Her husband disregards her, parading the mistress before her. And the mistress even takes unflattering photos of her to tarnish her reputation. She is simply unlucky to encounter two despicable individuals. The original wife isn't completely innocent either, is she? She and that benefactor are surely entangled in their own scandals. One could say they are equally culpable. In many affluent marriages, partners often indulge in their own affairs. Perhaps this is their arrangement. Lu Rian may not necessarily be the mistress. Spare us the excuses. If she weren't the mistress, why would she seek to malign the original wife? The online uproar was fervent. Lu Rian's friends back home sent her screenshots. In haste, she logged onto Weibo, and after reading the trending news, she felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. Her Weibo was inundated with accusations branding her a mistress. Numerous individuals privately messaged her, cursing her entire family and sending her distressing images. Lu Rian was both enraged and terrified. She swiftly deleted her Weibo post and adjusted her settings to disallow comments. Yet, beneath other related posts, the vitriol persisted. Even her deletion of posts and closure of comments was perceived by netizens as an admission of guilt, inciting even harsher criticisms. In tears, Lu Rian sought solace from Qin Xiuhan. "Darling, I've made a grave mistake. Now the internet is calling me a mistress. What should I do?" Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow. What happened? Lu Rian bit her lip, her voice trembling as she recounted. "When I received the bracelet, I was so overjoyed that I took a few pictures and posted them on Weibo, but I was careless and accidentally captured Shi Yan in the background, causing netizens to mistakenly believe that I purchased the bracelet myself." Qin Xiuhan's brow knitted tighter. There's nothing wrong with that post. How is it a mistake? Feeling wronged, Lu Rian continued. However, when Shi Yan received the gift, several attendees took photos and shared them online, which circulated back home. Netizens recognized her as the person I inadvertently captured in my photo. She even replied to the netizens, stating, "This bracelet was given to me by you," and mentioned that you and Shi Yan are married, leading everyone to accuse me of being the mistress. Qin Xiuhan took out his phone and browsed the internet. After familiarizing himself with the situation, his expression darkened. He glanced at Lu Rian, ultimately saying nothing, and contacted Qin's back home, requesting him to leak a scandal involving a top-tier celebrity to divert attention and suppress the trending topics. "I have already instructed Qin's to handle this. The trending topics will soon subside. Do not distress yourself," Lu Rian remarked. "Yet there will still be those who remember. How am I to navigate the entertainment industry in the future?" Qin Xiuhan reassured her, "Endure a little longer. Once we go public and clarify the situation, the netizens will come to understand." Lu Rian bit her lip, resigning herself to the current predicament. After the banquet concluded, Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan stepped outside. Qin Xiuhan had rented a car and personally opened the passenger door for Lu Rian before taking his place in the driver's seat. Shi Yan attempted to open the back door, but Lu Rian swiftly pressed the lock button from within the car. With a hint of grievance, she said to Qin Xiuhan, "Darling, Shi Yan has embarrassed me so profoundly and subjected me to insults. I wish to avoid seeing her. Please don't let her join us." She continued, "She brings nothing but misfortune. Every time I'm near her, calamity follows." Qin Xiuhan nodded, coldly addressing Shi Yan. "You may return home alone and take this time to reflect on your actions over the past few days." With that, he drove away. Shi Yan, left speechless, twitched her lips in frustration. It was they who needed to reflect. Two lunatics. Just then, a Maybach came to a halt before her. The rear window lowered, revealing a familiar figure. The man lounged comfortably in his seat, clad in a well-tailored suit that exuded both elegance and a hint of wildness. "Left behind by your husband again? Come on, let us go. I'll keep you company." Shi Yan was taken aback. How did Xiao Chenyin appear here? Driving such an extravagant vehicle? Was it also rented? Not dwelling on her thoughts, she opened the door and entered the car. The vehicle began to move slowly. The partition was raised, obscuring the view ahead, and curtains adorned the windows, creating an intimate atmosphere that felt almost suffocating. A kiss. Suddenly, the car accelerated, jolting slightly, prompting Shi Yan to instinctively cling to him. Xiao Chenyin steadied his breath and activated the intercom, inquiring of the driver, "What is happening?" The partition offered some sound insulation, necessitating the use of the intercom for conversation. The driver responded, "There's a car trailing us. It appears to be those two companions of this young lady. They've been following us since we left the auction house. Initially, I thought they were merely going the same way, but when one attempted to block our path, I accelerated to evade them." Xiao Chenyin commanded, "Shake them off." The driver respectfully acknowledged, understood. Xiao Chenyin then deactivated the intercom. Chapter 23. Especially prepared for her, after carelessly discarding Shi Yan, Qin Xiuhan deliberately drove at a sluggish pace, his gaze fixated on her every move through the rearview mirror. He anticipated that should she pursue him, pleading for his attention, he would halt the vehicle and allow her entry. Yet, instead of Shi Yan's entreaties, he beheld a luxurious car stop before her. To his astonishment, Shi Yan did not hesitate to enter that vehicle. Was it a man she had encountered outside, or perhaps the one who had presented her with gifts? Regardless of which, it was an affront he could not tolerate. A surge of jealousy washed over him, rendering his mind clouded with fury. Without a moment's delay, he accelerated his car, determined to intercept her and reclaim her. The car twisted and turned along the road, gaining speed, and he pressed the accelerator with fervor, nearly encountering disaster on several occasions. As they reached a less congested area, he pushed the speedometer to an alarming 200. "Please, darling, do not drive so recklessly. I am terrified," Lu Ruyin exclaimed, her complexion pale, hands gripping the door tightly as she voiced her panic. Yet, Qin Xiuhan seemed oblivious, his focus solely on the vehicle ahead. "I implore you, stop this madness. We are bound to have an accident," Lu Ruyin cried, her voice breaking. Still, Qin Xiuhan remained unresponsive, his eyes locked on the car that had captured his attention. Suddenly, a collision occurred with an oncoming vehicle. The impact was fierce, but thanks to Qin Xiuhan's quick reflexes, neither sustained injury. However, Lu Ruyin was left severely shaken. Tear-streaked and breathless, she confronted him. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Are you willing to risk your life to chase after Shi Yan? So what if she chooses to leave with another man? Did you not claim to have no feelings for her? Let her go with whomever she pleases. Why are you so consumed with her? Or is it that you have fallen for her?" Qin Xiuhan vehemently denied. "I could never love her. I possess no feelings for her whatsoever." Lu Ruyin let out a hollow laugh. "No feelings? Spare me the deceit. Do not deceive even yourself. Have you not noticed your heightened interest in Shi Yan over me these past few days? You lose sleep waiting for her return to the hotel. You linger outside her room all night, and upon seeing her with another man, you abandon all restraint, disregarding my presence entirely. If this indifference is what you term not caring, then what, pray tell, constitutes genuine concern?" As she spoke, her sobs intensified. "Since you care for her so deeply, I shall withdraw. Tomorrow, I will return home, and you may revel in your world with her." With that, Lu Ruyin exited the car, weeping as she retraced her steps. Qin Xiuhan was struck by her words, and it dawned on him that since Shi Yan ceased to orbit around him, he had inadvertently prioritized her over Lu Ruyin, neglecting the feelings of the woman who had once been his benefactor and whom he envisioned accompanying him through life. The one he ought to cherish was Lu Ruyin. All of this turmoil was incited by Shi Yan's deliberate manipulation, employing tactics of seduction and retreat, leading him astray. He vowed never to be ensnared again. Without hesitation, Qin Xiuhan exited the car to pursue Lu Ruyin. Meanwhile, on the other side, the vehicle carrying Shi Yan came to a halt on a mountainside. She leaned against Xiao Chenyin, gasping for breath. After a while, she managed to regain her composure. Xiao Chenyin helped her adjust her clothing and remarked, "I heard there will be shooting stars at dawn. The summit of this mountain offers a splendid vantage point. Shall we ascend?" As Shi Yan stepped out of the car, she realized they were quite far from the city, where the distant glow of urban lights shimmered, though not overwhelmingly bright. Looking up at the sky, she noticed that the stars appeared far more luminous than they did in the city. A path had been carved into the mountainside, yet there were no streetlights. Nevertheless, the natural illumination from the moon and stars cast a twilight ambience around them, rendering the surroundings dim but navigable. Fireflies flickered about, indicating the area's pristine environment. Shi Yan took a deep breath, the cool air invigorating her mind. What a beautiful nightscape. Even without the shooting stars, this view alone was worth the journey. Xiao Chenyin smiled and took her hand, leading her toward the summit. The driver remained behind at the midway point, not accompanying them further. After walking for a while, Shi Yan suddenly pondered her question. Did you specifically go to the auction house to find me? How did you know I was there? Before Xiao Chenyin could respond, she continued, her curiosity piqued. That diamond necklace, was it meant for me? Xiao Chenyin, with a hint of amusement, countered her inquiry. Why do you presume it was I who gifted it? Shi Yan fell silent for a few seconds, amused by her own conjecture. I must be confused. How could someone like you, who sells himself, afford such an extravagant item? Even if you could buy it, it would be impossible for you to give it to me. You're following me to earn money. How could you possibly give me any? 100 million? You'd have to work like a dog to earn that much. Moreover, your skills are rather lacking. My skills are lacking? Xiao Chenyin's lips twitched in indignation, feeling his masculine dignity had been insulted. Shi Yan retorted, Indeed, they are quite poor, entirely reliant on your natural attributes. In terms of skill, I can only rate you a 5, nothing more. Xiao Chenyin. Shi Yan redirected the conversation, pressing him. You still haven't answered me. How did you know I went to the auction house? Were you following me? Xiao Chenyin replied sullenly. You were photographed and posted online. I saw it and looked up the address out of chance to see if I could find you. Shi Yan was taken aback. I was posted online? Xiao Chenyin added. You should be able to find some information on domestic social media. Quickly, Shi Yan took out her phone and logged into Weibo. The trending search had begun to retract, but not quickly enough. She could still see some news. After perusing for about 10 minutes, she grasped the situation's context and noticed Lu Rian's deliberate photoshopping of her unflattering picture. She couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. Lu Rian truly seemed intent on repulsing her at every turn. Observing that the matter had settled, Shi Yan chose not to dwell on it further. Upon reaching the summit, Shi Yan discovered an unexpected glass house. Inside, there lay a bed spread upon the floor, rivaling even that of a luxurious hotel. Outside the glass abode, a table was adorned with an array of delectable fruits, and at its center stood a cake, encircled by a ring of roses and embellished with colorful lights. Shi Yan, taken aback, turned to Xiao Chenyin and inquired, Did you prepare all of this? Xiao Chenyin gazed back at her, his deep eyes twinkling with a gentle smile. The glass house was already here. The rest I arranged for you. Do you like it? Chapter 24. Their relationship should not be like this, gazing into his smiling eyes. Shi Yan felt a warmth spreading across her face. Not only was her face flushed, but her eyes were also warm, and her throat felt heated, causing her voice to become hoarse. It's beautiful. I really like it. However, how did you know that tomorrow is my birthday? I don't recall mentioning it to you. As the clock struck midnight, she would be celebrating her 24th birthday. No one around her had mentioned it. Everyone seemed to have forgotten. Why would Xiao Chenyin, someone she had only recently met, know about her birthday? Xiao Chenyin replied, You mentioned it to me. Shi Yan looked puzzled. When? I don't remember that. His eyes flickered as he recalled. On that first night we met, you were quite drunk and rambled on for the entire evening, during which you revealed your birthday. You might have forgotten. Shi Yan nodded in realization, though in truth, she had no recollection of that moment at all. Why are you crying? Is such a trivial matter moving you to tears? Xiao Chenyin chuckled as he playfully pinched her cheek, gently wiping away her tears. Sure, Yin had deliberately turned her face away to hide her tears from him, but he had seen nonetheless. In a playful huff, she buried her face in his chest, rubbing her tears and runny nose against him. I'm not crying out of emotion. The wind on a mountaintop is just too strong, making my eyes water. Xiao Chenyin laughed softly. All right, the wind is a mischievous one, causing your tears. Let it carry away your troubles. Shi Yan couldn't help but giggle at his words, playfully punching him lightly. You're so childish. She nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, and whispered, "Thank you, I really like it." She had never been treated with such sincerity before. Even if he had practiced for the sake of reputation, merely acting out of professional courtesy rather than genuine sentiment, she still felt deeply touched. Quietly, she resolved that in gratitude for the emotional value he had provided, she would reward him with a little extra when their transaction concluded. Xiao Chenyin said earnestly, "As long as you like it, everything I do is worth it." He glanced at the time, then took her to the table, where candles awaited. It was already past midnight. They should light the candles first. After lighting them, he urged Shi Yan to make a wish. Shi Yan closed her eyes, sincerely contemplating her desire. Once a skeptic, she had turned to metaphysical beliefs after her family's misfortunes, hoping for a day when she would awaken to find their debts cleared. Her uncle released from prison, and her grandfather restored to health, with her family safe and sound. A deep, gentle melody filled the air, the man's voice soothing and warm. A simple song, yet he sang it beautifully. As his voice enveloped her, Shi Yan completed her wish. The moment she opened her eyes, Xiao Chenyin greeted her with a tender smile. "Happy birthday." The flickering candlelight cast a warm yellow hue upon his right cheek, while the left side remained shrouded in shadow, enhancing his allure with an air of mystery and charm, akin to a captivating specter luring hearts with its beauty. Shi Yan responded with a smile, expressing her joy. Xiao Chenyin rose, approached her from behind, and knelt down. Just as Shi Yan intended to turn, she felt his hands encircle her from behind, followed by a cool sensation around her neck. Glancing down, she saw Xiao Chenyin fastening a necklace adorned with a ring around her neck. "This is a birthday gift for you," he explained. "Though it may not possess the value of the one you received at the banquet, it is my personal design, a token of my sincerity. I hope you will not refuse it." Shi Yan grasped the ring, her fingertips tracing the engraved letters on the inner band. 5 letters, XCY and SY, the initials of Xiao Chenyin and herself. She did not resist, allowing him to fasten the necklace. He then produced another necklace, extending it toward her. "I have prepared one for myself as well. Could you help me wear it?" Shi Yan lowered her gaze to the necklace in her hand, which also bore a ring, unmistakably a matching couple's ring with the one around her neck. A dryness settled in her throat. She was acutely aware that given their relationship, such actions were inappropriate, transcending their transactional bond. Emotions were perilous, prone to spiraling out of control. Yet, in the end, she adorned him with it. Xiao Chenyin beamed with delight, holding her hand as they jointly cut the cake. After taking a piece, Shi Yan pushed the remainder toward him, declaring, "I cannot eat any more. You finish it." A knowing smile graced Xiao Chenyin's lips. "If you wish for me to eat, there is a condition." Without a second thought, Shi Yan nodded. "All right then. Do you want me to feed you?" "I shall feed you now." She reached for a fork, but before she could extend her hand, Xiao Chenyin effortlessly lifted her. His strength was remarkable, as he hoisted her with one hand while the other retrieved the cake. "What are you doing?" Shi Yan exclaimed. Xiao Chenyin remained silent, but she soon comprehended his intentions. He truly had a fervent desire to learn, his skills advancing at an astonishing rate. Regret washed over her for her earlier words. It was not until nearly 3 hours later, as a meteor streaked across the sky, that Xiao Chenyin fetched a blanket to envelop them, carrying her out of the glass house and settling onto a lounge chair outside, positioning her upon his lap. "The meteors have appeared. Make a wish," he instructed. Shi Yan earnestly closed her eyes to wish, then leaned against him to watch the meteor shower. The spectacle was breathtaking. Yet, who was it that first conceived the idea of wishing upon a shooting star? Meteors are the remnants of deceased celestial bodies, and humans certainly possess a penchant for wishing upon things that have lost their vitality, much like their affinity for seeking favor from ancestors long gone. Even if an ancestor accomplished little in life, they are still revered in death, their descendants hoping that in their passing, they may become powerful enough to bless future generations. Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly, asking, "What did you wish for?" Shi Yan shook her head, refusing to disclose her wish, believing that uttering it would render it ineffective. Xiao Chenyin gently coaxed, "Wishes made before a corpse must be spoken aloud to come true. Is that so?" She inquired. "Of course, why would I deceive you?" After a moment's hesitation, Shi Yan finally confessed. Very well. I hope that the debts owed by my grandfather's family can be settled soon. Xiao Chenyin replied earnestly. Your wish will be fulfilled. Shi Yan smiled, but remained silent, knowing it was an impossible dream. Such a substantial sum of money would perplex even the world's richest individuals. The necklace she received that night, valued at billions, would merely create a small ripple if converted to cash for repayment. The meteor shower lasted for half an hour before concluding. Xiao Chenyin carried her back to the glass house, saying, "Let us continue our study of technology, chapter 25, to be touched later the following day." As they descended the mountain, Shi Yan's legs felt utterly weak. Xiao Chenyin carried her down, and once they were in the car, he held her tightly in his arms, rendering the seatbelt useless. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful. Otherwise, they would have become a cautionary tale for improper vehicle conduct. Upon returning to the hotel, Shi Yan happened to encounter Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan as they were about to leave. Qin Xiuhan's expression was exceedingly grim, and his gaze towards her was even colder than before. Lu Ruyan, upon seeing her, tightened her grip on Qin Xiuhan's arm. Her eyes filled with suspicion and unease. Shi Yan took the initiative to inquire, "Are you heading out? Do you need me to accompany you today?" Although she had unexpectedly acquired a considerable sum of money over the past 2 days, she still wished to earn the remuneration Qin Xiuhan had promised. After all, who would ever complain about having more money? Qin Xiuhan replied coldly, "From today onwards, you need not accompany us any longer. Pack your belongings immediately and relocate to another hotel to avoid affecting Ruyan's mood. Your presence only serves to irritate her." Shi Yan asked, "Will the payment still be provided?" Qin Xiuhan retorted mockingly, "Are you blinded by money? All you ever speak of is cash. You truly cannot compare to Ruyan." Shi Yan responded, "Indeed, I understand that your Ruyan is the epitome of virtue, viewing wealth as mere refuse. I never intended to compare myself to her. Now, kindly answer my question. Will the payment be made or not? If not, I suggest you both remove yourselves from my sight. If you're willing to pay, then I shall comply with your wishes. Without the money, I have no inclination to indulge your whims." Qin Xiuhan's face turned a deep shade of anger. He took a deep breath, then pulled out his phone and transferred 5 million to her in one go. "Here's 5 million for you. Leave at once, and do not show your face until I contact you to return." Lu Ruyan watched in agony as the 5 million left his account. That should have been her money, yet it was so easily handed over to Shi Yan. Shi Yan was indeed fortunate, receiving such a substantial sum without lifting a finger. In contrast, she had a faint affection for Qin Xiuhan daily, yet received not a single penny in return. Who could distinguish who was truly Qin Xiuhan's beloved, her or Shi Yan? Shi Yan glanced at her phone, confirming the bank's notification of the deposit, and with a beaming smile, she began to collect her luggage, departing with a cheerful gait. "Thank you, boss. You are most generous. Wishing you both a pleasant journey. Should you require my services again, do not hesitate to reach out, though that would be at a different rate." Qin Xiuhan watched Shi Yan's retreating figure with a darkened expression, his fists clenched tightly. How could she leave so decisively, without a trace of reluctance, and even wish him and Lu Ruyan a pleasant journey? How quickly she had turned her affections. Mere days had passed, and she no longer professed love. Perhaps her previous declarations were mere pretenses. A hypocritical and heartless woman. Fortunately, he had never taken a liking to her. As Shi Yan dragged her suitcase out of the hotel, the agents trailing her reported back to Xiao Chenyin. Without delay, Xiao Chenyin instructed the driver to turn back, returning to the hotel entrance. Just as Shi Yan awaited her ride by the roadside, she suddenly noticed the familiar vehicle approaching once more, gradually coming to a halt before her. As the car window descended, Xiao Chenyin glanced at the suitcase beside her and inquired, "Have you been cast out by your husband?" Shi Yan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. "He wishes to indulge in his own little world with his mistress and prefers that I keep my distance." Xiao Chenyin teased, "You are quite obedient. He tells you to leave, and you simply comply." Shi Yan retorted, "He offered me 300,000 a day. Indulging his whims occasionally is hardly a burden. Of course, it is not solely for the money. I pride myself on being understanding." Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly exited the vehicle and placed her suitcase in the trunk before ushering her into the car. "Let us depart. I shall give you a ride." Shi Yan queried, "What brings you back?" Xiao Chenyin replied, "I took a wrong turn earlier, made a U-turn, and upon seeing you here, I decided to check in." Shi Yan, without suspicion, requested, "Please help me find a hotel a bit farther from here." Xiao Chenyin nodded. "Rest against me for a while? You hardly slept last night." Shi Yan felt her cheeks flush and instinctively pinched him. It is his fault. After the pinch, she comfortably leaned against him to rest. She was indeed exhausted, her body still languid and her mind foggy from the lack of sleep. Shi Yan was astonished by the depth of her slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself in a remarkably simple room, the ambience suggesting it was not a typical hotel. Although minimalist, it exuded a semblance of homeliness. Glancing at her phone, she shot upright in shock. She had slept a full 12 hours. It was evident that she had been thoroughly worn out the previous night. Dismissing the bed, she noticed her attire had been changed. She now wore a white nightgown, its hem and sleeves adorned with lace, reminiscent of a style favored by young schoolgirls. After a brief wash in the bathroom, she exited the room. This was an elegantly styled European villa, and she found herself on the second floor. Faint sounds of conversation drifted from a room at the far left, the low, languid voice unmistakably belonging to Xiao Chenyin. Eagerly, she approached. The door was slightly ajar. After a moment of hesitation, believing he had concluded a phone call, she pushed it open and entered. Xiao Chenyin sat motionless at his desk, his gaze fixed on a single point, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching him from behind, she wrapped her arms around him, lazily resting her body against his back. Her voice, soft from slumber, whispered against his earlobe as she playfully nibbled. "Did I not ask you to take me to a hotel? Where have you brought me? What is this place?" Xiao Chenyin stiffened, the color visibly rising in his ears. "What could have captivated your thoughts so deeply? Even in this state, you remain lost in reverie?" Her hands began to wander restlessly over him. "Come back to reality." Finally, Xiao Chenyin stirred, capturing her wandering hands as firm grasp. His voice, low and tinged with suppressed laughter, admonished gently, "Be good. Refrain from mischief. I am in the midst of a meeting. We can play later." Shi Yan was completely frozen, and upon raising her gaze, she discovered a laptop resting on the table, its screen displaying several astonished foreign faces. Instantly, embarrassment washed over her, causing her to dig her toes into the ground, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Why? Why was there no sound during the meeting? Xiao Chenyin removed a Bluetooth earpiece from one ear. "Why are you only wearing one earpiece?" If he had worn both, she would have realized the truth when she initially bit his ear, thus avoiding such an embarrassing situation. Unfortunately, the side she bit was devoid of any earpiece. Xiao Chenyin shrugged and replied, "I heard some commotion outside, so I took one earpiece off to listen. I never anticipated that you would be so captivated by me. Losing control the moment you saw me." Shi Yan immediately released her grip on him, covering her face as she fled the scene. Behind her, she could hear Xiao Chenyin's deep, amused laughter. Chapter 26. Enchanted by her in the online meeting with Xiao Chenyin, only his most trusted subordinates were present. In their eyes, their young master was decisive in his actions, cold-hearted and indifferent to women. Essentially a ruthless individual devoid of any human warmth. However, to their astonishment, they had just witnessed their young master sporting a foolish grin reminiscent of a lovesick fool. The gaze he usually cast upon others, one that seemed to threaten annihilation, was now unexpectedly gentle, almost brimming with tenderness. They were utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the same young master they knew? Had he perhaps ventured to Huagua and been possessed by some mysterious Eastern force? "Levitt, weren't you secretly in a romantic liaison with him? How could he suddenly have a woman?" they queried. Levitt responded, "I am at a loss for words." "Nonsense. When did I ever have any improper relations with the young master? Our relationship is entirely innocent." The others quickly joined the fray. "Who is that woman? She appears quite beautiful and seems to compliment the young master well. She looks like she might be from Huagua. Does the marshal know about this?" It seems he intended to select one of the daughters of his generals for a union with the young master. Might this new development displease the marshal? Perhaps the young master is merely indulging in a fleeting romance. At his age, It's not unusual to have such whims, and once the marshal chooses a suitable match, he will likely acquiesce to the arrangement. Everyone found this speculation plausible. While they were taken aback by the appearance of a woman beside Xiao Chenyin, they believed it was merely a passing fancy. Given Xiao Chenyin's status, the woman he would ultimately marry could not possibly be someone of little significance. The young master was destined to inherit the position of the marshal, and he would need to solidify political ties through marriage. Xiao Chenyin donned his headphones, his demeanor shifting to one of icy resolve. His innate aura of authority rendered him fearsome without uttering a word. Silence. She is the woman I have chosen. As long as I desire her, no one can sway my decision. However, do not disclose this to my father. Keep it to yourselves. He and Shi Yan are not yet in a serious relationship, and we cannot allow anyone to complicate matters at this juncture. The group assured him of their discretion and continued discussing the previous topic. Levitt stated, based on our ongoing surveillance over the past few days, we have approximately pinpointed the direction of the traitors' escape. They fled towards the southeastern Moon Island. They not only possess firearms, but have also taken with them the design blueprints and some experimental data of the newly developed weapons from the Third Army's laboratory. On the day Xiao Chenyin and Shi Yan were apprehended by the police, he had suspected the presence of a traitor within their ranks and instructed Levitt to investigate. Indeed, a traitor had emerged. The individual standing with Xiao Chenyin was nearly on par with Levitt's. Thus, when Levitt began his inquiries, he swiftly received intelligence and fled with those who had conspired with him. They not only absconded with firearms and explosives, but also extracted experimental data from the third laboratory. Xiao Chenyin narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling as if tempered in ice. What a coincidence. I have just arrived at Moon Island, and they are already fleeing in this direction. It appears they are coming for me. Levitt solemnly stated, Young master, please relocate immediately. I will bring people to ensure your safe retreat. Xiao Chenyin shook his head. Ivan is more cautious and clever than you. If I continue to hide, it will be difficult to catch him. You secretly arrange for some individuals to come, disguising themselves as residents of the island, without causing a commotion, and wait for him to seek me out. The others disapproved of Xiao Chenyin's perilous approach, arguing that his life was too precious to risk for a traitor. However, Xiao Chenyin was resolute, immune to their pleas. He sought not merely to apprehend the traitor, but also to uncover the motive behind Ivan's betrayal. Ivan, like Levitt, had fought alongside him, sharing life and death bonds. Their relationship was more intimate than that of Xiao Chenyin with his father or half-brothers. He could not fathom what kind of temptation could lead Ivan to betray him. The wealth and power he had bestowed upon Ivan were considerable. After concluding the meeting, Xiao Chenyin leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and remained in tranquility for several minutes to adjust his mood. Upon exiting the study, he wandered upstairs but found no trace of Shi Yan. After searching downstairs with the same result, he finally stepped outside the villa, where he spotted her perched upon the courtyard wall, gazing toward the distant sea. She was still adorned in the enchanting princess nightgown he had chosen for her, her cascading black hair flowing down her back. The salty sea breeze lifted her hair, rendering her a vision of beauty reminiscent of a fairy tale. Prompting him to refrain from interrupting her reverie, he leaned against the door, quietly observing her. She was captivated by the ocean, entranced by the vibrant world around her. Yet, in his eyes, her figure outshone the entirety of that world. Shi Yan was in high spirits, her feet swinging gently as she unconsciously hummed a tune. A seagull flew over and landed on her shoulder. When she reached out to touch it, the seagull, finding her empty-handed, disdainfully took flight. How pragmatic. Can't we simply be friends without the bread? Goldigingul. Xiao Chenyin couldn't help but chuckle. It's fortunate it didn't leave you a gift of droppings as a welcome. Hearing his voice, Shi Yan turned to see Xiao Chenyin lazily leaning against the glass doorframe, the sunset casting a warm orange glow upon him, rendering him breathtakingly beautiful. Like a deity in a relief sculpture, sacred and untouchable. When did you come down? She asked. About half an hour ago. Has it been that long? Why have you been silent? The scene was too beautiful to interrupt. As he spoke, he stepped outside, approached her, and playfully lifted her from the wall by her armpits. You slept all day without eating. Go change your clothes. I shall take you out for dinner. Shi Yan, indeed famished, promptly followed him upstairs to change. Although her suitcase was not in the room, the wardrobe was filled with exquisite, whimsical dresses. Shi Yan turned to Xiao Chenyin and inquired, "Where's my suitcase?" Xiao Chenyin remarked, "I am uncertain where they have been placed, so let us not search for them. Let us focus on the garments within the wardrobe." Shi Yan inquired, "Whose clothing is this?" Xiao Chenyin replied with a smile, "These are not someone else's. I specifically prepared them for you. Feel free to wear them." Shi Yan gently touched her head and said, "These clothes must be quite expensive, right? You need not go to such lengths. I brought my own attire and can manage with that." She sensed that Xiao Chenyin's concern for her surpassed that of a mere customer. Having lived in high society for many years, she could easily discern that the fabric of these garments was of exceptional quality and undoubtedly costly. Xiao Chenyin, with a half-smile, stated, "There is no need to worry about my finances. I can earn money easily simply by entertaining a few wealthy women." Shi Yan responded, "How is it that you take pride in such a notion rather than feeling ashamed?" Chapter 27. Do you wish to experience it again tonight? Shi Yan selected a delicate, light green fairy dress from her wardrobe. A languid voice from the doorway interrupted her thoughts. "Do you really adore green so much? No wonder you are envious." Shi Yan replied with composure, "It matters not. Those who are envious will remain so. However, I have found you to regain my standing, have I not? Now, I must change my attire, so please step outside and kindly close the door behind you." Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. "Just this morning, we were so candid with each other, and now you wish for me to avert my gaze while you change? A heartless woman. Very well. I shall retreat." Xiao Chenyin exited the room, gently shutting the door. Shi Yan shook her head, amused. The dress fit her perfectly, neither too loose nor too tight, and it felt wonderfully comfortable. It was no surprise that he, accustomed to the world of courtesans, had quickly discerned her size. This garment suited her even better than those she had chosen herself. Once she emerged from her room, she found Xiao Chenyin waiting for her by the shoe-changing bench on the first floor. As she approached, he took her hand and guided her to sit down, kneeling to help her slip on a pair of woven sandals. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely across the small island. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting them onto the ground like slender specters gliding along. "By the way, you have yet to answer me. Where exactly are we? How did you bring me here? I thought I asked you to take me to a hotel. This is Moon Island, ideal for leisure and short stays. Moreover, it is remote enough that you need not worry about encountering your ex-husband and his lover. You can enjoy a brief respite here, and when you are ready to leave, I shall escort you back. It's merely a 6-hour drive, not far at all. Is that villa yours? It does not resemble a guest house. Indeed, I once came here for recuperation during an illness and subsequently purchased a residence for myself. You truly have an eye for beautiful places. This locale is enchanting, and the air is splendid." As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. No sign marked the entrance, but several tables were arranged within, suggesting it was a dining establishment. Xiao Chenyin led her inside. He spoke a phrase in Russian, to which a rugged reply echoed back, also in Russian, a language Shi Yan could not comprehend. The rapid, trilled pronunciations of the Russian tongue flowed effortlessly from him. "You have quite a knack for rolling your Rs," she remarked. Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. "Only now do you realize? Did you not experience it last night?" Shi Yan's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched his waist. "Mind yourself. We are in public." Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Chenyin leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Do you wish to experience it again tonight?" Shi Yan's face turned crimson, and she shot him a fierce glare. One ought not to be so shameless, or at least not to that extent. "Well, if you do not wish to, then I do." Xiao Chenyin chuckled, pinching her blushing cheek, such a glutton for delight. At that moment, an elderly man, towering at nearly 6'3", with a full beard and a robust physique, emerged from within. The man with a scruffy beard, initially displaying an expression of impatience, spoke a few words to Xiao Chenyin while holding a cigarette between his lips. However, upon noticing Shi Yan, who was beside Xiao Chenyin and holding his hand, his demeanor instantly softened, and his fierce countenance transformed into a more amiable one. "Who is she?" he inquired, his gaze assessing Shi Yan. Yet the question was directed at Xiao Chenyin. Xiao Chenyin responded, "She is, let's say, my girlfriend. I intend to show her around here for a few days, and I thought it best for her to meet you. However, please refrain from disclosing our relationship to her, as it might place undue pressure on her." He continued, "By the way, she hasn't eaten all day. Could you assist us in procuring some food?" The scruffy bearded man asked, "Good choice, is she from Huagua?" Xiao Chenyin nodded affirmatively. Immediately, the man adopted a more genial tone and greeted Shi Yan. "Hello, how are you?" Shi Yan managed a somewhat strained smile, replying, "Hello, sir." He continued, "What a lovely day to meet you." Shi Yan, observing the man's friendly demeanor, found herself uncertain whether he harbored any discontent or was merely being sarcastic. Xiao Chenyin placed a hand on his forehead. "Grandpa, please refrain from speaking in Chinese. It is exhausting for you, and even more so for us. Speak in English. She understands it." The scruffy bearded man promptly switched to English, speaking fluidly. "My Chinese is quite good, isn't it? I learned from Qin Xiuhan's mother, who told me such greetings are the highest form of etiquette in Chinese culture." Shi Yan's lips twitched. His pronunciation was indeed commendable, though the sentiment conveyed was somewhat presumptuous. Xiao Chenyin sighed and elaborated, "My mother, when arguing with foreigners, prefers to use Chinese to mask her lack of decorum. She often claims what she says in Chinese are mere greetings to the other's family and the utmost etiquette. Each time she explains this, those she scolds end up thanking her." Believing this to be true, the grandfather secretly learned these phrases, showcasing them to every Huagua person he met. His intimidating appearance dissuaded any objections, compelling them to smile in response, further reinforcing his belief in their polite nature. Shi Yan could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Xiao Chenyin chuckled. "Do not be misled by his fierce appearance. He possesses a kind heart. However, his culinary skills are quite commendable, so let us allow him to prepare dinner for us." Shi Yan, once again speechless, felt it was unfair to tease someone who did not understand Chinese right in front of them. "There are ingredients in the backyard. Let's go select them," she suggested. Nodding in agreement, Shi Yan followed Xiao Chenyin, who was quite familiar with the surroundings. He found the old man's incessant chatter bothersome and led Shi Yan to the backyard. Shi Yan nearly thought she had entered a zoo. The backyard was expansive, divided into numerous enclosures, each housing different small animals. There were chickens, ducks, and geese, along with ostriches, peacocks, rabbits, and even some exotic meats considered wild delicacies back home. To her astonishment, there was even a crocodile. Shi Yan chose a rabbit and a small crocodile, intrigued by the prospect of tasting crocodile for the first time. Xiao Chenyin selected the items she had chosen and handed them to the elderly individual for processing. To his surprise, the elder proceeded to capture a creature from each enclosure, taking them all for preparation. As Shi Yan passed by the processing table, she observed the elder skillfully skinning a small rabbit. The entire operation took less than 10 seconds, and the skin was removed in one seamless piece. During the process, the rabbit continued to kick its legs. Shi Yan exclaimed, "How cruel!" Xiao Chenyin remarked, "How appetizing! Please add extra spice to my portion." Shi Yan replied, "I too desire it spicy." The elder requested that Xiao Chenyin remain to assist, while suggesting Shi Yan take a seat outside to rest. However, feeling embarrassed to relax alone, Shi Yan decided to stay and lend a hand. She glanced around, picked up a stone, and with a single throw, struck the crocodile on the head, rendering it unconscious. Then she grasped a knife and began to skin it with fervor. Xiao Chenyin looked at her, recalling her earlier comment about cruelty. "Did you not just express disdain for such actions?" he questioned, noting her harsher approach. Shi Yan earnestly explained, "It's different. The rabbit was still moving when skinned. I provided the crocodile with a form of humane care before skinning it, ensuring it felt no pain. In a way, it could be considered a form of euthanasia." Xiao Chenyin remained silent, contemplating her perspective. Chapter 28. Sweetness due to an abundance of ingredients. The elderly gentleman utilized half for cooking, while the other half was prepared for grilling, allowing them to enjoy a delightful feast. Xiao Chenyin set up a barbecue grill in the yard, meticulously arranging the ingredients for grilling. Observing his adept handling, Shi Yan inquired with curiosity, "Your culinary skills appear quite impressive. Have you trained specifically for this?" Xiao Chenyin replied, My mother has a fondness for Huagua cuisine, yet she does not enjoy cooking herself. When I was still unsteady on my feet, she encouraged me to learn. However, I acquire my skills through online tutorials rather than formal training. Shi Yan responded playfully. I presumed it was a prerequisite for the job. Being multi-talented is surely a charming way to win the heart of a wealthy woman. Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow at her. Have I captured your heart, wealthy lady? Shi Yan swallowed hard. You have certainly captured my appetite. Xiao Chenyin chuckled. And you've yet to taste it. Is your appetite so easily enticed? Shi Yan remarked. The aroma alone indicates its quality. Xiao Chenyin speared a piece of rabbit meat, blew on it gently, and offered it to her. Do not merely savor the scent. Taste it and discern whether it is truly exceptional or merely superficial. Shi Yan opened her mouth and bit into the morsel. Grilled to perfection, the meat was tender and succulent, devoid of any gamey taste. Unlike what she had experienced back home, where the ingredients often overshadowed the meat as flavor. Here, the aromatic seasoning complemented the inherent taste of the meat beautifully. Unable to contain her admiration, Shi Yan gave him a thumbs up, her approval soaring beyond expectations. Delighted by the praise, Xiao Chenyin continued to grill and feed her. The freshly grilled meat was at its peak flavor, and even a minute's delay could diminish its quality. Feeling a bit shy eating alone, Shi Yan reciprocated by offering him a bite. Mimicking his actions, she blew on the piece to cool it slightly before presenting it to his lips. As the elderly gentleman emerged, he witnessed the pair feeding each other, seemingly enveloped in a cloud of pink bubbles. Unable to resist a smile, he thought, these young lovers are truly affectionate. The air in this little courtyard is imbued with the fragrance of romance. He brought the dishes to the table in succession and said to Shi Yan, my dear, do not indulge solely in grilled food. It may lead to an imbalance. Do try some of the stir-fried and stewed dishes as well. Shi Yan nodded. Certainly. Just call me Shi Yan, Grandpa. The elderly gentleman beamed. All right then, Shi Yan darling. Come and savor my culinary delights. Xiao Chenyin ceased his grilling, guiding Shi Yan to the table where he served her from each dish. Give it a try. My grandfather's culinary style leans towards the Eastern palate, which should suit your taste. Upon tasting a bite, Shi Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. This is truly delicious. She even expressed her appreciation in English, complimenting the elderly gentleman on the marvelous flavors and politely inviting him to join them at the table. The elderly gentleman, grateful, took a seat across from them and cheerfully stated, if you enjoy it during your stay on the island, you are welcome to dine with me. I shall prepare meals for you every day. Xiao Chenyin promptly interjected, that one tea do. She has come here with great effort. I wish to take her to explore a variety of flavors. The elderly gentleman scoffed, which establishment on this island serves dishes as delectable as mine? Xiao Chenyin replied, even if it's something unpalatable, experiencing it for the first time is still novel. I intend to introduce her to all the culinary wonders. Shi Yan, there's no need for that. She has no interest in fresh dung. After the meal, Xiao Chenyin sought out the old man for a private conversation in the backyard. With a serious expression, he spoke, Grandfather, a traitor among my ranks has fled to Moon Island. He is aware of your presence there, and he is targeting me. I fear he may take you hostage to coerce me. So I wish to arrange for your safe departure for a while until I can capture the traitor and retrieve you. The old man raised his eyebrows in indignation and exclaimed, a mere traitor? Am I to be afraid of him? I will not leave. If he dares to come for me, I shall flay him alive. When I was on the battlefield, he wasn't even born yet. Xiao Chenyin felt a headache coming on. He understood his grandfather's prowess, but they were in the open while the enemy lurked in the shadows, posing a threat of ambush. The old man turned his head away. Displaying a stubborn demeanor, I will not flee. If I am captured by the traitor, it would reflect my inadequacies. If I perish, so be it. You need not concern yourself with me. Just bombard both me and the traitor. Xiao Chenyin sighed. I knew you would be impossible to persuade. I shall arrange for more people to protect you. The old man waved his hand dismissively. You should keep your men close to protect yourself and Shi Yan. I am surrounded by old comrades who have fought alongside me. Though we are aged, our skills are not inferior to your soldiers. Xiao Chenyin ultimately conceded to his grandfather's wishes. By the way, Grandfather, I have heard that my father plans to select a marriage partner for me. But I only wish to marry Shi Yan. If he pressures me in the future, you must assist me." The old man shot him a sharp glance, retorting, "If you cannot handle your father, how will you manage the many subordinates and those brothers of yours?" The current situation across various regions is relatively stable. Internal conflicts outweigh external ones, and you must learn to resolve problems independently. When reason fails, one may resort to more forceful measures. The truths held in action are far more potent than those merely spoken. Xiao Chenyin remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand, grandfather. Now, Shi Yan and I shall take our leave." The old man waved his hand. "Go on, go on." Although he feigned disdain for Xiao Chenyin, he personally escorted them to the gate, only retracting his gaze after watching them walk hand in hand for quite some distance, wiping away the moisture at the corner of his eye. Age has rendered him sentimental. In the past, he would face danger without flinching, yet now, witnessing his grandson's happiness brings him to the brink of tears. His grandson is on the cusp of starting a family, a stark reminder of his own advancing years, drawing ever closer to the end. "Old Marshal, did the young master just visit? Did he bring his wife to meet you? Is he planning to marry?" There were whispers about the young master and his subordinate, Levitt, being a couple. Has the young master turned his affections around? Or is he seeking a wife? Nonsense. Those are mere rumors. There were even tales that the old marshal built his reputation by subduing generals through dubious means. Are you not aware of the truth? Neighbors emerged, gathering around the old marshal to gossip. These individuals were once high-ranking officials who now enjoyed their twilight years alongside the old marshal on the island. The old marshal kicked one of them, remarking that even at his age, he could not shake off his penchant for gossip. "You haven't finished your meal yet, have you? Come join me for dinner. I've prepared an abundance of dishes tonight, and we can indulge in merriment until dawn." He led the group into the courtyard. The sight that greeted them, 3 grand tables laden with food, left them utterly astonished. "Do you take the young lady for a pig? Preparing this much food could surely burst even a pig," he exclaimed with delight. "If she cannot eat at all, she can merely watch. Observing is akin to tasting. Moreover, when she witnesses my culinary prowess, should she ever find herself in a quarrel with Chenyin, she will surely think twice about our relationship." Chapter 29. Playing with her Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyin leisurely strolled along the shoreline, barefoot on the soft, fine sand, as if indulging in a soothing foot massage. A beach music festival was underway, with numerous tourists and locals swaying to the rhythm, clutching bottles of wine, seemingly shaking off all their constraints and worries. Staff members distributed beverages in disposable cups to passers-by, and both Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyin found themselves handed a drink. Shi Yan discreetly placed her cup back on the table and did the same with Xiao Chenyin's. He raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "Didn't you indulge in both smoking and drinking in private? Why the sudden abstinence?" "I've quit," she replied. "What did you quit?" he asked, intrigued. "Just now." At that moment, a staff member noticed their abandoned cups and hurried over, asking if the newlyweds were trying to conceive and therefore avoiding alcohol. "No worries. We have soft drinks too," she added, thrusting 2 bottles into their hands. "Today is a special event, and everything is complimentary. There are also free fruits and snacks available over there. Feel free to help yourselves, and congratulations on your marriage." "We're not," Shi Yan attempted to clarify, but the staff member was already briskly moving on to serve other guests. Xiao Chenyin remarked, "It's just a misunderstanding. Let her think what she wants. No need for an explanation." His tone took on a teasing quality. "If I weren't directly involved, I might have assumed you were preparing for pregnancy, given your sudden decision to quit smoking and drinking." Shi Yan took a sip of her drink, concealing the unease in her eyes. In truth, she was indeed preparing for pregnancy. The thought of disallowing him alcohol stemmed from her concern about its potential impact on fertility. Contemplating pregnancy invigorated her spirit. Currently, in her ovulation phase, she knew she must seize this prime opportunity and put in extra effort during this time. She linked her arm through his, quickening their pace. It would be a pity to waste such a splendid evening on sleep. Let us hurry home and rest. The following day, Shi Yan lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. Xiao Chenyin pulled her from the covers, insisting, "No more sleeping. I'm taking you out for some fun. Would you prefer surfing or diving first? Can we skip it?" She replied, "Moderation is key. Let us start with something else, and we can return to it later." he suggested. After breakfast, Shi Yan found herself led to the beach by Xiao Chenyin. She chose to try surfing first. To enter the water, she needed to change into a swimsuit. Selecting one for herself, she was met with disapproval from Xiao Chenyin, who dismissed it and handed her a rather unattractive one-piece. "This is too ugly. I don't want a one-piece," she protested. "The two-piece might get swept away by the waves. If you're not concerned, then go ahead," he replied. Reluctantly, Shi Yan changed into the one-piece swimsuit. Once ready, Xiao Chenyin took her into the sea with a surfboard, instructing her to lie on it and paddle to warm up, before guiding her through the techniques of mounting the board and maintaining balance. He then brought forth the yacht, navigating it ahead while she followed, learning from his movements. At the outset, Shi Yan struggled to maintain her footing on the board. Yet, her indomitable spirit drove her to persist through countless attempts. After hundreds, if not thousands, of failures, she progressed from balancing for 3 seconds to 10, and eventually to several minutes, each moment extending further. As Xiao Chenyin navigated the yacht, he glanced back at her. Shi Yan waved enthusiastically, her face radiant with joy, exclaiming, "Xiao Chenyin, I did it. Am I impressive or what?" Xiao Chenyin readily praised her. "You are undoubtedly the most remarkable student I have ever taught." Although he had taught only her, his admiration was sincere. Shi Yan's smile widened, the sea breeze caressing her cheeks, the exhilaration of speed allowing her to forget all her worries. It had been ages since she had laughed so wholeheartedly. "Xiao Chenyin, what is happening? This feels reminiscent of walking a dog on the sea. I want to take you for a stroll too." With that, Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyin switched places. She took the helm of the yacht while he rode the waves behind her. Although Shi Yan's sailing skills were still developing, creating significant swells, Xiao Chenyin adeptly adjusted his posture each time to maintain his balance. In the afternoon, they donned diving gear and plunged beneath the waves to explore the ocean floor. The fish showed little fear of humans, circling around them curiously. Shi Yan found it enchanting, reaching out to touch several species. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenyin picked up a stone and cracked open a sea urchin, instantly attracting a swarm of fish eager to feast on the delicacy. Shi Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she imitated him, opening sea urchins to feed the fish. One particularly vibrant orange fish became especially animated, wagging its tail vigorously each time she revealed a sea urchin. This seemed to bestow upon her an invisible encouragement, prompting her to open over 20 sea urchins in succession, leaving a trail of shells in her wake. She had not anticipated that feeding the fish would be so delightful. She could do this all day. However, Xiao Chenyin did not afford her that luxury, pulling her back to shore. "Why are you bringing me up? I still want to feed the fish. They haven't eaten enough," he replied, "with so many fish down there. You could feed them for a lifetime and still not satiate them." Shi Yan insisted, "I don't care. I haven't had my fill. Watching them eat brings me joy." Xiao Chenyin pointed to the horizon. "The sun is beginning to set, and darkness will fall swiftly. Remaining underwater is unsafe. If you wish to feed the fish, I will bring you back in a couple of days." Reluctantly, Shi Yan acquiesced and ascended to the shore alongside Xiao Chenyin. Having spent an extended period in the water, she felt her body unusually heavy upon returning to land. She leaned languidly against Xiao Chenyin, exclaiming, "I'm so tired. I didn't feel it while playing, but now my body feels foreign to me." Xiao Chenyin suggested, "There's a villa at the foot of that mountain, which boasts a hot spring. I can take you there to relax and relieve your fatigue." Shi Yan continued to lean against him. "Could you carry me there? I can't walk anymore." He replied, "I could carry you all the way." Shi Yan sighed. "That looks like a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Can you carry me that far?" Without a word, Xiao Chenyin demonstrated his capabilities through action. Shi Yan felt as though the world was spinning around her, and before she knew it, her feet were no longer touching the earth. Xiao Chenyin had actually lifted her effortlessly and was now leisurely striding towards the distant low hills. "Not only can I carry you while walking, but I can also run with you," he declared. "Ah, Xiao Chenyin, put me down. I no longer doubt you. Please, let me go." In the distance, the old marshal and his comrades peered through their binoculars, their expressions conveying a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Is this how young people engage in romance nowadays? In our time, it was unheard of to carry one partner around like this. Old Marshal, it seems the young master is rather inexperienced in matters of love. Should we find someone to teach him? The old marshal replied. Perhaps this is merely a trend among the youth. Though I may not comprehend it, I choose to respect and wish them well. Chapter 30, Should we give a try? This estate is rather secluded, devoid of any nearby inhabitants, enveloped in tranquility. The hot spring pool is nestled within the courtyard, surrounded by a myriad of vibrant flowers. The steam rising from the spring weaves through the blossoms, rendering the scene akin to a celestial paradise. With no one around, Shi Yan stepped directly into the hot spring. As her body immersed in the warm water, the aches and fatigue dissipated almost instantly. Leaning back against the edge of the pool with her eyes closed, she began to drift into slumber. Just as she was on the verge of sleep, someone approached her, pulling her into their embrace. Startled, Shi Yan opened her eyes to find Xiao Chenyin's face shrouded in mist. Didn't you say you were going to a meeting? How did you return so swiftly? When they first arrived at the estate, he had received a phone call about a conference, instructing her to enjoy the spring alone for a while. Had it really only been a mere 10 minutes since he finished? Oh, it was nothing serious, just a few brief instructions, he replied, lightly biting her lip, his voice laced with a dangerous allure. Shall we try something in the water? Shi Yan felt her cheeks flush, playfully thumping his chest with her small fist. No, it will dirty the pool. Not to worry, the water is flowing and will be refreshed overnight, so it won't affect future use. As she pushed his head away, she insisted, that is still not acceptable. You might get sick. Xiao Chenyin lifted her from the water and placed her on the jade platform at the edge of the pool. This is easily remedied. Just come ashore. The following morning, Shi Yan awoke feeling considerably lighter, her spirit rejuvenated. Gazing into the mirror, she noticed her rosy complexion, bright red lips, and sparkling eyes. She resembled a flower nourished by morning dew, vibrant and alluring. Unable to resist, she covered her face. Anyone familiar with her who saw her in this state would undoubtedly recognize that she had been well cared for, since Xiao Chenyin seldom stayed at this estate. There was nothing to eat here, compelling them to return to the residential area for breakfast. Hand in hand, they strolled along the path in the morning light, enveloped in silence as they savored the tranquility of the dawn. The atmosphere around them seemed to shift, imbued with a subtle sweetness. After breakfast, Xiao Chenyin began receiving frequent phone calls. Levitt had already arrived on the island with a team, requiring his presence for arrangements and coordination. Regretfully, he turned to Shi Yan, saying, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot accompany you today. Would it be acceptable for my grandfather to take you around for a couple of days? Shi Yan nodded. Of course. Take care of your business. I'm fine. He escorted her to his grandfather, exchanging a few words, but it appeared they had a disagreement, resulting in a heated argument. Ultimately, the elder conceded, waving Xiao Chenyin off with an irritated gesture. Once Xiao Chenyin departed, the grandfather immediately donned a warm smile, saying, There isn't much to do on the island. How about we go fishing at sea? It's quite an enjoyable experience. Shi Yan nodded in agreement. Thus, less than 3 hours after parting from Xiao Chenyin, she found herself aboard a cruise ship with the elder and his friends, setting off into the open sea. The birds at sea appear to be quite unafraid of humans, often alighting on cruise ships or flying alongside them. They soar at a low altitude, nearly level with the people. Shi Yan noticed a bird flying beside her, looking quite disheveled, and hastily turned it around. The bird, after a brief flight, sensed something amiss, quickly pivoted, and continued flying toward her, squawking as if to scold her. It then began to chase Shi Yan, unleashing its droppings in pursuit. Shi Yan darted around the deck, apologizing as she evaded the bird, much to the amusement of several elderly onlookers who laughed heartily. Eventually, they fed the bird with a fish they had caught, and the bird finally relented. From that moment on, Shi Yan refrained from mischief. During their journey, a seal, pursued by an orca, leaped onto their cruise ship seeking refuge. The orca also nudged several manta rays up to them. Along the way, they encountered numerous creatures previously seen only online, some of which they could even touch, which left Shi Yan in awe. The vessel drifted at sea for 3 days before beginning its return journey, which took another 2 days. Upon their return to the island, Shi Yan was astonished to find many houses in ruins, as if they had been attacked. Shocked, she asked, "Has there been a battle here?" The old man chuckled, explaining that it seemed criminals had invaded the island, leading to a military confrontation, but the situation was now resolved, and there was no need for concern. Shi Yan was escorted back to the seaside villa of Xiao Chenyin. As she entered, several uniformed officers exited, casting curious yet fearful glances at her before hastily averting their eyes. Why were there officers coming and going from Xiao Chenyin's home? Not seeing anyone on the first floor, she ascended to the second floor in search of company. Sounds emerged from the bedroom. Approaching, she saw Xiao Chenyin lying on the bed, with a military officer conversing with him in Russian at his bedside. Xiao Chenyin furrowed his brow, listening for a moment before turning to the doorway, where he spotted her. He exchanged a few words in Russian with the officer, who then turned to her, smiled, nodded, and departed. Shi Yan touched her head, filled with confusion. "Come in." Xiao Chenyin's voice snapped her back to reality. She entered the room, observing his pale complexion and the bandage wrapped around his chest, stained with blood. "How did you get injured? And why are there so many military officers at your home?" Xiao Chenyin's gaze flickered momentarily as he explained. "There was an escapee on the island. I was accidentally injured during the military's capture operation, and those officers came to offer their condolences and apologies." Shi Yan nodded, glancing at his wound, her brow furrowing with concern. "Is it severe?" "Not life-threatening," Xiao Chenyin reassured her. "However, I will be somewhat incapacitated, so I may need your assistance for a few days." Shi Yan felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had hoped to conceive during this holiday, but with his injury, it was clear that their plans for intimacy were thwarted, leaving her dreams unfulfilled. Xiao Chenyin spoke softly. "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I have endured injuries and ailments alone since childhood. I can manage now as well." Shi Yan regained her composure and replied, "I am not unwilling. I was merely lost in thought. Your wound is bleeding. Let me assist you in changing the bandage." She inquired about the location of Xiao Chenyin's medical kit, retrieved it, and diligently tended to his wound, cleaning and rewrapping it. As she gazed at his injury, Shi Yan felt a sudden tightening in her heart. It was a gunshot wound perilously close to his heart, merely 5 centimeters away. He had come so close to losing his life. As night fell, Xiao Chenyin developed a fever, and upon checking, it soared to an alarming 40 degrees Celsius. Shi Yan looked at the thermometer, her face etched with concern. Yet Xiao Chenyin remained indifferent, taking her hand and gently rubbing it against his face, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Would you care to experience me at 40 degrees? Chapter 31 Departure. Never to return, do not speak. I shall fetch you some fever-reducing medicine." As Xiao Chenyin prepared to take the medicine, he stubbornly resisted, refusing to comply. "You feed me. Am I not feeding you?" She opened his mouth and administered the medication. "Use your mouth." His head, filled with feverish thoughts, was becoming increasingly nonsensical. Yet he still sought to gain advantage. "Are you filled with nonsense?" "Certainly not. My mind is occupied solely with thoughts of you." Shi Yan, exasperated by his antics, resigned herself to placing the tablet in her mouth before feeding it to him. "Here comes the medicine, infused with the taste of saliva. Deliciously sweet. May I have another?" Shi Yan calmly replied, "Your luck is quite poor. There is no reward for requesting another." Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly, pulling her close to him, intertwining their fingers beneath the covers. "Are you sure you do not wish to try again? Such opportunities are rare, as I seldom fall ill. You may not encounter another chance. I fear that should you try, you might meet your demise. I am not so frail. I shall not perish." Shi Yan found it futile to argue with the patient. Xiao Chenyin's fever subsided the following day, but his injuries took 5 days to heal substantially. Half a month after arriving on the island, Shi Yan felt an inkling that she might be pregnant. Her body exhibited no signs or changes, nor had she sought medical confirmation. Yet she was convinced there was a 99% chance of her condition due to her consistently regular 30-day cycle, which was now 3 days overdue. On this very day, she received a call from Qin Xiuhan. His voice remained as cold as ever. "Your flight back home is in 8 hours. Make your way to the airport and meet us there." Without awaiting her response, he abruptly ended the call. Shi Yan sought out Xiao Chenyin in the study. Noticing he was not engaged in a video conference, she perched herself on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and bestowed a kiss upon him before speaking. My husband has summoned me home. There is a flight in 8 hours. Will you accompany me to the airport? Xiao Chenyin paused momentarily, then firmly embraced her. What shall I do if I do not wish to let you go? Disregard your husband and stay with me. Shi Yan gently stroked his head. Do not jest. Xiao Chenyin let out a soft hum, burying his face in her neck, showering her with kisses and nibbles. This was likely their final intimate moment. Shi Yan did not push him away. On their way to the airport, Xiao Chenyin continued to hold her, wishing to merge her essence with his own. When they reached the entrance of the airport terminal, he reluctantly released her. I have matters to attend to here that will occupy me for a while. Within a month, I shall seek you out. The time I owe you should be repaid thrice. No, tenfold. Shi Yan smiled softly, choosing not to directly address his words. Take care of yourself. Do not sustain any more injuries. She exited the vehicle, dragging her luggage towards the airport. After covering some distance, she paused and turned to gaze back. Xiao Chenyin stood by the car, his gaze deep and contemplative. Upon noticing her look, his lips curled into a gentle smile. Shi Yan clenched her fists tightly, her heart throbbing with a tumultuous surge of emotions. She cast aside her luggage and hurried back to him, enveloping him in her embrace and rising onto her toes to press her lips against his. Their fervent kiss lingered for nearly 30 seconds before she withdrew, gazing into his eyes, where a tempest of feelings swirled before gradually settling into tranquility. Xiao Chenyin teased, "Are you really going to miss me this much? It's just a month. Bear with it, and I'll come to find you as soon as possible." Shi Yan smiled faintly, still remaining silent. "Take care. I'm leaving. You too. See you in a month." In her heart, Shi Yan silently vowed never to see him again, then turned away without looking back, heading directly into the airport. After verifying her ticket and passing through security, Shi Yan found herself in the VIP lounge, where she spotted Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan peeled a grape and brought it to Qin Xiuhan's lips. "Honey, have a grape." Qin Xiuhan accepted it, his lips curving in a tender smile. "Thank you, darling." Shi Yan felt no desire to engage with them and chose a seat for herself, immersing in the game King of Glory. Lu Ruyan and Qin Xiuhan shared the same chair, nestled in Qin Xiuhan's embrace, looking at Shi Yan with a teasing smile. "Shi Yan, how have you enjoyed the past half-month? My husband took me to do so many things. We went on the Ferris wheel, rode a hot air balloon, and had an abundance of fun, too much to recount all at once. By the way, during our outings, my husband was especially attentive. He worried about me getting sunburned and reminded me to apply sunscreen. When I grew tired and could hardly walk, he patiently waited until I had rested enough to continue. Even when I was on my period, he helped me boil hot water. You must have had a hard time all alone in an unfamiliar place without anyone to care for you, right?" Qin Xiuhan glanced at Shi Yan with an indifferent expression. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of anticipation, yearning to see her display sorrow or jealousy. However, she did not. Instead, she was engrossed in her phone, her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. Lu Ruyan chuckled softly. "If you're jealous, just admit it. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. This act is truly beneath you. Being unable to possess yet unwilling to lose is a petty demeanor." Qin Xiuhan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Shi Yan was intentionally feigning indifference. She had often done so in the past, pretending not to care about him while still cooking for him daily, preparing his clothes, and even ironing his socks. She must be afraid that he would discern her lingering affection for him and grow weary of it, hence honing her acting skills to a level even more refined than before. Such minor tricks, yet she dared to flaunt them before him. He could see right through her thoughts. It was likely that the man she had been seeing recently was merely a means to provoke him. Including the man who had picked her up at the auction, he was undoubtedly someone she had paid to play a part. Chapter 32. Are you delighted to take advantage of me? Shi Yan's gaze remained fixed on the screen as she remarked coolly, "The less someone possesses, the more they feel compelled to flaunt. It's somewhat pitiable, really. The things certain individuals boast about are merely the result of their incessant chatter, completely imperceptible to others. You. Lu Ruyan's indignation was palpable, her heart racing with fury. Shi Yan continued, "It is the truth that truly exposes one's vulnerabilities." Lu Ruyan, her eyes aflame with rage, clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches to Shi Yan. Yet, she feared that such a reaction would only validate Shi Yan's assertion. It is the truth that truly exposes one's vulnerabilities. Bitterness welled up within her as she bit her lip, gripping Qin Xiuhan's hand with renewed intensity. Qin Xiuhan felt a pang of compassion for his distressed beloved and immediately darkened his expression. At that moment, Shi Yan raised her head, her smile enigmatic as she addressed Lu Ruyan. "I was speaking of a teammate in the game. Her skills were abysmal. She was killed by the opposing team numerous times, yet boasted that their skills were inferior to hers. I merely responded to her, so do not take it personally." Noticing Lu Ruyan's continued discontent, Shi Yan feigned surprise, saying, "Surely you are not like my eccentric teammate, simply boasting for the sake of pride?" "Enough." Qin Xiuhan interjected sharply. "Cease your sarcastic remarks. You are deliberately targeting Ruyan. Apologize to her at once." This time, Shi Yan complied, offering a mockingly cheerful apology to Lu Ruyan. "I'm sorry. It's entirely my fault for being so dim-witted as to not recognize that you were merely boasting. In the process of unveiling others' hypocrisy, I inadvertently exposed yours, causing you distress. In the future, I shall be more discerning, and if I must scold you, I shall do so privately, so you do not have to share the brunt of my reproach with others. It would indeed be unfair to you. After all, one's vanity may lead to a touch of hypocrisy, but you are not only hypocritical, but also contemptible, deserving of a rebuke all to yourself." Both Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan's expressions darkened. This apology was more hurtful than silence. Lu Ruyan tightened her fists, her expression resolute as she bit her lip. "I know you target me because you are envious of the love I receive from my husband. Every time you see me, you find new ways to insult me. Yet, even so, I could never relinquish my husband to you. I could give you everything else, but him, never." Shi Yan replied with a smirk. "Very well then, relinquish all your savings and valuables to me. Even 1,000 yuan counts as valuable. I'm not picky. You." Lu Ruyan was rendered speechless, her face flushed with anger, unsure of how to respond. Shi Yan regarded her with disdain. "See, you are lying again. You do not appreciate being called hypocritical, yet you persist in your double standards." Lu Ruyan, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears as she buried her face in Qin Xiuhan's embrace, sobbing. Qin Xiuhan bore a look of disappointment. "You were not like this before." Shi Yan interrupted him. "I was indeed. If you do not believe me, ask Lu Ruyan. Have I not often scolded her in private? I have not only scolded her, but even struck her. Has she not reported my behavior to you? That shouldn't be the case. I provided her ample opportunity to do so, yet she seems to have taken it for granted. She has a penchant for fabricating complaints. After all." Qin Xiuhan's countenance was ashen, his expression one of barely concealed rage, wishing he could strangle Shi Yan. "Why did you mistreat Lu Ruyan?" "Because of you. She can only follow me without any status. If you do not feel remorse for that, then why must you further torment her?" Lu Ruyan often complained to him, claiming that Shi Yan consistently bullied her. However, each time he confronted Shi Yan, she would demand evidence. Lu Ruyan had never provided any proof, and over time, he began to harbor doubts. Eventually, he chose to comfort Lu Ruyan in her presence without confronting Shi Yan, unless both women were present. Whenever Lu Ruyan felt wronged, regardless of who was at fault, he insisted that Shi Yan apologize. After all, Shi Yan had caused Lu Ruyan to become a mistress, so it was only right to show her some leniency. To his astonishment, Shi Yan had indeed been bullying Lu Ruyan behind the scenes. How could she have the audacity to demand evidence from him? Shi Yan shrugged. "Regardless, if I do not scold or strike her, she will fabricate lies and come to you with grievances. To save her some brain cells, I am merely kind enough to solidify my alleged offenses so she can complain directly. Moreover, she tends to be quite reckless in her self-harm, leaving herself bruised and battered. My intervention would only cause pain without leaving marks, which is far better than her inflicting harm upon herself." Shi Yan sighed in exasperation. "I truly have expended much effort on her. I almost feel a sense of affection developing for the two of us. Lu Ruyan interjected, "Husband, do not listen to her nonsense. I have not fabricated any tales to complain to you. She is deliberately trying to sow discord between us with her words. We must not fall for her schemes. Aside from the fact that she truly mistreats me, everything else is a fabrication." Qin Xiuhan wiped away her tears, speaking tenderly. "I know. I trust your character." He then cast a disdainful glance at Shi Yan. "You are intentionally presenting a fade that is unlike your usual self, creating a stark contrast to draw my attention. Are you? You should read fewer novels. Such tactics are futile against me and will only increase my disdain for you." Shi Yan replied coolly, "As expected of you, your intelligence remains in the shallow end. You have never disappointed me." Qin Xiuhan glared at her in exasperation. Lu Ruyan gently soothed him, ensuring he would not bicker with Shi Yan. Lu Ruyan felt that her scolding had not been in vain, as it had only deepened Qin Xiuhan's aversion to Shi Yan. Recently, Qin Xiuhan's excessive attention toward Shi Yan had instilled a sense of insecurity in her, prompting her to abandon her plans of displaying affection in front of Shi Yan and instead plead with Qin Xiuhan to dismiss Shi Yan so they could cultivate their relationship in solitude. During the past half-month apart from Shi Yan, although Qin Xiuhan had neither contacted nor mentioned her, Lu Ruyan sensed a certain disinterest in him, as if he were preoccupied with something. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Shi Yan, which fueled her desire to flaunt their affection before Shi Yan, inciting her jealousy and resentment. Despite some unexpected occurrences, the outcome was surprisingly favorable. No matter how eloquent and persuasive Shi Yan might be, she could not compete with Lu Ruyan's ability to act spoiled and pitiful. Up until the moment they boarded the plane, Qin Xiuhan had not cast a single glance at Shi Yan. Throughout the entire flight, he was wholly engrossed in showcasing his affection for Lu Ruyan. Upon disembarking from the plane, Qin Xiuhan arranged for Lu Ruyan to depart through a separate passage, allowing Qin Zhua to escort her home. He and Shi Yan then proceeded through the VIP corridor, taking a vehicle dispatched from the ancestral residence, and returned directly to the old mansion. The two individuals, who had previously harbored mutual disdain, instantly transformed into a loving couple upon reaching the entrance of the mansion. Shi Yan entwined her arm with Qin Xiuhan's. Her heart filled with immense aversion, yet her countenance radiated sweetness and shyness. Qin Xiuhan glanced at her sideways, letting out a disdainful scoff, remarking on how every return to the ancestral home seemed to afford her the opportunity to take advantage of him, much to her delight. Chapter 33. Pregnant Shi Yan maintained her smile, her lips barely parting as she squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. "Fool." While she vented her frustrations, the elderly gentleman who had hobbled out with a cane wore a bemused expression. It seemed that the young couple needed to occasionally escape into their own world. "You two have been out for a while. Your relationship appears much improved." Observing Shi Yan's rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, Xiaohan remarked, "Xiaohan must have taken good care of you. It's far better than the past 3 years. Indeed, indeed. Make sure to spend more time together when you can, rather than being consumed by work," chuckled Elder Qin, waving them over. Shi Yan, linked arm in arm with Qin Xiuhan, entered the living room, her face beaming with joy. Internally, she had scolded Qin Xiuhan countless times, yet outwardly, she projected the image of a deeply affectionate couple. She felt Oscar owed her a little golden statuette. Even the acting prowess of an Oscar-winning actress paled in comparison to her own. Regaining her composure, Shi Yan greeted Elder Qin with a smile. "Grandfather, we are back. While Xiuhan and I were away, did you heed the doctor's advice and take care of your health?" Elder Qin retorted, "I always listen to the doctor. Just ask old Zhou." Butler Zhou interjected with a smile. "Indeed, the old master follows the doctor's instructions diligently, listening to the recorded reminders daily, only to lounge in his armchair watching short dramas, ending the day with fewer than 100 steps on WeChat." Elder Qin grumbled, "Old Zhou, at your age, you're still snitching?" "Grandfather, Uncle Zhou is only concerned for your well-being," Shi Yan said, moving closer to massage his shoulders. "The doctor recommends at least 3,000 steps daily to keep your blood circulating and your body healthy. If you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to hold your great-grandchild when the time comes." Elder Qin's eyes brightened, and he asked eagerly, "Are you pregnant?" Shi Yan lowered her head, feigning shyness, glanced at Qin Xiuhan, and then timidly replied, "I haven't confirmed yet, but I believe there's an 80 to 90% chance. We've been quite diligent lately." "Ha ha ha, wonderful. I'll be able to hold my great-grandchild soon. I'll start exercising tomorrow." Elder Qin exclaimed joyfully. However, Qin Xiuhan frowned and shot a disapproving glance at Shi Yan. Elder Qin, tapping his cane against Qin Xiuhan's leg, scolded, "What kind of expression is that? You rascal? Aren't you happy that Yan Yan is pregnant? Are you asking for a beating?" Qin Xiuhan sighed. "It's not that I'm unhappy. I just think it's premature to announce something unconfirmed. I fear it might lead to your disappointment." Elder Qin replied, "If Yan Yan believes there's an 80 to 90% chance, then it's settled. I trust her." Qin Xiuhan, lacking in romantic sentiment, dismantled the excitement. "Our time away was less than a month. Even if it were true, it wouldn't be possible to know so soon. She's merely trying to please you with fanciful talk." Elder Qin, indignant, shot back, "I don't care. If Yan Yan isn't pregnant, I'll break your legs for being useless." Qin Xiuhan, "Never mind. Arguing with this old, stubborn man is futile. Shi Yan's self-praise has led her to resolve her own issues." She gifted the old master some trinkets she had purchased, which, though not particularly valuable, brought him immense joy. He instructed Butler Zhou to place them on his bedside table. Then he turned to the empty-handed Qin Xiuhan and inquired, "What about your gifts?" Qin Xiuhan replied, "I forgot. If there's anything you desire, feel free to tell me directly, and I shall have someone procure it for you." Furious, the old master retorted, "Go find your mother and let her scold you to calm my anger." Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan ascended to the second floor in search of Gao Yajin, who was engrossed in a game in the leisure room. Perhaps having lost, she vented her frustrations at her phone, berating a young opponent to the point of tears, prompting the child's mother to intervene with fervent rebuttals. The mother exclaimed, "You, an adult, are quarreling with a child? Do you despise children so much that you can't even bear to have one?" Gao Yajin shot back, "So this little brat has a mother? I assumed he was a wildling, so poorly raised that he jeopardized the entire team, only to hurl insults first. I thought his household registration had perished, leaving him without guidance. But it seems this is hereditary. The whole family must be devolving into beasts, which explains their lack of civility, as most beasts aren't particularly bright." The child's mother retorted, "You wretched woman. How dare you? If you have the guts, let's settle this offline and see if I don't tear your mouth apart." Meanwhile, her boisterous son screamed from the background, "Ah, old woman, granny, I'm going to kill you." Gao Yajin coolly responded, "I wish your entire family never reaches the age of a grandma." She then reported the opposing party. Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan listened in silence, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Qin Xiuhan, visibly displeased, remarked, "Mother, please refrain from playing online games. Engaging in verbal battles with elementary school students daily is quite embarrassing if it gets out." Gao Yajin, crossing her legs, flicked a piece of nasal mucus onto him, scoffing, "It's only shameful to lose. I won, so what is there to be embarrassed about?" Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened, scanning his body for the offending substance, his temples throbbing. "Mother, you are a prominent lady. Could you not be more mindful of your behavior?" Gao Yajin rolled her eyes dramatically, licking her finger after picking her nose. "Mind your own business, you little man." Qin Xiuhan fell silent. Turning to Shi Yan, who stood quietly, Gao Yajin asked with a blank expression, "Did you truly allow this troublemaker to touch you? Are you really pregnant?" She had inadvertently overheard the old master's loud outburst downstairs. Shi Yan replied, "I suppose so, but I can't be entirely certain yet." Qin Xiuhan gritted his teeth, insisting, "I did not stir any mess. I am not a troublemaker." Gao Yajin countered, "Did you not stir things with Lu Ruyin? To me, she is nothing but a mess." Qin Xiuhan frowned. "I won't allow you to speak of Ruyin that way." Gao Yajin scoffed, "What? Are you willing to forsake your kin for your mistress?" Enraged, Qin Xiuhan clenched his fists, conceding, "Forget it. We cannot communicate." He then turned and stormed away. Shi Yan set down the gifts and seized the opportunity to follow him. Upon leaving the old residence, Qin Xiuhan drove off alone, leaving Shi Yan standing at the manor's entrance. Shi Yan hailed a cab and went directly to the hospital for a blood test. Unsurprisingly, she discovered that she was pregnant. However, given the early stage of her pregnancy, the doctor advised her to wait another month, around 45 days, for an ultrasound to gain further insight into the embryo's development, as the gestational sac would not even be visible for another 2 weeks. Upon exiting the consultation room, Shi Yan immediately transferred 1 million to Xiao Chenyin. He had been with her for less than a month, and she compensated him with a month's fee, considering the excess as a gratuity. Following that, she sent him a message: "Let us part ways here. Please do not contact me again." Subsequently, she blocked all his contact information. Chapter 34. She cannot see the future. Upon exiting the hospital, Shi Yan hailed a taxi to the outskirts where the prison was located. She deposited 3,000 yuan into her uncle's account to improve his living conditions within the confines of incarceration. His status in prison was precarious. Many harbored resentment toward the wealthy. Witnessing a former magnate reduced to a mere inmate elicited both sympathy and a sense of schadenfreude, with some eager to kick him further while he was down, as if by doing so they could validate their own worth. In the initial month of his imprisonment, her uncle lost 20 pounds. Once a figure of confidence, he had become timid and withdrawn. During that period, they lacked the means to assist him. It was only after her marriage into the Qin family, freed from the incessant scrutiny of outside creditors, that she could begin to provide him with financial support monthly. As long as he retained some semblance of utility, he would at least avoid severe mistreatment. After transferring the funds, Shi Yan applied for a prison visit. The number of visitors was sparse that day, and she was soon granted access. Separated by glass, they exchanged a silent gaze. Her uncle's eyes were vacant, devoid of hope, resembling a mere shell of a man. With a trembling voice, Shi Yan said, "Uncle, please take care of yourself. I will find a way to reduce your sentence." Her uncle, Shi Yan, managed a faint smile, replying, "Don't mind me. Look after your grandfather and the others. This is how my life is destined to be." The prospect of sentence reduction seemed bleak, as it hinged upon repaying the bank debts in full, an impossibility given the astronomical sum involved. With debts amounting to hundreds of billions, repayment was utterly unattainable. Even if he could settle them, his release remained unlikely, as he had been convicted of economic crimes. The culpability for the massive fraud perpetrated by his shareholders had ultimately fallen upon him, the legal representative of the company. After a prolonged silence, Shi Yan urged, "Do not give up. As long as you are alive, there is still hope. Your family awaits your return." She recalled how her grandfather and others had endured imprisonment and humiliation, yet had ultimately regained their freedom and revived the family business. "Things will improve," she reassured him. Overcome with grief, her uncle buried his face in his hands and wept. Were it not for the fear that his demise would further plunge his already despondent family into despair, he would have sought to end his own suffering long ago. He felt lost, yet clung to the hope that his family might still find solace. This thought was the sole impetus for his continued existence. Upon leaving the prison, Shi Yan gazed at the azure sky, feeling the weight of her breath grow heavier. She could not envision a future. There's a saying that rings true: one cannot see the future because they have glimpsed it. In Shi's family's dire circumstances, even the utmost efforts of the Qin family, the wealthiest in the capital, could not erase their overwhelming debts. The Shi family's company, originally valued at around 100 billion, had been manipulated by unscrupulous shareholders who, exploiting their positions, fabricated false financial reports in collusion with certain departments. This deceit inflated the company's value nearly tenfold, allowing them to embezzle vast sums before fleeing abroad. Their actions not only devastated the Shi family, but also harmed numerous companies and individuals. In the wake of the scandal, daily reports emerged of live-stream debt collection and suicide incidents, igniting a significant societal uproar. Thus, even though it is well understood that the Shi family is also a victim, the uncle, as a legal entity, has faced severe punishment, and those members of the Shi family who did not flee have become scapegoats. Yet, despite having glimpsed a future devoid of hope, she finds herself left with no choice but to continue down this arduous path. Shi Yan withdrew her gaze, rubbed her weary eyes, and took a carriage back to the city. She did not return to the marital home, but instead went to her grandfather's house. After her marriage to Qin Xiuhan, The elder Qin had facilitated the purchase of the Shi family ancestral home for them. Therefore, despite being heavily in debt, their living conditions remained relatively pleasant. Yin Yan, you're back. Her second aunt, Li Minhui, greeted her with a warm smile upon her entrance. Her cousin, Shi Yao, dashed over, pushing past her to peek out the door with bright, eager eyes. Where's brother-in-law? Didn't he come back with you? Shi Yan nodded. Yes. He is busy with work and couldn't accompany me. Immediately, Shi Yao's expression soured, and with a huff, she returned to the living room. It's not that he is busy. He simply doesn't want to come back with you. You are truly useless. After 3 years of marriage, you still haven't captured his heart. If only I had married him instead. Yao Yao, be quiet. Li Minhui interjected sharply, interrupting Shi Yao's words. She then turned to Shi Yan, a look of contrition on her face. I apologize, Yin Yan. Yao Yao has always been mischievous and enjoys playing pranks. She was just teasing you. Please don't take it to heart. Xiuhan is managing a large company, so we can all understand how busy he must be. Shi Yan smiled faintly, acknowledging, Yao Yao isn't entirely wrong. I truly feel inadequate. Even if he were not busy, he still would not return with me. She had not concealed the discord between her and Qin Xiuhan from the Shi family. After all, deceiving Elder Qin was exhausting enough. There was no need to burden herself with additional deceit. The Shi family was less concerned about the state of her marriage and more focused on her standing within the Qin family and the benefits she could secure. Li Minhui remarked, do not speak of yourself so negatively. You and Xiuhan have spent 3 years together, even if he initially had no feelings for you. Over time, he is bound to develop affection. You must continue to strive for a better relationship with him and refrain from merely seeking the approval of Elder Qin. The old man doesn't have much time left, and the Qin family will soon be in Xiuhan's hands. By winning over Xiuhan, your position will be more secure in the future. Although Elder Qin currently protects you, if you only focus on pleasing him once he is gone, you will be left vulnerable. If Xiuhan were to abandon you for another, what would you do? The only way to ensure the Shi family's continued support is to firmly grasp Qin Xiuhan's favor. Every time she returned, her second aunt subtly urged her to win over Qin Xiuhan. In the past, it might have been bearable. Now, with her feelings for him having waned, such remarks only filled her with annoyance. Her second uncle, Shi Jialong, set aside his newspaper and reproached, Enough. Stop your incessant nagging. Yan doesn't even want to come home anymore. She is no longer a child. She knows how to navigate her own path. Please refrain from being so bothersome. Li Huimin shot a glare at Shi Jialong. The second uncle, disregarding her, smiled at Shi Yan and said, Yin, just pretend she's talking nonsense. Live your life as you see fit. Your grandfather is meditating in the backyard. Why not go visit him? Shi Yan nodded, placing down the gift as she made her way to the backyard. As soon as she left, Li Huimin could no longer contain her anger and scolded. I spoke to her at length, not for my sake, but for this family. Do you want her to endure the same mistreatment we faced when we were on the brink of bankruptcy? Shi Jialong replied, but this burden cannot rest solely on Yin. You are well aware that Qin Xiuhan has been unfaithful. Yin has sacrificed for the Shi family for 3 years. What more do you expect from her? She owes nothing to the Shi family. Li Huimin retorted sharply. How could she not owe? When she was a child, her biological father abandoned her on Skull Island. It was we who provided her with a home. Furthermore, our family's downfall was partly orchestrated by her father. He is among those who wronged us. She must repay us, giving everything for the Shi family, even her very life. Chapter 35. Sees her life. Shi Jialong's expression was somber. You mentioned that Yin was sent to Skull Island by her biological father at a tender age to fend for herself. She's a victim in all this. How can you attribute her father's actions to her and demand that she make amends? If she had benefited from her father's kindness, one might hold her partially accountable. But she has never received any favors from him. Rather, she has suffered greatly. Is it not excessively cruel and unreasonable to blame her? Li Huimin maintained a stern demeanor. As long as her father's blood runs through her veins, she must bear the responsibility. The sins of the father are to be repaid by the daughter. I'm not bullying her. Shi Jialong, infuriated, laughed derisively. You are truly being unreasonable. Li Huimin's chest heaved with anger. You dare to accuse me of being unreasonable for defending an outsider? Where is my unreasonableness? The calamities faced by the Shi family are undeniably linked to her father. Shi Jialong countered, I never claimed that her father is without blame, but he is her father, and she is herself. Li Huimin retorted heatedly, very well. Even if she bears no responsibility for her father, surely she must be accountable for her mother? If her mother had not provoked her father, inciting such hatred from him and even the Shi family, we would not be facing these troubles now. Shi Jialong's face turned ashen. My sister has been gone for many years. How can you still drag her into this to assign blame? When that beast had his sights set on my sister, you were the one urging her to cling to his side, to not be ungrateful. The Shi family's ascendance into the affluent circles was largely due to my sister's association with that beast who supported their rise. Why do you fail to acknowledge the advantages my sister brought? The Shi family was originally just an ordinary household. Shi Yan's maternal grandparents hailed from the same village. Years ago, her grandmother's fiancé, old Master Qin, absconded with her grandmother's father's compensation funds along with his comrades. Her grandmother toiled tirelessly to gather money, ultimately selling off all their land to repay most of the debt. Yet, there remained one family from whom she could not extract a single penny, forcing her to seek an apology and request a promissory note. The young man from that family jested, why not offer yourself as my bride? In that case, you needn't repay my father's compensation. At that moment, her grandfather merely sought to lift her grandmother's spirits, never expecting her to take it seriously. She moved in with him that very day with just a few articles of clothing. Later, both grandparents ventured to the city to work. After a year in the factory, her grandmother, disillusioned by the dead-end nature of factory work, discussed with her grandfather the prospect of him continuing to work while she pursued technical training. She studied fashion design for 3 years and, upon graduation, secured a position at a major company as a designer, earning money while building valuable connections. Eventually, she and her grandfather established their own design firm, complete with a production line. This occurred during the early days of the reform and opening, and they thrived with relative ease in this era of opportunity. However, as time progressed, her grandmother's design philosophies fell out of sync with the evolving trends, and she struggled to recruit talented designers. Coupled with a weak network, the company naturally transitioned from prosperity to decline. When the time came for the younger generation to discuss marriage, the company's monthly income dwindled to approximately $100,000. While this sum is quite substantial for an ordinary family, it pales in comparison to the affluent circles. Subsequently, Shi Yan's mother caught the eye of her father, a scion of an established aristocratic family in Beijing. Although his visible wealth may not rival that of the Qin family, in terms of background and influence, the Qin family is utterly incomparable, and the Shi family is even less so. With her father's support, the Shi family's business flourished, amassing increasing wealth, reaching a peak annual profit of over 10 billion, a time of unparalleled glory. However, everything changed when Shi Yan's mother and father fell out. Those who had previously sought to curry favor with her father by collaborating with the Shi family began to depart one by one, leading to a decline in the family's business. Initially, the situation was manageable. Although the profits had significantly diminished, they still garnered nearly 10 million annually. It was not until 8 years ago that the shareholders collectively betrayed the family, absconding with funds, plunging the Shi family into dire straits. And Shi Yan's mother met a tragically humiliating end. It is difficult to dismiss the notion that these events were orchestrated by Shi Yan's father. The entire family was aware of these happenings. Li Huimin had basked in the glory of the Shi family's zenith, a splendor brought forth by Shi Yan's mother. She was acutely aware of the tribulations faced by both Shi Yan and her mother. Yet, she audaciously placed blame upon the two victims, which was utterly infuriating. The phrase holding a bowl to eat while cursing one's mother had never before materialized so vividly before my eyes. Shi Jialong, increasingly agitated, sternly warned against such remarks, exclaiming that if she was unashamed, he certainly was. Beside him, Shi Yao could no longer contain herself and defended her mother, saying, Dad, how can you blame Mom? She is not wrong. Even if we do not blame Aunt and cousin, we took in cousin and provided her with warmth. Is it not natural for her to repay us? Moreover, 3 years ago, she took away my marriage. If it were not for her, I would have been the one marrying into the Qin family. She lamented that not only had she stolen her marriage, but she also failed to win over brother Xiuhan's heart. She was determined to ruin the Shi family. Shi Jiaolong retorted angrily, "You unfilial daughter! What nonsense are you spouting? When did Yan steal your marriage? It was old Master Qin who favored Yan and arranged for her to marry Qin Xiuhan." Shi Yao, even more enraged, countered, "But old Master Qin initially chose me. It was only after seeing Shi Yan's photograph that he changed his mind. If that isn't stealing, then what is?" Shi Yan bore a striking resemblance to her grandmother, and upon seeing her photograph, old Master Qin immediately decided to switch his choice. No matter how much Shi Yao protested, it was futile. Shi Jiaolong's expression darkened. She had just admitted that it was old Master Qin who requested the change, which had nothing to do with Yan. At that time, she wasn't even present and hadn't spoken a word to old Master Qin. Shi Yao, in her stubbornness, declared, "I don't care. Who told her to place her photograph on our family's photo wall? If she hadn't displayed her picture at home, how could old Master Qin have seen her enchanting face?" The more Shi Yao pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Originally, it was she who was to marry into a prestigious family. Yet it is Shi Yan who has taken advantage of the situation. Shi Yan is merely the granddaughter of her grandmother, while she herself is the beloved granddaughter. Why should the compensation that grandfather Qin bestowed upon her grandmother benefit that distant granddaughter? It ought to be granted to the true granddaughter instead. In the present circumstances of the Shi family, no affluent family would wish to associate with them. She has lost the opportunity to wed into the Qin family, rendering any prospect of marrying into a respectable household unattainable for the rest of her life. It can be said that Shi Yan has usurped her life, thus ruining her latter years. Chapter 36. The desire to entice Qin Xiuhan. The more Shi Yao contemplated her predicament, the more unjust she felt, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Father, I am your daughter. Why do you always favor Shi Yan? Given our family's current circumstances, no reputable family would dare to marry me. Having missed the opportunity with the Qin family, I have lost my sole chance for an advantageous marriage. My life is utterly ruined, and you do not stand up for me." Li Huimin approached her daughter, her heart aching as she wiped away her tears. She then turned her gaze towards Shi Jiaolong. "You are aware that Qin Xiuhan does not harbor feelings for Shi Yan. Once old Master Qin passes, he will undoubtedly divorce her. If that happens, the Shi family will lose their support from the Qin family and will face even greater hardships. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Why not allow Yao to take Shi Yan's place and become the young mistress of the Qin family? What do you think?" Shi Jiaolong immediately protested. "What nonsense is this? My sister stealing my elder sister's man? If that were to get out, she would be ridiculed for a lifetime. No, I cannot agree to this. Moreover, even though Yan is more beautiful, if Qin Xiuhan does not like her, do you think he will like Yao instead? This would only lead to humiliation." Shi Yao, her face filled with indignation, retorted, "Aside from my looks being slightly inferior and my figure not as good in every other aspect, how am I not comparable to her?" Li Huimin gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Once she had calmed her, she spoke. "Though Shi Yan may have a slight edge in beauty and figure, she has an unsavory past. In comparison to looks and physique, a woman's pure and unblemished life history is the finest dowry one can possess. Shi Yan, with her sordid reputation, is someone I would find filthy even to share a meal with. Is it any wonder that Xiuhan does not care for her?" Shi Jiaolong's expression darkened as he stood, fury igniting within him as he slapped Li Huimin across the face. "Yan is your own niece. How can you speak of her in such a manner? Do not spread unsubstantiated claims. Is this not akin to slander? How could you dare to defame your own niece?" Li Huimin stared in disbelief. After all these years of marriage, Shi Jiaolong had never laid a hand on her. Yet now, he resorted to violence for the sake of an outsider. Overwhelmed with a mix of indignation and sorrow, her eyes red, she shot back. "What lies have I told? If she had not sold herself, how could she possibly earn over $1 million a month abroad? Sometimes even several million. That amount surpasses what our family earned in a year before bankruptcy. Do you not find that peculiar? Sure, Jialong countered. Yin mentioned that she participated in arena contests. With the more people bet, the larger her winnings. Li Huimin scoffed. Such an explanation could only be believed by a fool like you. Those contests merely serve as a platform for solicitation. Once she steps off the stage, she goes to the beds of those wealthy men. It is inconceivable that she could earn such exorbitant sums through mere competition. Shi Yao added. The arena contests Shi Yan participated in were marketed with sensual undertones. Mother-S deductions are sound and well-founded. Li Huimin continued. My Yao is younger and untainted compared to Shi Yan. Perhaps Qin Xiuhan may take a liking to her? As a man, one must introspectively ponder. Do you prefer a woman of striking beauty, yet one who has been frivolously engaged by others? Or do you find yourself drawn to a woman who, while not lacking in attractiveness, possesses youth and a certain purity? Sure, Jialong's countenance fluctuated between shades of green and red, rendering him momentarily speechless. My dear husband, I understand your favoritism toward Shi Yan, as you perceive her as a pitiful soul deprived of affection since childhood. However, you must also consider the well-being of the Shi family. For the sake of our family's future, I implore you to allow Shi Yan to assist Yao in approaching Qin Xiuhan. Yao is both obedient and sensible. Should she wed Qin Xiuhan, I am confident she would secure his heart and firmly establish her position as Mrs. Qin, thereby ensuring the Shi family stability. Sure, Jialong hesitated, his agitation evident as he stormed off to his room, declaring, I shall not concern myself with this matter any longer. Do as you please. This could be interpreted as tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Shi Yan arrived in the backyard, where she beheld her elderly grandfather, who, having surpassed the age of 70, sat cross-legged on the grass in meditation. Respecting his tranquility, she refrained from interrupting, instead opting to stand quietly at a distance until he had concluded. After half an hour, her grandfather exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of stale air before slowly opening his eyes. Grandfather, Shi Yan approached to greet him. The elder, taken aback, rose and inquired, When did you arrive? Why did you not call for me? I haven't been here long, she replied with a smile, assisting him to a nearby pavilion where he could sit comfortably. How have you been feeling lately? Have you been attending regular checkups at the hospital? Following the family's misfortunes and the passing of her grandmother, her grandfather's health had deteriorated significantly. He often suffered from coughs and heart issues. The elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, just some old ailments, nothing to worry about. Focus on taking care of yourself. I am well, grandfather. You need not fret over me, she reassured him. He gently patted her hand and remarked, I have seen the news online recently. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Let things unfold naturally. Regardless of how the Shi family fares in the future, it is their fate to bear, not yours to shoulder. You have not enjoyed much fortune within the Shi family. It is unwise to place their future solely upon your shoulders. From now on, prioritize yourself and do not compromise your well-being for the sake of the Shi family. The news articles featured no identifiable faces, all obscured. Yet he could recognize his own granddaughter, even with her visage concealed. While the public found satisfaction in the narrative of Shi Yan, the original spouse striking a blow against the mistress, he could only perceive her sorrow, failing to grasp the entertainment the others derived from it. Shi Yan's husband had taken the mistress on outings, presenting her with lavish gifts, a blatant affront to Shi Yan, a dagger thrust in her heart. Even though Shi Yan received more expensive gifts from others, the emotional wound inflicted by Qin Xiuhan was inescapable. Alas, I never anticipated Qin Xiuhan to be so callous as to parade the mistress before you, trampling upon your feelings and disregarding your emotional state. Shi Yan feigned lightheartedness, responding with a smile, Grandfather, at your age, why concern yourself with such gossip? Old Master Shi remarked. The children at home were discussing matters, so I inquired a bit, only to find such distressing news. It weighs heavily on my heart, not to mention yours. If life becomes unbearable, you might as well part ways with him. After the separation, you should go abroad and cease to concern yourself with family matters. Shi Yan replied, I shall not allow myself to be wronged. I am well aware of what needs to be done, "Grandfather, there is no need for you to fret excessively. The doctor has advised you to think less and worry less, so please do not dwell on these matters." Old Master Shi sighed deeply. Shi Yan stayed at her grandfather's home for dinner. The household lacked servants, and typically, her aunt prepared all the meals. However, whenever Shi Yan returned, the responsibility of cooking invariably fell upon her, under the guise of filial piety. Shi Yan did not mind. She had previously prepared daily meals for Qin Xiuhan, so cooking for her grandfather and the family was no burden at all. She sympathized with her aunt, who had to prepare meals for such a large family. The others had grown accustomed to indulgence and were unaccustomed to such tasks, while only her aunt, who came from a less fortunate background, was adept at all household chores. Thus, since the family had fallen into decline and no longer had servants, all domestic responsibilities had shifted to her aunt. Shi Yan had suggested hiring a maid, but the family was still in debt, and they feared gossip, so they refrained from doing so. The saying, "Those who can endure hardships will never run out of suffering," was particularly fitting for her aunt, as she was midway through preparing the meal. Shi Yan received a call from Qin Xiuhan. "Where have you been? Why aren't you home yet?" Shi Yan replied coolly, "I am staying at my grandfather's for the night, and will return tomorrow. From now on, aside from matters concerning your grandfather, please refrain from calling me. I do not wish to speak with you." After hanging up, she completed the dinner preparations, only to be greeted by an unexpected guest at her grandfather's home. Chapter 37. Relentless Shi Yan gazed at the unexpected arrival of Qin Xiuhan at her home, her expression far from pleasant. "What brings you here?" With a cold smile, Qin Xiuhan responded, "Thanks to your indiscreet remarks before grandfather, he insists I spend more time with you, ideally 24 hours a day." Shi Yan fell silent. But before she could respond further, Shi Yao joyfully bounded up to Qin Xiuhan, her eyes sparkling like light bulbs. "Brother-in-law, my cousin has always struggled with her words. Please don't take her seriously. You're always welcome in our home." Turning back to Shi Yan, she added with a frown, "Cousin, really in a married life. Why would you go running to grandfather Qin to complain? Can't you discuss matters with your husband properly?" Shi Yao believed that Shi Yan must have gone to the elderly Qin to voice her grievances, which prompted Qin Xiuhan's remarks. In an effort to appear mature and considerate, she intentionally reproached Shi Yan. Li Huimin chimed in, Yao is absolutely right. Matters between a couple should be resolved privately. Constantly seeking outside intervention can harm their relationship. Moreover, considering grandfather Xiuhan's poor health, why trouble him with trivial marital disputes? Isn't that merely complicating his condition? I understand that your intent is not malicious. Yet even unintentional misdeeds can lead to severe consequences, for which you cannot evade responsibility. Shi Yan cast a faint glance at the two of them. You both have hastily condemned me, without grasping the full circumstances. Is that not a rather biased judgment? Li Huimin's smile faltered slightly. In the past, she had relied on Shi Yan's connections with the Qin family to safeguard her own, maintaining a courteous facade despite her underlying intentions. However, having decided to position her daughter as a substitute for Shi Yan, now with her husband's approval, she felt liberated from the need to tread lightly around Shi Yan. This prompted her to deliberately chastise Shi Yan in a bid to elevate her own daughter-esque standing. Her eagerness was indeed somewhat unseemly, yet she saw no alternative. They had little opportunity to interact with Qin Xiuhan regularly, and now that the chance had finally come, it was only natural to put forth their best efforts. It was also hard to overlook that Shi Yan, after 3 years of marriage, had yet to receive a visit from Qin Xiuhan to the Shi residence. If Shi Yan could frequently bring Qin Xiuhan home, they would have ample opportunities, allowing her to avoid such impatience. She would undoubtedly be able to conduct herself with greater decorum, pleasing Qin Xiuhan while not offending Shi Yan. Although she no longer relied on Shi Yan to safeguard the Shi family, they were still relatives, and she did not wish for any overt discord, which would be quite undignified. Li Huimin awkwardly smiled for a moment, sighed, and, with a resigned expression, said, All right, let it be my fault. I apologize to you. Let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt the harmony of our family." Shi Yan was initially not angry. She merely did not wish to acknowledge something she had not done. However, upon hearing Li Huimin's words, she found herself laughing in exasperation. The tone of her words suggested that Shi Yan was being unreasonable, nitpicking over minor issues. Indeed, while the matter at hand was trivial, the accumulation of small grievances could escalate into significant issues. Thus, it would be prudent to address them promptly when they arise. Wouldn't you agree, second aunt? Li Huimin laughed awkwardly. Shi Yao, her face clouded with displeasure, interjected, "Is it really necessary for you to be so relentless? My mother has already apologized. What more do you want?" Shi Yan cast her a sidelong glance, remarking that she could not accept that apology, as the tone implied she was being unreasonable. Shi Yao scoffed. "Aren't you the one being unreasonable?" Shi Yan fixed her with a serious gaze. "I am justified." Shi Yao retorted, "Does being justified give you the right to cause a scene? We are all family. Don't you know that one should show leniency where possible?" Shi Yan replied, "When you were unaware of the truth, you hastily placed blame on me, even suggesting that I wished harm upon grandfather Qin. Did you not consider that we are family at that moment?" Shi Yao's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, leaving her momentarily speechless. With a look of grievance, she turned to Qin Xiuhan, pleading, "Brother-in-law, please speak some sense. Is my cousin not being overly particular and unreasonable? This is clearly a trivial matter. My mother has apologized, and it should have been left at that. Yet, she insists on dragging this out, causing discontent among the family, which is terribly detrimental to our harmony. I can now understand why you dislike her. It must be exhausting for you to have endured her for 3 years. I can't help but feel pity for you." Qin Xiuhan raised his eyes to Shi Yan, stating, "You do seem to be taking this a bit too seriously. They are not diplomats, merely having misspoken on occasion. Why be so aggressive? A simple apology to the elder would suffice to put this matter to rest." Shi Yao's face brightened. With Qin Xiuhan siding with her, did this not signify that his fondness for her surpassed that for Shi Yan? Shi Yan looked at Qin Xiuhan, saying, "I understand that your loss of masculine dignity has led you to assert your masculinity in various ways. I can empathize, but I cannot accept it." Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened immediately. "What nonsense are you spouting?" With a half-smile, Shi Yan replied, "I am not a diplomat. I merely misspoke a few times. Why are you so upset? Elevating this to such a degree is quite unbecoming." Qin Xiuhan. This boomerang left him at a loss for words. Shi Yan turned to Li Huimin and Shi Yao, articulating each word with clarity. "I have never spoken a single disparaging word about Qin Xiuhan in front of Grandpa Qin. You may verify this with him. Of course, if he shamelessly chooses to lie, I am left with no recourse but to call Grandpa Qin for corroboration. The crux of the matter is not the truth itself, but rather my intention to convey that you should refrain from maliciously speculating about others based on ambiguous statements, fabricating falsehoods, while adopting a pretense of moral superiority to lecture others. To you, it may seem a trivial matter, yet the individuals you slander and misunderstand may endure prolonged sorrow." Chapter 38. Midnight intrusion. At this moment, Shi Jialong approached with a stern expression, reprimanding his wife and daughter. "Your words lack discretion. I have repeatedly urged you to be mindful in your speech. If you cannot articulate yourself properly, then it is better to remain silent. You have made quite a spectacle of things. Hurry and apologize to Yin Yan." Li Huimin and Shi Yao's faces fluctuated between shades of green and red, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Yet, they dared not escalate the situation further and could only lower their heads to offer their apologies to Shi Yan. "I'm sorry, Yin Yan. Annie didn't mean it. You know how I've treated you in the past. I simply spoke thoughtlessly this time. Please forgive me. Cousin, I also did not intend any harm. I'm sorry. Please don't be upset with me." Shi Yan glanced at her grandfather, who was returning from the back door, leaning on his cane. Not wishing to burden him, she refrained from saying anything further and merely nodded, accepting their apologies. They felt as if a great weight had been lifted and rushed to the kitchen to assist in bringing the prepared dishes to the dining table. Upon spotting Qin Xiuhan, the elder Shi's expression soured. However, considering that his granddaughter was married to him and that the Shi family was still receiving assistance from the Qin family, he refrained from voicing any discontent, maintaining a stern demeanor and offering him no warmth. "Grandfather, how have you been lately?" Qin Xiuhan greeted him proactively. Qin Xiuhan had received a fine upbringing educated in the etiquette of nobility, and was the elder Shi's most favored protege. His disdainful demeanor was exclusively directed at Shi Yan. He perceived her as insidious and malicious, always causing harm to Lu Ruyan. A villain deserved no respect. Yet, when interacting with Shi Yan's relatives, he upheld a facade of politeness and decorum, leaving no room for criticism. Had it not been for his mistreatment of Shi Yan and his affair outside, the elder Shi would certainly have been quite pleased with his appearance and demeanor. However, knowing how he belittled his granddaughter left the elder Shi with a profound dislike for him, viewing him as a pretender. The elder Shi chose not to scold him, but also ignored him, proceeding directly to the dining table. Shi Jialong hastily intervened. "My father is getting older, and his hearing is somewhat impaired. He may not have caught your greeting. Please do not take offense." Qin Xiuhan nodded, dismissing the matter. Shi Jialong continued, "Have you had dinner yet? If not, please join us. We tend to eat rather late. We are just about to begin." Suddenly, Qin Xiuhan's stomach let out a loud growl, answering the question for him. Embarrassed, he touched his nose and added, "I've been quite busy with work, and haven't tea had a chance to eat." Shi Jialong chuckled. "Then it's perfect timing to dine together." He arranged for Qin Xiuhan to sit beside Shi Yan at the table. Shi Yan and her aunt proceeded to the kitchen to fetch the dishes. Once they had finished serving, Shi Yao was the first to take a seat at Shi Yan's designated spot. However, she was promptly reprimanded by the elder Shi. "Have you forgotten where your seat is? Return to your rightful place." Though aged, he was far from foolish and instantly discerned the young girl's intentions. Feeling a surge of indignation and embarrassment, Shi Yao had never before sought to usurp Shi Yan's position, yet upon the arrival of Qin Xiuhan, she was eager to seize her seat, a maneuver as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions. It was nearly impossible to overlook. Shi Yan spoke up. "It's all right, grandfather. Let Yao Yao sit beside you. It matters not where I sit." Shi Yao beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Look, grandfather, my cousin doesn't mind, so you shouldn't either. I want to sit beside you and help you with your food. Please grant me this chance." The elder Shi shot her a disapproving glare, but ultimately refrained from further comment. However, Qin Xiuhan frowned slightly before rising to take a seat beside Shi Yan. The Shi family's dining table was quite expansive, with a significant portion of the family absent, leaving many seats unoccupied, thus making it easy to change places. Upon seeing Qin Xiuhan move away, Shi Yao pouted in indignation. Li Huimin waved at her with a smile, saying, "Yao Yao, dear, don't interrupt your grandfather's meal. Come sit here with me." The seat next to Li Huimin was conveniently close to Qin Xiuhan. Shi Yao promptly scampered back. The elder Shi's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, and before the meal even commenced, he was already half infuriated. What a disgrace! Did she truly believe her intentions were undetectable? Acting so brazenly in front of her cousin's husband, she had lost all sense of propriety. With outsiders present, the elder Shi found it unwise to voice his discontent. Thus he could only stew in frustration while dining. As Qin Xiuhan took a bite, he immediately discerned that the dishes were prepared by Shi Yan. Initially, he ate with decorum, but gradually he transitioned to devouring his food voraciously, eager to fill his mouth. By the time the entire family had put down their chopsticks, he was still eating, nearly finishing all the dishes. When he finally set down his utensils, he contentedly burped. It had been ages since he had relished a meal so thoroughly. His stomach had acclimated to Shi Yan's culinary skills. And after enduring a month and a half of flavorless fare, his appetite was finally satiated this evening. His visit was not in vain. His primary motivation for coming was indeed to savor Shi Yan's cooking. Though he had never previously accompanied Shi Yan back to her family home, she had mentioned in their conversations that each time she returned, she would personally cook for her family. That evening, Qin Xiuhan chose to stay overnight. Li Huimin prepared a separate guest room for him. Although Qin Xiuhan and Shi Yan were married, certain customs dictated that even spouses should not share a bed when visiting the wife's family home. Thus, Li Huimin's arrangement was not intended as a slight. In the middle of the night, Shi Yao stealthily emerged from her room and paced back and forth before Qin Xiuhan's door, several times raising her hand as if to knock, only to timidly drop it again. At that moment, her aunt awoke and descended the stairs in search of water. witnessing this scene and quickly ushering Shi Yao back to her room. Once the door was closed, she pointed at Shi Yao's temple, chastising her vehemently. What do you think you are doing? Making a show in front of him to leave a good impression is one thing, but sneaking out in the middle of the night to knock on his door? Is that behavior befitting a respectable girl? Aren't you afraid he will see you as a frivolous and indiscreet woman? Shi Yao wore a look of grievance on her face. Was it not her intention to cherish the opportunity and turn their relationship into something more substantial? Perhaps after sharing an intimate moment, he might develop feelings for her. Li Huimin interjected. What kind of woman has he not encountered? Do you truly believe that a single night can make him fall in love with you? You are far too naive. You must allow him to gradually discover your brilliance. Let him first fall for your soul, and then solidify his affection through intimacy. That is the proper path. To approach it otherwise is akin to becoming a common courtesan. And this is still within the confines of our home. If your grandfather were to find out, it would surely infuriate him. If word of this were to spread, our family would never be able to hold our heads high again. While I support your ambition to oust Shi Yan and become Mrs. Qin, you cannot resort to despicable tactics. If you were to climb into bed with him now, even if you were to enter the Qin household, you would never earn their respect. Shi Yao, her face flushed with embarrassment, murmured softly, I understand, Mom. Please, no more. I'm already too ashamed to face anyone. Chapter 39. I become spoiled by you, and you must take responsibility. The following morning, Shi Yao rose early to prepare breakfast personally. Her culinary skills were rather lacking, prompting Li Huimin to assist her. However, more often than not, it was Li Huimin who took charge, while Shi Yao merely stirred the ingredients occasionally, considering it her own creation. Once Qin Xiuhan awoke, she eagerly presented the breakfast she had prepared before him, smiling as she said, Brother-in-law, I made this breakfast myself. Do give it a try and see if it pleases your palate. Having observed Qin Xiuhan's hearty appetite the previous night, she assumed he had a substantial appetite and prepared an abundance of dishes. Additionally, in a bid to demonstrate her regard for him, she intentionally crafted some elaborate and expensive recipes, such as Buddha jumps over the wall and steamed fish. The breakfast spread was more lavish than most dinners. Qin Xiuhan gazed at the opulent array of dishes before him, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Who consumed such rich and extravagant fare at such an early hour? Out of politeness, he took a seat, but after just one bite, he set down his chopsticks. I am full. Thank you for your hospitality. Shi Yao's expression of anticipation faltered, her smile freezing as she stared at Qin Xiuhan in disbelief. Brother-in-law, you've only taken one bite. How could you possibly be full? You clearly ate so much last night. Is it that the food does not suit your taste? Please tell me what you enjoy, and I will prepare it anew. Qin Xiuhan replied, I assure you, I am quite satisfied. There is no need for further preparation. Please convey my regards to grandfather and uncle. I must take my leave. It was only after Qin Xiuhan exited the door that Shi Yao could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. Oh, mother, what were you thinking? Why did you make such unpalatable food that even my brother-in-law refused to eat? How could I claim such distasteful dishes as my own? Will he think my culinary skills are this poor and be disappointed in me? Despite her deep affection for her daughter, Li Huimin could not help but feel anger upon hearing these words. You consume my meals daily. Don't you know whether they are palatable? Are you not aware of your own culinary abilities? And to blame me for your shortcomings. Do you truly believe you could surpass me? I have long advised against such a complicated breakfast, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Who prepares a banquet for breakfast? Shi Yao stamped her foot. Then why didn't you stop me more forcefully? At that moment, Shi Jialong descended from the stairs. After grasping the situation, he spoke with a serious demeanor. Enough of this squabbling. It is evident he is simply unaccustomed to another's cooking. He only ate so much last night because it was prepared by Yan herself. Shi Yao found this hard to accept. How could that be? He despises my cousin. How could he possibly enjoy her cooking? Shi Jialong countered. Have you forgotten? For the past 3 years, Yan has prepared his meals daily. If he did not enjoy them, why would she continue for such a duration? Perhaps he is unaware of his own affections. Words may not align with his true feelings. Shi Yao's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, struggling to find a rebuttal. Indeed, if Qin Xiuhan had never tasted Shi Yan's cooking, How could she have made it for him every day? It was precisely because he enjoyed it that she made it for him daily. Covering her face, Shi Yan wept as she retreated to her room. Shi Jialong shook his head with a sigh. In the morning, Shi Yan accompanied her grandfather to the hospital for a series of examinations. After returning him home, she did not get back until the afternoon. Once in her room, she opened her computer and began to revise a script she was working on. Due to circumstances at home, she was unable to pursue a conventional job. Her biological father threatened to obliterate all her career opportunities. After marriage, she hoped that old Master Qin could secure her a position at the Dingxin Group. But Lu Ruyin vehemently opposed this, fearing she might exploit her working hours to seduce Qin Xiuhan. To assuage Lu Ruyin's concerns, Qin Xiuhan directly warned her against appearing at the Dingxin Group. Reluctant to relinquish her ability to earn, Shi Yan turned to writing novels online. In recent years, short dramas had surged in popularity, attracting numerous seasoned directors and actors who returned to partake in this lucrative trend. Shi Yan was no exception. She had astutely recognized the commercial opportunity when short dramas first emerged. She penned her own script, invested in the project, enlisted university students majoring in cinematography as directors, and recruited emerging talents from art schools for filming. With minimal costs, they completed the shooting in a week and launched within a month. Thanks to the high quality of her content and the relatively low competition at the time, she reaped substantial rewards, earning over 200 million from her inaugural drama. Although the influx of capital later intensified competition and her earnings diminished, she adeptly identified the tastes and preferences of her target audience. The revenue from each of her projects ranged from several hundred thousand to millions. Presently, Shi Yan had largely set aside her novel writing to focus on script development, investing in production and assembling teams for filming. The script she was currently refining was nearly complete, requiring only some polishing before preparations for filming could commence. As she immersed herself in her work, time slipped away unnoticed until the sound of the door opening jolted her back to reality. Qin Xiuhan, visibly irritated, questioned her. "Why haven't you prepared dinner? I could overlook you not delivering lunch, but now you neglect dinner as well. Are you becoming increasingly lazy?" Glancing at the clock, Shi Yan realized it was already 7 in the evening. She saved her document, closed her computer, and rose to leave the room. Noticing her indifference to his inquiry, Qin Xiuhan felt a surge of frustration, but upon seeing her descend the stairs, he assumed she was heading to prepare dinner, and his annoyance subsided. The contradictory nature of women. He understood that she was merely sulking, attempting to provoke him with her retreat. When that tactic proved ineffective, she resorted to leveraging her sole advantage, cooking, to curry favor with him. Following her down the stairs, he began to lecture, "Stop being so childish. Fulfill your responsibilities. And when the time for divorce comes, I shall not shortchange you. It has been ages since I had that borscht. Could you make some tonight? Where are you going?" Qin Xiuhan's brow furrowed deeper when he noticed that Shi Yan was not heading to the kitchen, but towards the entrance. Shi Yan, seated on the shoe-changing stool, replied while changing her shoes, "I'm going out to eat." Qin Xiuhan's frown intensified. "Why go out? There are ingredients at home. You could easily whip something up. You have ample time to cook before and after going out." Shi Yan responded coolly, "I don't wish to cook." Qin Xiuhan's face was filled with displeasure. "How have you become so lazy? You lounge about the house all day without even preparing a meal." Shi Yan replied dismissively, "Well, I am just lazy." She rose to her feet, preparing to leave. Qin Xiuhan swiftly approached her, grasping her arm tightly, and gritted his teeth as he said, "I crave the dishes you make. Go and prepare dinner for me. Wasn't that what you wanted me to say all along? Now that I have said it, are you satisfied? I have lowered myself for you, so stop throwing a tantrum." Shi Yan shrugged off his hand, rolling her eyes in disbelief. "You expect me to lower myself and serve you like a maid? How can you utter such shameless words? So, I am to serve you and also be grateful for the opportunity?" Chapter 40. He came knocking. Qin Xiuhan coldly chuckled. "Isn't it so? You once implored me to savor the meals you prepared. If that were not a point of pride, why would you so eagerly take on the task?" Shi Yan retorted, "In the past, I was foolish, willingly acting as your maid, treating you with boundless kindness, indifferent to your harsh words, and persevering in that folly for 3 years. I acknowledge that was my fault, unrelated to you. After all, I subjected myself to your humiliation. It was entirely my doing, and I harbor no resentment toward you. However, I have cast off that foolishness. I refuse to demean myself any longer. If you compel me to serve you as a maid, then it is you who degrades yourself, and I would be justified in cursing you." As Shi Yan turned to leave, Qin Xiuhan grasped her arm once more. "You have deliberately accustomed me to your culinary skills, and now you intend to abandon me? How could you be so irresponsible? I must inform you that you have spoiled my palate, and you're bound to take responsibility for it. You shall continue to cook for me." Shi Yan's breath quickened with indignation. She had believed herself to be devoid of feelings for him, yet he had reignited her fury. "Do you even hear the absurdity of your words? While I did once implore you to taste my dishes, did I ever force you? Did I ever compel you to eat? You consumed each bite of your own volition. What does your acquired taste have to do with me? I, too, have grown accustomed to withdrawing money from the bank. If I find myself without funds in the future, shall I hold the bank accountable for my newfound inability to withdraw? Just because I once enjoyed a daily allowance does not mean they owe me perpetually. I have encountered shamelessness, but never have I witnessed such audacity as yours. You truly possess a remarkable talent for uttering such disgraceful remarks." In her fury, Shi Yan cursed and kicked him away. Qin Xiuhan nimbly evaded her kick, his expression shifting between shadows and light as he gritted his teeth. "The circumstances differ. Your trips to the bank are of your own accord, but my consumption of your meals was a temptation you presented before me. You must take responsibility." After a brief silence, Shi Yan began to roll up her sleeves. Qin Xiuhan's eyes brightened. "Are you going to cook? If you behave, I can assist you." He believed that offering to help was already a significant concession on his part. If she were wise, she would take advantage of this opportunity, allowing both to maintain their dignity. Shi Yan declared, "I'm going to hit you. If you cooperate, I can avoid striking your face." A scream echoed through the villa as Qin Xiuhan cried out in pain. Shi Yan, well-versed in combat, knew how to inflict pain without causing visible injury. To silence his cries, she tore off his tie and stuffed it into his mouth, leaving him to emit muffled groans of agony. After approximately 10 minutes, Shi Yan finally caught her breath, delivering one last kick before departing. Shi Yan arrived at a Sichuan restaurant, where she dined simply, then drove to her private villa. She had no desire to face the foolish Qin Xiuhan, fearing she might once again be tempted to strike him. The car was parked in the garage, and she took the elevator directly to the 3rd floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the corridor's motion sensor lights illuminated, causing her to overlook the fact that the lights on the 1st floor had also turned on. She entered the bedroom and proceeded to the adjoining bathroom for a shower. Being alone, she emerged without clothing. Suddenly, the unexpected presence of another person startled her, instinctively eliciting a sharp scream. Upon recognizing him, her eyes reflected a blend of surprise and complexity. Xiao Chenyin, what was he doing here? Just yesterday morning, she had sent him a message indicating the end of their relationship, and now he stood before her. Had he immediately flown in upon receiving her text? Xiao Chenyin rose from his seat, advancing towards her step by step. His handsome face appeared shrouded in a veneer of frost, heavy and cold, his formidable aura suffusing the entire room, rendering the air thin and oppressive. She instinctively recoiled, wishing to retreat to the bathroom to wrap herself in a towel. Although they had been intimate, confronting him in her nakedness stirred a sense of embarrassment within her. It would have been one thing had they both been unclothed, but her solitude and vulnerability induced an unsettling feeling of judgment. However, Xiao Chenyin soon closed the distance between them, his long arm encircling her from the side and pulling the bathroom door shut behind her. With her back pressed against the door, she found herself with nowhere to escape. He positioned his hands on either side of her, his solid arms creating an enclosure that trapped her within his confines. His gaze bore into hers, deep and dark, filled with anger and inquiry, yet predominantly marred by hurt and sadness. "What did your message from yesterday mean?" Xiao Chenyin demanded in a low, gravelly voice, laden with a slight tremor. Her heart quivered in response, feeling as though it had been seized, engulfed by an undeniable tumult of emotions. She turned her head aside, unable to meet his gaze. Pressing her hands against his chest, she attempted to push him away, but to no avail. Finally, she managed to utter, Please step aside and allow me to put on some clothes. I cannot think in this state. After a heavy few seconds of scrutinizing her, he withdrew his hands and took a step back. Even in his utmost fury, he retained his composure and respect for her. Seizing the moment, she swiftly turned to open the bathroom door, darting inside and locking it behind her. She grabbed a bathrobe. The fabric enveloping her body provided a sense of security, although her mind remained a chaotic whirlwind. Sitting on the edge of the bathtub, she covered her face with her hands, grappling with how to confront Xiao Chenyin. His calm, yet probing inquiry had rendered her defenseless. She had believed they could part amicably. Their time together had been filled with joy and satisfaction. When they separated, she had not only paid her share, but added a little extra as a gesture of goodwill. Everything had seemed so seamless. How could he have shown up unannounced? Uninformed observers might think she had toyed with the emotions of an innocent young man, branding her as a heartless woman who had led him on only to abandon him. 10 minutes elapsed as she sat there, her thoughts still in disarray. Let us talk, she finally resolved, realizing that evasion would not resolve any of their issues. The sound of Xiao Chenyin echoed at the entrance, heavy and oppressive. Shi Yan tugged at her hair with frustration and clenched her teeth. What am I afraid of? Our relationship is merely transactional. I've already compensated him, and I owe him nothing. What exactly is there to fear? Taking a deep breath, Shi Yan rose to her feet and opened the bathroom door. Xiao Chenyin glanced at her damp hair and softly advised, "You should dry your hair first. The weather has turned chilly, and it's easy to catch a cold." He led her to the vanity and silently picked up the hairdryer, assisting her in drying her hair. It was reminiscent of their days on Moon Island, where he would help her every day. The tension that Shi Yan had momentarily held on had dissipated once more. The more considerate he became, the more she felt like a heartless and callous woman. Chapter 41. I wish to return to family. Xiao Chenyin's fingers glided through her hair, gently caressing her scalp. A warm breeze flowed through the parted strands, soothing and delightful. His fingertips, slightly calloused, sent tingling sensations across her skin. Shi Yan couldn't help but recall the feelings evoked when those hands roamed her body, rough fingertips gliding over soft skin, sometimes causing a gentle sting, yet predominantly delivering an exquisite experience. Her cheeks flushed, and she hastily reined in her thoughts, daring not to dwell further. However, she could hardly be blamed. Much of their time together had been spent in indulgent pursuits, and upon seeing him, her mind instinctively conjured related images. Her hair, long and thick, took nearly half an hour to dry. As the sound of the hairdryer ceased, the room fell into a profound silence, where even their breaths could be distinctly heard. Xiao Chenyin lowered his gaze, quietly observing her. Unable to withstand his scrutinizing stare, akin to that of a scorned lover, Shi Yan initiated the conversation, asking, "Didn't you say you would be busy for a while? Why did you suddenly come to Beijing?" Xiao Chenyin replied in a subdued tone, "Upon seeing your message, I rushed to find you. I cannot comprehend what you mean by it's over or let us not contact each other again. What have I done wrong? Even if I were sentenced to death, you should provide me with a reason instead of abruptly casting me aside and blocking all means of communication, making it impossible for me to reach you." Shi Yan lowered her gaze and calmly stated, "Before we began, I made it clear that I would decide when our relationship would end. I have grown weary and wish to conclude it prematurely. I have already compensated you for your time. I believe we have nothing left to discuss. There is no need for you to question me with the demeanor of a heartbroken individual. Our connection was devoid of emotion, purely a transaction of monetary nature. I hope you will adhere to professional ethics and cease to disturb me. Let us part amicably." Xiao Chenyin crouched down, meeting her downcast eyes. Shi Yan instinctively sought to evade his gaze, turning instead to the reflection in the mirror. "Why do you not dare to look at me?" he inquired. "Is it that you do not wish to see me, or is it that you are afraid to?" Shi Yan fell silent. Indeed, she was afraid of witnessing the tempest of emotions in his eyes. She had always considered herself rather heartless, yet in the face of Xiao Chenyin, she found it difficult to utter words of cruelty. Perhaps it was because he had never harmed her, either in action or in words, always offering her respect and care. Had he treated her as Qin Xiuhan did, or even with a hint of flippancy, she might have steeled her heart. "We had such a pleasant time on Moon Island. Just before we parted, you seemed reluctant to leave. Why? After merely a day, do you wish to end things? Shi Yan replied in a low voice. I have stated my reasons. I am weary. Is that not sufficient? I pay for pleasure, and when I tire of one, I simply move on to the next. This is quite normal. Xiao Chenyin gazed at her for several seconds. Then she grasped his hand, pressing it against her chest. Almost instinctively, Shi Yan's fingers moved with a mind of their own. The silence in the air was almost palpable. Look, you still adore my body. Your reasoning is utterly unfounded. Shi Yan continued her defiance, claiming that excessive phone use had left her fingers cramping. Xiao Chenyin slid her hand beneath his clothing, allowing her unfettered access. From top to bottom, the defined muscles revealed themselves beneath her touch. Shi Yan inhaled deeply, forcibly withdrawing her hand, gazing at him intently. Must you insist on a justification? Very well, I shall disclose it. I wish to return to my family and live harmoniously with my husband, hence the necessity to sever ties with you. Is that reason sufficient? Xiao Chenyin shook his head. I do not believe you. Your husband has a mistress. He does not love you. He will only humiliate you and cause you pain. Shi Yan replied, It matters not. My love for him suffices. Love can alleviate suffering. Xiao Chenyin seized her hand, the veins on the back of it bulging, yet the pressure he exerted was gentle. You are lying. You do not truly love him. You have never mentioned him when we were together, and when he calls, you display impatience. I love him very much. Shi Yan interrupted him. Speaking earnestly, I have loved him for several years. My pursuit of you was merely to provoke him. My impatience was a strategic ploy. The effect was pronounced. He expressed a willingness to have a child with me, and my objective has been achieved. Thus, I must end this. Do not rush to refute. I will present evidence. Shi Yan rose, approached the bedside, and retrieved her phone, unlocking her QQ space, which was restricted from public access. It contained numerous entries chronicling her feelings for Qin Xiuhan, along with her attempts to please and yearn for him. Though not recorded daily, over 3 years, there were over 100 entries. Each one was a testament to her overflowing love for Qin Xiuhan. Shi Yan turned the screen toward Xiao Chenyin. He pressed his lips together, trembling as he raised his hand to scroll through the screen. October 1st, 2021. I never imagined that the person I would marry would be him. 5 years ago, the moment I saw him on camera, he became a frequent thought in my mind. I never dreamed of marrying him. I only hoped to see him again and express my gratitude. Yet, here I am, his wife, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. Fate has finally favored me. October 1st, 2021. I feel as though the sky has fallen. Just returned to our new home, and he handed me a divorce agreement, stating he has someone else. Our marriage was solely due to my grandfather's pressure. He said once his grandfather passes, we will divorce. Before I even had the chance to be happy, destiny dealt me another blow. On October 2nd, 2021, the day after my wedding, I encountered his beloved, who turned out to be my high school classmate, Lu Ruoyan. My impression of her was far from favorable. During our school days, she often spoke ill of me. Even more egregious was an incident during a spring outing when she bribed the driver to abandon me in a desolate area. As I trudged back in the rain, I rescued a person from a 5-meter deep pit, utterly exhausted. In a twisted turn of events, Lu Ruoyan, acting as if possessed, returned to claim my newly purchased dress, subsequently pushing me into the pit, endangering my life for the sake of a mere garment. How could Qin Xiuhan be enamored with such a wicked woman? I simply could not comprehend it. On November 5th, 2021, my curiosity regarding Qin Xiuhan's attraction to this nefarious woman led me to investigate for a month. I discovered that he was drawn to Lu Ruoyan because she had saved his life. The time and place of his rescue coincided with the memory of my own efforts in a deep pit. I pieced together the truth. Lu Ruoyan had abandoned me midway during our journey. On her way back, she noticed the bodyguards of the Qin family searching extensively for someone. Recognizing the Qin family's prominence, she opportunistically turned back to investigate and ultimately found me alongside the injured Qin Xiuhan, whom I had rescued from the pit. Having brought a severely injured person up from the depths, my fingers were torn and my strength utterly depleted as I lay on the ground to recuperate. As Lu Ruoyan approached, she overheard Qin Xiuhan murmuring that he could not see my face clearly, but only caught a glimpse of yellow. The color of the dress I wore that day. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruoyan harbored ulterior motives, swapping my dress, and then pushing the exhausted me back down the pit. All while she escorted Qin Xiuhan to his family, thus becoming his savior. Upon uncovering this truth, I felt a tumult of anger and excitement. Qin Xiuhan's affection for Lu Ruoyan stemmed from gratitude for her life-saving act. If he were to learn that I was the one who rescued him, might he not develop feelings for me instead? I yearned to reveal the truth to him. However, he had gone out to comfort Lu Ruoyan and was refusing my calls. I could only wait for his return to disclose the reality. Chapter 42. A necessary severance on November 8, 2021. After 3 days of anticipation, he finally returned. Eagerly, I sought to reveal the truth of past events. However, he met my revelations with skepticism, claiming that Lu Ruoyan had previously mentioned me. He accused me of indulging in rivalry during our school days and of being a habitual liar. Lu Ruoyan had even forewarned Qin Xiuhan about my potential to fabricate stories, suggesting that I might shamelessly attempt to claim credit for the life-saving act she performed for him. Lu Ruoyan was aware of the specifics surrounding the incident, its time and place, as well as the attire he wore. Ironically, the only detail he remembered, a yellow dress, had been snatched away by Lu Ruoyan. I found myself at a loss, utterly unable to substantiate the authenticity of my claims. By November 21st, 2021, after several days of contemplation, I arrived at a profound realization. Love that is born from a sense of obligation is inherently false. I yearned for him to perceive my genuine qualities and to truly develop feelings for me. This, I believed, constituted authentic affection. Thus, I resolved to make a concerted effort to win his heart. It is often said that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Henceforth, I would embark on the journey of culinary mastery. The subsequent entries chronicled my endeavors in cooking, meticulously adjusting recipes to cater to Qin Xiuhan's palate. By January 5th, 2024, after over 30 iterations, I finally concocted a stomach-soothing tea that perfectly suited his needs. Observing him free from the discomfort of gastric pain brought me immense joy. I blackened the screen of my phone, my expression devoid of emotion as I regarded Xiao Chenyin. Do you believe me now? I thought. My love for him had always been profound. I merely feigned indifference. The man I had waited for all these years was now willing to father a child with me. An opportunity one could not let slip away. I was determined to cherish our future together. Thus, I wished to sever ties with him. Xiao Chenyin pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes bloodshot, his expression shattered. He had assumed my marriage was merely a fade, devoid of emotional foundation. Little did he realize the depth of my affection for my husband, which far eclipsed our brief connection. To him, I was merely a tool to provoke my spouse. You deceived me. I recalled, I once stated that I did not wish to be a mere distraction in your marriage. You claimed to harbor no feelings for him. I let out a mirthless laugh. You believe the fabrications of a guest. How naive can you be? Xiao Chenyin, refusing to relent, questioned. You claimed you were infertile. How can he give you a child? A flicker of uncertainty crossed my gaze. I'm not permanently infertile. Rather, certain functions of my body are suboptimal. With proper care, I can conceive. For him, I shall endure any hardship to restore my health and bear a child. I rose in agitation, retrieving an outfit from the wardrobe before retreating to the bathroom to change. Upon my return, I found Xiao Chenyin still hunched over, his head bowed before the vanity, enveloped in an aura of despondency. Casting a glance in his direction, I chose silence and stepped towards the door. Have you ever had feelings for me? He inquired, halting my movements. The air hung heavy for a few moments before I calmly replied, No, I cannot love a man who sells himself. Xiao Chenyin remarked, if I were not. But Shi Yan interrupted him, declaring, there are no ifs. Love is the tremor of the soul, devoid of excessive prerequisites. With that, she exited the room. She had initially sought solace in this place. Yet the arrival of Xiao Chenyin disrupted her tranquility. She would rather confront that foolish Qin Xiuhan than remain here to witness the shattering of Xiao Chenyin. To be precise, it was a matter of courage. She feared that with the passage of time, her heart would soften. Although her feelings for Xiao Chenyin were not as profound as those she once harbored for Qin Xiuhan, they were undeniably present. The farewell kiss at the airport had already betrayed her innermost feelings. Who could resist the allure of a handsome man, perfectly sculpted, attentive in every regard, and centered entirely around her? Yet, she was acutely aware of the purpose behind her association with Xiao Chenyin. Once her objective was achieved, she must part ways with him. Otherwise, if Xiao Chenyin were to discover her pregnancy and surmise the child was his, the entire scheme would unravel. Only she and Qin Xiuhan could harbor the secret of her condition. Qin Xiuhan, for the sake of his grandfather, would never divulge a word and would even assist in fabricating falsehoods. She herself could not allow anyone to uncover the truth, severing a nascent emotional bond, though tinged with reluctance, was not insurmountable. Xiao Chenyin followed her to the garage. As Shi Yan prepared to enter her vehicle, he grasped her hand, his voice low and heavy. "I do not seek money. I offer my companionship freely. No, I will pay you. Let's not sever ties, shall we?" Shi Yan withdrew her hand, coldly replying, "It is unnecessary. I fear my husband may be disappointed should he discover this. He has graciously afforded me an opportunity, and I wish to leave no potential hazards." She entered her car and drove away. After taking a moment to collect her thoughts, she returned home. Upon stepping through the villa's entrance, Shi Yan was met with a nauseating scene emanating from the living room. "Darling, why aren't you eating? You mentioned on the phone that you hadn't had dinner, so I rushed over to prepare a meal. After so much effort, why do you eat so little?" "Oh, I see. Darling wishes for me to feed you with my mouth, does he? Allow me to serve you now." Shi Yan felt her skin crawl. She changed her shoes and ventured inside, casting a glance towards the dining area. Lu Rian was perched close to Qin Xiuhan, a sprout delicately held between her lips. Qin Xiuhan frowned, visibly repulsed. He initially intended to push Lu Rian away, but upon noticing Shi Yan's return, he altered his course of action. He wrapped his arms around Lu Rian's waist and bit down on the sprout she offered, all the while stealing glances at Shi Yan as reaction. Shi Yan calmly averted her gaze and ascended the stairs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Xiuhan's features. Just then, Lu Rian had settled onto his lap, her body languidly collapsing into his embrace, her sultry eyes fixed upon him, her lips drawing near the sprout. Realizing the situation, Qin Xiuhan promptly pushed her away. In his exertion, he inadvertently sent Lu Rian tumbling to the floor. "Ah, what are you doing, darling?" Qin Xiuhan's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he reached out to pull Lu Rian up. Speaking in a deep voice, "I suddenly recalled that there are some tasks I have yet to complete. I will attend to them in my study. You may tidy up and return home." Lu Rian bit her lip, feeling the lateness of the hour. "I'm afraid to be alone. May I stay overnight?" she implored. "Please, dear husband." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiuhan replied, "Very well." Lu Rian's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, my love. Where shall I sleep tonight?" Qin Xiuhan dismissively remarked, "You may choose wherever you please." With that, he strode upstairs. Instead of heading directly to the study, he went to the master bedroom, where Shi Yan was, mocking her with words. "Do you think that by sulking and refusing to cook for me, no one else will? There are plenty of people eager to prepare a meal for me." Chapter 43. Do you dare to say you don't like him? Shi Yan cast a fleeting glance at him, her tone dismissive. "Oh, congratulations then. So many people wish to be your mother, to care for you, a dim-witted child." Qin Xiuhan's face turned ashen with rage. "You are utterly incorrigible. Upon realizing that you cannot please me, you resort to personal attacks. Thinking such tactics will divert my attention? In moments of utter exasperation, one often finds humor." Shi Yan could not help but chuckle at his bizarre reasoning. "If you believe this is merely a ploy to attract your attention, then simply ignore me. That way, no matter what tricks I employ, they shall be in vain. Consider what you have been doing lately. When I disregard you, you come seeking me, and when I scold or strike you, you perceive it as a profound affection, as if I am employing strategies to capture your heart. Your behavior compels me to ponder whether you truly detest me as vehemently as you profess, or if you are, in fact, quite concerned about me. Otherwise, why would you be unable to endure my indifference, resorting to lowly remarks in an attempt to provoke me into responding?" "Shi Yan, of course, did not genuinely believe Qin Xiuhan harbored feelings for her. However, she was aware that intentionally misinterpreting his sentiments would lead him to avoid her like the plague, thus ceasing his vexatious pursuits. It was indeed true that Qin Xiuhan's fury stemmed from her withdrawal, yet that was likely not love. Rather, it was mere discomfort. A pillow, long accustomed to one's shape, would surely cause insomnia if replaced abruptly. Moreover, over the past 3 years, she had tended to his every need, like a devoted caretaker. The meals he consumed, the tea he savored, all were prepared by her hand, his clothing and shoes meticulously ironed and arranged by her. Each night, she would light soothing incense to aid his slumber. She had even taken the time to learn massage techniques, helping him relax by easing his shoulders before bed. Such a nurturing presence, abruptly withdrawing her care, would be disconcerting for anyone. He was merely unaccustomed to the absence of her attention, not genuinely enamored with her. In an instant, Qin Xiuhan was consumed by rage, his fists clenched tightly. "You speak nonsense. I could never harbor feelings for you. I merely came to warn you. Do not employ your schemes upon me." Shi Yan scoffed. "I reiterate, if you believe I'm using tactics, then simply do not engage. After all, my strategy is to distance myself from you, to treat you as if you were heir. If you do not react, no one will be affected. Yet, why are you so incensed? It indicates that you care. You cannot bear my indifference." Qin Xiuhan's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, rendering him momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. The coherence of Shi Yan's logic starkly contrasted with the disjointed nature of his own reasoning. Ultimately, in a fit of humiliation, he stormed off to the study. "Rude. You can't even shut the door for me," Shi Yan muttered as she took it upon herself to close the door. Just as she was about to do so, Lu Yin suddenly rushed forward. Pushing against the door, her gaze icy and fierce. "You possess remarkable cunning, having managed to entice Xiuhan, who previously exhibited a cold indifference towards you, never initiating conversation. Now, he frequently seeks you out, no longer aloof. Are you not feeling quite proud of yourself?" Shi Yan's lips twitched. What a notion of no longer being indifferent. Each day, he berates and humiliates her as if fueled by gunpowder. This is hardly better than indifference. What is there to be proud of? No wonder they are together. Their thought processes are indeed peculiar. Shi Yan, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Since you deem it a clever tactic, would you like me to teach you? Just slap him twice like I did, and I assure you he will regard you with newfound respect." Lu Yin, unable to tolerate Shi Yan's arrogance, raised her hand to slap her face. "You shameless wretch, daring to seduce my husband. I shall end you." Shi Yan grasped her wrist with her right hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yan's face with her left. The sharp crack echoed in the spacious corridor. "Ah!" Lu Yan let out a shriek. Moments later, she regained her composure, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Shi Yan. You dare strike me?" Shi Yan released her wrist, stating nonchalantly, "This is not the first time I've struck you. Why the fuss?" Lu Yan's chest heaved with rage, her voice trembling. "How dare you be so brazen? You steal my husband and then lay hands on me. You shameless mistress." Shi Yan chuckled. "Do you wish to hear what you were saying? Qin Xiuhan is my husband. You are the mistress. You, the mistress, dare to confront me, and I merely retaliated. Consider yourself fortunate that I possess mercy." Lu Yan screeched. "Though you're Xiuhan's wife in name, the one he loves is me. It is the unloved who are the true mistresses." Shi Yan replied coolly. "Then you have even less standing to make such claims. You know very well why Qin Xiuhan is fond of you." Lu Yan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes bloodshot with anxiety. She understood that Qin Xiuhan's affection stemmed entirely from the life debt incurred years ago, a debt she had deceitfully appropriated from Shi Yan. Should the truth ever come to light, devoid of that life debt, would Qin Xiuhan still harbor feelings for her? Having been by Qin Xiuhan's side for 8 years, beginning from the moment she stole that life debt at the age of 16, she pondered whether 8 years was sufficient to foster genuine feelings, even without that debt. Yet, she dared not gamble. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Yan's mind. Since the past life debt was stolen, why not create her own? If she were to genuinely save Qin Xiuhan once, even if the past were to be unveiled, she would have no fear. Lu Ruyin shot Shi Yan a fierce glare, leaving behind a warning, "Just wait and see," before dashing off to the study. Shi Yan assumed Lu Ruyin intended to report her to Qin Xiuhan, anticipating that he would come to confront her on behalf of his little lover. She had already warmed up her muscles, ready to engage in a vigorous confrontation with those two fools. Yet, after waiting in vain, they did not arrive. "The mountain does not come to me. I go to the mountain." Shi Yan rolled up her sleeves and took the initiative to head to the study. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld Lu Ruyin perched upon Qin Xiuhan's lap, her arms encircling his neck, displaying an air of bashfulness. "Darling, may I bear you a child?" Qin Xiuhan remained silent, his gaze lowered. In the past, he would have immediately pushed Lu Ruyin away. He could never conceive of fathering an illegitimate child. However, the thought of Shi Yan's attitude towards him and her previous words ignited a flame of irritation within him. He did not harbor feelings for Shi Yan. To affirm his innermost sentiments, he embraced Lu Ruyin's waist, their faces drawing near. At that critical moment, the study door swung open. Turning around, he discovered Shi Yan had stormed in. A smirk played on his lips. Though she professed indifference, her body betrayed her, upon witnessing him and Lu Ruyin in close quarters. She could hardly contain her urge to disrupt. Did she dare claim she did not care for him? Chapter 44. How did Xiao Chenyin end up here? Lu Ruyin, disturbed during her moment of joy, felt a surge of anger directed at Shi Yan. Before she could voice her frustration, Shi Yan preemptively spoke up. "What is wrong with you today? Why have you not reported this? I have waited so long for you to bring Qin Xiuhan to confront me. Do you realize the extent of its impact on me? It has caused me to miss my optimal sleep time." Lu Ruyin. Qin Xiuhan. As Shi Yan rolled up her sleeves and approached them, she thought, "Let us set aside our past grievances. Allow me to report on your behalf this time." She turned to Qin Xiuhan. "Behold the imprint of my hand on her right cheek. I am the one who struck her. You know that my actions will surely infuriate her, and you will feel compelled to defend her. I shall take it upon myself to assume that you intend to retaliate against me, and thus I shall commence my rightful self-defense." Qin Xiuhan. Before he could react, Shi Yan's hand had already landed on his face. "You lunatic, stop. Ah, woe is me. Now that you have struck him, you cannot strike me." The cries of Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyin echoed in succession. Shi Yan, with impartiality, attended to both of them equally, exhibiting no bias towards gender or favor. Once she ceased her onslaught, Qin Xiuhan finally had a moment to catch his breath. Glaring at Shi Yan with indignation as he gritted his teeth and questioned, "With your current treatment of me, you have thoroughly offended me. Are you not concerned that, when the time comes for the Qin family to be entrusted to my care, I might withdraw my support from the Shi family?" Shi Yan retorted sarcastically, "Even if I were to curry favor with you, it would be futile. As long as Lu Ruyin remains by your side, she will not permit you to assist me. You would forsake the Shi family's welfare and trample upon it, merely to appease your mistress." She had come to a realization. As long as Lu Ruyin was present, she could never rely on Qin Xiuhan. Whenever Lu Ruyin wept, Qin Xiuhan would acquiesce to her every whim. For now, with old Master Qin around, he dared not act recklessly, but once old Master Qin departed, he would undoubtedly cease his support for the Shi family. Thus, her only viable path was to secure shares for herself. Once she possessed those shares, it would matter little whether Qin Xiuhan favored or despised her. Relying on Qin Xiuhan's affection to safeguard the Shi family was precarious. Should he ever withdraw his feelings, the Shi family would inevitably suffer. It was far more prudent to retain control over her own bargaining chips. Yawning, Shi Yan turned and retreated to her room to sleep. She locked the doors and windows, donned her noise-canceling headphones, rendering herself oblivious to any attempts to intrude. That night, Shi Yan did not sleep soundly. In her dreams, she repeatedly encountered Xiao Chenyin, recalling moments spent on Moon Island together. However, this blissful imagery was short-lived, as it was soon replaced by his mournful, accusatory gaze, leaving her feeling guilty and ashamed even in her dreams. Upon descending the stairs the following day, Shi Yan noticed individuals moving items into the villa. In her moment of confusion, she spotted Lu Ruyan, clad in sunglasses and a mask, directing the movers to handle the items with care. Upon seeing Shi Yan, Lu Ruyan lifted her chin, and even through the mask and sunglasses, her arrogance and self-satisfaction were unmistakable. My husband has requested that I move in here, and he insists that you pack your belongings and relocate to another room, as I am to take up residence. He stated that since you do not regard him as your husband, there is no need for him to perceive you as the mistress of this household any longer. Henceforth, I shall assume the role of the lady of the house, and the master bedroom rightfully belongs to me. You are to comply with my wishes. Shi Yan spoke softly. You may move in if you wish, but I will not relinquish my room to you. Lu Ruyan, filled with indignation, retorted, Did you not hear what I just said? I am the lady of the house now, and if you refuse to vacate the master bedroom, where am I to sleep? Shi Yan replied, You may share a bed with Qin Xiuhan. He and I sleep in separate rooms. Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth in fury. She desired to share a room with Qin Xiuhan, but he would rather concede her the room belonging to Shi Yan than allow her to sleep beside him. I do not care. I demand the master bedroom. Shi Yan nodded. If you wish to share a room with me, that can be arranged. Rest assured, I will not intrude upon you, but I may offend you, as I did last night. Lu Ruyan, incensed, felt her heart ache with rage at the memory of last night's humiliation. She had not reported Shi Yan, yet Shi Yan had taken it upon herself to do so, and then proceeded to give her a beating, truly inhumane. Unable to contend with Shi Yan's provocations, Lu Ruyan turned to the bodyguards, helping her relocate her belongings, and commanded, Pack up everything in the master bedroom and dispose of it at the dump. As Shi Yan walked toward the kitchen, she remarked, You may have them discarded, but for every item they throw away, I shall slap you. Consider how many slaps your face can endure before you decide how much you wish to discard. Tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes from the sheer injustice. How can you be so unreasonable? My husband has instructed me to reside in the master bedroom. This is his house, and you have no right to occupy it. Shi Yan had already entered the kitchen, selecting ingredients from the refrigerator. This is our marital home, half of which belongs to me. I do not mind that he allowed you to move in without my consent. What more do you want? Lu Ruyan yelled. This house was financed by the Qin family. You have contributed not a single cent, and it is none of your concern. Shi Yan began washing and chopping vegetables. So what? My grandfather is willing to divide it with me. Lu Ruyan, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears, her sobs echoing clearly even in the kitchen. As Shi Yan started cooking, she remarked, What is there to cry about? If you desire it, simply have Qin Xiuhan relinquish his half to you, and let this become our new home. Lu Ruyan believed Shi Yan was deliberately tormenting her. Aware that she was attempting to portray the image of someone who holds wealth in disdain, Shi Yan provocatively urged her to approach Qin Xiuhan, which she could never do. If she were to do so, all her efforts over the past 8 years would be in vain. By the time Shi Yan prepared a bowl of noodles, Lu Ruyan was still weeping. Shi Yan chose to ignore her, finishing her breakfast before heading upstairs to work. When Qin Xiuhan returned home that evening, he expected to find Shi Yan confronting him. However, not only did she not seek him out, but her demeanor was remarkably calm, showing no signs of discontent regarding Lu Ruyan's move-in. Qin Xiuhan felt increasingly perturbed, as the sense of loss within him grew ever more pronounced. It seemed that Shi Yan truly no longer cared for him. In his turmoil, he found the soft-spoken words of Lu Ruyan, who had been incessantly conversing with him, to be exceedingly bothersome. Silence. He couldn't help but bark. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, tears welling up in her eyes as she gazed at him with sorrow. Realizing his mistake, Qin Xiuhan hastily clarified, I wasn't shouting at you. I heard Shi Yan berating me in my heart. I was directing my ire at her. Shi Yan? Without allowing them the chance to question him, Qin Xiuhan produced an invitation and announced to Shi Yan, In 2 weeks, my grandfather will celebrate his 70th birthday. You shall accompany me. Before Shi Yan could respond, Lu Ruyan interjected urgently, Darling, may I accompany you? Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brows, stating, Shi Yan is my wife. It is only natural for her to accompany me. What would others think if you went instead? My grandfather would surely be displeased. Lu Ruyan bit her lip in distress. I don't intend to attend as your wife or girlfriend. You can simply introduce me as your good friend. After a moment's consideration, Qin Xiuhan acquiesced. You may join me, but do exercise discretion at the banquet. We must not raise any suspicions. His grandfather, a former diplomat now retired, still maintained numerous connections in the political realm. Although the celebration was modest, attended solely by relatives and former colleagues, it still boasted 10 tables and over 100 attendees to honor him. The venue for the birthday celebration was his grandfather's villa, a gift from the elder Qin to Qin Xiuhan's mother upon her marriage into the family. Otherwise, with the stature of old Master Gao, he would not have dared to purchase such a lavish residence. As Shi Yan linked her arm with Qin Xiuhan's upon arrival, the venue was already bustling with guests. Qin Xiuhan guided her around, greeting relatives and elders one by one. Upon reaching the lounge area, Shi Yan was taken aback by an unexpected figure, her body freezing in place, her mind blank. Xiao Chenyin. How could he possibly be present at Qin Xiuhan's grandfather's birthday celebration? Chapter 45. Addressing him as Uncle Shi Yan's breath nearly hitched to a halt. After a skipped heartbeat, her heart began to race chaotically. How could Xiao Chenyin possibly be here? It seemed implausible. A man of his profession could hardly find himself amidst the gatherings of the upper class. Was it possible that a wealthy woman had brought him along? Anxiety and confusion gripped her. She could discreetly slip away to find a man, but she must not allow anyone within their circle to discover her actions. Should word reach old Master Qin, she would lose everything. Yet, there was no sign of a woman accompanying Xiao Chenyin. He appeared not to be there at the behest of a wealthy patron. Moreover, several individuals lingered in the lounge area, including Qin Xiuhan's grandfather, uncle, and a few esteemed relatives from their side. If Xiao Chenyin had been brought by a wealthy woman, how could he sit among the hosts? Their demeanor towards him seemed cordial, even laced with a hint of flattery. Shi Yan felt her heart entangled in confusion. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she instinctively tightened her grip on Qin Xiuhan's arm. He felt as though his bones might shatter under her grasp and could not help but utter, "What are you doing? In front of all these people, please refrain from acting out. It could lead to an awkward situation." Given Shi Yan's recent volatility, he assumed she intended to strike him again and lowered his voice to caution her about the setting. Regaining her composure, Shi Yan hastily relaxed her hold. "I feel a bit unwell. I shall rest in the room upstairs." This was not her first visit to the Gao residence. She was aware that accommodations had been prepared for Qin Xiuhan, and she could find her way to the room. However, before Shi Yan could depart, Qin Xiuhan's uncle, Gao Huayan, spotted them. "Xiao Yan, you've arrived. Come here. Your grandfather just mentioned you." Shi Yan had no choice but to halt her departure, turning to walk over with Qin Xiuhan. "Grandfather, Uncle Wang." As they approached, they were required to greet the elders one by one. After a round of salutations, only Xiao Chenyin remained. "Grandfather, who is this? I don't believe I've met him before." Qin Xiuhan glanced at Xiao Chenyin before inquiring of his grandfather. Old Master Gao chuckled. "When I worked at the embassy in the Black Bear Kingdom, I often interacted with his father. Later, during a conflict, his father led a rescue of the embassy personnel, and after a night of drinking, we became sworn brothers. While I was still in service, I couldn't disclose this connection, but now that I am retired, I have fewer reservations. You may address him as uncle." Shi Yan's lips twitched. Just over half a month ago, they had shared a bed, and now he had inexplicably assumed the role of her husband's uncle. A stark contrast indeed. Her mouth felt as if it were sealed shut, rendering her unable to utter a word. "My dear, what are you daydreaming about?" Qin Xiuhan nudged her, bringing her back to reality. Shi Yan turned her gaze to Xiao Chenyin, who met her eyes with a teasing glint, his deep, narrow, hawk-like gaze languidly appraising her. A subtle pressure enveloped her, rendering her defenseless. Shi Yan forced a stiff smile, struggling to utter two words, "Uncle Xiao." Xiao Chenyin curled his lips, replying, "There is no need to call me uncle. Simply address me as before." To think of the past in such terms feels akin to an offense. Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat, and beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. All eyes turned toward her. The elder Gao, intrigued, inquired, "Xiao Yan, do you know a Yan? How did you come to know each other? I have never heard you mention him." Shi Yan managed a rigid smile. "I do not know him. Today is my first encounter. Perhaps Uncle Xiao has mistaken me for someone else." The elder Gao chuckled. That is indeed possible. A Yin seldom visits Hua country, and given his unique status, it is unlikely you would have had the chance to meet. Shi Yan maintained a polite smile. Xiao Chenyin scrutinized her, his tone teasing. Perhaps those who are heartless share a common appearance. She bears a striking resemblance to a woman who once abandoned me. Shi Yan lowered her gaze, feeling a trickle of sweat down her back. The expressions of those on the sofa were filled with astonishment, particularly the elder Gao, who, aware of Xiao Chenyin's identity, widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it possible that a woman abandoned you? Setting aside your esteemed lineage, with your looks, who would dare to forsake you? Who is she? Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. Is it any wonder she is heartless? The elder Gao quickly reassured him, "A Yin, do not be disheartened. A person of your caliber can surely find any woman you desire. If your father does not make arrangements, your uncle will assist you." Xiao Chenyin chuckled lightly. "I appreciate your kindness, uncle. Should I find someone appealing through you, I will certainly not hold back. I merely hope you will not be displeased or obstruct my pursuits." The elder Gao laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that would be my honor. As long as your father approves, I shall too." Xiao Chenyin turned to Qin Xiuhan, smiling as he asked, "Will my little nephew support me?" With his grandfather's response in mind, Qin Xiuhan knew how to reply. "Of course. As long as Uncle Xiao is pleased, I shall support you. If needed, I can assist as well." Xiao Chenyin continued. "Does that mean I can pursue anyone I wish?" Qin Xiuhan nodded affirmatively. "Certainly, uncle, when it comes to choosing a wife, your happiness is paramount." Xiao Chenyin was thoroughly satisfied with this response and glanced at Shi Yan. "Come, you two, do not stand there. Come sit with us." Noticing the two younger ones still standing, the elder Gao shifted aside and patted the space beside him. Qin Xiuhan took Shi Yan's hand, guiding her to sit down. Qin Xiuhan settled beside the elder Gao, while Shi Yan took her place next to him, with Xiao Chenyin on her right. Due to the crowded arrangement, as she sat, she inadvertently brushed against his arm. Shi Yan quickly shifted a bit closer to Qin Xiuhan. As she shifted slightly, a chilling gaze pierced her from the right, followed by a deep voice that resonated. "In public, you wish to sit on your husband's lap? Be mindful of your surroundings and sit properly." Shi Yan felt a powerful hand grasp her arm, pulling her with such force that her body lost balance and tumbled directly into the sturdy embrace of the man. Instinctively seeking support, she clutched his thigh. An overwhelming rush of blood surged to her face, and in a flustered panic, she withdrew her hand, creating distance between them. Xiao Chenyin smirked and remarked, "I apologize. My training has endowed me with considerable strength. I did not anticipate you would be so fragile, and I inadvertently exerted too much force." Shi Yan lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. Internally, she was cursing, yet her lips uttered a polite "thank you." As Xiao Chenyin's leg occasionally brushed against hers, she began to discern his deliberate actions and shot him a glare. Yet, he remained unrepentant, even audaciously resting his hand on the side of her leg, tracing letters with his fingers. Shi Yan deciphered his message. "You have betrayed my love. You carry the weight of a guilty conscience." Chapter 46, Morning Sickness. The discovery of pregnancy. Shi Yan. "Can you refrain from such awkwardness?" The corners of her mouth twitched as she discreetly pinched his thigh beneath the hem of her gown, then wrote, "Stop it." Xiao Chenyin resumed writing. "Can we not part ways?" Shi Yan. "I have made it abundantly clear that I wish to return to my family." Xiao Chenyin. "But it seems your husband has no intention of letting you go. I saw the three of you enter together, and he brought the mistress along." Shi Yan. "You don't understand the folly of infatuation. Regardless of his mistress, my love for him remains unshaken. If necessary, I could even love his mistress as well." This statement left Xiao Chenyin momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he began to write again. "You're lying. You're not infatuated at all." Shi Yan. "I am." Xiao Chenyin. "I trust my judgment." As the two engaged in this silent, fervent exchange, Qin Xiuhan suddenly turned to Shi Yan and asked, "What's wrong? Did something crawl on you? You've been fidgeting around. Oh, why is your face so flushed?" Shi Yan suppressed the itch on her leg, seizing the opportunity to find an excuse. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll head upstairs for a rest. Please call me when the banquet begins." With that, She stood up, bowed apologetically to the elders, and quickly ascended the stairs. Once inside Qin Xiuhan's room, her mind was a whirlwind as she paced back and forth. She had believed that after clarifying matters with Xiao Chenyin, they would never meet again in this lifetime. Yet, she had not anticipated encountering him once more at her grandfather-in-law's birthday banquet. The attitude of Elder Gao toward Xiao Chenyin suggested that his status was anything but ordinary. It appeared she had inadvertently entangled herself with someone she should not have provoked. A person capable of entering such a gathering could never stoop to the level of a mere escort. She had misjudged the situation from the very beginning. At that moment, a sound came from the doorway. Shi Yan assumed it was Qin Xiuhan and paid little heed, merely adjusting her emotions. However, when the door opened, the figure that entered was not Qin Xiuhan, but Xiao Chenyin. Before she could react, Xiao Chenyin closed the door and locked it. "What are you doing in my room? If someone sees us, we want to be able to clear our names, even if we jump into the Yellow River." Shi Yan exclaimed in a panic, striding towards the door to turn the handle. Yet, Xiao Chenyin seized her wrist, pulling her back and pressing her against the door. "We are not innocent. Why should we bother to clear our names? From head to toe, inside and out, we have left traces of one another. Isn't it a bit late to be concerned about innocence now?" Xiao Chenyin confined her within his embrace, his towering presence enveloping her like a formidable wall, exuding an aura of danger and dominance that seemed capable of subduing her very soul. The room, designed as a 3-bedroom suite, had initially felt spacious, but with Xiao Chenyin's entrance, Shi Yan felt it had shrunk, leaving little room for air and making it difficult for her to breathe. Her chest heaved violently. Her heart raced as if it were about to burst forth from her ribcage. Shi Yan took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. "I acknowledge that I was the one who initiated this, mistakenly believing you to be a companion of the night, and I offered to support you. That is my responsibility. Yet you, who are clearly not what I presumed, failed to clarify and accepted my proposal. You too bear some fault. We are both at fault, and our mutual errors offset each other. So please cease your entanglements with me." Xiao Chenyin retorted fiercely, "My heart has already been ensnared by you. How can this be reconciled? Unless you return my heart, only then can we consider it even." Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat as she glared at him. "You are being unreasonable. I always believed you to be a good person, but it seems that was merely an act." Xiao Chenyin replied, "When a wife is about to flee, what need is there for pretense of gentility?" Shi Yan gritted her teeth. "Stop with the nonsense. Who is your wife?" Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. "Not now, but in the future. You will be my future wife. Do not think you can push me away." Shi Yan reminded him, "I have a husband." Xiao Chenyin countered, "I have spoken with your grandfather. He agreed to let me take his granddaughter as my wife." Shi Yan looked perplexed. "When did he agree to that? Do not attempt to alter my memory." Xiao Chenyin smirked. "I just mentioned to him that I would be selecting a wife from among his kin, hoping he would not be displeased. He said as long as I had no objections, he would voice none." "Oh, and your husband supports us too. He stated that as long as I'm fond of someone, he would back it, including you." Shi Yan thought to herself, Qin Xiuhan and his grandfather would never have imagined that the person Xiao Chenyin coveted was her. Had they known, they would never have consented. Xiao Chenyin was deliberately setting a trap, enticing them to leap into it. Lowering his head, Xiao Chenyin pressed a kiss upon her lips, his voice low and beguiling. "Wife, find a time to divorce that scoundrel." Shi Yan turned her face aside. "Do not call me wife." Xiao Chenyin replied, "It's a matter of threes. Your husband's mistress can call him husband, so why can't I call you wife?" Shi Yan fell silent. "Wife, when will you divorce? Give me an answer." Xiao Chenyin pressed forward, pulling the question back. Shi Yan remained silent. Xiao Chenyin continued, "If you do not take the initiative to divorce, I shall directly inquire with old Master Gao and your husband for you." Shi Yan's heart raced, urgently interjecting, "Do not act recklessly. I need to think it over. Perhaps we should part ways for now, and once I am divorced, we can reconnect." In truth, she did not oppose continuing with Xiao Chenyin. She merely feared that he would discover her potential pregnancy, which could jeopardize her plans. Although Xiao Chenyin might hold a significant position and come from a politically inclined family, such families generally do not possess substantial wealth. Relying on Xiao Chenyin to settle debts for her grandfather's family was utterly unrealistic. She had to utilize the child to secure the assets of the Qin family. Elder Qin owed her grandmother, and she would rightfully claim that money. Once she acquired the inheritance, she could continue her relationship with Xiao Chenyin. But for now, that was not an option. Xiao Chenyin resolutely dismissed her proposal, declaring, "I cannot wait that long. I yearn to see you every day." During their time apart, he missed her profoundly, deeply. His body conveyed the intensity of his longing. Shi Yan found herself pinned against the door, breathless from his kisses, when a voice from outside broke the moment. "Shi Yan, why did you lock the door? Come out quickly. The birthday banquet is about to commence. Don't waste time." Shi Yan's fingers dug into Xiao Chenyin's arm, her eyes wide and misty, pleading with him. "What are you doing in there? Open the door." Qin Xiuhan's voice grew impatient, and he began to kick the door. Xiao Chenyin finally released her lips. Shi Yan instinctively let out a soft moan, then hurriedly covered her mouth. "Shi Yan, what on earth are you doing? If you don't come out soon, I will call someone to break down the door." Shi Yan could only pinch herself, suppressing the urge to scream, and replied, "I was just sleeping. You go ahead, I'll be out shortly." Qin Xiuhan asked, perplexed, "Why does your voice sound so strange? What happened?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Shi Yan trembled as she explained, "I had a nightmare and cried. I'll come down after I calm down." Qin Xiuhan expressed his disdain. "At your age, you shouldn't be scared to tears by a nightmare. Hurry up and get ready to come down." His voice faded as he walked away. Shi Yan finally exhaled in relief and raised her hand to rap Xiao Chenyin on the head, but he had already stepped back. He enveloped her in his arms tightly, his tone laced with delight. "I do not trust your words, only your body, for the body does not lie. It reveals the truest reactions. Your body tells me you have a fondness for me." Shi Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she pushed him away, straightened her gown, and retreated to the bathroom to tidy her makeup before opening the door to step outside. Before leaving, she cautioned, "Be careful. Wait a while after I leave to come out. Don't let anyone see you." Time was of the essence. She had no luxury to scold him for his actions and hurried downstairs to the banquet. The proceedings of the banquet were simple: offering blessings, dining, then collectively singing the birthday song, blowing out candles, and cutting the cake. Elder Gao extinguished the candles and handed the knife to Shi Yan, smiling as he said, "Xiao Yan, please help me cut this cake. It's so soft that I, as an old man, might ruin it. A girl's hands are more deft. You do it." Shi Yan accepted the knife and stepped forward to the cake. The cloying scent of cream made her stomach churn after the meal, a wave of nausea overwhelming her. She quickly turned away, covering her mouth as she retched. All eyes turned to her. "Xiao Yan, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Elder Gao inquired with concern. An elderly man with graying hair remarked, "She seems to be exhibiting signs of morning sickness, but one cannot ascertain solely by her reaction. Let me check her pulse." Everyone stared at Shi Yan in astonishment. Two piercing gazes stood out among the crowd, one belonging to Qin Xiuhan, the other to Xiao Chenyin. They simultaneously rushed forward, seizing Shi Yan's wrist from either side, and exclaimed in unison, "Are you pregnant?" Chapter 47. Expecting twins, Qin Xiuhan's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, while Xiao Chenyin radiated palpable excitement. The onlookers were astounded by the contrasting reactions of the two men. As the husband of Shi Yan, Qin Xiuhan's agitation upon hearing the news of his wife's potential pregnancy was understandable. However, what was the cause of the other man's fervor? Why was he so animated at the prospect of his wife's pregnancy? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, finding the duo's responses exceedingly peculiar. "Why does it seem that Qin Xiuhan is less than pleased?" One murmured, "It's strange. One would expect joy upon learning of a wife's pregnancy. Yet he appears as if he could breathe fire." "And who is that other man?" Another added, "He seems utterly exhilarated. One might mistakenly assume he were the one expecting a child. I don't recognize him, but I recall seeing him with the Gao family. Perhaps he is a relative?" Given the Gao family's limited lineage, it is understandable he would be delighted at the prospect of a newborn in the family. He is quite handsome and possesses an admirable aura. It stands to reason that such a family would be of good standing. I wonder if he is married. If not, I might even consider him as a son-in-law. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet both Xiao Chenyin and Qin Xiuhan appeared oblivious to their chatter. fixated on Shi Yan, intent on extracting a definitive answer. Shi Yan's complexion paled, cold sweat beating on her back, her heart racing to an almost halt. She was barely over a month pregnant, having spent time with Xiao Chenyin just over 2 weeks prior. If the pregnancy was confirmed and the timeline revealed, Xiao Chenyin would undoubtedly deduce that the child was his. Given Xiao Chenyin's significant stature, if he were to learn that she carried his child, he would never allow it to be abandoned. She could not permit Xiao Chenyin to thwart her plans. Shi Yan attempted to withdraw her hand, but both men held on tightly. Qin Xiuhan's grip was particularly fierce, almost as if he wished to crush her wrist, causing her palm to swell with blood. Forced to maintain her composure, she mustered a smile and feigned nonchalance. I have a sensitive stomach and didn't rest well last night, which is why I feel nauseous. It's not pregnancy. I just need a couple of days to recuperate. There is no need for further examination. Instantly, someone interjected, "You don't appear to be suffering from stomach ailment." Nausea from digestive issues typically occurs when brushing teeth or consuming something. Your reaction seems more akin to morning sickness. Based on my experience with 2 children, what you're experiencing does resemble morning sickness. You and Xiuhan have been married for several years. It's quite normal for you to be expecting. Allow old Su to check your pulse. He is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert. Even if it turns out to be digestive discomfort, having him prescribe something for your recovery would be beneficial. It's quite common for the young to misunderstand these symptoms. When I was pregnant with my first child, I experienced extreme drowsiness and dizziness and foolishly self-medicated, ultimately losing the child. Don't make the same mistake I did. The crowd did not suspect that Shi Yan was attempting to conceal her pregnancy or was hesitant to acknowledge it. They simply thought her youthful naivety had led her to misinterpret the signs of pregnancy as another ailment. The venerable Mr. Gao finally spoke. Your elders are indeed correct. Let your grandpa Su examine your pulse. Even if you're not pregnant, it is essential to address any discomfort you may be experiencing. Earlier, when you mentioned feeling unwell and wished to rest upstairs, I had already informed your grandpa Su to stay behind and assist you. Given the clarity of your symptoms and the concern of everyone present, it would be prudent for him to check your pulse, providing reassurance to all. Shi Yan found herself entirely compelled, unable to decline. The concern directed towards her was genuine. If she repeatedly refused the examination, the empathy would swiftly morph into suspicion, casting doubts on her integrity. Logically, when one experiences discomfort and a reputable physician offers assistance, one would graciously accept, unless one harbored a hidden ailment, fearing exposure. Thus, Shi Yan reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall trouble Grandpa Su." At last, Qin Xiuhan and Xiao Chenyin released their hold on her. Shi Yan courteously assisted Grandpa Su to a nearby table, where she seated him. As she helped him settle, she bent slightly, lowering her voice to a whisper, her lips barely moving. "Do not mention my pregnancy, otherwise I shall hang myself at your doorstep tonight." Grandpa Su's lips trembled slightly. When he looked up, he found Shi Yan smiling across from him, extending her hand towards him. He placed his hand over her pulse, and after 2 or 3 minutes, he withdrew his hand. "Old Su, what is the verdict?" Mr. Gao inquired with palpable impatience. Grandpa Su cleared his throat, avoiding eye contact with his longtime friend. His eyelids lowered to conceal the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. "Her gastrointestinal health is indeed poor. I shall prepare a prescription for her to collect tomorrow at my residence." Qin Xiuhan visibly exhaled in relief, the storm of anger and gloom lifting from his countenance. In contrast, Xiao Chenyin displayed a hint of disappointment. Had Shi Yan been pregnant, it would have woven an unbreakable bond between them. Alas, such was not the case. Lu Rian lingered at the periphery of the gathering, her eyes ablaze with fury and envy. Throughout the evening, she felt like a mere shadow, attempting to forge connections, yet met with indifference. She sought an opportunity to converse with Qin Xiuhan, but he disregarded her entirely, only to exhibit fervent emotion upon noticing Shi Yan's slightest reaction. Whether Qin Xiuhan felt joy or anger at the prospect of Shi Yan's pregnancy, it was evident that she had stirred his affections. If he truly did not care, his reaction would have been far less intense. The sense of urgency within Lu Rian intensified. She resolved to expedite her earlier plans, crafting a narrative of salvation for herself. No, this was insufficient. Should the opportunity arise, she wished for Shi Yan's complete disappearance. The soiree continued without further mishap. Once the evening concluded, Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan remained at the Gao residence for the night. The following day, as they departed, Shi Yan purchased a fruit basket and ventured alone to visit Grandpa Su. Upon entering Su's study, Shi Yan immediately expressed her sincere apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry, Grandpa Su. I did not intend to threaten you last night. It was merely my anxiety stemming from the short duration of my pregnancy. I fear that if I share the news too soon, the joy may turn to disappointment. You are aware of Grandpa's health. His emotions must not be subjected to any undue fluctuations. I wish to wait for 3 to 4 months until the pregnancy stabilizes before revealing this delightful news." Grandpa Su replied, "Your filial piety is commendable, and I bear no grudges. However, your concerns are not unfounded. Your pregnancy is indeed precarious." Shi Yan's heart sank. The excuse she had hastily conjured had turned into a foreboding reality. "Grandpa Su, is it possible for this child to remain with us? I desperately need this child. Please, I implore you to assist me." Su remarked, "You are overburdened with worry, exhibiting signs of liver stagnation. The emotional state of a pregnant woman significantly influences fetal development, especially in the case of twins. You must endeavor to relax and maintain a cheerful disposition. Even in the absence of pregnancy, excessive worry can adversely affect your health. Many ailments stem from emotional distress. Do not dismiss the seriousness of such matters simply because they do not involve physical organ dysfunction." Shi Yan was taken aback. She was carrying twins? Though she had never borne a child, she was acutely aware of the hardships faced by mothers of multiples from what she had seen online, and the profound impact on one's body. Wonderful, yet another source of anxiety. She managed to force a smile. "Thank you, Grandpa Su. I will heed your advice." Su sighed. "Every remedy carries its poison. Given that you have only recently conceived, I cannot prescribe you any medication. Perhaps you should seek the counsel of a psychologist." After expressing her gratitude, Shi Yan departed from the Su residence. Instead of consulting a psychologist, she returned home directly. Upon entering the living room, the sight of a familiar figure caused her heart to plummet. Xiao Chenyin. How could he possibly be in the marital home she shared with Qin Xiuhan? Chapter 48. Arriving home, she strode towards him, her voice low and laden with urgency. "Have you lost your mind? How did you find this place? What is it that you truly desire?" Xiao Chenyin raised his gaze to meet hers, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, though he uttered no words. The implication was unmistakable. He had come for her. Shi Yan bit her lip, issuing a stern warning. "I speak with utmost seriousness. You must leave at once and refrain from appearing around me or my acquaintances in the future. I have made it clear. Our relationship must remain a secret." Xiao Chenyin replied, "That was a requirement during the transaction. Now that you have prematurely concluded it, I am no longer bound by those stipulations." Fury bubbled within Shi Yan. "Had I known you would be this shameless and difficult, I would never have sought you out in the first place." Xiao Chenyin's expression darkened as he seized her wrist and pulled her towards him. In an instant, her balance faltered and she fell into his embrace. Shi Yan instinctively gasped. But before she could voice her alarm, Xiao Chenyin cautioned her. "Qin Xiuhan has gone to the storeroom for tea. If you are unafraid of him overhearing, feel free to scream." Shi Yan quickly bit her lip, stifling her impending cry. "You know he is home and still dare to act recklessly? Are you not afraid of being discovered?" Xiao Chenyin shrugged nonchalantly. "If he discovers us, so be it. He wouldn't dare to confront me. Even if he did, he would not prevail. Why should I fear?" Shi Yan retorted with indignation. "He may not have the courage to confront you, but he would not hesitate to target me. Do you truly disregard my safety?" Xiao Chenyin reassured her. "Do not worry. I will not stand idly by. Should he lay a hand on you, we shall deal with him together. What do you think?" A sense of foreboding washed over Shi Yan. "What do you mean by deal with him?" Xiao Chenyin replied coolly. "We shall transform him from a person into mere fragments of humanity." A chill ran down Shi Yan's spine. "He is mad." Xiao Chenyin tightened his embrace, holding her firmly against him. "You drive me to madness. During our time apart, I have nearly lost my sanity yearning for you." Shi Yan felt as though she too was on the brink of insanity. Footsteps approached from the storeroom, growing louder by the moment. Qin Xiuhan was about to emerge. Yet, Xiao Chenyin showed no sign of releasing her. Panic surged within Shi Yan, and in a moment of desperation, she bit down hard on his lip. Immediately, she stood and wiped her mouth vigorously, casting her eyes downwards. Xiao Chenyin was seen licking the blood from his lip. At that moment, Qin Xiuhan walked out of the storeroom, a tea canister in hand. I wonder how this pre-rain Longjing tastes. I have never tried it. The tea I usually drink is prepared by my wife. You should sample it first, and if it does not suit your palate, I will find something else for you to try. As he spoke, Qin Xiuhan entered the living room and noticed Shi Yan. Observing her peculiar expression, he was about to inquire further. However, before he could voice his question, Shi Yan interjected, "What is he doing in our home?" Qin Xiuhan explained. Grandfather mentioned he would be staying in the capital for a while. It was inconvenient for him to reside with grandfather, so he has come to stay with me for a time. He said that as peers, we would have common interests and could explore the area together. The elder Gao had arranged it, leaving her with little choice but to ascend the stairs in frustration. Qin Xiuhan found Shi Yan's behavior peculiar, yet upon reflection, he recognized that ever since he had compelled her to conceive, she had become quite unhinged. Thus he dismissed any further contemplation. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chenyin, only to discover a bite mark adorning his lips. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you injure your lips?" Xiao Chenyin licked his lips nonchalantly and replied, "I was exceedingly hungry, with nothing to eat, and attempted to consume myself." Qin Xiuhan's lips twitched. "I shall summon a few servants to prepare a meal. Please bear with me for a moment." Xiao Chenyin nodded. "Very well. May I explore your home?" "Certainly." Qin Xiuhan responded, "You may roam freely, except for the study." Xiao Chenyin rose from his seat and declared, "Then I shall not be polite." He proceeded upstairs without hesitation. After Shi Yan returned to her room, she entered the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to regain her composure. It was evident that Xiao Chenyin had come specifically for her. She needed to devise a strategy to dissuade him from pursuing her any further. The signs of her pregnancy were becoming apparent, and it would not be long before it was discovered, especially under the same roof. She had to find a way to make Xiao Chenyin leave swiftly. But how? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Last night, she had claimed to be infatuated, deeply in love with Qin Xiuhan, yet Xiao Chenyin had not been convinced. Perhaps he sensed her lack of genuine affection for Qin Xiuhan and believed he still had a chance, hence his refusal to relent. If she were to convincingly portray her love for Qin Xiuhan, might Xiao Chenyin then willingly withdraw? With newfound determination, she dried her face and exited the bathroom, only to find Xiao Chenyin leisurely exploring her room, inspecting this and that. "What brings you to my chamber?" she questioned. "Your husband sent me," he replied. "Are you certain?" "No matter how much Qin Xiuhan may despise me, he would never permit another man in my room." Xiao Chenyin nodded. "Indeed, I expressed my desire to explore, and he granted me permission to look around." Shi Yan was at a loss for words. Xiao Chenyin smirked, his demeanor both languid and mischievous. "I just caught a whiff of your bed. It bears only your scent, devoid of anyone else's. Your wardrobe contains solely your garments. The bond between you and your husband appears tenuous, as you are sleeping in separate quarters. Everything you told me last night was but a fabrication, was it not? He has no intention of fathering child with you." Shi Yan retorted defiantly. "Conceiving a child is not confined to the bedroom." Xiao Chenyin countered, "Yet I inquired of him earlier, and he claimed he has not touched you." Shi Yan was taken aback. "He divulged even that to you?" Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. Reveling in his delight, he did not say it, but your reaction has inadvertently confirmed it. Feeling both vexed and indignant, Shi Yan chose to ignore him. She moved to her vanity, opened her laptop, and began tending to her affairs. Xiao Chenyin approached, lifting her into his embrace as he settled into the chair. Shi Yan attempted to rise, but he held her firmly in place. She wished not to squander her time in futile disputes with him. Thus she resigned herself to fate. Chapter 49. Is she too greedy? Shi Yan spoke with an impassive expression. "Would you like to experience a separation of mind and body? Perhaps it would clear your thoughts." Xiao Chenyin buried his face in the crook of her neck, emitting a low, rumbling laughter. Such greed. You want to utilize me occasionally, yet you wish to hoard me entirely? Shi Yan's lips twitched as she nudged him with her elbow. Enough of this jesting. I have work to attend to. Xiao Chenyin rubbed his face against her neck, his tone adopting a playful lilt. Can you not pause for a moment? We haven't seen each other in such a long time, and you don't even offer to spend time with me. Shi Yan replied with an unfaltering demeanor. That is not an option. When I previously expressed my disinterest, you did not relent. Why should I heed you now? Xiao Chenyin chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Shall we indulge in it just once now? This time, I will comply with your wishes. If you say stop, I shall stop. Only then did Shi Yan realize the implications of her words, her face flushing slightly. Please, have some decorum. We are no longer in a relationship. You can have what you desire at any time, but I currently do not wish for it. This is merely a temporary state, not a permanent one. It seems you still cannot bear to part with me. I shall wait for you indefinitely. Shi Yan, disinterested in further banter, redirected her focus to the computer screen. Xiao Chenyin, too, gazed at the screen, somewhat astonished. Are you a screenwriter? Is this script for a television series or a film? Shi Yan replied. Neither a television series nor a film. It is for a short drama. Xiao Chenyin, perplexed, inquired, short drama? Having spent many years in Eastern Europe, he kept a general watch on the economic developments of Huagua, yet was unfamiliar with certain online trends. The short drama genre was somewhat alien to him. Yes, short dramas are currently quite popular online, many of which surpass web series and primetime dramas in viewership. A couple of years ago, when short dramas first emerged, several achieved sales exceeding 100 million. In recent years, the competition has increased, resulting in diminished profits, yet the market remains substantial. Many veteran stars and directors, who have stepped away from the limelight for years, have returned to create short dramas. Xiao Chenyin remarked, by comparison, television series and films are still more lucrative. Why do so many choose to produce short dramas? Shi Yan elucidated, it is different. Short dramas require less investment and have shorter production cycles. Rural or typical urban themes can be produced for around 100,000. Short dramas primarily demand a compelling storyline, with minimal expectations regarding the actors' performances and dialogues, as well as the cinematography. Shi Yan picked up her phone, opened an app, and showed it to him. Look, this platform is filled with short dramas. If you're interested, you can explore. Xiao Chenyin began to watch. Indeed, as Shi Yan had described, the majority of the actors' performances were merely mediocre, and the filming techniques could not compare to those of traditional television dramas. However, the advantage lay in the rapid pacing and the effective emotional engagement, as the allure was to provoke impulsive consumption during emotional highs. Moreover, each episode lasted only a minute or two, requiring little financial commitment, pennies that one would typically disregard. Yet, with a short drama spanning dozens of episodes, the cumulative cost was significant. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chenyin inquired, have you considered venturing into the overseas market? To my knowledge, no one overseas has begun filming these yet, indicating a vast market potential. Shi Yan expressed her hesitation, stating, I have considered it, but I am unfamiliar with the spiritual needs of the overseas audience and fear that the work may not attract viewers. Xiao Chenyin chuckled. Regardless of where one hails from, a majority of emotions resonate universally. Stories of grassroots resurgence, sudden wealth, the system of easy gains. The pursuit of an ordinary person by a wealthy heiress or a star. The domineering CEO falling for Cinderella. A post-divorce comeback while the ex-partner faces misfortune and poverty. And the one who disregarded love only to regret it after separation. These narratives are appealing in any country. We could simply have foreigners film it, and, with minor adjustments, your script could be directly utilized. Would you be interested in trying? Shi Yan felt a flicker of excitement. The overseas market is akin to a grand cake. Domestic web literature could be directly introduced abroad without modification, and many have seen great success. Currently, the short drama sector is scarcely populated, almost negligible. And should an opportunity arise, I believe many would aspire to be the pioneers. I have thought about it, but filming abroad can be a cumbersome endeavor. Even if the production is successful, finding a platform for distribution is another hurdle. I am not well versed in the overseas film and television industry and do not know where to start, she admitted. Xiao Chenyin proposed, you could collaborate with me. I have a film company in Eastern Europe and investments in Western Europe. Curiously, Shi Yan inquired, when you mentioned business trips, were you referring to handling matters there? He clarified, to be precise, I consider my trips to Huagua as business trips. I spend the majority of my time in Eastern Europe. So you're here now, not concerning yourself with your affairs over there? She asked. I can manage remotely. I have personnel assisting me, so there's no need for me to oversee everything constantly. Moreover, I am keen on penetrating the Huagua market, conducting assessments while discussing other business ventures. It is not solely for you, so you need not feel overly pressured. Besides the market expansion, there are also confidential military contracts to negotiate, which he refrained from elaborating on. Initially, he was not meant to attend this negotiation, but he employed unconventional methods to secure the opportunity to meet Shi Yan. After a brief contemplation, Shi Yan nodded. All right, since you have the connections, let us discuss how we might collaborate. I will provide the script and filming funds, while your company handles the short drama's distribution and promotion. We can split the revenue with a 70-30 division. What do you think? Shi Yan felt a tinge of uncertainty. The costs associated with marketing a production often far exceed those for filming, especially when venturing into a new market, highlighting the significant role Xiao Chenyin's company would play. Given that overseas capital has been established for many years, it would not easily allow foreign entities to infiltrate and claim a share of the pie. It would be impossible for her to succeed alone. She wondered if Xiao Chenyin would agree to a 70 share. Typically, domestic short drama writers do not receive more than a 10 share, often remaining below 5. She realized she might be a bit greedy. For a non-exclusive script, even a taste of the profits would be considered a gain. She was contemplating whether to concede another percentage point when she heard Xiao Chenyin unequivocally declare, very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will inform my assistant shortly to prepare the contract. Once your script is completed, send it to me, and I will initiate the preparations for filming. You need not worry about the production funds. I shall cover that. Shi Yan exhaled in relief. Feeling as though she had gained an advantage, her spirits lifted and her motivation to work enhanced. In her exuberance, she momentarily forgot that they were in the marital home shared with Qin Xiuhan, and that she was seated upon Xiao Chenyin's lap. It was only when the voice of Qin Xiuhan calling for someone echoed from outside that she abruptly regained her senses. Little uncle, where have you been visiting? I instructed the servants to prepare a meal. Are you not hungry? You may come down to eat. Qin Xiuhan had been calling for quite some time, yet no one responded. She could hear him systematically opening doors in search of someone, leaving only Shi Yan's room unexamined. Chapter 50. I am easily persuaded upon hearing the footsteps of Qin Xiuhan approaching the door. Shi Yan was startled and immediately sprang to her feet. She intended to have Xiao Chenyin hide in the bathroom, but the sound of the doorknob turning reached her ears. The distance to the bathroom was too great, and there was no time left. Without further thought, she pushed Xiao Chenyin beneath the table and covered him with a blanket draped over her legs. Qin Xiuhan opened the door and looked towards Shi Yan, who was seated at the vanity, typing away on her computer. Have you seen my uncle? He inquired. He mentioned wanting to explore around, but I cannot seem to locate him after searching for quite some time. Shi Yan, without turning her head, replied, I have been in the room the entire time and have not seen him. Perhaps you should check outside in the courtyard. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiuhan said, I have been downstairs and did not observe him descending. How could he have made his way to the garden? It is indeed strange. I have checked every room and have yet to find any trace of him. Where could he possibly be? Shi Yan replied, her expression impassive. I do not know. Please do not ask me. Qin Xiuhan's face darkened as he remarked, could you not be a bit more courteous towards me? With company present in the house, your disregard for me is quite apparent. If he informs my grandfather, and in turn, my grandfather reveals to my elder that our affection is a facade, you would be in breach of agreement. Shi Yan responded coolly, is it not true that there is no company present at the moment? I fear that if I treat you too well, Lu Ruyan might conclude that I am attempting to seduce you. With a sardonic smile, Qin Xiuhan asked, are you angry because I allowed Ruyan to move in? Is that why you have been so aggressive towards me lately? Shi Yan retorted, I have always been this way. Previously, I only resorted to violence when Lu Ruyin provoked me. Now that she resides here, you seem inclined to defend her whenever she misbehaves, thus fulfilling your desire to be a gallant hero, allowing you to share in some of the punishment. She had initially intended to feign deep affection for Qin Xiuhan, hoping that Xiao Chenyin would believe she still harbored feelings for him, and thus relinquish his pursuit. However, gazing at Qin Xiuhan's insufferable expression, she found it impossible to maintain that facade and abandon the notion. In truth, she was not entirely averse to severing ties with Xiao Chenyin. It simply seemed an inopportune moment, as she feared he might disrupt her plans. Since it appeared she could not drive him away, she resolved to devise an alternative strategy. If she could conceal her intentions for a few months, allowing time for matters to unfold, she could manipulate the timeline regarding her pregnancy. When the time was right, she would inform Xiao Chenyin that the child was Qin Xiuhan's. Should Xiao Chenyin choose to part ways with her out of disappointment at that point, she would willingly let him go. If he still wished to remain with her, it would be a joyous outcome. Once she bore the child and acquired her inheritance, she could continue her relationship with him. After all, a man like him, broad-shouldered, slender-waisted, tall, attentive, and increasingly skilled, was someone she found quite satisfactory. Lost in her thoughts, she felt a slight itch on her leg. That rascal Xiao Chenyin was becoming restless. Turning irritably to Qin Xiuhan, she said, "Leave at once and do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall inform Lu Ruyin that you attempted to seduce me in her absence." Qin Xiuhan coldly laughed. The strategy of feigned capture has its limits. Your deliberate targeting of me once or twice was amusing, but the more you do it, the more it irritates me. Shi Yan's expression shifted like a painter's palette, revealing her tumultuous emotions. One could only say that Qin Xiuhan's mindset was perplexing. Even now, he believed she was merely playing games. Perhaps her previous deep affection for him, devoid of boundaries, had granted him an unwarranted confidence. It was her fault, a consequence of her past transgressions. Thus, enduring his absurd remarks daily was her penance. She deserved it. Noticing her silence, Qin Xiuhan found the interaction somewhat dull. Impatiently, he stated, "Since we have guests at home, let us share a room from tonight onwards, lest outsiders discern any discord in our relationship. If they inform my grandfather, it could provoke him unnecessarily." Shi Yan finally turned, looking at him with surprise. "Aren't you afraid of Lu Ruyin's anger?" Qin Xiuhan replied, "She is a reasonable person. Concerning grandfather, she would not act foolishly." Shi Yan shrugged, conceding that since she had no objections, neither did she have anything further to say. "Laissez conclure dix. I must return to work." Qin Xiuhan scoffed, "Just enjoy your little secret." With that, he departed, showing a lack of decorum by leaving the door ajar. Hearing his footsteps descending the stairs, Shi Yan finally lifted the blanket from her legs, glaring at Xiao Chenyin in frustration. "Do you truly disregard my well-being? You dare to act recklessly in front of him." Xiao Chenyin looked up at her, his tone melancholic. "Who told you to agree to sleep with him tonight? He mingles with his mistress daily, and you don't mind his filth." Shi Yan gritted her teeth, reminding him, "Being with him is normal for me. Being with you is not. Please recognize your place and correct your stance." Xiao Chenyin let out a soft huff, jealousy unmasked in his eyes. "If you share a room with him, what about me?" Shi Yan retorted, "There are plenty of guest rooms. Choose anyone you like." Xiao Chenyin said, "You know I am not referring to the room. What I desire is you. There are many rooms, but only one of you. If you are with him, then who will be with me?" Shi Yan's heart raced suddenly. Such a candid and fervent declaration of love was overwhelming. Thankfully, she was not a deity, but merely herself. "Stop it. Even if I don't accompany him, I certainly cannot be with you." Although she had no intention of severing ties with him, it was imperative that she and Xiao Chenyin refrain from intimacy during this period to avoid complications regarding the timing of her pregnancy. Xiao Chenyin playfully bit her leg, leaving a neat row of teeth marks. Shi Yan tapped his head. "Are you a dog? Stop biting. Hurry downstairs, or he might report you missing." Xiao Chenyin murmured, "Soothe me a little. I'm feeling quite upset." Shi Yan regarded him expressionlessly. Xiao Chenyin gazed up at her, resembling a puppy yearning for affection from its owner. "I'm very easy to appease." Chapter 51. Conspiring against him? Shi Yan gently ruffled his hair. "Be good and obedient." Xiao Chenyin raised his head, leaning closer to her, yearning for a kiss. "If you behave, I shall kiss you," Shi Yan replied. "If you kiss me, I shall obey," Xiao Chenyin countered. Shi Yan could only lower her head and place a kiss upon his lips. With a satisfied smile, Xiao Chenyin stood up and strolled towards the balcony. Shi Yan, perplexed by his intentions, witnessed him vault over the railing and leap down. Startled, she hurried over to peer down, only to exhale in relief upon seeing him land safely. After a while, Shi Yan descended to join him for a meal. She spotted Lu Ruyin dressed in a maid's outfit, assisting several servants with the food preparation. It seemed that Qin Xiuhan, fearful of revealing his infidelity, had enlisted Lu Ruyin to masquerade as a maid. Lu Ruyin, rather adaptable, still refused to move out despite the circumstances, since the servants called by Qin Xiuhan hailed from the old residence. Shi Yan had to sit beside him to prevent any hints from reaching the elder. As she prepared to take her seat, Lu Ruyin deliberately yanked the chair away from behind her. Xiao Chenyin strode over, gripping Shi Yan's arm to steady her. With a calm demeanor, he directed a piercing gaze at Lu Ruyin, his voice serene, yet laced with an unmistakable threat. "If you cherish that chair so much, then hold it aloft while we dine. You may set it down only once we have finished." Lu Ruyin, startled by his tone, instinctively took a step back. The man's aura was formidable. His cold stare seemed to pierce through her, causing her hair to stand on end. Yet, she quickly reassured herself that this was Qin Xiuhan's domain, where his word was law, and her confidence returned. Biting her lip, Lu Ruyin feigned innocence as she addressed Qin Xiuhan. "Darling, I didn't mean to. I merely aimed to adjust the chair slightly." Who knew Miss Shi would act so quickly without a glance? "I've been unjustly blamed by the guests. Oh dear, I apologize. I misspoke. It's all because I'm so foolish. I've grown accustomed to calling you darling at home and momentarily forgot." Lu Ruyin covered her mouth, feigning a clumsy slip of the tongue, her gaze lingering affectionately on Qin Xiuhan. Forced into the role of a maid, resentment simmered within her. The chair incident was intentional, as was her deliberate misnaming of him. She could not abide Shi Yan being superior. She covertly aimed to assert her own position. Deep down, she yearned to publicly declare her relationship with Qin Xiuhan, even at the risk of being labeled a mistress, for as long as he loved her. She could prove their love was genuine, portraying Shi Yan as the one who disrupted their bond. However, since Qin Xiuhan wished to keep their connection hidden, she could only pretend her slip was unintentional. Though Qin Xiuhan's expression darkened, he could only offer a token warning: "Be more careful next time." Turning his gaze towards Xiao Chenyin, he adopted a more respectful demeanor. "Little uncle, she has already stated it was an accident, and besides, Shi Yan did not fall. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. What do you think, Shi Yan?" He shot a warning glance at Shi Yan, urging her to comply. However, before Shi Yan could respond, Xiao Chenyin lifted his foot and kicked in the direction of Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin emitted a piercing scream as her body was propelled into the chair where Qin Xiuhan was seated, causing both him and the chair to topple to the ground in a chaotic heap. Xiao Chenyin, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, "I too acted inadvertently. My feet grew weary from standing for too long, and I merely wished to stretch my limbs." She failed to observe her surroundings and stood within my range of motion, forcing me to inadvertently kick her. Lu Ruyin was nearly driven to madness by his behavior. How could a man of such poor character dare to assault a woman so brutally? Her left hand felt as though it had lost all sensation. Tears streamed down her face, filled with grievances. "Young master, my left hand is numb. You must help me," she sobbed. Before Qin Xiuhan could utter a word, Shi Yan interjected, "Help with what? He has already claimed it was an accident. And besides, you're not dead. Let us consider this matter resolved." "You." Lu Ruyin's face flushed with rage, her fury lacking a suitable target. Ultimately, it was Qin Xiuhan who personally escorted Lu Ruyin to the hospital, allowing silence to descend upon the villa. Only Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyin remained at the dining table. Shi Yan raised her eyes to Xiao Chenyin. "Your actions were rather excessive. Should she choose to sue you, I wonder how you would respond." "Excessive?" Xiao Chenyin replied nonchalantly, his tone remaining calm. Yet beneath the casual facade lay a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty. She ought to count herself fortunate to be in Huagua. Had this transpired in Eastern Europe, if she dared to harm you in my presence, I would have her hands severed and fed to the dogs. Shi Yan could not help but shudder. Are you a bandit in Eastern Europe? Xiao Chenyin let out a low laugh, the bloodthirsty aura dissipating as he returned to his usual languid demeanor, half-jokingly stating, I am certainly not a bandit. They affectionately refer to me as the nightmare of Eastern Europe. Shi Yan rolled her eyes, sensing he was merely jesting, and took no offense. By 11 o'clock that night, Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan returned from their outing. It turned out Lu Ruyan's injury was merely a dislocation, and with proper treatment, she would soon regain full function, though she was advised against lifting heavy objects. Upon returning to the villa and encountering Xiao Chenyin once more, Lu Ruyan's eyes filled with dread, and she dared not make a sound, remaining tucked behind Qin Xiuhan. Outside, she had lamented to Qin Xiuhan, pleading for his intervention on her behalf. Yet, Qin Xiuhan had stated that her predicament was self-inflicted. Had she not engaged in petty schemes, she would not have faced such consequences. Moreover, her slip of the tongue in calling him husband would only solidify their unusual relationship, potentially reaching the ears of the elder Qin. Thus, she was left to swallow her grievances in silence. Little uncle, why are you still awake at this late hour? Qin Xiuhan inquired, noticing Xiao Chenyin still in the living room, a hint of surprise in his voice. Xiao Chenyin set down his phone and replied, I am afraid of sleeping alone at night. Would you share a room with me? Huh? Qin Xiuhan thought he must have misheard, as a tall and robust man. How could he be afraid of sleeping alone? This seemed rather inappropriate. After all, both of them were men. Qin Xiuhan felt a sense of reluctance. Although he referred to Xiao Chenyin as his brother-in-law, their acquaintance was rather superficial. The idea of sharing a bed with someone he barely knew made him uncomfortable, and he feared he might spend the entire night tossing and turning. Xiao Chenyin replied, It is precisely because we are both men that it is suitable. Men possess strong yang energy, which can effectively dispel fear. Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow and suggested, Perhaps I could find a bodyguard to keep watch over you? Xiao Chenyin insisted, No one else will do. It must be you. In an instant, Qin Xiuhan's expression shifted, and he instinctively tightened his grip, casting a wary glance at Xiao Chenyin. Could it be that Xiao Chenyin harbored ulterior motives towards him? Chapter 52. A night embraced Qin Xiuhan found his conjecture to be remarkably plausible. Otherwise, why would Xiao Chenyin choose to reside here? It was evident that he sought proximity, making it convenient to take action against him. Why else would Xiao Chenyin become furious upon hearing Lu Ruyan refer to him as her husband, forcefully kicking her away and inadvertently knocking him down as well? It was jealousy that compelled him to punish Lu Ruyan. As for the collateral damage of him being knocked down, it was because he was protecting Lu Ruyan. Thus Xiao Chenyin felt the need to punish him alongside her. Qin Xiuhan believed he had unraveled the truth, his heart pounding with shock as cold sweat trickled down his back, unable to meet Xiao Chenyin's gaze. Uncle, I find myself in an inconvenient position. I'm not inclined to engage in that. Allow me to assist you in selecting a suitable candidate. Xiao Chenyin interrupted him, stating, I've already told you, I am not familiar with anyone else. I cannot accept it. I am only familiar with you. Thus I can only accept sharing a room with you. Qin Xiuhan felt a wave of perspiration wash over him, yet he stammered, but I. Xiao Chenyin, growing somewhat impatient, glanced at the time and declared, Stop dawdling. It's getting late. Let's retire for the night. Ultimately, Qin Xiuhan accompanied Xiao Chenyin upstairs, leading him into his own room. With a face full of vigilance, he contemplated how to decline should Xiao Chenyin make any unwanted advances, all while preserving his dignity. However, he soon realized he was overthinking the situation. Xiao Chenyin approached the bed, took a glance, and with a look of disdain, said, I'm not accustomed to the scent of strangers on the bed. I think I shall sleep on the sofa. Qin Xiuhan wiped the sweat from his brow. It appeared that Xiao Chenyin was genuinely fearful of being alone in a room, rather than harboring any ulterior motives towards him. He need not worry about his own dignity. While Qin Xiuhan went to freshen up, Xiao Chenyin sprayed something on his pillow. When Qin Xiuhan emerged from the bathroom and lay down, he fell asleep in no time. Xiao Chenyin approached and kicked him twice, yet he remained unresponsive. Subsequently, he exited the room quietly and made his way to Shi Yan's chamber. Shi Yan was still seated before her computer, revising a script. Upon seeing Xiao Chenyin enter, she couldn't help but frown. "What brings you to my room?" Qin Xiuhan mentioned he would be sleeping in my room tonight. "Are you not afraid of being caught by him? You should leave quickly before he arrives." Xiao Chenyin moved behind her, bending down to embrace her from behind. "I've drugged him, Shi Yan." Xiao Chenyin pressed his face against hers, nuzzling slightly to prevent him from seeking you out. "I told him I was afraid of sleeping alone. Hence, I invited him to share a room with me." Shi Yan's lips twitched. With a towering height of nearly 2 meters, he claims to fear sleeping alone? Does Qin Xiuhan truly believe that? Xiao Chenyin continued, "However, I do not wish to remain with him. I want to be with you. Yet, I fear he might wake in the middle of the night, discover my absence, and disrupt our plans. So, I rendered him unconscious. He won't awaken until tomorrow morning." Shi Yan replied, speechless. "What plans could we possibly have? Even if you have drugged him, I will not engage in anything with you." Xiao Chenyin chuckled lightly. "Merely being alone with you is a delightful prospect." Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks warming slightly. "It's too late. Let us not revise any further tonight. We can continue tomorrow. It's not worth this additional hour." Shi Yan found herself in a state of emotional turmoil due to his antics, losing any motivation to continue her work. She closed her computer and retired to bed. Xiao Chenyin enveloped her in his embrace, releasing a contented sigh. Ever since she suggested ending their relationship, he had not experienced a restful night, but tonight he finally anticipated a peaceful slumber. Shi Yan expected him to be restless, feeling tense as she waited. Yet after a considerable time, he remained still, merely holding her tightly without any indiscreet movements. Soon, she could hear the steady rhythm of his breathing above her. Shi Yan was taken aback. Had he truly fallen asleep? She tentatively called his name, but received no answer. It appeared he had indeed drifted off. However, she found herself unable to sleep, and, unable to resist, she reached out to touch his abdominal muscles, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. That night, she dreamt of racing on the highway, gripping the gear shift without respite, her hands growing weary. Upon waking, she understood the reason for her fatigue. Seizing the moment before Xiao Chenyin awoke, Shi Yan feigned nonchalance as she withdrew her hand, convincing herself that if she hadn't been discovered, it was as if nothing had transpired. Yet, before she could fully relax, she heard his deep voice softly inquire, "What did you dream of last night?" "You tossed and turned, and I couldn't sleep a wink." Shi Yan's face instantly flushed with warmth, although she could not see her own visage. She was acutely aware of her embarrassment. She buried her face in his chest, whispering as softly as a whispering breeze, "Forget about last night. Let us pretend it never happened." Xiao Chenyin chuckled lowly, his chest vibrating with mirth for a considerable time before he responded, "All right, I shall heed my wife." Shi Yan's cheeks grew even warmer as she playfully pinched his side, exclaiming, "Don't call me wife." "Very well, my lady," he replied. "My lady is also unacceptable. Then how about mistress?" "Mistress is also not allowed. Let us not prolong this. Choose one from these 3, or I shall alternate between them. Can't you simply call me by my name?" "I could, but I prefer not to. I simply wish to call you wife." "Am I truly your wife?" "You're just being frivolous. It's only a matter of time." Shi Yan let out a huff, rolling away from his embrace and glancing at the faint light filtering through the curtain, reminding him, "Shouldn't you be on your way? It's already dawn, and Qin Xiuhan is likely waking soon." Xiao Chenyin remained still, replying, "Just a moment, my hand has gone numb. I need to ease into it." Shi Yan could not contain her laughter, teasing, "Your hand is numb, yet you want to let go of me?" In the past, during their time on Moon Island, they would embrace each other when they first fell asleep, but would separate in the middle of the night, only to reunite again, allowing their arms some rest. Despite his strength, Xiao Chenyin was still human, bound by the limitations of normal physiology. It was entirely natural for his arm to become numb from prolonged pressure. He remarked, "It's been a long time since we embraced. I can't bear to let go." Shi Yan's face grew even warmer, her heart racing with an erratic rhythm. Xiao Chenyin took a moment to regain his composure, and finally, his hands were free to move. He pulled Shi Yan closer, leaning in to kiss her. But she turned her face away, protesting that she hadn't brushed her teeth yet and forbidding him from kissing her. "Does that mean I can kiss you once you have?" He teased. "You certainly know how to focus on the key points," she replied, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Thank you for the compliment." A man of action, Xiao Chenyin promptly got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. He used her toothbrush to brush his teeth and immediately returned to her, showering her with kisses. "I haven't brushed yet," she protested. "I don't mind at all." Chapter 53. Threat. The atmosphere became increasingly delicate. Xiao Chenyin's emotions were beginning to spiral out of control. Shi Yan gasped for breath. Her heart clawed like a cat's paw, yearning to break free from its constraints. She longed to abandon all restraint, reminiscent of her time on Moon Island. Yet, in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. As he attempted to leave, Shi Yan reached out, her fingers slipping through his, intertwining their digits, simultaneously halting his movement. "I desire," she began, but he countered, "No, you do not wish for that." With a gentle push, Shi Yan urged him away. "You should leave." Xiao Chenyin turned and sat up, vigorously ruffling his hair, taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within him. He returned to Qin Xiuhan's room, waking him with a nudge of his foot. As Qin Xiuhan stirred, confusion creased his brow. "Why did I sleep so heavily last night? Ouch! Why does my backside hurt so much? Did you do anything to me last night?" "Uncle?" Xiao Chenyin replied. "Nothing happened last night, but something did just now." Qin Xiuhan's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively pulling the blanket closer. Xiao Chenyin shot him a disdainful glance. "I merely kicked you to wake you up. Why this expression? Did you think I would do something to you?" Qin Xiuhan sighed in relief, albeit with an embarrassed expression. After breakfast, Xiao Chenyin departed the villa to attend to work matters. Shi Yan remained home, diligently revising her script, and by afternoon it was nearly complete. She picked up her phone, intending to re-add Xiao Chenyin as a friend, and send him the script. To her surprise, she discovered that he had already re-added her on WeChat, and his number had been removed from her blacklist. Shi Yan's lips twitched. He was indeed the type to quietly handle matters. Last night, after showing him her phone for a brief moment, he had taken the initiative to add himself back. Shi Yan sent the document to Xiao Chenyin, leaving a message. That evening, when Xiao Chenyin returned, he brought back 2 files. After putting Qin Xiuhan to sleep, he stealthily made his way to Shi Yan's room with the documents. "The contract has been printed. Please review it for any discrepancies." Shi Yan took the contract and scrutinized it, only to find that the profit-sharing ratio stipulated that she would receive 70%, while Xiao Chenyin would receive 30%. She had initially thought that her 30% was rather generous and had even considered offering more. Little did she know that Xiao Chenyin had completely misunderstood her intentions regarding the profit-sharing ratio and had accepted it without hesitation. Shi Yan paused in silence for a few seconds, then said nothing, promptly signing her name. The overseas project will be entirely entrusted to Xiao Chenyin. If it failed, she would incur no losses, and if it succeeded, she would simply await her earnings. Meanwhile, she began preparations for the domestic scripts filming. She contacted the team she had previously collaborated with. Within a day, they finalized the filming plan, began recruiting actors, preparing props, and renting locations. The preparations progressed swiftly, and filming was set to commence in a week. While she was on the phone with her contacts, Lu Ruyan overheard her. Lu Ruyan immediately sought out Qin Xiuhan, pleading with him to compel Shi Yan to grant her the leading female role. The matter of Shi Yan writing scripts and filming short dramas has always been known to them. In the past, Lu Ruyan looked down upon short dramas, considering them the realm of lesser-known actors. As a legitimate star, she believed participating in such productions would be a humiliation to her status. Her fans would never approve, and it would adversely affect her future opportunities in mainstream film and television. She often felt a sense of superiority over Shi Yan, who was relegated to the unrefined world of short dramas. However, the circumstances have changed. Lu Ruyan has been out of work for some time due to negative press surrounding her involvement as a mistress. Recently, she tentatively posted on Weibo, but the comments were overwhelmingly hostile. Although the articles regarding her affair and the slandering of the original partner have been thoroughly deleted, The scandal had garnered too much attention for many to forget. The internet has a long memory. Her mere reappearance invited a torrent of scorn from sharp-tongued netizens. Initially, after her break, she was slated to participate in a variety show, but she was replaced due to the backlash. The Qin family also owns entertainment companies. Yet even Qin Xiuhan refrained from promoting her amid such public outcry. To force her into the spotlight would only backfire, leading to her being boycotted and damaging the company's reputation. Therefore, Qin Xiuhan recommended a more subdued approach, allowing her to rest and perhaps testing the waters for a comeback in a year or so, or waiting until their relationship could be made public before orchestrating her return. However, Lu Rian feared that waiting a year would lead to a complete decline in her popularity. Upon learning that Shi Yan was embarking on a new short drama, she became intrigued, contemplating the idea of participating to cultivate a more relatable persona and salvage her reputation. She noted that many artists with tarnished images had found renewed attention by acting in short dramas, and she wished to explore this path as well. After listening to Lu Rian's analysis, Qin Xiuhan found it plausible and approached Shi Yan with a request to cast Lu Rian as the female lead. That won't work? I have already secured someone else, and a portion of the payment has been made. I cannot change the cast, Shi Yan firmly declined. Qin Xiuhan pressed. How much was paid? I will cover it. Let her take the role. Shi Yan shook her head, asserting that Lu Rian was ill-suited for short dramas, as the filming schedule was too tight for her to keep up. Lu Rian, indignant, retorted, "You haven't even given me a chance to try. How can you know I can't keep pace? I've completed 10 productions, both web and network dramas, and I managed to adhere to their schedules. Surely, a low-tier short drama is not more demanding than a network production?" Qin Xiuhan's voice turned cold. "You either let Rian participate, or you can forget about your shows being released. I will also have your previously aired dramas taken down. Consider your options." Shi Yan's expression darkened. The Qin family possesses several high-traffic internet applications, and all promotional efforts for dramas rely heavily on these platforms. It was precisely because she had managed to upload her short drama to these apps that her biological father ceased his antagonism towards her, allowing her to retain her job. Qin Xiuhan's threats struck a chord with her. This was not a matter that could be resolved through confrontation. Shi Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within her. "I can agree to your request, but you must sign a contract with me. As long as I consent to give the leading female role to him, you cannot take down or target my production, nor can you use it as leverage against me in the future." Without hesitation, Qin Xiuhan agreed. Shi Yan prepared the contract herself, contacted a lawyer to have it printed and delivered, and after confirming its accuracy with Qin Xiuhan, she signed it. Lu Rian looked at Shi Yan with an air of triumph. Leaning closer to Shi Yan's ear, she whispered with a hint of arrogance, "Do you see? Whenever I speak, no matter what I desire, Xiuhan will fulfill it, even if it means pressuring you for your possessions, despite your efforts to capture Xiuhan's attention. His true concern lies with me, and once again, you have lost to me." Chapter 54. Once again, believing in love, Shi Yan folded the contract and spoke to her with an air of indifference. "Remember this feeling. The leading lady in the drama also plays a role of duality, projecting one persona while harboring another beneath. Simply emulate your current demeanor." "Are you insulting me?" Lu Rian exclaimed in a fit of rage. With a smirk that bordered on mockery, Shi Yan replied, "I am praising you. Your acting is well suited for short dramas. This genre thrives on such superficial and overtly contrived performances. Awkwardness can indeed be a selling point." "You." Lu Rian was further incensed, realizing that Shi Yan had not only criticized her duality, but also her lackluster acting skills. Shi Yan chose to disregard her, sending the script to Lu Rian via her phone. "The script has been sent. Please memorize your lines so you don't fall behind during filming." A week later, shooting commenced. Due to her pregnancy, Shi Yan refrained from joining the crew to avoid excessive strain. However, on the first day of filming, the director inundated her with 99 messages berating Lu Rian. He lamented that Lu Rian was behaving like a prima donna, arriving late and refusing assistance from the makeup artist on set, opting instead for her own makeup artist who took 2 hours, a significant waste of time. Furthermore, she looked down upon her fellow cast and crew, deeming the male, lead unworthy of her stature. The staff, who repeatedly urged her to comply, were met with disdain, and she demanded the replacement of all crew members by mid-morning. The filming progressed at a snail's pace. What was intended to be accomplished in a day had only yielded 1/10 of the necessary footage. The following day, the director could no longer contain his frustration and called Shi Yan to vent his grievances. "What kind of person did you hire? She is insufferable. Not only does she belittle the entire crew, but she is also severely hindering our progress." After agreeing to start shooting at 6 this morning, it is now 10 and she is yet to arrive. I called her assistant, who informed me that she wrapped up at 3 last night and insists on a full 8 hours of sleep before she will come to set. At this rate, we will never finish on schedule. The actors and crew have already signed contracts for another project, and they will leave when the time comes. What are we to do? You brought her in. You must take responsibility for her. Shi Yan felt a headache coming on. She had anticipated that Lu Ruyan would cause delays, but she had not expected such extreme setbacks. After pondering for a moment, a brilliant idea struck her. I have a solution. Recontact the originally cast leading lady to film her scenes, and we can arrange for someone to shoot Lu Ruyan's parts casually. Once completed, they need not remain. The director, exhilarated, exclaimed, "You are a genius. What a splendid idea. But I've heard that Lu Ruyan's benefactor wields considerable influence. Won't this approach offend her? What if she reports us to her patron? It would be as easy as crushing an ant for her benefactor to obliterate us." Shi Yan chuckled. "Fear not. Nothing will go amiss. Just execute my plan." After concluding the call, Shi Yan contemplated for a moment before driving to the filming location. She was concerned about Lu Ruyan, apprehensive that she might concoct further antics that would delay the shoot. By aligning her schedule with Lu Ruyan's, she hoped to alleviate any undue strain. When she arrived, Lu Ruyan had yet to make her appearance. It was not until nearly noon that Lu Ruyan arrived late in the chauffeur-driven car. Upon noticing Shi Yan among the gathering, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of displeasure. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Shi Yan replied, "This is my script, the production I have invested in. Why should I not come?" Lu Ruyan scoffed. "Is it that photographer who complained to you? After dozens of calls this morning, urging like a death knell, filming late into the night and starting early in the morning. Who can rise to such a challenge?" Shi Yan responded, "From today onward, I will oversee your filming. You need not conform to their pace. I have revised the script for you to review." She handed Lu Ruyan the edited version. This new script was tailored to match Lu Ruyan's filming speed, allowing precisely 7 days for her to engage fully. "It's already lunchtime. Let us dine first and then review the script without haste," Shi Yan suggested, going to fetch lunch. Lu Ruyan grimaced at the sight of the boxed meal, declaring, "This is fit only for dogs. I shall not eat it." Shi Yan remained unfazed, accommodating her by saying, "Very well, I shall order from a 5-star hotel." After placing the order, she discreetly requested tenfold compensation from Qin Xiuhan, considering the extra cost a form of mental recompense. Qin Xiuhan, not one to be stingy, promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. During the filming, whenever Lu Ruyan caused a stir, Shi Yan would request compensation for emotional distress from Qin Xiuhan. Thanks to Shi Yan's presence, Lu Ruyan remained oblivious to any issues within the crew's segmented filming. Shi Yan skillfully diverted her attention, ensuring she had no opportunity to scrutinize the other filming activities. A week passed seamlessly. On the day of wrap, everyone was elated. Lu Ruyan intentionally called Qin Xiuhan to fetch her. Fearing being photographed, he did not come himself, and instead had Qin's would drive his Rolls-Royce Phantom to the set to collect Lu Ruyan. The appearance of the car immediately captured everyone's attention, drawing envious glances from numerous onlookers. Amidst the admiring gazes, Lu Ruyan strode confidently toward the vehicle. As she passed Shi Yan, she cast a provocative glance at her, strutting like a victorious hen, her head held high as she approached the car. Qin's exited and opened the door for Lu Ruyan, revealing a bouquet of red roses on the back seat. "The president is preoccupied and could not come to greet you. He asked me to present this bouquet as an apology. He mentioned he would join you for dinner later," Qin's was said. Lu Ruyan beamed with joy, cradling the flowers in her arms. "He is truly something. After all these years of marriage, he still does such things. A curious girl from the crew asked, Ruyan, are you married? Is this your husband's car? Did he send you these flowers? Lu Ruyan blushed and replied, Yes, these are from my husband. I told him not to be so ostentatious, but he never listens. I truly cannot do anything about it. The girl hesitated and said, But wasn't there news about? What happened then? Lu Ruyan chuckled. That was all nonsense. My husband and I pledged ourselves to one another at 16. The girl inquired, Then why don't you clarify? Lu Ruyan sighed, expressing her fear that any explanation would lead individuals to dig into her husband's personal information. He was merely an ordinary person, and she wished to spare him from any trouble, even if it meant enduring criticism herself. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Could it be that the truth was indeed such? Lu Ruyan was truly remarkable. To protect her husband, she bore the brunt of harsh words without offering a single explanation. Yet, how could that foreign tycoon possibly be lying? Perhaps the wealthy were adept at weaving falsehoods. It was conceivable that someone, enamored with Ruyan yet unable to win her affections, might deliberately tarnish her reputation out of spite. How enviable Lu Ruyan was, with a husband who not only possessed wealth but also cherished her deeply. Having committed to each other since the tender age of 16, their enduring affection was nothing short of sweet, rekindling belief in love within others. Lu Ruyan curled her lips into a smile, her heart swelling with immense satisfaction. Just then, a jeep roared past, colliding forcefully with the rear of a Rolls-Royce, mangling its back end. Subsequently, a dashing and flamboyant man emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing him, Shi Yan felt a surge of panic and instinctively sought to hide. This scoundrel, please don't target her. Chapter 55. Then I shall forcefully marry him, oh heavens, he is so handsome. He is the most attractive man I have ever seen. Tall, handsome, and fair-skinned. His only flaw seems to be that he looks down upon me. Ah, he is walking towards us. Could it be that the peach blossoms I saw at the matchmaker's temple half a month ago are finally manifesting? Stop dreaming. Such a distinguished man is beyond my reach. A man of high status should be paired with someone of lowly standing like me. High-end goods and inferior products make the perfect match, contributing to the balance of yin and yang. Amidst the teasing remarks of the crowd, Xiao Chenyin strode confidently towards Shi Yan. As he approached, Shi Yan began to retreat, intending to make a hasty escape. However, her legs were no match for his long strides, and he effortlessly pulled her back by the collar of her garment. Why run? I won't bite, Xiao Chenyin said with amusement. Shi Yan lowered her voice and inquired, What brings you here? Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. Just taking a stroll. A stroll can lead you here? Do you take me for a fool? Then why ask? What else could I be here for but to find you? Shi Yan fell silent. With the crowd observing them, she was reluctant to be the center of attention. Thus she followed him towards the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, Xiao Chenyin did not immediately get in, but instead opened the trunk. A gentle fragrance wafted out, revealing a trunk full of sunflowers, vibrant and full of vitality, embodying hope and exuberance. Shi Yan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they were not roses. Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan were still present. If Xiao Chenyin had presented her with roses, they would surely report back to Qin Xiuhan, and she would be at a loss for words to explain. Though even if their relationship were discovered, she would feel no guilt. However, it's better to avoid unnecessary complications. This morning, I inadvertently overheard your husband instructing his assistant to buy flowers for his mistress. So I also decided to buy flowers to pick you up. If others have it, so must you. Shi Yan remarked. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Xiao Chenyin chuckled. I initially intended to buy roses, but I feared you might feel shy. So I refrained. Shi Yan shot him a glare, relieved he hadn't purchased them, for that would have made things awkward. As they conversed, Qin Xiuhan approached. Madam, he greeted Shi Yan before turning to Xiao Chenyin. Mr. Xiao this. Xiao Chenyin interrupted him. I apologize. I'm accustomed to driving right-hand vehicles and accidentally bumped into your car. I will cover the repair costs. Please call someone to tow it away. Understanding that Xiao Chenyin was acquainted with their president, Qin Xiuhan refrained from further comment, acknowledging him before making a call to arrange for the tow. He then approached Lu Ruyan, apologetically saying, Miss Lu, the car is damaged. Let me call a taxi to take you back. I need to wait here for the tow truck. Lu Ruyin gritted her teeth in frustration. She had hoped to make a grand impression, but within 30 seconds, it felt as though she had been publicly slapped. She believed Xiao Chenyin was doing this on purpose. However, previously, the kick that Xiao Chenyin delivered had already instilled a psychological shadow within her. Even though she felt a surge of anger, she dared not provoke him. She could sense that Xiao Chenyin genuinely harbored murderous intent towards her, unlike Shi Yan, who, despite having acted against her, never dared to truly inflict harm. Xiao Chenyin proceeded to open the passenger door, inviting Shi Yan into the vehicle. A bag of snacks and a bubble tea were placed on the passenger seat. Once the car set off, the crowd regained their composure and began to chatter excitedly. Goodness, that handsome man was actually here to pick up Shi Yan. They truly seemed like a perfect match, a dashing man and a beautiful woman, standing together. A delightful sight for the eyes. Surely, they must be just ordinary friends? If they were more than friends, he wouldn't be giving her sunflowers. Who says lovers can't gift sunflowers? They symbolize a silent admiration, steadfastness, and an unwavering commitment. With this in mind, the flower language of sunflowers felt quite romantic. Surely, that handsome gentleman must have feelings for Shi Yan. All attention was drawn to Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyin, leaving no one to notice Lu Ruyin. Frustrated, Lu Ruyin stomped her foot, seething with resentment as she hailed a taxi to leave. That insufferable Shi Yan always steals my thunder. I will not let this go. Xiao Chenyin did not escort Shi Yan back home. He was set to leave the capital tomorrow, returning to his homeland for a slightly extended duration, approximately 2 to 3 months. Before his departure, he wished to spend some quality time alone with Shi Yan. She acquiesced to his request and directed him to a quaint ancient town on the outskirts. This picturesque tourist destination boasted numerous cultural heritage sites. Yet, being the off-peak season, it was relatively deserted. They purchased traditional Hanfu garments and adorned themselves with ancient makeup. As they strolled through the charming alleys clad in Hanfu, it felt as though they had traversed time itself. Suddenly, Xiao Chenyin grasped her hand, gently prying her fingers apart to entwine them with his, bringing her hand to his lips for a tender kiss before continuing their walk. In the ancient town stood a temple dedicated to Yu Lao, the deity of love and marriage, accompanied by a massive tree that 2 people could not encircle with outstretched arms, rumored to be over 1,000 years old. Adorned with numerous red ribbons, it was said that these ribbons were tied by couples seeking blessings. Xiao Chenyin insisted on entering the temple to pay respects to Yu Lao. They did not kneel, but Xiao Chenyin whispered incantations into her ear. Ask Yu Lao to sever the red thread connecting you to Qin Xiuhan and tie it to me instead, securing it with a tight knot, preferably with a steel wire entwined within, so that even if the thread breaks, it remains unsevered. Let us pray together. The chances of success will be higher. Shi Yan shot him a glance, incredulous. You grew up abroad, yet you believe in this? Xiao Chenyin replied, I don't typically believe, but when the need arises, I hold a faint belief. If his sincerity is sufficient this time, and I witness results, I shall embrace belief henceforth. Shi Yan was left speechless. This was somewhat an inversion of the natural order. When seeking assistance, one ought to show sincerity rather than demand it from others like a lord. At his earnest insistence, Shi Yan could only comply with his request to make a wish, while also asking the god of marriage to assist in alleviating her family's debts. Although this request slightly exceeded the deity's usual purview, she hoped that the god of marriage might converse with the god of wealth during his visits. Regardless of which deity she prayed to, she always sought a blessing for financial prosperity, believing that uttering an additional plea would incur no loss, even if the divine intervention did not materialize. After her prayers to the god of marriage, Xiao Chenyin retrieved a red thread, not to hang upon a tree, but to bind it to the hands of both himself and Shi Yan. Relying on others may prove futile if the god of marriage would not assist. Then he would take matters into his own hands. Shi Yan felt as if her heart had been struck by something, a tingling sensation spreading through her limbs, causing her heartbeat to falter in rhythm. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Even if she were to divorce Qin Xiuhan, marrying Xiao Chenyin was not a possibility, at best. They would maintain their current relationship. With such heavy debts looming over her family, Marrying anyone would merely be a burden. She had no desire to encumber Xiao Chenyin. Chapter 56. Why can't I accept him? The elation within her heart swiftly subsided, replaced by a tinge of bitterness. Shi Yan fixated on the red ribbon entwined around her, and Xiao Chenyin's hands for a few moments before lifting her gaze to meet his eyes. His eyes sparkled with mirth, and his lips curved into a charming smile, exuding an aura of delight. She did not wish to be the harbinger of gloom that would tarnish his good spirits. However, she felt compelled to temper his hopes, to prevent him from becoming ensnared in a relationship destined for futility. Shi Yan redirected her gaze back to the red ribbon, raising her other hand in silence to untie it. Xiao Chenyin, quick as a flash, seized her hand with a hint of displeasure in his voice. What are you doing? Do you not wish to be with me? Shi Yan met his gaze resolutely. I will not marry you. We shall never become husband and wife. His expression hardened. Is it because of Qin Xiuhan? He has paraded his mistress beneath your very nose, always prioritizing her, treating you as if you were invisible. Can you truly not part ways with him? Shi Yan shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. Even if I were to divorce him, I would still not marry you. I wish to maintain our current relationship. If you can accept that, we may continue. If you cannot, then it would be best to sever ties and seek someone who can fulfill your desires. Do not waste your time on me. Xiao Chenyin tightened his grip on her hand, his voice low and heavy. Why? Is it that I am lacking in some way? Or do you harbor reservations? Shi Yan averted her gaze, staring vacantly into the distance. It is not that you are insufficient. I simply do not wish to marry you. I seek only physical pleasure, devoid of emotional entanglements. Xiao Chenyin's breath grew uneven, his eyes darkening as he regarded her in silence. Shi Yan continued, I should have clarified this when you followed me to the wedding suite. I apologize for not considering your feelings sooner and for wasting your time. It is time to cut our losses. You deserve better. She broke free from his grasp, attempting once more to untie the ribbon binding them. Yet, Xiao Chenyin held her hand firmly, pushing her against the tree, his gaze fierce. Nonsense. I am exceptional and deserving of the best. In my eyes, you are the finest. I want you. Shi Yan's heart raced erratically, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Do you not understand? I have stated that I will not marry you, even if there were no one else. I understand, Xiao Chenyin replied through clenched teeth. Physical pleasure is still pleasure. Who says a physical attraction is not a form of love? I shall return and hone my skills, ensuring your body cannot resist me. Is that not a victory in its own right? As long as you remain with me, I shall gradually uncover your heart. Shi Yan was left speechless. Why was he so obstinate? She could not fathom why Xiao Chenyin was so fixated on her. Though she possessed beauty and an alluring figure, the world was vast, and surely he could find someone better suited to him. With Xiao Chenyin's striking looks, it would not be difficult for him to seek out a more suitable partner. Why is he so persistently determined, seemingly intent on crashing into the southern wall without the slightest inclination to turn back, as if he wishes to obliterate it? Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of delight stirs within her. To be chosen with such unwavering conviction fills her with joy, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Observing Shi Yan on the verge of tears, Xiao Chenyin tempered his imposing presence and hastened to clarify. Rest assured, I shall not seek anyone to practice with. I will delve into documentaries alone. My body belongs solely to you. I shall not permit anyone else to touch your exclusive lance. Shi Yan remained speechless. The moment was marred, and she found herself no longer desiring to weep, but rather wishing to find a hole into which she could kick him. It appeared rain was imminent. Let us find a hotel to stay after the night and return home tomorrow. I wish to spend more time with you, she suggested with a nod. Hand in hand, they departed from the Moon Elder Temple. Not long after, the heavens indeed opened up. Xiao Chenyin removed his coat to shield Shi Yan from the rain, revealing his flawless physique, drawing the attention of passers-by who couldn't help but pause and stare. Upon arriving at the hotel, when Shi Yan went to take a shower, Xiao Chenyin followed her into the bathroom. Initially, she intended to shoo him away, but seeing him drenched and fearing he might fall ill if delayed, she acquiesced to sharing the shower. Her belly was not yet prominent, so she was untroubled. Emerging from a bathroom, Xiao Chenyin lifted her onto the bed, burying his face in her shoulder his voice muffled. Is it truly impossible? Did you not speak of corporeal pleasures? Why deny them now? Shi Yan gasped, pushing him away. I do not wish for it now. We can discuss it later. You deceiver, Xiao Chenyin teased lightly. You clearly desire it. What are you resisting? Shi Yan, her cheeks aflame, retorted, enough. Go fetch the hairdryer. My hair is damp and uncomfortable. Obediently, Xiao Chenyin rose to retrieve the device. Despite his formidable appearance, he demonstrated an unexpected compliance. Feeling drowsy, Shi Yan, too lethargic to sit up, reclined on his legs, allowing him to manage the drying. In recent days, her pregnancy symptoms had become increasingly pronounced, beyond occasional nausea. She found herself perpetually fatigued and yearning for sleep. She succumbed to slumber before her hair was fully dry. Meanwhile, in the marital villa, Qin Xiuhan furrowed his brow. Having awaited Shi Yan's return in vain, it is quite late. Why hasn't she returned yet? Is she dining with the crew? He inquired, glancing at Lu Ru Yan seated beside him. Lu Ru Yan's eyes darted thoughtfully as she countered, Darling, have you not noticed that your little uncle has yet to return as well? Qin Xiuhan replied, He is busy with work. He has been returning late for days. Why bring him up? I am inquiring about Shi Yan. Lu Ru Yan responded enigmatically. Is he truly that busy? How then did he find time today to pick Shi Yan up from the crew? Their relationship seemed notably close. Had they known each other previously? When my uncle went to pick up Shi Yan, he also brought her flowers and prepared snacks and milk tea, resembling a pair of young lovebirds. Much to the delight of the crew, who claimed they were a couple. Qin Xiuhan's pupils constricted as he coldly inquired, What did you say? My uncle went to the set to pick up Shi Yan? He even gave her flowers? Shi Yan left with him? Lu Ru Yan covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, Did Qin not mention this to you? He was present and witnessed it all. Oh, by the way, I just recalled that on that day, I accidentally pulled Shi Yan's chair away, and my uncle dislocated my hand in response. I had thought he was merely defending his junior. Now, it seems he might have a deeper connection with Shi Yan and was standing up for his beloved. Qin Xiuhan's face darkened ominously. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Shi Yan's number. After a considerable pause, the call was finally answered. Where have you been? Qin Xiuhan questioned coldly. A man's voice responded from the other end. She is asleep. Do you need something? Chapter 57. Is it fear for her safety or fear of her infidelity? Qin Xiuhan's pupils constricted, and he abruptly rose to his feet, casting a glance at Lu Ru Yan, who was ascending the stairs with her phone in hand. He waited until she entered the study and closed the door before he began his interrogation. Who are you? How did my wife's phone end up in your possession? What have you done with her? A low, mocking laughter emanated from the phone. What we do is our business, and it is not for you to meddle in. Is it? Xiao Chenyin deliberately lowered his voice, rendering it somewhat unfamiliar to Qin Xiuhan. Enraged, Qin Xiuhan bellowed, I am her husband. She is my wife. Why should I not be concerned? He continued with a fierce warning. If you dare to lay a finger on my wife, I will ensure you meet a grim fate. Xiao Chenyin retorted with disdain. When you were frolicking with your mistress, you entirely disregarded your wife's feelings. Now that she is with me, what right have you to be angry? Your standards for yourself are so low, yet you impose such high expectations on others. Do you not see the hypocrisy in your double standards? Qin Xiuhan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, This is a matter between my wife and me. It is not for an outsider like you to interfere. Tell me where you are. I will come find you this instant. Xiao Chenyin scoffed. Why not enjoy your time with your mistress instead? Fuming with rage, Qin Xiuhan exclaimed, How do you know I have a mistress? Has Shi Yan even mentioned this to you? No, Lu Ru Yan is not the mistress. Shi Yan is indeed wicked. She has intruded upon our relationship and is now maligning Lu Ru Yan. Xiao Chenyin said, In that case, allow me to assist you by transforming Shi Yan from your wife into mine, thus allowing you and your mistress to find happiness together. Regarding Qin Xiuhan's impudent fui, Xiao Chenyin ended the call. Turning around, he noticed Shi Yan had awakened at some point, her expression as impassive as ever. Feeling somewhat guilty, Xiao Chenyin asked, How long have you been awake? Did I disturb you? Shi Yan inquired. During that incident abroad, the harassing call you mentioned, was it also from Qin Xiuhan? Were you deliberately provoking him? Xiao Chenyin replied, I wouldn't classify it as provocation. This time was not either. I was merely communicating with him normally. Shi Yan regarded him in silence. Xiao Chenyin, his tone somewhat subdued, asked, Are you upset? Should I return his call and clarify? Inform him that I found your phone, and due to an overwhelming lack of love, I sought to distort your feelings by saying such things? Shi Yan responded, I am not angry, and there is no need for you to explain. Come lie down beside me. I want to feel your abs as I sleep. Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly, his mood brightening as he lay next to her, pulling her into his embrace and guiding her hand to rest on his abdomen. Shi Yan playfully rubbed his stomach before her hand wandered to his gluteus maximus. At that moment, Xiao Chenyin's phone rang. It was Qin Xiuhan calling. He answered promptly. Qin Xiuhan's voice came through immediately. Xiao, Shu, Qin's woman mentioned you want to pick up Shi Yan this afternoon. Why did you go to get her? Where did you take her? Did you see her with anyone else? Xiao Chenyin replied to him in a normal tone, saying, While attending to matters outside, I witnessed your assistant fetching the housekeeper residing at your home with a bouquet of roses, claiming that the flowers were a gift from you. Furthermore, the housekeeper referred to you as her husband. What exactly is your relationship? Qin Xiuhan was taken aback by Xiao Chenyin's counter-question, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, It's merely a gesture of support for an employee. Please do not overthink it, uncle. Xiao Chenyin retorted, bestowing flowers upon a maid and arranging for her to be picked up while neglecting your wife. Does this reflect the values of the Qin family? I am duly enlightened. Qin Xiuhan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us set this aside for the moment. First, please inform me where you have taken Shi Yan. I cannot reach her, and I am quite anxious. Xiao Chenyin replied, I assent it convenient that she is not returning home? How long has it been since you last saw that maid? It presents a perfect opportunity for you to nurture your relationship. I was previously unaware of her status as your secret lover, insisting she share your room, which encumbered your time together at night. To express my apologies, I shall refrain from intruding upon you this evening. Do take the time to cultivate your bond. Qin Xiuhan urgently interjected, Uncle, please do not hang up. You must tell me where you have taken Shi Yan. Who is she with? Xiao Chenyin, without a hint of hesitation, fabricated a lie. I happened to pass by and saw her unattended. I took her back to the city. However, I had other matters to attend to, so I left her by the roadside, allowing her to take a taxi home. I'm unaware of her whereabouts now. I have other business to attend to, so I must end this conversation. After hanging up, Xiao Chenyin affectionately ruffled Shi Yan's hair and inquired, Should I hide? In the event, he comes looking for us and sees. Shi Yan reassured him, There is no need to hide, with Lu Ruyan present. She will ensure that Qin Xiuhan does not come searching for me. Indeed, Qin Xiuhan was entangled with Lu Ruyan. After witnessing him abandon her to ascend the stairs, Lu Ruyan followed him, persistently knocking on the study door. Yet Qin Xiuhan remained unresponsive. It was only after making 2 phone calls that he finally opened the door to the study. Lu Ruyan, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at him. Darling, why did you suddenly leave me alone and go upstairs? You were never like this before. Qin Xiuhan, brushing past her with urgency, called out without turning back. I have urgent matters to attend to. Stay at home and contact Qinzhua if needed. Lu Ruyan, heartbroken, questioned his retreating figure. Are you going to find Shi Yan again? Are you abandoning me for her? You promised me while abroad that this would not happen again. Yet what are you doing now? Qin Xiuhan halted, patiently explaining, if something were to happen to her, I would be unable to account for it to grandfather. It is not out of concern for her that I seek her out, so do not overthink it. Lu Ruyan, choking back tears, replied, She is an adult. What could possibly happen to her? Besides, she is with uncle, so she is even less likely to be in trouble. Are you worried about Shi Yan's safety? Or are you concerned about her fidelity? Chapter 58. Forcing her to explain, Qin Xiuhan stated, I call my uncle. He is not with Shi Yan. She has gone off alone, and she may truly be in danger. Do not be overly suspicious. I do not harbor any feelings for her. Lu Ruyan rushed over to embrace him, declaring, I do not care. I will not allow you to seek her out. To despise someone is to show no concern for their affairs. Yet you have been fixated on her lately. Even if you do not currently hold affection for her, Your constant attention may lead to an unintended attraction. You are my husband, and I wish for you to see only me in your heart and mind. You shall not gaze upon any other woman. If you go to find her tonight, I shall ignore you from now on." Ultimately, Qin Xiuhan had to abandon his search for Shi Yan. He retrieved his phone, intending to message Qin Xiuhan to look for her, only to have the device snatched away by Lu Ruyan. "You are also forbidden from calling Qin Xiuhan to find her. Shi Yan will not perish. Leave her be, or I shall truly question whether you have developed feelings for her." Qin Xiuhan pressed his lips together, conceding to forego summoning anyone to search for Shi Yan. Yet throughout the night, he could not help but envision her with another man, a surge of unnamed fury bubbling within him, rendering him restless and unable to sleep. In contrast, Shi Yan enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. After having breakfast at the hotel, she personally escorted Xiao Chenyin to the airport. Before boarding, he embraced her repeatedly, expressing, "I will miss you dearly. Why not accompany me? Stop joking and hurry. You will miss your flight. Do not delete my contact. If you do upon my return, I shall publicly declare our relationship and claim you." "I understand. I promise not to delete it. Do you not trust me?" "Humph. You are a charming rogue. How can I trust you?" Shi Yan was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Xiao Chenyin leaned down to kiss her once more, then gazed deeply into her eyes before reluctantly letting her go. "Wait for me. I shall come find you soon." "All right, I shall wait. Go now." Finally, Xiao Chenyin departed. After bidding farewell to Xiao Chenyin, Shi Yan took a taxi back home. By this time, Qin Xiuhan had already gone to work and was not at home. Upon his return that evening, he immediately summoned her to the study. As the door closed, he coldly interrogated, "Where were you last night? Who was the man you were with?" Shi Yan responded with a nonchalant tone, "He is the man I am financially supporting, having invested so much in him. Would it not be a waste to let that go?" Qin Xiuhan's face turned a shade of pale fury as he retorted, "How could you engage in such shameless behavior? Do you even comprehend that this is infidelity?" Shi Yan maintained her calm demeanor, gazing at him indifferently. "If I have not lost my memory, I recall us discussing this matter. It was you who encouraged me to seek someone to conceive child. The funds for my financial support of this man came from you. Did I not make that clear? What do you intend to accomplish by coming here to accuse me? Furthermore, if this constitutes infidelity on my part, then what do you and Lu Ruyan represent?" Qin Xiuhan exclaimed, "How can you compare yourself to us? I am not like Ruyan." Shi Yan retorted mockingly, "When did you forfeit your humanity? Does that mean you adhere to a different moral standard than ordinary people?" Qin Xiuhan's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Ever since Shi Yan declared her lack of affection for him, he had never managed to win an argument against her. Her words grew increasingly infuriating with each utterance. "I shall take my leave now, lest we spend too much time alone together and your Ruyan begins to overthink. See how considerate I am. If I were you, I would undoubtedly be compelled to offer 100,000 in gratitude." Qin Xiuhan rolled his eyes in exasperation. After enduring her scolding, she dared to expect monetary compensation? Her audacity was truly remarkable. In the following days, Shi Yan oversaw the post-production of the short drama while simultaneously preparing for her next script. Within a month, the post-production was completed. After reviewing it, she commenced the promotional phase. The drama quickly gained traction due to its captivating storyline, even making several trending lists. Numerous discussions erupted, and both the male and female leads garnered significant attention. Lu Ruyan soon realized her absence from the drama. In a fit of rage, she brought Qin Xiuhan to confront Shi Yan. "Shi Yan, you must clarify why there is no trace of me in the short drama I starred in. I have watched all 70 episodes, and not a single frame features me. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, I assure you, I will not let this matter rest." Qin Xiuhan, with a darkened expression, demanded, "You promised to cast Ruyan as the female lead. I have invested considerable money, yet she is nowhere to be found in the drama. You had better provide a clear explanation. Otherwise, I will have all your projects removed from the platform, and you shall never earn another penny in this country." Chapter 59. Kidnapping. Shi Yan calmly produced a contract from earlier and tossed it onto the table before them. Upon scrutinizing the document, it was unmistakably stated in black and white that she had agreed to allow Lu Ruyan to play the leading female role. However, It did not guarantee that the production would ultimately be aired. Now that she had fulfilled her promise by completing the filming, there was no breach of contract on her part. And the contract also specified that as long as she had agreed to cast Lu Ruyan as the lead, they could not target her productions. If they insisted on taking down all her works, she would be powerless, although she would surely lose in a legal battle. She harbored no qualms about exposing their contract to reveal how untrustworthy President Qin truly was. Qin Xiu's face turned a shade of green with rage. Since taking over the company, he had signed numerous contracts, yet this was the first time he had been outmaneuvered in such a manner. He regretted underestimating Shi Yan, having never considered her capable of employing such cunning in the contractual language. After all, in the 3 years of their marriage, she had not ventured into the workforce, dedicating herself to scriptwriting and investing in productions, leading him to believe she lacked negotiation experience. Little did he expect her audacity to ensnare him. He could seek other justifications to have Shi Yan's works removed or delegate the task to someone else. Yet, if she chose to publicize the situation, speculation would arise that he was targeting her, and once public opinion swelled, it could significantly tarnish his reputation and that of the Ding Sheng Group. After all, if contracts held no guarantee, who would dare collaborate with him? Qin Xiu's cold gaze bore into Shi Yan as he laughed in fury. "You truly are remarkable. You dug a pit for me from the very beginning, and I only just realized it." Shi Yan chuckled lightly. "There was no pit dug. Everything is clearly laid out in the contract. You simply failed to read it thoroughly, so you have no one to blame but yourself." Qin Xiu ground his teeth in frustration and dragged Lu Ruyan away. "Hubby, will we just let this go? She has played us. We cannot simply forgive her." Lu Ruyan protested vehemently, eager to vent her anger. Yet, this time, Qin Xiu did not yield to her demands, forcibly escorting her away. With the contract in place, even if they were dissatisfied, they had no recourse but to accept their folly in underestimating Shi Yan and not scrutinizing the textual traps within the contract, ultimately suffering this silent loss. To placate Lu Ruyan, Qin Xiu personally funded the acquisition of a script and assembled a production team for her. However, Lu Ruyan's reluctance to endure hardship resulted in a painfully slow filming pace. Nonetheless, having invested his own money, Qin Xiu faced no dissent from the crew, who catered to her whims and proceeded at her pace. What others could complete in a week took Lu Ruyan nearly 2 months to finish. By the time post-production was completed, over 2 months had elapsed. The team Qin Xiu had hired were professionals, producing a short film of superior quality, surpassing many full-length productions. Once released, it sparked considerable discussion. Viewers were abuzz with inquiries upon seeing Lu Ruyan. Why is Lu Ruyan the leading lady? Wasn't she blacklisted for being a mistress? How is she back in the limelight? It seems that she has not been silenced. Rather, due to the overwhelming criticism, no one dares to invite her for filming, and she herself is reluctant to make appearances. Over 3 months ago, she quietly posted on Weibo, but the barrage of insults led her to delete the post within half an hour. To be fair, while Lu Ruyan's acting may not be commendable in professional dramas, she excels in short films, surpassing many with her performance. Her willingness to lower her status to participate in short dramas suggests a genuine sense of remorse. And she is not inherently a bad person. I believe her role as a mistress is not solely her fault. If both the mistress and the legitimate wife are kept in close proximity, the man's culpability is far more significant. When the legitimate wife sees her husband accompanying the mistress without any uproar, calmly sitting alongside her, it raises questions about the authenticity of their relationship. Perhaps they indulge in their own affairs privately, and Lu Ruyan may not truly be the mistress after all. The public discourse surrounding this has indeed helped Lu Ruyan redeem herself and regain some favor among the general populace. Meanwhile, Shi Yan has released a new short film, which, despite its inferior filming techniques and post-production compared to Lu Ruyan's work, captivates viewers with its engaging story, swiftly overshadowing the popularity of Lu Ruyan's film. Frustrated, Lu Ruyan gives Shi Yan the cold shoulder daily, yet Shi Yan remains unfazed, focusing on her own endeavors. As her pregnancy progresses, Shi Yan finds it increasingly difficult to sit for long periods and often feels fatigued. Noticing the time, she believes it is appropriate to announce her pregnancy. Initially, she intended to wait until after a month, when she could confirm the pregnancy via ultrasound before informing old Master Qin. However, living under the same roof as Lu Rian, she fears that Lu Rian might attempt to sabotage her or provoke her in ways that could jeopardize the baby's development. Thus, she decided to wait until the pregnancy was more stable before revealing the news. With the preparations for her second short film, the announcement has been postponed until now. Over 4 months have passed. Shi Yan, carrying her bag, plans to visit the hospital for a recent ultrasound report to share with old Master Qin the following day. Today, the rain is pouring heavily, so she decides to drive herself to the hospital. However, as she drives a short distance from her community, she notices that Qin Xiuhan's car appears to have broken down, and he is getting out in the rain. Yet, within mere seconds of his exit, a van abruptly stops in front of him, and 2 individuals clad in black hoods rush out, covering his mouth and nose before dragging him into the vehicle. The door slams shut, and the van speeds away. A sense of dread envelopes Shi Yan as she immediately follows in pursuit. The van's license plate is obscured by mud, rendering it unreadable, and its windows are tinted black, concealing the interior. As she trails behind, she activates her voice assistant to call Qin. Assistant Qin, I just witnessed Qin Xiuhan being abducted. I'm currently chasing the vehicle that took him. Please report this to the police immediately and contact the Qin family's bodyguards for assistance. I will share my location with you, so you can monitor my route in real time and send help accordingly. Indeed, I observed him being abducted approximately 500 meters to the left of the community outside the marital home. To ensure I do not mistakenly identify the wrong individual, you may dispatch someone to examine the surveillance footage along that route. Shi Yan conveyed her message in one breath. Qin took it very seriously and immediately responded, "All right, I will contact someone at once. Young madam, please prioritize your safety and avoid unnecessary risks." Shi Yan acknowledged with a brief reply before hanging up. She then opened WeChat and sent her location to Qin, allowing him to monitor her whereabouts at any moment. She could not disregard Qin Xiuhan's fate. If anything were to happen to him, no one would assist her in resolving the DNA identification issue regarding her unborn child. Thus, even if she were to give birth to these 2 children, she would reap no benefits. Therefore, it was imperative that Qin Xiuhan remained alive until her children were born. In the van, Qin Xiuhan had already been rendered unconscious. The kidnapper in the passenger seat glanced at the rearview mirror and anxiously remarked, "Boss, there's a car that has been trailing us for quite some time. What if they witnessed our abduction and are intentionally following us? What if she reports it?" Miss Lu only instructed us to perform a charade and assured us that this person would not alert the authorities, but if a meddlesome bystander calls the police, we will be undeniably guilty of kidnapping, and we could end up in prison for several years. Chapter 60 sees the opportunity to eliminate Shi Yan the driver. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, lamented, "Wasn't I instructed to assess the surroundings before taking action? How could we possibly be discovered while tailing?" In desperation, he accelerated, weaving through the urban streets in an attempt to shake off the pursuing vehicle. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, the car remained steadfastly at their heels. In a state of urgency, the elder kidnapper urged, "Contact Miss Lu and inquire if she can ensure our safety should a passerby report us. If she cannot, I will drive straight to the police station and confess, laying everything bare. At worst, we would be deemed accomplices and face only a short sentence." These 2 brothers were accustomed to lingering outside nightclubs, preying on the inebriated with petty thefts. They never dared to undertake anything substantial. It was only when Lu Rian approached them with an offer of 1 million for a staged kidnapping that they found themselves entangled in a serious crime. Although it was framed as an act, they were indeed set on abducting a person of considerable stature. Initially, they were paralyzed by fear. Qin Xiuhan, he was the heir to the wealthiest family in the capital, and they wouldn't have dared even with 10 times the courage. Not only was Qin Xiuhan the scion of the Qin family, but his maternal connections were also formidable. His grandfather, a retired diplomat, was impressive enough, but his uncle was currently serving in the state council. Should Qin Xiuhan be kidnapped, both the Qin and Gao families would undoubtedly mobilize their resources, leaving the kidnappers with no escape. Before seeking out the brothers, Lu Ruyan had approached others, but upon hearing Qin Xiuhan's name, they recoiled in fear from the task. With no other options, she turned to these two, initially reluctant. They succumbed to temptation as Lu Ruyan offered an exorbitant sum and assured them she would facilitate the kidnapping and guarantee their safety, preventing Qin Xiuhan from alerting the authorities. The plan was set in motion when Qin Xiuhan was forced to exit his vehicle due to a covert sabotage orchestrated by Lu Ruyan, leading to his abduction. Who could have anticipated that a passerby would witness the event? Even more astonishing was that this individual, seemingly intent on meddling, followed them persistently like an unshakable leech. The younger kidnapper in the passenger seat swiftly relayed his brother's message to their employer, Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing their intentions to surrender and implicate her, she was nearly driven to the brink of fury. How had she ended up with such cowardly fools? Suppressing her rage, she questioned, "How could you have been spotted while tailing? This neighborhood is inhabited solely by the affluent, with no other residential areas within a kilometer, nor commercial districts. I observe the area meticulously. At this hour, it is typically devoid of activity. How could you have been discovered?" The younger kidnapper replied, "I have no idea. That person seemed to have come from the neighborhood, likely a resident driving a white Bentley." Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed in astonishment. She recalled that Shi Yan possessed a white Bentley, a gift from old Master Qin. When she first learned about it, she was incensed for quite some time, feeling that it rightfully belonged to her, only to be snatched away by Shi Yan. "Can you see the license plate? What is the number?" The younger brother of the kidnappers stared intently at the rearview mirror for a considerable while before he could vaguely discern a few characters. He relayed this information to Lu Ruyan. Although the license plate number was incomplete, Lu Ruyan immediately recognized it as Shi Yan's vehicle. Anger bubbled within her, causing her to grit her teeth. Was this damn Shi Yan her nemesis from a past life? Why did she always thwart her endeavors? Was she the only one following them? Yes, there was only one car trailing behind, and she could see only one woman inside. A glint of malice flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Let her follow and lead her to the predetermined location. You must find a way to capture her, and leave the subsequent matters to me. Since Shi Yan was intent on trailing them, why not eliminate her in the process? This way, she could not only owe Qin Xiuhan a debt of gratitude, but also eradicate the potential threat posed by Shi Yan. She could even shift the blame onto Shi Yan, claiming that Shi Yan intended to harm Qin Xiuhan, and in her attempt to save him, she inadvertently killed Shi Yan. The younger brother of the kidnappers felt a twinge of fear. Would she call the police on them? Although they usually engaged in petty theft, they had their limits and would never commit a crime with a sentence exceeding 6 months. Lu Ruyan, growing impatient, questioned why two grown men were so timid. "Just follow my instructions, and I will ensure your safety. You will not be apprehended." After much persuasion, the two brothers finally felt reassured. This time, they did not make a deliberate effort to shake off the trailing vehicle, but chose a shortcut to swiftly exit the city, heading towards the outskirts. After driving for over 2 hours, they plunged into the depths of the mountains. The rain continued to pour, intensifying once they reached the outskirts. The windshield wipers operating at full speed, yet still failing to clear their view. Water was accumulating on the ground as streams converged downhill, and the terrain was already beginning to flood. At this rate, the area would soon be inundated. Shi Yan furrowed her brows. Continuing to follow them was perilous. She had no choice but to halt her vehicle and attempt to call Qin Xiuhan again. However, having ventured into the countryside coupled with the inclement weather, her phone lost signal. The shared location had also disconnected. Cursing in frustration, Shi Yan could only press onward. Yet, after a short distance, the car broke down. The uneven ground, strewn with jagged rocks, hindered her vehicle's progress. Shi Yan had no choice but to exit the car and brave the rain on foot. The path was treacherous, and concerned for her safety, she dared not hurry. After walking for nearly half an hour, she finally spotted the van once more. The two kidnappers descended from the vehicle, their expressions shifting from surprise to a predatory gaze upon seeing Shi Yan. "Have you been following us for so long because you are enamored with our brother?" Shi Yan regarded them coldly. "Release the person you kidnapped. He is not someone you can touch." The kidnappers approached her with sinister grins, saying, "Well, we won't touch him. Instead, we shall have our way with you. If you comply, We will release him." They stood before Shi Yan, lewdly extending their hands toward her. Initially, their intent was merely to bind this woman as per Lu Ruyan's instructions. However, upon beholding Shi Yan's exquisite features and the alluring silhouette revealed through her drenched attire, their wicked thoughts ignited. A shared glance between them solidified an unspoken agreement. They decided to indulge themselves first before tying her up to deliver to Lu Ruyan. In this desolate wilderness, where cries for help would go unanswered, no one would ever know of their actions. Moreover, concealed beneath their masks, the woman remained oblivious to their identities. With Lu Ruyan's assistance, their audacity only grew. Chapter 61. Do you so delight in seizing what belongs to others? With a swift motion, Shi Yan raised her foot and ruthlessly kicked beneath them. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they were sent sprawling to the ground, wailing in agony, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. "Ah, my lineage! You vile woman, you've severed our roots. Your cruelty will not go unpunished." The two brothers writhed on the ground, clutching their injuries, their cries mingling with curses. Their hands were smeared with a viscous substance, blood mingling with the rain, forming a large pool beneath them. Ruined, utterly ruined, Shi Yan paid no heed to their lamentations. Her expression remained impassive as she approached, tearing their garments and binding them to a tree before removing their hoods, revealing their faces. She then retrieved her phone, capturing both images and videos, before walking to the van and peering inside, finding no sign of Qin Xiuhan. Returning to the two captors, she delivered a swift kick before inquiring, "Where is the person you abducted? Where have you hidden him?" The brothers, faces contorted with rage, clenched their jaws in silence. After a brief pause, Shi Yan, seeing their unwillingness to cooperate, raised her foot once more, delivering kick after kick to their wounded areas. The two took turns enduring her assault, a fair exchange, ensuring neither was spared. After just a few blows, they could withstand no longer. "Stop, please. I'll tell you." Shi Yan halted, coldly regarding them. The younger brother, his complexion pale, glanced toward a certain direction, his voice trembling as he confessed, "We took him over there about a 10-minute walk and left him beneath a red-leaved maple tree." Shi Yan narrowed her eyes, pondering the veracity of his words. The younger brother, terror-stricken and weeping, pleaded, "What I said is true, I swear. Please let us go. We need to get to a hospital. We're all we have. We cannot both be ruined." Shi Yan responded with an icy tone, "I will search for him. If I find no one, or if anything has happened to him, your fate will be far worse than mere ruin." She turned and proceeded in the direction indicated by them. The path, indeed, bore signs of passage. After approximately 10 minutes of following the trail, she arrived at the red-leaved maple tree, only to find it vacant. Shi Yan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her surroundings. Despite the rain washing away many traces, the impressions left by trampled grass and foliage had not yet been erased. Quickly discerning the direction, she continued her pursuit along the remnants of the path. After a considerable distance, she finally spotted figures ahead. Yet, to her astonishment, there were two silhouettes. They huddled beneath a rock, seeking refuge from the rain. Shi Yan rushed forward, only to discover, alongside Qin Xiuhan, another person, Lu Ruyan. "Lu Ruyan? What are you doing here?" "Shi Yan, how did you end up here?" Both women voiced their astonishment simultaneously. Lu Ruyan's eyes were wide with shock. Had she not instructed those two men to capture Shi Yan? She intended to leave Qin Xiuhan behind after her performance, feigning a search for help. And once she dealt with Shi Yan, she would return to him. Qin Xiuhan, under the influence of a sedative, remained incapacitated, unable to stand or accompany her, thus facilitating her abandonment of him. Unexpectedly, as soon as she roused him, she claimed to have inadvertently witnessed his abduction and followed the trail to this location, cleverly outmaneuvering the kidnappers and managing to bring him to safety. Qin Xiuhan was deeply moved, yet before he could articulate his feelings, Shi Yan arrived. Lu Ruyan was filled with frustration. Shi Yan wore a skeptical expression. "I saw Qin Xiuhan being kidnapped and drove here without seeing any other vehicles following. How did you end up here?" Just as Shi Yan finished speaking, and before Lu Ruyan could respond, Qin Xiuhan, with a stern countenance and evident disdain, remarked, "You truly never learn. Every time Lu Ruyin does something commendable, you shamelessly attempt to usurp her credit. Shi Yan, perplexed, questioned, what do you mean by that? Qin Xiuhan retorted coldly, your words mirror Lu Ruyin's exactly. She too saw my abduction, followed me here, and outsmarted the kidnappers to rescue me. Explain why your account is identical to hers. Shi Yan fell silent, taken aback that Lu Ruyin had expressed the same sentiment, especially since Lu Ruyin had spoken first. Given the tendency of people to favor initial impressions, Qin Xiuhan was inclined to trust Lu Ruyin's version of events, rendering him less likely to accept her explanation. I speak the truth. I trailed that vehicle, yet I did not see Lu Ruyin's car. I'm unaware of how she managed to follow me here, Lu Ruyin thought, feeling a sense of unease. After orchestrating the kidnappers' actions, she had arrived first to await Qin Xiuhan's rescue, leaving her unable to answer Shi Yan's inquiry. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Ruyin. She gazed at Shi Yan with suspicion. You've looked down on Xiuhan for months. How could you possibly follow him so far upon witnessing his plight? You are clearly lying. Could it be that you orchestrated his kidnapping, intending to eliminate him, and upon seeing me here, concocted a story of coming to his rescue? Qin Xiuhan's expression turned icy. His eyes ablaze with fury as he directed his gaze toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan, I never imagined you could be so malicious. Unable to claim what is mine, you wish to see me dead. Shi Yan furrowed her brow, poised to clarify, when suddenly several stones tumbled down the mountainside. A resounding rumble echoed from behind her. Turning to look, she realized a landslide had occurred in the direction from which she had arrived. The mountains here were also prone to falling rocks and landslides. Shi Yan spoke in a low voice. We must leave this place at once. A landslide has occurred over there, and the soil on this mountain is also disturbed. Debris has already begun to fall, and there is a possibility of a landslide here as well. Remaining here is perilous. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin was immediately filled with panic. In the face of life and death, all other concerns became trivial. She quickly supported Qin Xiuhan to stand. He was utterly weak, relying entirely on her for strength. Lu Ruyin found it impossible to move him alone. Shi Yan, please help. I cannot manage him by myself. At such a moment, Shi Yan had no time to dwell on details. She swiftly hoisted Qin Xiuhan on her back and hurried toward the temporarily safe direction. Seeing Shi Yan carry Qin Xiuhan, Lu Ruyin immediately quickened her pace forward. Qin Xiuhan gazed at Lu Ruyin's retreating figure, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Hadn't she professed her love for him? Why was she abandoning him to flee? Conversely, Shi Yan, who often claimed to no longer care for him, was now taking on the burden of his safety in this moment of danger. Thus, could it be that Shi Yan still held affection for him? Chapter 62. This time, it's up to you again. Qin Xiuhan rested upon Shi Yan's back, his emotions in disarray. Despite her delicate frame, she possessed an astonishing strength, able to carry him while sprinting at an impressive speed. It appeared that she had not been using her full might when she struck him in the past. Perhaps she simply could not bring herself to be truly ruthless. Lost in his thoughts, Qin Xiuhan failed to recognize the imminent danger they faced, deriving a peculiar sense of security from Shi Yan's presence. This sensation reminded him vividly of the time he had been rescued from peril 8 years prior. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin's panicked scream shattered the moment. They had traversed a considerable distance and had reached an incline when Lu Ruyin stepped into thin air and tumbled downward. In her descent, she grasped at Shi Yan's foot, causing Shi Yan to lose her balance and fall as well. In a moment of urgency, Shi Yan resolutely released Qin Xiuhan, instinctively protecting her abdomen. Beneath the parched grass at the slope's base lay a profound pit. Alarm surged within Shi Yan as she plunged into the abyss, desperately clutching the muddy edges to mitigate her fall. Her precautionary measures proved effective. She landed with minimal impact, though her fingers were embedded with dirt and debris, and her left index fingernail was torn back, sending sharp pain coursing through her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Leaning against the wall, Shi Yan slid to the ground, closing her eyes and gritting her teeth as she awaited the excruciating pain to subside. The only solace was the mild discomfort in her abdomen, indicating the fetus should be unharmed. Oh, it hurts so much. How could there be such a vast and deep pit here? How on earth do we climb back up? Lu Ruyan lamented, weeping in despair. Nearby, Qin Xiuhan emitted a muffled groan of agony. After a significant pause, he weakly uttered, "Ruyan, something is pinning my foot. It feels like it's digging into the bone. Please come help me free it." His voice was frail and laced with pain, suggesting he was exerting immense effort to suppress his cries. Lu Ruyan turned to Qin Xiuhan's foot, her face paling in terror at the sight of a massive clamp. "Darling, you're losing so much blood. Are you all right?" Qin Xiuhan, enduring the agony, urged, "Don't ask so many questions. Just help me get off. If it keeps clamping down, my leg will break." "All right, I'll help you." Lu Ruyan, gritting her teeth against her own pain, crawled towards him, attempting to pry open the clamp that held his foot captive. Yet, despite summoning all her strength, she could only manage to open it a fraction, and as her grip faltered, the clamp snapped back shut. Qin Xiuhan gasped in torment. "What's wrong, darling? I'm so sorry, I can't open it. It's too large." Lu Ruyan wept, filled with regret, suddenly recalling Shi Yan. She turned to see her seated against the wall, her head resting against it, chin slightly raised, eyes closed, allowing the rain to cascade over her face. Though appearing quite disheveled, there exists an exquisite sense of fragility that renders it breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Ruyan, with a countenance twisted in rage, shouted, "Shi Yan, what are you reveling in? Hurry and help. My husband's leg is about to break." Shi Yan could only stare in disbelief. Was she truly in pain? Yet claiming to be in ecstasy? She had no desire to elucidate matters to this dim-witted woman. With a glance, she beheld Qin Xiuhan's left leg ensnared in a large animal trap, one evidently designed for beasts exceeding 300 pounds. The pit they had fallen into was a hunting trap, roughly 3 meters deep, yet its narrow top made ascent quite a challenge. After surveying the area, Shi Yan refocused her attention, lowering her gaze to her left index finger, where she plucked off the partially torn nail. A mere thread of flesh clung to it, and she knew that leaving it attached would only result in excruciating discomfort with each touch. Better to endure the brief pain of removal than to suffer the prolonged agony. Lu Ruyan and Qin Xiuhan shuddered at her actions. Her self-inflicted brutality was alarming. Shi Yan tore a strip from her clothing and bandaged her wound before rising to crouch beside Qin Xiuhan, examining the trap that clamped his leg. With a combination of hands and feet, she endeavored to pry it open. The trap possessed immense force, making it nearly impossible for an average adult to release it without a special tool. Yet, owing to her martial arts training, Shi Yan possessed greater strength, enabling her to unlock the device. The moment the trap sprang open, a torrent of blood erupted from Qin Xiuhan's foot, staining the earth a deep crimson. Shi Yan ripped a piece of cloth from his attire, hastily binding his injury. Qin Xiuhan, racked with pain, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, his already weakened body further deteriorating. Shi Yan chose not to linger on his plight. Instead, she began to scrutinize the pit, contemplating how to ascend. The location posed significant peril, as rainwater streamed into the abyss from the mountain above. Moreover, the risk of a landslide loomed over them, rendering their situation increasingly hazardous. They needed to find a way out swiftly. "Oh, dear husband, what are we to do? This pit is like a cauldron, so deep we cannot escape. Are we to await our demise?" Lu Ruyan lamented, clutching Qin Xiuhan, her despair palpable. Shi Yan regarded her coldly. "What are you crying for? You haven't even attempted to escape. How can you declare it impossible?" Angrily, Lu Ruyan retorted, "Is there any need to try? Just a glance reveals we cannot ascend." Shi Yan, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, 8 years ago, when Qin Xiuhan was buried, that pit was deeper than this one. Did you not claim to have rescued him? If you managed to help him escape from a pit even deeper, why not this one?" The pit where Qin Xiuhan had once faced peril was an incomplete, abandoned well, where he had been grievously injured before being buried under a layer of earth. Had it not been for Shi Yan's keen hearing, perceiving the faint sounds emanating from the pit and discovering him, he would have been unable to await rescue. It is even possible that his body would have remained undiscovered. That pit was at least 5 meters deep, its base composed of stone, rendering further excavation impossible. and thus it was abandoned. At that moment, Qin Xiuhan gazed at Lu Ruyin with an expression filled with hope, a hint of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. Grasping her hand, he said, "Ruyin, I must rely on you once more. You succeeded in the past, and I have faith that you will achieve it again. If you save me this time, my mother's perception of you will surely change. Perhaps she will no longer hold animosity toward you in the future." Chapter 63. The girl from 8 years ago, Lu Ruyin, feeling guilty, dared not meet Qin Xiuhan's gaze, stammering this. "This time is different, and I fell and injured myself. I'm in so much pain I can't climb up." Qin Xiuhan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he comprehended her predicament. The pit he had encountered 8 years prior was a sheer drop, whereas this one was wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, making it difficult to gain a foothold and ascend. "Humph," Shi Yan scoffed softly. She chose not to elaborate further, instead picking up a trap and beginning to chip away at the earthen wall. The mud was soft, allowing her to easily carve out a niche. She placed the removed earth beneath her feet, gradually elevating herself. Witnessing Shi Yan's actions, Lu Ruyin gritted her teeth in frustration. How had she not thought of this approach? That wretched Shi Yan must be withholding this information intentionally to show off in front of Qin Xiuhan. No, she could not allow Shi Yan to steal the spotlight. Determined, Lu Ruyin stood up, approached Shi Yan, seized the trap from her hands, and pushed her aside. "You take a break. Let me handle this. I will save my husband. If I manage to rescue him once, I can do it again. I simply hadn't thought of this method before, but now that I know, I can accomplish it." Her confidence was palpable, and Qin Xiuhan's gaze softened slightly as he observed her. Although Lu Ruyin had previously abandoned him to flee with Shi Yan, it was understandable for a young woman to panic and lose her composure in the face of a landslide. Now, she had regained her composure and begun to care for him once more. Shi Yan remained silent, sitting aside to watch her efforts. She was eager to ascend, but had no desire to perform theatrics before Qin Xiuhan. If Lu Ruyin could manage to get them both up, she would gladly relinquish this arduous task to her. When Lu Ruyin wrested the trap from Shi Yan, she was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping it to the ground. How could this trap be so heavy? It weighed at least 10 pounds. Even holding it was a struggle. Yet, with no option left, she steeled herself and, much like Shi Yan before, raised the trap to strike the wall. However, after several vigorous blows, she only dislodged a few small clumps of earth. A stark contrast to Shi Yan's earlier efficiency. Lu Ruyin's face was a mask of disbelief. Why had it seemed effortless for Shi Yan, while her own efforts yielded such meager results? Unwilling to concede, she exerted all her strength to strike, but the outcome remained disheartening. The ease with which Shi Yan had worked was a testament to her experience. Having excavated soil from a young age and trained in martial arts, her strength was unmatched. What appeared simple for her was an insurmountable challenge for others, even when they exerted their utmost effort. After several minutes of fruitless attempts, the trap slipped from Lu Ruyin's grasp, leaving her palms blistered and barely managing to dislodge a handful of dirt. "Perhaps you should take over," she admitted, breathless. "I've injured myself rolling down earlier. Under normal circumstances, I could have done it." Lu Ruyin could only pass the burden on to Shi Yan. Yet she did not forget to make excuses for herself. Shi Yan remained silent, picking up the animal trap to continue her work. Qin Xiuhan gazed at Lu Ruyin with a look of astonishment. 8 years prior, when Lu Ruyin rescued him, she possessed no tools. With her fingers, she painstakingly scraped away the dirt from the wall, creating handholds before binding him to her back and ascending. At that time, he was disoriented, unable to see clearly or hear well, yet he vaguely perceived her tenacious silhouette, repeatedly striving to climb higher. Her determination to fight for life illuminated his despair like a beacon of light. He recalled that just as he felt he could no longer endure, she was scraping the wall, laughingly telling him, "I've torn my nails several times trying to save you. It hurts terribly. If I, the rescuer, haven't given up, you, the one being rescued, cannot give in either, or you will owe me a debt of gratitude that you must repay in your next life," toiling like a beast. The blood dripping from his head clouded his vision, already blurred from the blow he had received, rendering everything even more indistinct. All he could see was a flash of yellow moving with relentless determination. It was raining that day as well, yet he found her brilliance blinding, even more than the sun on a bright day. He pondered how such a vibrant soul could endure so much, falling repeatedly, appearing utterly disheveled, with torn nails, yet still refusing to yield, remaining filled with hope. He whispered to her retreating figure, "Then I will dedicate my life to repay you, if we both survive this ordeal." She replied in alarm, "Why would you repay kindness with enmity? I'm only 16. Are you some sort of deviant wishing to marry me?" He smirked slightly. "I can wait for you to grow up. I'm only 2 years older than you." "That won't do either," she countered. "A blind marriage is unacceptable. Though I saved you, I do not love you. Why should I wed you? I intend to marry someone I cherish." He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, perhaps influenced by his emotional state, as he began to cough up blood, his vitality rapidly waning. She, terrified, spoke a flurry of words to him, though he barely understood. He only remembered her final words. "Did you not say you would dedicate your life to me? If you die, how can you fulfill that promise? I accept your repayment. You must hold on, and do not let my future husband perish." In that instant, he felt a surge of spirit, laboriously raising his trembling hand to extend his pinky. "Pinky swear, no backing out." She half-heartedly hooked her pinky with his, continuing to talk while she resumed her efforts. Qin Xiuhan snapped back from his reverie, his gaze toward Lu Rian shifting from astonishment to doubt. The Lu Rian of today bore no resemblance to the girl from 8 years ago. Back then, despite the hardships, she never surrendered. Yet the present Lu Rian seemed to wallow in pessimism from the outset, and after barely finding her fighting spirit, she relinquished it in less than 3 minutes. Though the animal trap was heavy, how could she struggle to lift it now, when she had once carried him up that high pit? Qin Xiuhan shifted his gaze to the silhouette of Shi Yan. She appeared to be more akin to the girl from 8 years ago. Although Shi Yan had become remarkably silent, diligently engaged in her tasks without uttering a word, the girl of yesteryears had chattered incessantly, much like a little sparrow. Yet, the tenacity exuding from Shi Yan, her relentless struggle to carve out a path for herself, bore a striking resemblance to the girl etched in his memory. His vision began to blur, and it seemed as though Shi Yan's figure was gradually merging with that of the girl from his past. Chapter 64. She ignored him. Lu Rian suddenly stepped in front of Qin Xiuhan, obstructing his line of sight. "Darling, what are you looking at? Stop gazing at her and focus on my hand instead. I have developed 2 blisters while trying to save you. It hurts so much. Please blow on it for me." She leaned into Qin Xiuhan's embrace, raising her hand before him, waiting for his sympathy with a pitiful demeanor. Qin Xiuhan's gaze darkened. It was merely 2 blisters, yet she whined about the pain, coming to him to garner pity. Did she truly possess the capability to save him back then? He chose not to console her, silently pushing her away. "Darling, what is wrong? You do not feel sorry for me, even when you see my injury?" Lu Rian's tone was tinged with melancholy. She had intended to perform a heart-wrenching act, but the rain washed away her tears, rendering her distress indistinguishable. Qin Xiuhan replied in a low voice, "I am also injured, as a Shi Yan. Our wounds are far more severe than yours." Lu Rian's heart sank, her expression flustered. "I'm sorry, darling. I noticed you seemed unwell, so I said that to capture your attention and uplift your spirits. I can endure hardship. Yes. Just refrain from speaking. Conserve your strength," Qin Xiuhan interjected. Biting her lip, Lu Rian observed Qin Xiuhan's unwavering gaze fixed on Shi Yan, her heart swelling with anger and resentment. After Shi Yan elevated the ground beneath her by half a meter with mud, she halted and turned to Lu Rian. "Come here to be my stepping stool. I need to stand on your shoulders to place the animal trap onto the wall. I will climb up and pull you both up." This was the most time-efficient method. Digging to raise the ground would consume too much time and effort. Although she possessed considerable strength, she was not a machine. Fatigue would inevitably set in. Lu Rian glanced at the height and scoffed. "It's so high. How do you expect to reach it? Don't try to show off unnecessarily." Shi Yan replied calmly, "You'll only know if you can reach it by trying. Stop wasting time and come over." Lu Rian, filled with indignation, retorted, "Why should I listen to you? On what grounds do you command me? What makes you think I should serve as your stepping stool?" Shi Yan countered, "If you can climb up, I will serve as your support. The point is, can you ascend? It's not just me who needs to go up. All three of us must ascend. You being my stepping stool is not just for my sake, but also for your own and your husband's. Hearing Shi Yan refer to him as Lu Ruyan's husband unsettled Qin Xiuhan. In the past, she often used this to mock him, but he never paid it any heed. Now, it sounded particularly jarring. I am your husband. He couldn't help but correct her. Yet, whether his voice was too weak or she simply chose to ignore him, she did not respond, not even with a glance. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, declaring, I refuse to be trampled underfoot by you. Continue digging to elevate the ground. You will manage to reach it without stepping on me. You are clearly acting out of spite, targeting me deliberately, Shi Yan coldly remarked. I can find a way to ascend on my own. But if I exhaust my strength in the process, I shall not concern myself with your fates once I reach the top. Qin Xiuhan replied, allow me to serve as a stepping stone for you. Shi Yan promptly declined. You are too weak and slumped. You cannot support me. Only Lu Ruyan can assist. Convince her, for she listens to you most attentively. Qin Xiuhan turned to Lu Ruyan and urged, she has exerted herself tremendously to save us. If you can lend a hand, please do so. You are typically very understanding. I trust you do not wish to take advantage of Shi Yan without contributing your share. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and ultimately approached. Shi Yan directed her to sit, stepping onto her shoulders, and using the animal trap in her grasp, she excavated a pit at the highest point she could reach. Bearing the trap partially, grasping the trap, she performed a pull-up motion to elevate her body, simultaneously instructing Lu Ruyan to stand and provide her with a point of leverage. The wall curved inward, leaving her no option to step on it. She had to rely on Lu Ruyan's cooperation. After elevating herself a notch, one hand grasped the trap while the other reached upward, securing the edge above the pit. After considerable effort, she finally managed to ascend. After resting for a moment, she sought out several vines, twisting them into a sturdy rope, which she tossed into the pit. Instructing Lu Ruyan to bin Qin Xiuhan. They would first hoist Qin Xiuhan up, followed by Lu Ruyan. Once they were all pulled up, Shi Yan felt somewhat drained. She sat beneath a tree to recuperate. However, Lu Ruyan incessantly urged, Shi Yan, do not be idle. Come quickly and carry my husband. Stones are continuously falling from the mountain over there, and this place is unsafe. We must hurry and distance ourselves. Shi Yan replied softly, I am fatigued and cannot carry him. If you wish to leave first, you may carry him yourself. Lu Ruyan retorted angrily, stop pretending. You have done nothing, yet you claim to be tired. I endured being stepped on by you for so long without voicing fatigue. Why are you so delicate? Shi Yan took a deep breath, resolving not to engage with the foolishness. She needed to conserve her strength. Uttering another word would be a waste of energy. Have I exposed you, leaving you speechless? Are you attempting to leverage this opportunity to make demands of my husband, feigning helplessness? You await my husband to plead before you act? Husband, do not fall for her tricks. She seeks to manipulate you. Simply threaten her to come and carry you within 3 seconds, or else she shall not receive assistance in repaying her grandfather's debts. Qin Xiuhan formidable. You should say less. It was indeed no easy feat for her to pull us 2 adults up. Let her rest for a while. Lu Ruyan's eyes welled with tears. Husband, why are you defending her? She is merely pretending. When she used to strike us, she was so vigorous. How could she suddenly lack strength? We are in grave danger here. One misstep and we could be buried. I am merely concerned for you. Why do you not align with me? Qin Xiuhan replied, even if I threaten her, she cannot instantly regain her strength. My words are not adrenaline. They do not hold that kind of power. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her expression a mixture of indignation and trepidation. She feared that the landslide might extend to their location, threatening her very life. After resting for a brief period, Shi Yan rose to her feet. Lu Ruyan immediately urged her, have you finished your charade? Hurry and come carry my husband. Shi Yan replied, I cannot carry him. I will go find a signal to call for rescue. Please stay here with him. With that, she turned and walked away. Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. You intend to go alone? Are you abandoning us? Qin Xiuhan wore a look of astonishment, feeling a pang of disappointment. Could it be that Shi Yan truly intended to forsake him? Chapter 65. Threatened miscarriage. Ignoring the shouts behind her, Shi Yan departed without a backward glance. She wandered through the forest for an extended period, uncertain of when she would find her way out. As dusk began to envelop the sky, the peril of remaining in the woods at night became evident. Even in the absence of wild beasts, the continuous rain rendered the night frigid, and the risk of hypothermia loomed large. Additionally, the threat of landslides from the unstable terrain weighed heavily on her mind. Gritting her teeth, Shi Yan pressed onward with unwavering determination. After some time, she suddenly heard the distant thrum of a helicopter overhead. She glanced skyward, but with trees encircling her, her view was severely restricted. She felt akin to a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, able to glimpse only a sliver of the sky, rendering the helicopter invisible to her. Even if she shouted, the occupants of the helicopter would be unable to hear her cries. After a moment's contemplation, she sought a slightly more open space, activated her phone's flashlight, and waved it toward the heavens. With the darkness descending, she hoped that if the helicopter crew were to peer down through binoculars, they might discern the flickering light amidst the shadows. Perhaps they would notice her before her phone battery was depleted. After more than half an hour of waving, she finally heard the helicopter's sound drawing closer. A helicopter appeared overhead, and a beam of bright light illuminated the area, flashing twice as a signal that they had spotted her. Relieved, Shi Yan lowered her weary arms and sat on the ground, awaiting rescue. Minutes later, 2 bodyguards descended via a rescue ladder. "Madam, where's the master?" they inquired. Shi Yan replied, "He is injured and unable to move. I will guide you to him." The bodyguards promptly escorted Shi Yan onto the helicopter, and under her direction, they located Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan. Due to the limited capacity of the helicopter, Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan were taken away by another aircraft, allowing Shi Yan to leave first. Upon returning to the city, Shi Yan hurried home to take a hot shower and change into dry clothes before heading to the hospital to treat her scrapes and check on her fetus. She believed herself to be relatively unscathed, feeling only a slight heaviness in her lower abdomen. However, when the doctor examined her, his demeanor turned grave. "Do you realize you are experiencing a threatened miscarriage?" Shi Yan expressed her surprise. "But I feel fine, just a minor heaviness in my abdomen. There's no significant pain, nor have I seen any bleeding." The doctor glanced at her bandaged hand and replied, "It is possible that the pain from your other injuries has diverted your attention, causing you to underestimate the discomfort in your abdomen. Furthermore, any heaviness is already an abnormal sign, especially since you are expecting twins, which necessitates greater caution. You will need to be hospitalized for 3 days for observation to ensure the safety of the fetus. If the embryos and heartbeats are normal, the pregnancy can be preserved." Reluctantly, Shi Yan complied with the medical advice and settled into the hospital for observation. During these 3 days, she learned of Qin Xiuhan's condition through Qin Xiuhan. Qin Xiuhan's leg injury was quite severe. Upon returning to the city, he immediately underwent debridement and received a tetanus shot. However, that evening he developed a high fever, which clouded his consciousness, and it took 3 days for the fever to subside. Shi Yan informed Qin Xiuhan, urging him to locate the 2 kidnappers she had restrained to investigate who had orchestrated Qin Xiuhan's abduction. Yet, Qin Xiuhan revealed that a landslide had buried those 2 individuals, and it took the firefighters 2 days to recover their bodies, which were already lifeless when found. Qin Xiuhan could only suggest alternative avenues for investigation, but such inquiries would demand time, and it might not be immediately clear whether the kidnapping was their own initiative or if there was someone pulling the strings. 3 days later, Shi Yan underwent a checkup, discovering that all fetal indicators were normal, and the sensation of pressure in her lower abdomen had entirely dissipated. Although the fetal metrics had returned to normal, her own health appeared somewhat frail. Given her injuries, her body would require significant energy and nutrition to heal, potentially impacting fetal development. She was advised to monitor her condition, returning for weekly examinations. Should any adverse effects on fetal growth arise, the possibility of a reduction in pregnancy would need to be considered, and she was urged to prepare herself mentally for such a decision. Shi Yan's emotions were tumultuous. She had not anticipated the extent of the repercussions. Nonetheless, If a reduction were necessary, she resolved to accept it, as her primary objective in having children was to secure her inheritance. She reasoned that having one child sufficed, without the need to pursue quantity. After discovering she was expecting twins, she had researched the implications of twin pregnancies and the potential risks to maternal health, which had indeed frightened her. Although the doctor assured her that her posterior placentation would result in a smaller abdomen compared to anterior placentation, and with careful dietary management, her belly at term might resemble that of a single pregnancy, she still felt a persistent unease. Furthermore, considering the prospect of raising 2 children alone after her impending divorce from Qin Xiuhan, she feared her ability to manage. Prior to the incident, she had contemplated the option of reducing the pregnancy. If such a decision became necessary, she felt she could come to terms with it. As she prepared to hail a taxi home after leaving the hospital, she received a call from the elderly Mr. Qin. Yan, why didn't you inform me that Xiaohan was kidnapped and that you were injured while rescuing him? You've kept this old man in the dark. If Xiaohan hadn't been absent from the company for so many days, prompting the board members to contact me with unresolved matters, I would still be oblivious. His words carried a hint of reproach. Shi Yan replied, I was concerned that you might be affected emotionally upon hearing the news, which could impact your health. I intended to wait until we had both recovered before telling you. After all, we survived. It's not a grave matter. You child, what are you saying? Mr. Qin retorted angrily. I just saw Xiaohan, and his injuries are quite serious. How are you? Are you injured badly? Shi Yan glanced at her bandaged left hand and replied, My left hand sustained some injuries, but otherwise, I'm fine and able to move around. Mr. Qin sighed in relief, as long as you're all right. Where are you now? Why aren't you in the same hospital as Xiaohan? Xiaohan was in a rather low mood. If you have nothing else to do, it would be nice for you to visit him. Shi Yan responded affirmatively and took a taxi to the private hospital established by the Qin family. Upon her arrival, she found that old Master Qin was still present. Qin Xiuhan lay listlessly on the bed, having lost considerable weight in just 3 days, appearing markedly haggard. With old Master Qin in attendance, Shi Yan feigned an expression of deep concern, straining to redden her eyes, and presented herself as both sorrowful and sympathetic. My dear, please do not worry too much. I spoke with the doctor, and fortunately, your leg did not suffer any bone damage. With some time to recuperate, you will fully recover and will not be left disabled. Qin Xiuhan raised his gaze to meet hers, staring intently for a prolonged moment before murmuring, Is it really you? Chapter 66. The announcement of pregnancy what? Shi Yan was taken aback by his unexpected remark, her expression revealing confusion. The old man Qin, with a face etched in worry, exclaimed, Are you quite daft? Can't you recognize Yan? Qin Xiuhan's lips parted slightly, yet he refrained from posing the question in front of the old man. The inquiry that lingered in his mind was whether the one who had saved him 8 years prior was indeed Shi Yan. All evidence pointed towards Lu Ruyan as the savior from that fateful day. However, 3 days ago, in the deep pit, the demeanor of the 2 women suggested that Shi Yan bore a striking resemblance to the girl in his hazy recollections. Yet, why was that yellow dress on Lu Ruyan? How did Lu Ruyan come to know of the promises they had made in the pit? After his recovery, he occasionally picked Lu Ruyan up from school, and Shi Yan had crossed their path. Why had she not revealed her identity then, nor the truth, but chose instead to disclose her role in saving him only after their marriage, once she discovered Lu Ruyan's presence in his life? Doctor, quickly summoned a physician to attend to him. Seeing Qin Xiuhan lost in thought as he gazed at Shi Yan, appearing somewhat foolish, the old man called out urgently. His health had always been precarious, and the sudden rush of anxiety caused him to clutch his heart, gasping for breath, while his hand trembled upon the cane, his frail body teetering precariously. Shi Yan hurried to support him. Grandfather, please do not become agitated. Qin Xiuhan, regaining his composure, quickly reassured, Grandfather, I am fine. I was merely contemplating matters. Please take a deep breath and calm yourself. Upon the doctor's arrival, he was promptly escorted for an examination. The old man's constitution was fragile, and any distress could exacerbate his condition. Although, with the doctor's assistance, the old man's emotions stabilized swiftly, his vitality appeared diminished compared to before. The physician reiterated the importance of shielding the old man from any further distress, particularly negative stimuli, urging them to cultivate joy in his life, for otherwise he might not survive the year. After expressing gratitude to the doctor, Shi Yan entered the old man's hospital room. Qin Xiuhan also requested Qin to assist him in a wheelchair into the room. "Grandfather, you must take care of yourself. I wish for you to accompany me for many more years." His voice trembled, enveloped in sorrow. Having grown up by the old man's side, Qin Xiuhan's affection for him surpassed that which he felt for his own parents. When his father passed, he felt little, yet the old man's illness filled him with unrelenting anxiety. The old man sighed, "Alas, I too wish to live longer, but my body betrays me. It seems I may not witness the day you have a complete family." In his mind, a complete family meant the arrival of grandchildren. He had longed for Shi Yan to conceive soon, taking care of her health, hoping to witness their happy family before he departed. Yet, as the days slipped away with no signs of pregnancy, and with the grim prognosis from the doctor looming ever closer, he feared he would leave this world with regrets. With that thought, he sighed once more. Suddenly, Shi Yan spoke up, "Grandfather, I am already 4.5 months pregnant. In about 4 months, the child will be born. You must take care of your health, so that when my child with Xiuhan is born, you can hold the baby yourself." During a previous examination, the doctor had informed her that twins often arrive prematurely, possibly even before 4 months. "What? You're pregnant? What did you say? You're pregnant?" Both old Master Qin and Qin Xiuhan exclaimed in astonishment, their voices tinged with a hint of loss of control, yet their expressions were markedly different. Old Master Qin's face was alight with joy and excitement, while Qin Xiuhan wore an expression of disbelief mixed with a trace of unease. Shi Yan smiled gently, nodding at Old Master Qin. "Yes, I conceived while traveling abroad." Old Master Qin was overwhelmed with joy, his vigor seemingly rejuvenated, appearing several years younger. However, he glanced at Shi Yan's abdomen, his brow furrowing in confusion. "But you don't look pregnant. At 4.5 months, you should be showing. Why can't I see it? You're not lying to make me happy, are you?" Qin Xiuhan's gaze also fell upon Shi Yan's belly. With the weather turning colder, she wore 2 layers of clothing. Although the attire was somewhat loose, it was evident that her abdomen did not protrude. He quietly exhaled, realizing she must be fabricating the story to please her grandfather. Shi Yan reassured, "I am not lying. I am genuinely pregnant." The doctor mentioned that the fetus is positioned towards the back, which is why it doesn't show much at this early stage. Qin Xiuhan's emotions flared, vehemently countering. "How could you be pregnant? 3 days ago, you walked a long distance without me, fell from a height into a pit, and then struggled to climb out, pulling 2 adults up. Even an adult would be exhausted from such an ordeal. If you were truly pregnant after what happened 3 days ago, you would have lost the baby. I understand you want to make grandfather happy, but you cannot tell such lies. You might please him now, but when months pass and you cannot bear the child, it will only lead to disappointment and harm his health." Old Master Qin sighed, his gaze dimming. "I know you mean well, but such matters should not be taken lightly. Please do not do this again. It feels like a roller coaster, and my heart cannot bear these emotional ups and downs." Shi Yan patiently explained, "I am not lying. My health is quite robust, and that day, I was careful to protect my belly, which is why there was no miscarriage. However, I did experience some strain, and for the past 3 days, I've been hospitalized to ensure the pregnancy is stable. Now that the baby is safe, I felt it was time to inform grandfather. If he does not believe me, we can have a trusted doctor examine me." Hope flickered in Old Master Qin's eyes once more as he promptly called for a doctor to check on Shi Yan. When the results were revealed, Old Master Qin, upon reading the clear findings on the paper, was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. "Indeed, it has come to pass. Xiaohan is to have her own child, and my long-held wish is finally within reach." He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and reproached Shi Yan gently, saying, "How could you have been pregnant for over 4 months without telling me? If I hadn't summoned you here today, would you have waited until after the birth to inform me?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shi Yan replied, "I was previously occupied with 2 scripts, and I fear that if I told you too early, you would not allow me to work. So, I intended to wait until I had finished before sharing the news. I had meant to tell you 3 days ago, but an unforeseen incident delayed my plans until today." Old Master Qin interjected, "What profit can you expect from those scripts? Focus on nurturing your pregnancy. Do not strain yourself over trifles. As long as you safely bring the child into this world, the Qin family will ensure you are well taken care of." Old Master Qin and Shi Yan engaged in amiable conversation, enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Yet, Qin Xiuhan remained as if turned to stone. Chapter 67. The child is gone. We start a new Xiao Han. What troubles you? Yin Yin is pregnant. Are you not pleased? Old Master Qin finally noticed the unusual demeanor of Qin Xiuhan and looked at him curiously. Qin Xiuhan attempted to force a smile, yet no semblance of joy could be conjured. A void had formed within him, swiftly consumed by a burgeoning rage. He gripped the armrests of his wheelchair with such intensity that it barely subdued his fury. However, containing his anger was the limit of his endurance. He found himself incapable of smiling or offering any explanations. Shi Yan cast a glance at Qin Xiuhan and feigned shyness, saying, "Perhaps this is his first experience as a father. He is simply overwhelmed with emotion. Let him have a moment alone." Old Master Qin chuckled heartily. This lad appears so composed ordinarily, yet here he is, utterly beside himself with excitement at the news of his wife's pregnancy." Although Old Master Qin's spirits lifted, his health remained frail. After conversing with him for a while, Shi Yan refrained from disrupting his rest further and allowed Qin Xiuhan to push Qin Xiuhan back to his hospital room. Once they returned to the room, Shi Yan prepared to take her leave. "Do not go. I have questions for you." Qin Xiuhan called out, turning to Qin Xiuhan. "You may leave, close the door, and stand at a distance to avoid eavesdropping." Qin Xiuhan nodded and promptly exited. Shi Yan frowned and inquired, "What do you wish to ask?" Qin Xiuhan gazed at her with a somber intensity. "Was it truly you who saved me 8 years ago?" Shi Yan scoffed. "I have told you countless times, yet you refuse to believe me. Now, I have no desire to explain further. You might as well assume it was Lu Ru Yin who saved you. You two are a perfect match." Qin Xiuhan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. "The reason I once doubted you was that you provided no evidence. The words you spoke were known to Ru Yin as well. Moreover, she possesses that yellow dress. How am I to trust you? Additionally, she's aware of the promises I made while trapped. You claim she took your dress only after we ascended from that pit. How could she know the words we exchanged below? All evidence points to Ru Yin as the one who rescued me. How can I possibly believe you?" Shi Yan replied, her expression unfaltering. "You were delirious at the time, repeating phrases you had previously uttered. Naturally, she would know what you said. I have informed you of this. Yet you remain unconvinced." Qin Xiuhan fell silent. Shi Yan indeed had spoken the truth. Yet, her inability to provide tangible evidence left him in a quandary regarding his faith in her. "Then why did you not seek me out at that time? I once went to your school to pick up Ru Yin. Why did you not reveal yourself then?" Shi Yan answered candidly, "Your face was covered in blood and mud. I did not see your features and failed to recognize you. I also did not notice you had gone to the school to find Lu Ru Yin. At that moment, she had been indifferent to matters unrelated to her and had genuinely not paid attention to Qin Xiuhan's visit to the school." Shi Yan furrowed her brow as she gazed at him. "I still have no evidence to present to you. Why have you suddenly begun to suspect that I was the one who saved you? Are you no longer recognizing that yellow dress?" Qin Xiuhan detected the sarcasm in Shi Yan's voice, his complexion shifting from pallid to crimson. After a few moments, he coldly replied, "She can hardly carry me on level ground. How could she possibly lift me from such a deep pit? Furthermore, her pessimistic mindset starkly contrasts with the girl I remember. That girl would never abandon hope of survival without even trying. She would forge a path of hope amidst despair. Lu Ru lacks that spirit. You resemble that girl far more." Shi Yan scoffed. "For all those years, she presented herself as a delicate, incapable creature before you. Did you never harbor doubts? I refuse to believe that throughout all those years, you could not discern whether she possessed the strength to carry you. In the past, you were so foolishly unwavering. How is it that your intelligence has suddenly surged?" Qin Xiuhan hung his head, rendered speechless by her retort. Indeed, over the past years, he had recognized Lu Ru Yin's frailness. Yet he had never questioned her. He felt undeniably foolish. Reflecting on his attitude towards Shi Yan over the years, a heavy weight settled in his chest, nearly suffocating him. The person he had vowed to repay had suffered so deeply at his hands. I'm sorry. Qin Xiuhan struggled to voice the words from his throat. Those three pale and powerless words could hardly mend the wounds he had inflicted upon her. Shi Yan replied coolly, "There is no need for apologies. From the day you brought another man to our marital home, attempting to force me to share a bed with him, I no longer wished for you. That bond of affection was given to Lu Ruyan. You may continue your life with her." With that, she turned to leave. Qin Xiuhan grasped her hand, his gaze pleading as he trembled. "If you terminate the pregnancy, can we start anew? I will not dwell on your past with other men, and I shall sever ties with Lu Ruyan. Let's pretend nothing ever transpired and begin again." Shi Yan wrenched her hand free, casting a dispassionate glance his way. "Do not be unreasonable. Do you wish to dash Grandpa's hopes?" Qin Xiuhan hastily responded, "I can give you a child. If you terminate this pregnancy, you can conceive my child again." She laughed derisively. "Do you think Grandpa's health can wait that long?" Qin Xiuhan's lips quivered, yet he found himself unable to utter a word. Shi Yan disregarded him entirely, turning to walk away. Lost in despair, Qin Xiuhan sat in his wheelchair, his gaze vacant as he watched Shi Yan's retreating figure grow ever distant. He reached out in a futile attempt to grasp her, only to clutch at empty air. Opening his palm, he stared at the void within, suddenly covering his face as silent tears streamed down, his shoulders trembling violently. Happiness had once been so close, yet he had let slip away. The one he most desired to marry had been deeply wounded by him, and he had pushed her away himself. In a sudden fit of self-reproach, Qin Xiuhan raised his hand and struck himself across the face repeatedly. "Why has it come to this? I have always been humble and courteous to others, yet I treated her so poorly. The worst of my demeanor was bestowed upon the one I yearned to love most." Chapter 68. Now is the perfect time for replacement. Upon returning home, Shi Yan sent a message in her grandfather's family group chat, announcing her pregnancy. The chat was immediately flooded with congratulatory messages. Shi Yan expressed her gratitude uniformly and mentioned that her hand was injured, making it difficult for her to respond further. And thus she ceased replying. In the Shi family villa, Shi Yao gazed at the messages in the group, feeling a heavy knot in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. She threw herself into Li Huimin's embrace, her voice tinged with grievance and choked with emotion. "Mom, my cousin is pregnant. What should I do? Do I still have a chance to replace her? Brother Xiuhan, doesn't he love her? So how could he let her become pregnant? Did she use despicable means to ensnare Brother Xiuhan?" Li Huimin held her precious daughter close, softly comforting her. "Do not be too quick to despair. Shi Yan's pregnancy creates an opportunity for you." Shi Yao, perplexed, inquired, "What opportunity?" Li Huimin smiled. "With Shi Yan pregnant, she will be unable to share a bed with Xiuhan. At his age, brimming with vitality, how can he possibly endure such a long period of restraint? You can seize this chance to take Shi Yan's place and help Xiuhan relieve his pent-up frustrations." A blush crept over Shi Yao's cheeks, feeling somewhat bashful. But Brother Xiuhan has a mistress. Even if my cousin is pregnant, he can still seek solace with her. Where would I fit in? I can't even find an opportunity to meet him." As this thought crossed her mind, Shi Yao's spirits sank. It was all Shi Yan's fault for being inept, unable to win Qin Xiuhan's favor, which left her with little chance to see him. If only Shi Yan were more proactive, occasionally bringing Qin Xiuhan home for dinner, she might have already succeeded in her ambitions. Li Huimin's smile widened. "Isn't this the opportunity we've been waiting for? With Shi Yan pregnant, it is only natural for us, as her family, to care for her. We can use this chance to propose staying with her for a while, allowing you to be closer to Xiuhan. Although he has a mistress, he has been with her for so long. He must be weary of her. Men are drawn to novelty. With a little effort on your part, you are sure to catch his attention." Shi Yao's face lit up with anticipation. "Mom, you should quickly speak to my cousin and persuade her to let us take care of her." At that moment, Shi Yan was contemplating ordering takeout for lunch. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Qin Xiuhan returning home, unexpectedly accompanied by Lu Ruyan. Shi Yan couldn't help but glance at Qin Xiuhan. Hadn't he already deduced that Lu Ruyan was not the one who saved him? Why was he bringing her back? Had they developed feelings for each other over the years? In addition to the two of them, several elderly servants from the Qin family's old residence had also arrived, familiar faces to Shi Yan. With the presence of the older staff members, Lu Rian had no choice but to continue pretending to be one of the servants, standing obediently to the side. Afraid to approach Qin Xiuhan. Upon noticing Shi Yan coming downstairs, the housekeeper, Wang Ma, immediately smiled and said, "Madam, upon learning of your pregnancy, the old master expressed concern that you might lack proper care, which could affect the fetus. He has sent 6 of us to look after you, and he has also arranged for a family doctor who will arrive shortly." Shi Yan nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "It seems I am a bit hungry. Could you please prepare something to eat for me?" Wang Ma replied with a smile, "Of course, I will arrange it right away. May I kindly ask if the young mistress could show me the prenatal checkup report? I would like to forward it to the nutritionist, so they can tailor your daily diet according to your health condition." Shi Yan nodded. "All right, for this meal, you may prepare something casual. I will provide the report shortly." Wang Ma agreed with a smile and began to instruct several servants to commence their tasks. As she finalized the arrangements, she turned her gaze towards Lu Ruyan, who was standing nearby, and inquired of Shi Yan, "Young mistress, shall this servant be managed by me, or will you oversee her?" Shi Yan glanced at Lu Ruyan, whose face was flushed with indignation, and replied calmly, "She was summoned by Xiuhan to primarily care for him. You need not concern yourself with her. Xiuhan will assign her duties." No sooner had Shi Yan spoken than Qin Xiuhan, who had been silent, interjected, "Please take her under your management." "Understood." Wang Ma nodded and turned to Lu Ruyan. "You will accompany me to the kitchen to assist the young mistress in preparing lunch. I will also teach you some rules. As a servant, one should not be so close to the master's family, and your attire is inappropriate. You must change into the standard work uniform. Dressing so flamboyantly and leaning towards the young master, one might mistakenly think this is a social club." Wang Ma, who primarily looked after Gao Yajin in the old residence, had a sharp tongue. In other households, such remarks would be deemed inappropriate, but the Qin family, influenced by Gao Yajin's more liberal demeanor, allowed for a certain candidness in conversation. After all, Gao Yajin's own words were often more cutting. Lu Rian's face burned with humiliation, her body trembling with rage. How dare a mere servant speak to her in such a derogatory manner? She would remember this grievance. Once she married Qin Xiuhan, she would ensure to exact a proper retribution on this insufferable servant. Yet, what infuriated her most at that moment was not Wang Ma's insult, but the news of Shi Yan's pregnancy. Qin Xiuhan had allowed Shi Yan to become pregnant. Despite her relentless efforts to remain close to him, she had failed to stop him from cheating with Shi Yan, resulting in her current condition. Qin Xiuhan had promised her fidelity, yet he had betrayed their vow by allowing Shi Yan to conceive. He was nothing but a scoundrel. Even more outrageous was his decision to entrust her to a servant's oversight. Did he not fear for her dignity? She had risked her life to rescue him in the forest, and he treated her so callously. It was truly heartless. Although Shi Yan had ultimately played a crucial role in their rescue, her sacrifices should not be overlooked. Lu Rian cast a resentful glance at Qin Xiuhan, but he remained unyielding. With a heart full of fury, she followed Wang Ma into the kitchen. Only Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan remained in the living room. Qin Xiuhan lifted his gaze to meet Shi Yan's, his eyes filled with sorrow and anguish. "I have yet to confront Lu Ruyan. My bringing her back was not out of lingering affection, but rather, you need not explain anything to me." Shi Yan interrupted him softly, stating that regardless of the reasons, they held no significance for her. She made it abundantly clear that her love for him had faded, and thus, she harbored no concern for his affairs or his feelings towards other women. Qin Xiuhan's complexion turned pale, his face a canvas of anguish. "Cannot you grant me another chance?" he pleaded. "You claim to have loved me for 3 years, so why is it that you can so readily abandon that love?" He questioned whether all the affection from the past had been mere pretense. Shi Yan gazed at him with calmness, reflecting on the past 3 years during which, despite his indifference and harsh demeanor, she had clung to hope, striving to please him in the hope that he might eventually come to appreciate her. Yet, her resolve to relinquish him this time was unwavering. "Do you comprehend the reason behind my determination?" she inquired. Chapter 69. Reasons for inability to forgive, Shi Yan chuckled mockingly, stating, "Your previous harsh demeanor towards me merely reflects your lack of character. However, the night you brought a man home and coerced me into sharing a bed with a stranger not only revealed your questionable morals, but also demonstrated that you never regarded me as a person. Your audacity in trampling upon my dignity, disregarding my feelings, and treating me as if I were mere property is unforgivable. I might be able to love someone of poor character, but I cannot bring myself to love someone who possesses flawed morals and fails to recognize my humanity." Qin Xiuhan felt as though countless sharp thorns were piercing his heart, leaving him breathless. He clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably as he recalled that night. The gradually cooling warmth in her eyes engulfed him in a tide of regret. He trembled as he attempted to explain, his voice pale. "I was unaware of the truth at that time," Shi Yan coldly retorted. "A person of good character would never resort to such despicable means to undermine another's dignity due to a misunderstanding. Moreover, since marrying you, I have never harmed you. I have consistently cared for you. Even if you misconstrued my intentions due to others, that does not justify your treatment of someone who has never wronged you." Qin Xiuhan felt as though his throat was constricted, preventing him from uttering a single syllable. He was at a loss as to why he had acted in such a manner that day. He was not that kind of person. Having received a fine education, he had always treated everyone with humility and respect, even towards his competitors. He could not fathom why he had behaved so disgracefully in Shi Yan's presence. Observing his anguish, Shi Yan felt no stirrings of emotion within herself. She took out her phone, intending to check the data on her short drama. Just then, the phone rang, revealing a call from Li Huimin. Shi Yan answered. "Aunt, is there something you need from me?" Li Huimin replied with a smile. "I just saw your message in the group and learned of your pregnancy, so I wanted to call and congratulate you. After 3 years of marriage to Xiuhan, you finally have the fruit of your love. Your position in the Qin family will become even more secure, so do take good care of yourself and avoid any mishaps." Shi Yan smiled in response. "Thank you, Aunt. I will be cautious." Li Huimin continued. "As this is your first pregnancy, there will surely be many uncertainties, and with no family around, I cannot help but worry. How about I come over to care for you for a while?" Shi Yan politely declined. "There's no need. Grandpa has arranged for 6 nurses to look after me, and that is more than sufficient." Li Huimin insisted. "That cannot be the same. Care from outsiders is never as attentive as that from family. Moreover, according to our customs, as long as there are relatives in the family, someone should come to care for you during your pregnancy. This is both a show of support and a sign of importance. Do you not consider us family? Is that why you do not wish for me to care for you?" Given her insistence, Shi Yan relented. "Very well, then I appreciate your help, Aunt." Li Huimin chuckled. "What hardship is there for a family? Just wait a moment. I will tidy up and join you." After the meal was prepared, Shi Yan instructed Wang Ma to prepare a guest room, informing her that her second aunt will be staying for a few days. By evening, her second aunt arrived, dragging a suitcase behind her. Accompanying her was Shi Yao, who also bore a suitcase. Shi Yao dropped her luggage and rushed to Shi Yan, linking her arm affectionately, and said, "Cousin, I thought since my mother is getting older and we have little in common, I would come along to keep you company. I hope you don't mind?" Shi Yan replied with a gentle laugh. "Of course I don't mind. That is very thoughtful of you." As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew her hand. Shi Yao seemed unfazed, her gaze already wandering around the place. This was her first visit to Shi Yan and Qin Xiuhan's marital home, and this villa was far more luxurious than her own family's. The decor and some of the wall paintings appear to be of collectible antique quality, each piece quite valuable. The Qin family was indeed affluent. The thought of potentially occupying this space in the future filled Shi Yao with excitement. "Isn't it nearly 7? Why hasn't my brother-in-law returned from work?" Shi Yan explained. "He didn't go to the office today. He's handling work in the study on the 3rd floor. He'll come down for dinner shortly." Shi Yao's eyes immediately darted upstairs. "Please tell me where the study is. I want to greet my brother-in-law. It would be rude not to acknowledge the host when visiting." Shi Yan cautioned. "He is working. It's best not to disturb him. There's no rush to greet him. Dinner will be ready soon, so you can wait until he comes down. Let me show you to the guest room first. You can drop off your luggage." Shi Yao pouted, listlessly trailing behind Shi Yan with her suitcase. Li Huimin subtly nudged Shi Yao, whispering a warning, be cautious. There are others in the villa. Don't be so obvious, lest you draw attention and invite ridicule. Shi Yao felt slightly displeased, but nodded obediently. Shi Yan led them to a guest room on the second floor, stating, I wasn't aware that Yao Yao would accompany us, so I only had one room prepared. Please leave your suitcases here, and I will have another room arranged for you before dinner. After placing her luggage down, Shi Yao clung to Shi Yan, asking, Cousin, may I see your room? Shi Yan replied, What is there to see? It's just an ordinary room. Shi Yao pouted, I'm curious. Please indulge my curiosity. With a sigh, Shi Yan relented fine. Li Huimin did not follow them upstairs. After dropping off her luggage, she descended to the first floor. Shi Yan led Shi Yao to the third floor, pointing to the room at the end of the left corridor. That is Qin Xiuhan's study. He keeps work-related materials there, so please do not enter without his permission. Next to the study is his bedroom, and mine is at the end on the right. Although her room and Qin Xiuhan's were both located on the third floor, they were the two farthest apart, clearly indicating the extent of Qin Xiuhan's disdain for her. As he sought to maintain as great a distance as possible, Shi Yan turned to the right and took a couple of steps before stopping, her gaze directed at Shi Yao, who remained stationary, her eyes eagerly fixed on the left. Aren't you going to come and explore my room? Shi Yao snapped back to reality, playfully sticking out her tongue. All right, you're right. There is nothing particularly interesting in a sleeping room. Let us head downstairs instead. I do like to see other places. Shi Yan smiled and said nothing further, leading her downstairs. After exploring the lower level for a while, the meal was ready, and the servants began to serve the dishes at the table. Shi Yao's eyes widened in astonishment upon spotting Lu Ruyan, dressed in a servant's uniform, accompanying the other servants to serve the food. Chapter 70. Do you deserve me? Cousin, how could Lu Ruyan be here? You're already pregnant, and yet your husband has brought her home. This is utterly outrageous. Shi Yao was seething with anger, her gaze towards Lu Ruyan piercing enough to seem as if she could devour her whole. However, why was she donned in maid's attire, laboring alongside the servants? Shi Yan remarked, She is staying here in the capacity of a servant. Do not speak carelessly. The other servants are all affiliated with old Master Qin. Be cautious lest they overhear something inappropriate and relay it to his ears. Shi Yao's eyes darted around, and after Lu Ruyan set down a dish, she suddenly pointed at her and exclaimed, I am quite parched. Go fetch me a glass of water. Lu Ruyan, incensed, bit her lip and ignored her. After all, she was the beloved of Qin Xiuhan, the true mistress of this residence. What right did a cousin of Shi Yan have to command her? Were it not for the presence of old Master Qin's people, she would have relished the opportunity to slap that foolish girl across the face. Shi Yan did not dare to issue commands to her. So what audacity did her cousin possess to flaunt her authority here? Truly, she could not discern the hierarchy. Suddenly, Wang Ma turned her gaze toward Lu Ruyan. The guest has requested that you fetch water. Did you not hear? Have you forgotten the afternoon training already? Lu Ruyan, gritting her teeth in frustration, had no choice but to pour a glass of water and present it to Shi Yao. With a forceful thud, she set the cup down, splashing water over the rim, some even landing on Shi Yao's trousers. Shi Yao erupted in fury, rising to slap Lu Ruyan across the face. I asked you for a glass of water, and you dare to show me such disrespect, deliberately splashing water on me? Do you look down upon me? Lu Ruyan, covering her numbed face with her hand, stared at Shi Yao in disbelief. This wretched girl actually dared to strike her? Although Shi Yan had struck her before, what right did this little imp have to do so? What authority did she possess to lay a hand on her? Lu Ruyan's eyes blazed with fury as she hissed through clenched teeth. You actually dare to hit me? Only after striking Lu Ruyan did Shi Yao realize the gravity of her actions. Lu Ruyan was the beloved of Qin Xiuhan. Should she report this incident to him, Shi Yao would be in dire peril. To avoid calamity, Shi Yao pulled Shi Yan out as a shield. You, a person of ill repute, what is wrong with me teaching you a lesson on behalf of my cousin? Lu Ruyan was seething with rage, raising her hand to retaliate. Li Huimin immediately stepped in to protect her daughter, forcefully pushing Lu Ruyan aside. Lu Ruyin stumbled and fell, landing painfully on the ground. She sat there, trembling from the pain. Shi Yan, your kin has assaulted me. Will you not provide me with an explanation? Shi Yan glanced at her coolly. I did not instruct them to act. Whoever struck you, seek them out. Alternatively, you could directly approach Qin Xiuhan to complain. By no means should you expect me to provide an explanation. You. Lu Ruyan's face shifted from green to red in anger. Shi Yao felt a twinge of panic. Why was Shi Yan not defending her? She was her cousin. How could she encourage Lu Ruyin to seek out Qin Xiuhan for retribution, not fearing his wrath upon her? In that moment, Shi Yao felt a wave of resentment towards Shi Yan. At that moment, Qin Xiuhan emerged from the elevator in a wheelchair. Upon seeing him, Lu Ruyin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, yet were also brimming with tears, presenting a pitiful demeanor. Xiuhan, Shi Yan has indulged her cousin and aunt in bullying me. I was slapped and pushed down, and though Shi Yan witnessed it, she neither intervened nor demanded an apology. You must stand up for me. Shi Yao, in a state of panic, hastily defended herself. Brother-in-law, please allow me to explain. It was because she deliberately splashed water on me, and I felt she looked down on my cousin, which led me to impulsively strike her. Qin Xiuhan cast a cold glance at Lu Ruyin before retracting his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion. She's merely a servant. If she makes a mistake and is struck, so be it. There is no need for an explanation. Shi Yao's face brightened. Qin Xiuhan had not sided with Lu Ruyin, but instead defended her. Did this imply that Qin Xiuhan did not hold such affection for Lu Ruyin and perhaps harbored feelings for Shi Yao instead? Excited, Shi Yao rushed over to assist Qin Xiuhan with his wheelchair. Brother Xiuhan, why are you in a wheelchair? What happened to your foot? How did you get injured? Qin Xiuhan replied, I encountered a minor incident with your cousin and accidentally got hurt. Shi Yao eagerly responded, what a coincidence. My mother and I are staying nearby to accompany my cousin, so I can take care of you. Qin Xiuhan, somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm, replied, there is no need. I have someone to look after me. Shi Yao countered, that simply won't do. The servants are clumsy, and they're merely doing their job for pay. Their sincerity is lacking, and they certainly won't care for you properly. It's better if I take care of you, right, cousin? Shi Yan softly stated, I have no objections. You may discuss it as you wish. Shi Yao cheerfully declared, see, cousin has agreed. She must not be at ease with anyone else caring for you, so you should not refuse. Qin Xiuhan frowned. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin was staring at Qin Xiuhan in disbelief, her face pale and her body feeling as though it were encased in ice. How could he not stand up for her and utter such hurtful words? She had saved his life. How could he treat her like this? Hey, why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and clean the water you spilled. Shi Yao instructed Lu Ruyin with annoyance. Lu Ruyin clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Xiuhan. Yet he did not meet her gaze, propelling his wheelchair towards the dining room. Everyone proceeded to the dining room, leaving Lu Ruyin alone, heartbroken, sitting on the floor in tears. At the dining table, Qin Xiuhan proactively served dishes to Shi Yan, but she did not take a single bite. Qin Xiuhan's eyes dimmed as he forced a bitter smile. She truly was unwilling to give him even the slightest chance. Was it because of the man she was keeping outside? If that man disappeared, along with the child they had together, would she then rekindle her love for him? Yet he still did not know who the man she was involved with was. Later that night, after returning to his room, Qin Xiuhan found Lu Ruyin quietly ascending the stairs, knocking on his door. Once inside, she immediately burst into tears and began to recount her woes. Husband, why do you not stand up for me today? I have been bullied by Shi Yan's cousin, and my face has been swollen from her blows. Yet, you continue to side with that wretched girl, refusing to avenge me. Do you not love me anymore? Qin Xiu's voice was frigid as he replied, do not call me husband from now on. Lu Ruyan's expression stiffened, shock etched across her face. Why? You once said that even though we have not legally wed, I am the only one you acknowledge as your wife. Why can I no longer call you husband? Have you truly changed your heart? I have sacrificed so much for you. You've betrayed me with Shi Yan, causing her to bear your child, and now you wish to abandon me, refusing to recognize me as your wife. How can you justify this? Chapter 71, Confrontation. Qin Xiuhan gazed at her with a stormy glare, his voice as frigid as frost. What have you sacrificed for me? Your acting skills? Lu Rian was taken aback, her eyes brimming with panic as she trembled and asked, Darling, what do you mean by that? What acting? I don't understand what you are saying. Fear gripped her heart. She was bewildered by Qin Xiuhan's sudden remarks. Had he discovered something? No, it was impossible for him to have unearthed any truth from years past. He had no evidence. If he had indeed known, he would have uncovered it long ago. How could he wait until now? Was it about the recent kidnapping? That, too, seemed implausible. The kidnappers were already dead. When she had approached them, she had done so in disguise, using a purchase phone number and a voice changer during their conversations, paying in cash. She had left no traces behind. There was no way Qin Xiuhan could link her to the kidnapping. If he had, the police would have arrested her by now. After a rapid mental review, she realized she had left no slip-ups, and her anxiety lessened. She resumed a fade of grievance and humiliation, casting him a look of a wronged lover. Darling, your words are too hurtful. What have I done wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. I implore you, do not treat me so coldly. It pains my heart. Qin Xiuhan replied icily. Indeed, Shi Yan's previous insults were not unfounded. If you applied your theatrical skills to the stage, you would have long since secured the Best Actress award. Lu Rian felt as if she had been publicly shamed, her face reddening with indignation. Why must you use Shi Yan's words to humiliate me? What is wrong with you, darling? Has your heart changed because she bears your child? Do you no longer want me? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. I have yet to demand an explanation from you. Why did you betray your promise and clandestinely engage with Shi Yan, causing her to conceive your child? How can you turn the blame on me? You vowed to remain faithful and not to touch Shi Yan. Yet now, you have allowed her to become pregnant, breaking the vows we exchanged, proving yourself faithless and treacherous. And you dare to tarnish my reputation? You are inhuman. Lu Rian sobbed inconsolably. Yet, Qin Xiuhan merely stared at her with an icy demeanor, no consolation, no inquiry, silently observing her performance. He wished to see how long she could maintain her act. After several minutes of tears, Lu Rian found herself unable to continue. Crying was exhausting, and the absence of sympathy made her feel utterly foolish. She bit her lip and tearfully approached Qin Xiuhan. Darling, did Shi Yan say something to you? Did she threaten you with the child, forbidding you from associating with me? How could you heed her? It's just a child. I can bear one for you. As she spoke, she attempted to embrace Qin Xiuhan. However, before she could touch him, he ruthlessly kicked her away with his uninjured foot. Lu Rian, caught off guard, stumbled to the ground in a state of disarray. She gazed at Qin Xiuhan in disbelief, her entire body trembling. You actually kicked me? How could you change your heart so completely? What do our vows mean now? Had I known this would happen, I would not have exerted myself to save you all those years ago. And 3 days ago, I should not have come to your rescue. I risked my own safety to save you twice, only to end up rescuing an ungrateful wretch. How utterly laughable. Qin Xiuhan's cold, piercing gaze struck Lu Rian like a blade. Of course, I remember the vows I made, but are you certain those promises were made to you? A cold sweat broke out on Lu Rian's back, and a deep-seated fear enveloped her, causing her to tremble even more. But, of course it was me. Why are you suddenly saying such things? Qin Xiuhan let out a chilling laugh. After stealing from others for so long, you truly believe it belongs to you? Lu Rian clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as she forced herself to remain calm. What do you mean by stealing? I was the one who saved you. The bodyguards I sent for you can attest that I personally handed you over to them. You even remember the dress I wore when I rescued you. These are established facts. Why are you doubting me now? Is it just because Shi Yan is pregnant that you believe her fabrications? Qin Xiuhan replied, I don't need Shi Yan to say anything. I have eyes and a brain of my own to discern whether you had the capability to save me. You couldn't even carry me on level ground. How could you possibly have pulled me from that deep pit? Do you know how difficult it was to climb out of that hole back then? Lu Rian's eyes reddened as she stammered, I used to be very strong. Ever since I saved you 8 years ago, the toll it took on me weakened my strength. Regardless, Qin Xiuhan's judgment was merely his own. Without evidence, she adamantly denied it, insisting that she was indeed the one who saved him. Husband, these are merely your conjectures and cannot be considered evidence. It saddens me that you would doubt me based on these unfounded assumptions. People can change. 8 years have passed. You cannot expect me to remain the same as I was back then. Qin Xiuhan regarded her with cold indifference. After a long pause, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stifled his inner fury. Leave for now. I need to sort out my thoughts. Lu Ruoyan could only depart his room, filled with resentment and anxiety. The following day, Li Huimin discovered that Shi Yan had yet to prepare anything for the impending arrival of the babies. She suggested taking her out to shop. You are already over 4 months pregnant, and with twins likely to be born prematurely, time is of the essence. We must prepare quickly. Since I am here, I have experience, and I can help you gather everything you need. Shi Yan found her reasoning sound and accepted the proposal. Qin Xiuhan initially intended to join them, but upon seeing Shi Yan's reluctance, he ultimately decided against it. He handed her a card, instructing her to spend freely, which she accepted without hesitation. Seeing Qin Xiuhan remaining at home, Shi Yan made an excuse about having had a restless night and did not accompany them. Shi Yan and Li Huimin ventured out together, while Wang Ma had arranged for a driver, bodyguards, and a family doctor to follow them, ensuring their safety against any unforeseen circumstances. Li Huimin could not help but feel envious upon witnessing such a grand display. Before the Shi family's downfall, there had never been such an entourage. When she was pregnant, she was merely attended to by a single nanny, with family accompanying her on outings, devoid of bodyguards or doctors. She hoped her daughter would strive to attain a life of luxury, where she would be cherished like a star. However, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of guilt toward Shi Yan. This sentiment was fleeting, for she believed that it was not others to blame, but rather Shi Yan for failing to secure Qin Xiuhan's heart. If she possessed the capability to firmly hold the position of Mrs. Qin, no one could usurp her place, if it could be taken. It was never truly hers to begin with. Rather than allowing outsiders to benefit, it would be preferable to favor one's own kin. Chapter 72. The return of Xiao Chenyin and the deep longing upon arriving at the mall. After purchasing various maternal and infant supplies along with some items for the impending childbirth, Li Huimin eagerly dragged her to a clothing store. Once you hit 6 months, your belly will grow rapidly, she remarked. The clothes you have now will no longer fit, so it's wise to buy a few larger outfits to prepare. Despite her words, once inside the store, Li Huimin busied herself trying on clothes while also selecting several outfits for Shi Yao. Shi Yan, unfazed, took her time browsing leisurely. As she approached one of the fitting rooms, a large hand suddenly reached out from within and pulled her inside. Instinctively, Shi Yan opened her mouth to protest, but her words were silenced by a fervent kiss that pressed against her lips. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked up to meet a pair of intensely passionate eyes, her heart skipping a beat. Xiao Chenyin, how could he possibly be here? They had been in contact daily via WeChat, and just yesterday, he mentioned that matters on his end were unresolved, requiring him to wait a little longer before coming to see her. Yet here he was, unexpectedly present. Before she could ponder further, she was swept away by the heat of his kiss, losing herself in the moment. She closed her eyes, savoring the kiss, her body trembling with excitement. Her physical reactions betrayed her, responding with unrestrained joy despite her mind's attempts to maintain composure. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her lips, cradling her delicate form tightly in his arms, resting his forehead against hers as he drew in deep breaths. Shi Yan nestled against him, also gasping for air, her heartbeat racing as if it might burst from her chest. Didn't you just say yesterday that matters in Black Bear country weren't settled? How did you suddenly appear in the capital? Xiao Chenyin chuckled softly. I missed you terribly and could no longer endure the pain of longing, so I came to see you ahead of schedule. Shi Yan was momentarily speechless. But how come you came to find me instead of focusing on work? Xiao Chenyin replied. I had planned to inspect the site, but when I saw you outside, I seized the opportunity to sneak away under the pretext of using the restroom. A warm sensation washed over Shi Yan, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Yet, her fluttering heart soon settled. She could tell him about her pregnancy, but she couldn't reveal that the child was his. Her lips parted slightly, and she whispered, "There's something I need to tell you." Just then, Xiao Chenyin's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and, with an apologetic expression, said, "They're urging me. The government officials are here, and I can't keep them waiting too long. I'll see you tonight." He leaned down to kiss her once more before pushing open the fitting room door. After ensuring no one was watching, he quickly slipped away. Shi Yan leaned against the wall, placing a hand over her heart and closing her eyes to steady her emotions. After a thorough calm had settled, she finally emerged from the changing room. Li Huimin was still trying on clothes. Her numerous selections and ostentatious demeanor attracted the attention of everyone in the store, causing them to overlook her situation. The bodyguard and doctor stationed at the door also failed to notice what was transpiring in her vicinity. Nearly an hour later, Li Huimin completed her selections, having chosen 3 or 4 outfits for herself and over 10 for Shi Yan. Since the payment was made using Qin Xiuhan's card, Shi Yan expressed no objections and readily completed the transaction. Subsequently, while shopping for other items, Shi Yan proactively requested Li Huimin to assist her second uncle with a few purchases, and she also took the opportunity to procure some health supplements for her grandfather, arranging for delivery directly to the Shi family residence. It was not until evening that the two returned home. Upon entering the house, she beheld Shi Yan commanding Lu Ruyan to kneel on the floor and scrub it. She deliberately positioned herself in front of Lu Ruyan as if the latter were bowing before her. Shi Yan was somewhat taken aback. How could Lu Ruyan comply so readily? This was no longer the old society. Even household servants were not subjected to such humiliation by their employers. What on earth is happening here? Shi Yan inquired. She remained unclear about Qin Xiuhan's stance towards Lu Ruyan and was inclined to caution Shi Yan against excessive behavior, lest Qin Xiuhan retaliate against her. Shi Yan, with a look of delight, replied, "Brother Xiuhan said she has been running around aimlessly, that she must be idle, and ordered me to ensure she works diligently without slacking off. A touch of sternness is perfectly acceptable." Shi Yan was astonished at Lu Ruyan's compliance. Shi Yan continued with pride. Brother Xiuhan warned that if she does not obey, he would dismiss her and send her out of the capital. She has no choice but to comply. Shi Yan began to fathom Qin Xiuhan's intentions. He had brought Lu Ruyan back to torment her. Lu Ruyan, fearing that leaving would incite Qin Xiuhan's wrath even more, endured the humiliation. With a heart full of resentment, Lu Ruyan glared at Shi Yan, wishing to see her suffer immensely. It was all Shi Yan's fault for seeking attention, which led to Qin Xiuhan's suspicion towards her. Lu Ruyan felt utterly victimized by Shi Yan. Had Shi Yan not accompanied those two brothers to rescue Qin Xiuhan, her plans would have succeeded, and Qin Xiuhan would have owed her another debt of gratitude, fostering greater affection and care towards her. Yet, due to Shi Yan, she lost a chance for salvation and was further scrutinized by Qin Xiuhan for not performing as impressively as Shi Yan. Shi Yan, that wretched girl, was her nemesis. Suddenly, Shi Yan kicked Lu Ruyan with indignation, exclaiming, "How dare you glare at my cousin? You dare to challenge the lady of the house? Do you wish to be dismissed? I shall report this to Brother Xiuhan." Lu Ruyan suppressed her inner bitterness and, bearing the humiliation, replied, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please don't report me." Shi Yan retorted, "What good is merely apologizing? You relish glaring at others. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, you shall be punished to stare at the sun for the entire day. You may cease your punishment only when the sun sets." Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Staring at the sun for a day would be excruciating for her eyes, even if they did not go blind. Shi Yan, that wretched woman, is even more malicious than her cousin. Li Huimin approached and pulled Shi Yan aside, lowering her voice to caution her. "Do not be so ostentatious and overbearing. If Xiuhan sees you, he will perceive you as unreasonable and your image will suffer. Families of affluence favor gentle, gracious, and understanding daughters-in-law. Instead of constantly targeting that little mistress, Lu Ruyan, you should focus on winning Xiuhan's affection, encouraging him to willingly forsake the mistress, rather than resorting to aggressive tactics to expel her. If you succeed in driving the mistress away, but Xiuhan harbors no fondness for you, you will gain nothing and, instead, inadvertently assist Shi Yan by alleviating her troubles." Chapter 73. Tell him, the child is not his. A delicate smile graced Shi Yao's face as she lowered her voice and said, "Mother, you're unaware of certain truths. Today, when I brought fruit to Brother Xiuhan, it was he who urged me to confront Lu Ruyan. Is that truly the case? Li Huimin asked, her skepticism evident. They were both well aware of the situation between Qin Xiuhan and Lu Ruyan. For years, Qin Xiuhan had neglected Shi Yan in favor of Lu Ruyan, and it seemed implausible that he would encourage Shi Yao to target Lu Ruyan. Shi Yao nodded earnestly. Indeed, although Brother Xiuhan did not explicitly instruct me to torment Lu Ruyan, he did imply that I should not regard her highly and that I need not be overly courteous. He merely cautioned not to injure her too severely, which is a clear indication to me to take action against Lu Ruyan. When I first directed Lu Ruyan to perform tasks, Brother Xiuhan even came down once. When Lu Ruyan complained to him, he dismissed her entirely, suggesting that if she was unwilling to comply, she should leave. This clearly indicates his disinterest in her. Brother Xiuhan even expressed concern for me, stating that if Lu Ruyan dared to harm me, I should inform him, and he would take my side. Upon hearing this, Li Huimin's brow unfurled, her voice laced with a hint of delight. It appeared that Xiuhan had indeed grown weary of Lu Ruyan. You must seize this opportunity and swiftly cultivate his affection towards you. With Shi Yan pregnant and Lu Ruyan being cast aside, he currently has no outlet for his desires, and you can effectively exploit this to elevate your position. Shi Yao shyly nodded. I will strive to do so. Li Huimin continued. Today, I accompanied Shi Yan to purchase clothing and picked out several outfits for you. A few skirts are in the trending pure desire style. In the future, I will find ways to take Shi Yan out more often, and you can wear these at home, moving about in front of Brother Xiuhan. I refuse to believe he can resist. Shi Yao blushed even more. Though she harbored ulterior motives, she remained an innocent young girl, and discussing such matters inevitably brought her embarrassment. After a long day of shopping, Shi Yan felt fatigued and retired upstairs to rest after dinner. In the middle of the night, she was suddenly stirred by a rustling sound beside her. The bed sank slightly as a warm body pressed against her, enveloping her in a strong embrace. Xiao Chenyin, Shi Yan whispered softly, despite the darkness. She was certain that the man holding her was Xiao Chenyin. It's me, he murmured, tightening his hold. I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Shi Yan's heart raced. She did miss him, constantly. As he held her, his hand gently rested on her abdomen, lingering for a moment. You haven't neglected yourself. You've gained some weight, and your little belly is showing, he remarked, seemingly finding her slight roundness endearing as his large hand caressed her. Her tummy, once flat, now exhibited a subtle curve. While the clothing concealed it, it was unmistakably evident to the touch. Shi Yan felt a whirlwind of emotions. How could she convey to him that this was not merely weight gain, but rather a pregnancy? Xiao Chenyan's restrained voice whispered in her ear, Is it time now? With a deep breath, Shi Yan finally made up her mind and calmly said, It is possible, but you must be cautious. I am pregnant. And do not harm the child. Xiao Chenyan's body suddenly stiffened. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, he cautiously inquired, Mine? His voice betrayed an unmistakable hope. Shi Yan replied, No, it belongs to Qin Xiuhan. She could feel the heat radiating from Xiao Chenyin dissipate rapidly. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive tension. An indescribable emotion spread within her, leaving her heart aching and her nose tinged with discomfort. She did not wish to hurt him, but for the greater good. She felt compelled to do so. I am sorry, she silently apologized within her thoughts. Grateful that the room was dimly lit, Shi Yan found solace in not having to face him directly, allowing her emotions to remain hidden. However, before she could fully embrace this thought, Xiao Chenyin abruptly switched on the lights. The sudden brightness shattered the darkness, and the glaring illumination made Shi Yan squint in discomfort. After a considerable pause, she adjusted to the light and opened her eyes. Xiao Chenyin sat nearby, his gaze cast downward, the disheveled strands of hair falling over his forehead casting shadows that obscured his eyes, rendering them enigmatic. His presence exuded an overwhelming intensity that instinctively made Shi Yan tense. She sat up, crossing her legs on the bed, her hands resting on her knees, her head slightly bowed, unable to meet his gaze. The silence in the room was so profound that she could hear her own breathing. The atmosphere was stifling, and she instinctively clenched her fists. Gradually, she composed herself, exhaling softly, and began to speak, When you last visited, I was preparing for pregnancy. To avoid any confusion regarding the child's biological father, I had to reject your advances. Everything I told you is true. My husband has promised me a child, and I genuinely wish to return to my family. If you do not wish to sever ties, it is true that I can continue this relationship with you. I admit my body is quite fond of you. Xiao Chenyin lifted his gaze to her, asking, "And what of your heart?" Shi Yan replied softly, "It is inconsequential. Regardless of whom my heart favors, our current relationship will not change, and I will carry the child to term." Suddenly, Xiao Chenyin let out a laugh. "Shi Yan, you are truly heartless. Have you never regarded me as a person to so cruelly trample upon my sincere affections?" Shi Yan felt a sharp pang in her heart, her throat dry, rendering her speechless. Xiao Chenyin rose from bed, turning his back to her as he began to dress, piece by piece. He then walked toward the balcony, leaping down as he had done before, disappearing without a sound. Shi Yan stood in a daze, staring toward the balcony, feeling an emptiness within her. This time, he must have completely given up and would not return, right? Perhaps this was for the best. She would no longer have to worry about him discovering the discrepancy in her pregnancy timeline, which could lead to suspicions about the child's identity, thus alleviating her fears of exposure or the potential loss of the inheritance from old Master Qin. This is the outcome she yearned for, the result of her meticulous calculations. Everything unfolded precisely as she had envisioned. Yet, why does she feel such profound sorrow within? Her face is cold, and when she reaches up to touch it, her cheeks are drenched with tears. Chapter 74. He has been hospitalized upon rising the following day. Shi Yan's eyes appeared red and swollen, and her demeanor seemed quite dismal. She pondered that her affection for Xiao Chenyin was not profound. She merely harbored a slight fondness for him. Yet, inexplicably, a profound discomfort lingered within her heart. After a week, Shi Yan's spirits began to mend somewhat. It coincided with her scheduled visit to the hospital for a prenatal checkup and a follow-up on her finger injury. Fortuitously, due to the presence of a team of nutritionists at home, the fetus's development posed no concerns, and her finger wound had healed, although the regrowth of her nail would require some time, at least 3 months. Nevertheless, now that the wound had closed, as long as she refrained from exerting pressure on the newly healed area, her daily life remained unaffected. With a soft sigh, Shi Yan realized she had once thought about terminating the pregnancy. However, given that the fetus was developing normally and her own health was stable, the mere suggestion of reduction felt increasingly burdensome. As she prepared to leave the hospital, she spotted a somewhat familiar figure striding purposefully towards the inpatient department. The individual, possessing European features, stood tall with fair skin and deep-set facial features, making him quite conspicuous in the crowd, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Initially, it was his distinctiveness amidst the throng that caught Shi Yan's attention. After a moment of contemplation, a recollection struck her. She had encountered this person on Moon Island. At that time, Xiao Chenyin had been injured, and numerous military personnel had visited his villa. This individual was among them. Xiao Chenyin had informed her that he was mistakenly wounded during a military operation aimed at apprehending a fugitive, and those officers had come to express their condolences and apologies. What could possibly bring a soldier from the Black Bear Nation to Beijing? Feigning a trip to the restroom, Shi Yan evaded her accompanying bodyguard and nanny, making her way toward the inpatient department through an alternate exit, all the while searching for the man's silhouette. Upon reaching the lower level of the inpatient department, she spotted his figure in the distance and hurried after him. However, by the time she reached him, the elevator doors had already closed. Fortunately, he was alone within. Observing the floor where the elevator had halted, she too boarded it, ascending to the same level. Upon exiting, she found herself in an empty corridor, prompting her to search for him. After a brief period of searching, she discerned voices emanating from a nearby patient room, a cacophony of unintelligible words. Holding her breath, she stealthily approached the door, but just as she reached it, the voices ceased abruptly. Perplexed, she leaned in to listen, only for the door to swing open swiftly, revealing 6 Caucasians who encircled her, each brandishing a handgun, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at her head. "Don't move." Shi Yan felt her heart nearly cease its beating, and she instinctively raised her hands, frozen in place. Even during her years of competing in tournaments and mingling with the world's elite, The palpable pressure of 6 real guns was unmatched. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from within the room, uttering a sentence in Russian that she could not comprehend. A cold and commanding voice, imbued with an air of unassailable authority, resounded as if a sovereign were issuing decrees, a tone she had never before encountered. The 6 individuals who had been brandishing firearms at her head promptly holstered their weapons. Though they donned sunglasses, Shi Yan could sense their curious gazes scrutinizing her. They retraced their steps to the hospital room, yet only stood at either side of the doorway, refraining from entering. They must have been stationed there previously to respond with such alacrity. Shi Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, though her heartbeat continued to escalate, her palms growing cold with trepidation. Enter, intoned the voice from within, no longer languid and casual as in their prior exchanges, yet not as menacing and forceful as before. Shi Yan bit her lip and stepped inside. The VIP ward resembled a presidential suite in a luxury hotel, equipped with not just a comfortable bed, but also a lounge area, a recreational space, and a caregiver's room. No one occupied the bed. A dozen or so individuals were seated in the lounge. Xiao Chenyin, clad in a patient-esque gown, sat upon the sofa, while the others were attired in formal suits. Among them, most were Caucasian, with a few possessing distinctly Asian features. All prominent figures who had graced the evening news. The young Caucasian man she had been trailing stood behind Xiao Chenyin. Shi Yan felt a surge of anxiety, more intense than when firearms had been aimed at her. Had she inadvertently stumbled into an elite gathering? I'm unsure of your current commitments. Perhaps I should step outside and wait? Xiao Chenyin replied. The discussions are nearly concluded. You may wait in the caregiver's room for a while. Shi Yan had no choice but to retreat to the caregiver's room, closing the door behind her. The door did not provide complete soundproofing. Even when shut, the external clamor seeped through. Yet it seemed they employed sound wave disruptors, rendering anything beyond a certain range as incomprehensible noise, muffling their conversations into indistinguishable murmurs. Shi Yan could only hear the jarring cacophony, unable to discern a single coherent statement. After more than half an hour in the room, the caregiver called to inquire about her prolonged absence. She fabricated an excuse, claiming she had exited through the back door of the hospital for a solitary stroll, requesting them to return without searching for her. Bored and restless, Shi Yan reclined on the bed, uncertain whether it was due to her lack of rest the previous night or the hypnotic din from outside, but she unexpectedly fell asleep. Upon awakening, she found herself sprawled on the spacious bed. Turning her head, she noticed Xiao Chenyin seated at a desk, engrossed in his computer screen. As she sat up, observing his silhouette, she felt at a loss for words. After a brief moment of typing, he swiveled his chair to face her. Their eyes met, and Shi Yan, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted her gaze, staring at her bare left index finger. Are you hungry? His deep voice inquired. Shi Yan was taken aback. She had anticipated an interrogation, yet he was expressing concern for her well-being. Just as she was about to deny it, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Having fasted for a blood test that morning, she had skipped breakfast, and now that it was afternoon, her hunger was entirely reasonable. Her stomach growled audibly, and even from a distance, Xiao Chenyin could hear it. He remarked, I will have someone bring food. Is there anything a pregnant woman should avoid? Shi Yan shook her head, indicating that there was nothing particularly off-limits, as she could consume ordinary food. Xiao Chenyin picked up his phone, relayed a few instructions, then set it down, returning his gaze to her. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Shi Yan took the initiative to ask, Why are you hospitalized? Are you ill or injured? Xiao Chenyin looked at her with a profound gaze and replied, Does it matter? No matter how grave my illness or how serious my injury, it pales in comparison to the soft daggers you thrust into me. Chapter 75. I have comforted myself. Shi Yan's lips quivered, caught in a silence she could not break. Although she owed him nothing, she felt like a heartless woman in his presence. When she had initially expressed her desire to part ways, he had insisted on clinging to her, refusing to let go. She had made it clear then that she would not end her marriage, and that their relationship would remain shrouded in secrecy, just as it had been before. He had acquiesced. This outcome was one he must now confront. She had not deceived him in any way. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a profound lack of confidence. Shi Yan deftly shifted the conversation. Those white men, did you bring them here? How can they still carry guns in Huagua? Isn't that against the law? Aren't they afraid of being discovered? Xiao Chenyin replied. Those who have applied to the Huagua government will not be investigated. Shi Yan pressed on. Back on Moon Island, you deceived me, didn't you? I saw the officer who came to visit you, and it was only upon seeing him today that I followed you. Xiao Chenyin did not evade the truth. Yes, he is my subordinate. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Yet Shi Yan shook her head, daunted by the implications. The officials she had encountered from Huaxia held high positions, and she feared the weight of such knowledge would be unbearable. Nevertheless, even without knowing his precise identity, it was evident that he was no ordinary man. What merit did she possess to be the clandestine mistress of someone so significant? She could no longer maintain this hidden relationship with him. Biting her lip, she threw off the covers and descended from the bed. I won't stay for dinner. I'll take my leave now. Please rest well. I won't disturb you again. Let us just pretend the past never happened. As she turned towards the door, she discovered it would not budge. After several attempts, she remained unable to open it, her embarrassment manifesting in her toes digging into the floor. How ironic it was to be so resolute in leaving, only to find herself trapped in such an awkward situation. She heard the sound of a chair scraping behind her. Xiao Chenyin rose and approached her step by step. Soon, she felt a towering shadow envelop her from behind, a formidable pressure compelling her to cease her futile attempts at the door. Turning around, she found Xiao Chenyin merely half a step away, his expression inscrutable as he gazed down at her, yet the tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes threatened to engulf her very soul. Shi Yan averted her gaze, but he grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Do you truly not regard me as a person? You speak words that wound me so carelessly. Do you understand how much pain each of your statements inflicts upon my heart? Shi Yan trembled, her voice quaking. I say this for your own good. You deserve better options. You shouldn't hang your hopes on a single tree. I am already pregnant. Do you still wish to remain with me? Can you accept a relationship with me while I carry another's child? The day you departed, a choice was made. It is my fault. I should not have followed those connected to you, confronting you recklessly. I sincerely apologize for my actions. I vow not to appear before you uninvited again, nor to disturb your peace. Let us allow everything to return to its rightful course. After Xiao Chenyin left that day, he did not make an appearance for a full week, nor did he reach out to her. She, in turn, refrained from contacting him, believing he must have given up on her. She could also surmise his decision. He had developed feelings for her, not merely for fleeting amusement, and could hardly accept the notion of her carrying another man's child. His previous attempts to gauge her relationship with Qin Xiuhan attested to his deep concern over her entanglements with other men. Now that he was aware of her pregnancy, it was only natural for him to withdraw. Xiao Chenyin gazed at her with a heavy expression and questioned, Who told you I had made a choice? What do you believe I chose? Shi Yan replied, You did not contact me for an entire week after leaving. Doesn't that signify an end to our relationship? In her eyes, even a normal loving couple would interpret 3 days of silence during a Cold War as an implicit breakup. 7 days had passed for them, marking a complete severance. Xiao Chenyin's tone was somber as he remarked, You do not reach out to me, nor do I to you. Do you not yearn to reconcile? Shi Yan whispered, I lack the right to reclaim you. I should not continue to hinder your path. If you can let go, I should feel happy for you. Xiao Chenyin scrutinized her for a long time before slowly asking, setting aside public morality, Do you wish to continue with me? Do you desire to be with me? Shi Yan wanted to deny it, yet his eyes seemed to possess a mystical allure, and his voice was enchanting, coaxing her into revealing her true feelings. I do. As soon as the words left her lips, clarity returned, and she hurriedly attempted to amend her statement. However, on the other hand, Xiao Chenyin interrupted her. No need to retract. Your admission is sufficient. He lowered his head and captured her lips, silencing her unnecessary words. She attempted to push him away, placing her hands against his chest, yet he grasped her wrists firmly, pinning her against the door. His passionate kiss was overwhelmingly assertive, leaving her in a state of delightful confusion. Her lips tingled, tinged with a metallic taste. He showed no signs of stopping, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Her body weakened, hanging limply against him. Time seemed to blur until he finally released her lips, showing a rare mercy. Shi Yan gasped for breath, her heart racing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, cheeks flushed like a blooming rose, exuding an irresistible allure. "What does this mean?" she inquired, her voice shaky. She could not comprehend his intentions. Xiao Chenyin responded, "Is my intent not sufficiently clear? I will not relinquish you. We must be equitable, taking turns to wield control. Since you have stirred my interest, the decision of whether to conclude our affair rests in my hands. That is only fair." What a convoluted rationale. Shi Yan was at a loss for words, unable to counter his peculiar logic. Had he not already given up? Why this sudden change? Xiao Chenyin spoke earnestly. "I have never contemplated relinquishing you. Indeed, I was quite angry that day, but I have since managed to soothe myself." Shi Yan replied, "So your silence for the past 7 days was merely a form of self-soothing?" Xiao Chenyin sighed. "I was feeling rather despondent that day, so I resorted to drinking. Unfortunately, I ended up suffering from alcohol poisoning and gastrointestinal bleeding, rendering me unconscious for several days. I only regained consciousness yesterday. My state of unconsciousness delayed numerous matters, and upon awakening, there were immediate demands for me to address work-related issues. Since regaining consciousness, I have yet to close my eyes for rest. Initially, I was supposed to visit certain officials regarding collaboration, but they found it too time-consuming and chose to come to me instead. Otherwise, what merit would I possess for high-ranking officials of Huagua to seek me out for discussions on cooperation? You may be unaware of Huagua's standing in the international arena, where they are typically the ones to receive accommodations, rather than extending them to others. Chapter 76. I want to deceive your heart. Do not speak to me of such matters. I wish to hear no more. Shi Yan interjected, unwilling to continue the conversation. She held a rather unfavorable impression of officials, particularly high-ranking ones, stemming from her own lineage, as her biological father hailed from a family of bureaucrats. The grim experiences of her childhood, the tragic death of her mother, and the misfortunes befalling her maternal grandfather's family instilled in her a deep-seated aversion to that world, despite the fact that they had not directly wronged her. Yet, some individuals need not lift a finger. They merely need to ostentatiously express their disdain for someone, and others will act on their behalf. She harbored little affection for Qin Xiuhan's maternal grandfather's family as well. Seeing Shi Yan's reluctance to listen, Xiao Chenyin chose to refrain from further discourse. He cupped her face in his hands and solemnly declared, "I shall never let you go, whether you desire to be with me openly or wish to continue in secrecy. I cannot endure a life without you." "But I am pregnant," Shi Yan replied. Xiao Chenyin inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. "It is my fault for not managing the situation properly. I should have rendered him a eunuch beforehand, ensuring he could not lay a hand on you. Even if you are unwilling to divorce him, I have already marked you as mine. He shall not touch you." "You are being excessively domineering," Shi Yan retorted. "Because it is you, I have exerted great effort to maintain control. The moment you suggested separation, I longed to seize you and confine you, ensuring you could never escape me." Shi Yan swallowed hard, sensing that he was not jesting. Xiao Chenyin gently caressed her head and whispered, "Do not fear. I shall strive to master myself. If there comes a day when I cannot, I would rather take my own life than harm you." Her heart trembled profoundly. She gazed at Xiao Chenyin, the shock within her rendering her momentarily speechless. Why are you so fixated on me? Why do you harbor no anger, even when I carry another's child? Why do you not express your fury?" She found it incomprehensible. The depths of his affection for her seemed utterly inexplicable. From the very beginning, he had unreservedly cared for her, leading her to initially believe it was merely professional integrity. Yet, with the revelation of his extraordinary identity, it became evident that his feelings were genuine, stemming from the depths of his heart. Yet, she remained bewildered as to the origins of his love. Xiao Chenyin took her hand and tenderly kissed it, saying, "I, too, can feel anger, but you owe me nothing. We have not established a conventional romantic relationship, and I have no right to direct my ire towards you. I cannot lash out at you, who has committed no wrongdoing. Simply because I am upset, the blame lies solely with me. Having accepted this clandestine identity, I must be prepared to confront the consequences. Moreover, my life belongs to you. You may treat me in any manner you wish, for I shall never harm you, and will accept anything you choose to do to me. Shi Yan was well aware that, theoretically, she owed him nothing, as she had never made any promises. However, one cannot always rely on logic. On an emotional level, she felt somewhat guilty towards him. Although she was carrying his child, he remained oblivious, viewing her as someone who was indecisively entangled between two men. Despite the circumstances, he still refused to give up and continued to treat her with kindness, leaving her utterly perplexed. As for his final remark, she dismissed it as mere sweet talk. Were it not for her financial constraints, she might have suspected that he was deliberately scheming to deceive her, pretending to align with her desires. After all, only a con artist could fulfill every fantasy, crafting a tailored scheme to ensnare her and ultimately abscond with her valuables. Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. How do you know I am not a con artist? Shi Yan shook her head. I possess nothing of value. I'm not worth the elaborate ruse. Xiao Chenyin replied. Why I seek to deceive is your heart. To me, that is the most precious treasure in the world. He spoke with utmost sincerity. Shi Yan's heart raced, and her face flushed. As a person of reserved nature, she found it difficult to withstand such direct advances. She wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face against his chest. If you grant me a few more months, I promise to provide you with an answer. The health of old Master Qin was deteriorating rapidly, and soon it would reach its limit. Once he passed away, she would no longer need to pretend. Xiao Chenyin pressed. Why wait a few months? Do you wish to divorce Qin Xiuhan? Why not do it now? What binds you, preventing you from leaving at this moment? Tell me, and I can help you resolve it. Shi Yan was taken aback by his perceptiveness, realizing he understood that her reluctance was not due to a lack of desire to leave, but rather an inability to do so. She shook her head, reluctant to share her troubles with him. Even if she did, he would be of no assistance, only adding to the burden of worry. Stop guessing. There is no specific reason. I simply do not wish to distress old Master Qin. He is gravely ill, and my divorce from Qin Xiuhan would exacerbate his condition. However, she clarified, even if I were to divorce Qin Xiuhan in the future, I would only maintain a romantic relationship with you. I will not marry you. If I were to marry him, my debts would become a burden to you, and I cannot drag you down with me. Xiao Chenyin furrowed his brow, sensing that Shi Yan was concealing something from him. Just then, the young white man she had been following knocked on the door, delivering a meal. The young man flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Hello, I'm Levitt, the assistant to my boss. If you need anything, you can reach out to me. Levitt remembered that the young master needed to keep his identity concealed, hence the alteration in his address. Shi Yan awkwardly scratched her head. Your Chinese is excellent. But please, don't call me madam, just call me Shi Yan. Xiao Chenyin smirked. His Chinese is poor. He does not know how to pronounce your name. Shi Yan retorted. My name is not difficult to pronounce. How could he not say it? If not, you may call me Miss or Madam. Levitt remarked, I cannot say Miss or Madam. I can only refer to you as Madam. Shi Yan's lips twitched slightly. Did you not just say that? Levitt replied, maintaining his composure. My command of Chinese is rather erratic. Sometimes I can articulate, and other times I cannot. The term Madam remains constant. Shi Yan was utterly speechless. What more could she say? She could only resign herself to his whims. Xiao Chenyin draped his arm around her shoulders, stating, It is merely a title. It bears no significance. Let him call as he wishes. Let us focus on our meal. Levitt entered the room with the dishes and set them upon the dining table. Shi Yan and Xiao Chenyin approached the table and began to eat in silence. Xiao Chenyin's body had yet to fully recuperate, necessitating a light diet. He consumed only a bowl of millet porridge, while the remaining 3 dishes and soup were prepared for Shi Yan. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, evening approached, and Shi Yan prepared to leave. It is getting late. I must return. Xiao Chenyin stopped her. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 77. Bestowing him the title of God of Wealth, Shi Yan looked at him with curiosity, inquiring, What is it? Xiao Chenyin replied, Do you recall the contract we signed over 3 months ago? Shi Yan nodded. I do. Has the short drama been uploaded? What has the response been like? Xiao Chenyin explained, I had someone make slight modifications to the script, and we completed filming 2 months ago. However, I feared that once the short drama was released, others might scent the opportunity and rush into the market to seize the profits. Therefore, I decided to hold off on its release for the time being and acquired additional scripts for expedited filming. My intention is to accumulate a substantial number and release them all at once. By the time others attempt to capture the market, we will have already reaped significant profits. Shi Yan expressed her concerns. Aren't you worried about incurring losses by not testing the waters with a single release before committing to a large investment? Xiao Chenyin chuckled lightly. I have assembled a team to research and assess the situation, and the likelihood of incurring losses is minimal. Business operates on the principle that the bold thrive while the timid perish. One must take risks. If losses occur, they can be recuperated in the future. Yet, should we succeed, the profits could multiply several hundredfold. Shi Yan, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "It can't be that exaggerated." Xiao Chenyin raised an eyebrow. "The market I am targeting extends beyond just the Black Bear country. I have identified over 30 economically developed nations across Asia, Europe, and America. I have dispatched personnel to conduct thorough research and adjust the same script according to each country's specific conditions, planning to launch them simultaneously. With a large quantity and extensive reach, the outcome is bound to be favorable." Shi Yan was taken aback, astonished at the scale of Xiao Chenyin's ambitions. "This concept is quite promising, but can you ensure that every country will allow for smooth release? Some nations are notoriously unscrupulous. They may resort to various slanders against foreign enterprises profiting within their borders, attempting to sabotage companies, unlawfully seize assets, or even restrict the personal freedoms of key personnel." She feared that Xiao Chenyin might become a target. Xiao Chenyin reassured her, "Since I have set my sights on that market, I have conducted thorough research and am confident in a successful launch. In fact, I have investments in those countries and am already involved in the entertainment industry, making the release quite feasible." Hearing his words, Shi Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was aware that his enthusiasm for international ventures was sparked by her own efforts in short dramas. If he were to undertake such a grand endeavor and ultimately face losses, she would feel a sense of responsibility. Xiao Chenyin continued, "I have established a dedicated project team for the short dramas, inspired by your ideas. Therefore, I will allocate 30% of the creative shares to you, settled quarterly." Shi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at him in astonishment. 30% of the script I provided? Xiao Chenyin laughed. "Didn't you secure 70% of the rights per our contract? I refer to the entire project team for the short dramas, encompassing all releases across the involved nations. You will receive 30% of the pure profits. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have initiated this project team. This is your rightful share." Xiao Chenyin then turned to his computer and operated it for a moment, retrieving several reports to show Shi Yan. A week prior, the short dramas were released extensively, and after a week of revenue, she took a moment to observe. Shi Yan approached him from behind, gazing at the computer with an expression of disbelief. "Is this really true? Within just a week, over a dozen productions have exceeded 100 million in sales, and in US dollars." She scrutinized the statistical report, astonished to find nearly 100 short dramas, each filmed in multiple versions, distributed across more than 30 countries. The total revenue was staggering, approaching $10 billion. Considering the substantial initial investment and promotional efforts required, even deducting 90% from manpower and operational costs, the remaining 10% of pure profit still constituted an astounding figure, especially given that this was merely the first week of release. However, it is known that short dramas typically experience a surge in sales initially, followed by a gradual decline, with only a select few of exceptional quality managing to sustain a prolonged tail effect. Shi Yan felt her heart racing, unable to resist sitting on Xiao Chenyin's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planting a kiss on his lips, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "You are incredible. I shall proclaim you the god of wealth." That 30% stake felt like a windfall from the heavens to her, a gift thrust upon her by Xiao Chenyin. He was even more akin to a deity of fortune than the god of wealth himself. After all, the god of wealth had never bestowed money upon her without reason. Xiao Chenyin smirked, pinching her cheek. You rarely indulge in luxury items and seldom spend extravagantly. Why do you suddenly have such a fondness for wealth? Shi Yan replied dismissively. It will always come in handy. She did not wish to divulge to Xiao Chenyin the debts her maternal grandfather owed, even if he were capable of assisting her. She felt reluctant to accept his help. Xiao Chenyin did not owe her anything, and she felt awkward taking advantage of him. The money from the Qin family was something she could accept without guilt, given that old Master Qin owed her grandmother. With enthusiasm, Shi Yan engaged in market analysis with Xiao Chenyin, exploring the potential for further growth and discussing the follow-up series. Countries worldwide had begun to hastily follow suit, embarking on their own short drama productions to seize a share of the market. Their subsequent releases would undoubtedly not yield as much profit as this initial wave. The current offerings were all productions from Xiao Chenyin's company, and after much deliberation, the audience's funds ultimately flowed into his pockets. Once viewers had more choices, competition would intensify. Shi Yan immersed herself in the analysis, gradually forgetting her intention to return home until darkness enveloped the sky, and her phone rang. It was Qin Xiuhan calling. Shi Yan answered, hearing his cautious inquiry. "Wife, when will you return? Should I come and pick you up?" Previously, it was Shi Yan who would call to ask Qin Xiuhan when he would come home late at night. Now, the roles had reversed, and it was Qin Xiuhan waiting for her at home. Shi Yan's tone was frosty. "I will return when I finish my work. Do not interrupt me with trivial matters." After speaking, she hung up the phone, mirroring his previous behavior. Xiao Chenyin tightened his embrace around her. "Displeased, do not allow him to call you wife anymore. It vexes me." Shi Yan's lips twitched slightly. "Do you truly wish to ponder the words you utter? By all accounts, it is he who ought to call me his wife." Xiao Chenyin's tone was heavy. "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Simply assume I am being unreasonable. Just tell me, will you take responsibility? If you choose not to, I shall take it upon myself." Shi Yan, perplexed, inquired, "How do you intend to manage that?" Xiao Chenyin replied, "I shall render him mute with poison." Shi Yan, utterly speechless, responded, "We reside in a society governed by law. Cease your incessant thoughts of crime. By the way, are you not an official? Why does your mind perpetually dwell on such illicit notions? Are officials abroad as peculiar as you?" Chapter 78. She only brings misfortune. Xiao Chenyin pinched her cheek, forcing her lips into a pout, as if punishing her, and took a bite. "What have I done wrong?" he questioned. "Isn't it said that the grudge over a stolen wife is irreconcilable? He took my wife. Is it not reasonable for me to seek revenge?" Shi Yan's lips twitched. "Could it be that you are the one who steals wives?" Although her relationship with Qin Xiuhan had crumbled, and she had signed the divorce agreement before seeking out Xiao Chenyin, on the surface, she was still his wife. How could Xiao Chenyin so brazenly utter such words? "I don't care. The moment I saw you being hurt while he defended the mistress, I unilaterally declared you divorced. You are now my wife." Shi Yan felt a mix of anger and amusement. How could someone be so unreasonable? Yet, there was something endearingly charming about his obstinacy. "You must not let him call you wife, nor may you call him husband." Shi Yan gently patted his head, reminiscent of petting a beloved animal. "All right, I will warn him when I return. Let go of me. I truly must go back. Otherwise, the Qin family will send someone to find me." Xiao Chenyin held her tightly, refusing to release her. "Call me husband just once, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you shall stay with me." Shi Yan bit her lip, feeling embarrassed, and in a moment of daring, she softly uttered husband. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her bashfulness surpassing even the most exquisite of flowers. A surge of warmth filled Xiao Chenyin's heart, stirring passionate emotions within him. "Yes, my wife," he replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he enveloped her in his embrace. After a long while, he reluctantly released her. "I will have Li Wei take you home." Shi Yan nodded, feeling a twinge of reluctance as she stepped away from him. "Will you still be here tomorrow?" "I probably won't be. I might be busy for a while, but I will come to find you once I am free." Shi Yan nodded in agreement. "Take care of yourself. Do not fall ill again." Xiao Chenyin chuckled. "As long as you don't provoke me, I shall remain in good health." Shi Yan shot him a glare. What had she ever angered him? After leaving the hospital, Shi Yan entered the car, driven by Li Wei, assisting him in setting up the navigation to guide her home. Throughout the journey, Li Wei frequently stole glances at her through the rearview mirror as if he had something to say but was hesitant. Feigning ignorance, Shi Yan continued to look away. Eventually, Li Wei could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Madam, have you and our sir had a disagreement? 7 days ago, he suffered severe alcohol poisoning and was in a coma when he was brought to the hospital. He nearly lost his life and required extensive resuscitation." The bar owner recounted that he seemed troubled, initially drinking low-proof alcohol while shedding tears, before consuming several bottles of 80-proof liquor as if it were water, leaving the owner utterly terrified and unable to intervene. Shi Yan's heart sank. 80-proof liquor? And he drank several bottles in one go? Was he trying to throw his life away? Shi Yan's heart was in utter turmoil, a chill creeping into her soul, accompanied by an undeniable sense of dread. It was no wonder that someone suffering from alcoholism could lapse into a 6-day coma. It turned out he had drunk himself into a stupor. Although Xiao Chenyin had awakened, a lingering fear still gripped her heart. Her eyes burned uncontrollably, tears blurring her vision. "Did you not accompany him? Why did you not stop him?" Levitt explained. "I did not follow him. I was attending to other matters in the Black Bear Kingdom. It was only upon receiving news of his critical condition that I hurried to the capital overnight. He has always been calm and collected, losing his composure only when it comes to you. About 4 months ago, did you not have a quarrel with him? He was also agitated then and ended up in a car accident." Shi Yan clenched her fists, a sense of suffocation washing over her. Regret began to seep in. Had she not chosen him, perhaps she would not have impacted his life so profoundly. Instead of feeling elated by Xiao Chenyi's regard for her, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Since being with her, his life seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. To him, she might well be considered a specter of a girlfriend. A heavy weight pressed upon her chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Waves of self-doubt and guilt threatened to drown her. She recalled her aunt mentioning that her mother had turned against her biological father only after conceiving her. Her father had manipulated her mother, driving her to madness, and then divorced her, seizing custody under the guise of her mother's instability. However, her father's claim to custody was not born of love, but rather a desire to inflict suffering upon her mother, denying her any semblance of happiness. After her birth, her mother's health and life deteriorated. To her mother, she too was a specter of a daughter. Her existence seemed to bring misfortune to those closest to her. Shi Yan felt as though she were suffocating. Long-suppressed emotions surged forth like a tidal wave, violently threatening to consume her, akin to a ravenous demon. Levitt, oblivious to her distress, sighed and continued. "Due to the prolonged duration of the master's coma, negotiations here have stalled. The collaboration is crucial and cannot be delayed. The master's elder brother has been assigned to take over his responsibilities. Although he regained some authority yesterday after waking, half of the project operations have still been reassigned, and the competition among the brothers is quite fierce, which has significantly impacted him." Shi Yan felt increasingly uneasy, her breathing becoming rapid and her body involuntarily twitching. Her labored breaths finally caught Levitt's attention. Looking into the rearview mirror, he saw her as pale as a ghost and asked with concern, "Madam, what is wrong? Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital?" Shi Yan closed her eyes, striving to calm herself. "I am fine. Just take me home." Her voice was frail, as if speaking had drained her of all her strength. Levitt spoke anxiously. "Madam, please do not overthink this. My intention in speaking with you is not to cast blame, but merely to convey that your husband truly loves you. Please refrain from arguing with him." Shi Yan lowered her head, remaining silent as her inner turmoil persisted, unrelenting. Levitt continued to apologize and explain tirelessly until Shi Yan exited the vehicle. Even then, he was still attempting to clarify his sentiments. Shi Yan merely uttered a soft, "It's fine," before stepping out and walking into the estate. Upon her return home, Qin Xiuhan awaited her at the dining table. As he noticed her entrance, he promptly approached her, somewhat flustered, and said, "Darling, I asked Walma to teach me how to cook. I personally prepared a few dishes for you to try. If you enjoy them, I shall make them for you every day. If not, I will continue to learn." It was only after I attempted cooking that I realized how complicated it is. For the past 3 years, you have been the one to prepare meals for me, and I took it for granted. I am truly sorry. Shi Yan cast a detached glance at the rather unappetizing dishes on the table before averting her gaze and ascending the stairs. I have already eaten. There is no need for you to cook for me. I shall not partake, as professional chefs prepare food far more exquisitely. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me darling. It makes me uncomfortable. Chapter 79. Her heart's affliction. Qin Xiuhan's complexion turned pale, and his lips quivered as he uttered, "Are you punishing me? It seemed I had once spoken similar words to you. Little did I realize how profoundly hurtful they could be, more agonizing than a blade piercing the heart. I apologize. I was misled by Lu Ruyan, who sowed discord and provoked me into treating you so poorly." Shi Yan retorted with irritation. "Stop attributing everything to others. Lu Ruyan is certainly at fault, but the blame does not rest solely on her. If her mere words can incite you against me, it merely indicates that you harbor your own issues." Qin Xiuhan bowed his head, a visage of guilt etched upon his face. "I am sorry. It is my fault. I shall strive to rectify the harm I have caused you." Shi Yan replied, "There is no need." She attempted to ascend the stairs, but Wang Ma approached with a look of concern, inquiring, "Young madam, you appear unwell. Is something troubling you?" Shi Yan shook her head, tiredly responding, "I am fine. I just need a moment to rest." Wang Ma insisted, "Allow me to summon a doctor to examine you. Given your pregnancy, even the slightest issue cannot be taken lightly. Please rest on the sofa for a while. I will retrieve the doctor shortly." Wang Ma moved swiftly, and Shi Yan found herself unable to stop her. Reluctantly, she sat on the sofa. Soon, Wang Ma returned with Dr. Lu. Upon observing Shi Yan, Dr. Lu furrowed his brow before even commencing the examination. "Young madam, do you suspect you might be suffering from depression? You exhibit physical symptoms, and it appears rather serious." Qin Xiuhan's face blanched, and he trembled as he asked, "Is it because of me?" At that moment, Shi Yao, who had been eavesdropping upstairs, rushed down, exclaiming, "Brother Xiuhan, it has nothing to do with you. She has had depression since she was around 10 years old and has undergone treatment for several years. Perhaps it was never fully resolved, and now it has resurfaced. It is unrelated to you." Qin Xiuhan was taken aback, unable to fathom that Shi Yan had battled depression since such a tender age. What had she endured that led her to suffer from such an affliction so early in life? Shi Yan took a deep breath and said to Dr. Lu, "I believe this is not a resurgence of depression. Rather, I am simply anxious and unsettled, causing my hands to tremble, not a somatization." Dr. Lu replied, "This cannot be determined solely by self-assessment. I will call on a psychologist to evaluate you, and if the situation is severe, we may need to consult a psychiatrist tomorrow." Shi Yan did not refuse. They were all loyal to the old Master Qin, and should she decline treatment, they would report to him, eliminating any potential risks. Half an hour later, the psychologist arrived, albeit tardily. Shi Yan entered a closed room with the psychologist. The lighting was dimmed as she reclined on a chaise lounge with her eyes closed. The psychologist gently and patiently inquired about what burdened her heart, what unresolved issues plagued her. Shi Yan was acutely aware of the source of her anguish, yet she was reluctant to divulge it. Regardless of the psychologist's coaxing, she steadfastly refused to expose her innermost thoughts to scrutiny. An hour passed, and not a single word had been drawn from her, leaving the psychologist to confront the most challenging patient of their career. "Miss Shi, one must not keep all burdens of the heart bottled up, for it can wreak havoc on one's health. Numerous ailments stem from emotional distress. In fact, some cancer patients, with a positive mindset, have managed to heal without medication. This illustrates the profound impact that a healthy attitude can have on the body. For the sake of your well-being and to live a more liberated life, do not allow your body to suffer." Shi Yan replied, "I am not ill, nor do I harbor any psychological afflictions." The psychologist, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Your persistent avoidance of the issue only serves to demonstrate that you are suppressing your emotions. Would you kindly share your inner turmoil with me? I can assist you in unraveling it." Yet, Shi Yan remained reticent. Ultimately, the doctor resorted to hypnosis. Under its influence, Shi Yan's consciousness became somewhat hazy, though she did not completely lose awareness. Perhaps her deep-seated defenses prevented her from truly relaxing, thus retaining a fragment of consciousness. However, under hypnosis, she felt an overwhelming urge to confide. When prompted by the psychologist, she finally spoke, albeit with some information concealed, portraying Xiao Chenyin as merely a good friend, withholding the nature of their unconventional relationship. After voicing her inner conflict, Shi Yan's face was streaked with tears. I am my mother's vengeful spirit, a harbinger of misfortune for those who draw near. Each time I recognize the calamity I bring, I find myself unable to depart. I should have remained on Skull Island forever, never to return. Had I not come back, perhaps my mother's mental illness would not have worsened, and she would still be alive. Now, if my mother cannot endure the agony of my potential departure again, I cannot leave. And then there is him, my friend. He suffers constant misfortunes because of me, and now that I wish to part ways, it is too late. Perhaps my very existence is a mistake. I should never have entered this world. Without me, many would lead happier lives. The doctor, offering her a tissue, gently consoled her, do not deny yourself. Those events you mention may merely be coincidences unrelated to you. As long as you have not intentionally harmed others, their suffering does not rest upon your shoulders. The doctor sought to delve deeper for a more precise understanding to guide her effectively. She recognized that Shi Yan attributed the misfortunes of those around her to herself. Yet she remained unaware of the specifics of their experiences and whether they truly connected to her. However, Shi Yan had not been deeply hypnotized. As she wept, she gradually returned to full awareness, and when questioned again, she was reluctant to speak. Thank you, doctor. I feel much lighter after shedding those tears. Let us end our session for tonight. It is getting late. Please return to rest. Should I encounter any issues, I will reach out to you. The doctor nodded. Very well. Let us exchange contact information. Should anything arise, please do not hesitate to reach out. We can continue our discussions online. Even if the guidance proves to be of little efficacy, having someone to share one's burdens with is far better than keeping them locked away. Shi Yan nodded in agreement. After exchanging contact details, the doctor departed from the villa. However, her vehicle had barely departed from the villa when it was intercepted by another car. Xiao Chenyin emerged from his vehicle and rapped on her window. Are you a psychologist? What business do you have inside? Upon noticing Shi Yan's emotional distress, Levitt immediately contacted Xiao Chenyin to apologize. Xiao Chenyin assured him that he would come over, and Levitt remained on guard. Subsequently, he witnessed the woman entering and discreetly captured a photograph, which he then used to conduct a background check, revealing that she was a psychologist affiliated with a certain institution. Levitt relayed his findings to Xiao Chenyin. Consequently, it was only after seeing the psychologist exit that Xiao Chenyin chose to stop her for an inquiry.